Enough. In the raucous bar, a young woman suddenly smashed a bottle on the ground. The couple nearby, locked in an embrace, reacted, with the girl trembling and seeking refuge in the boy's arms, pitifully saying, "Sister, please don't misunderstand. I'm only being punished for losing a game with Brother Xingze. Sumu, you're being too petty, aren't you?" The words of those around her were lost on Sumu, her mind buzzing like an electronic device, emitting a crackling sound. The din of the crowd, the accusations directed at her, and the noise in her head drove Sumu to upend the table. Those who had been blaming her recoiled in fear, concerned about being implicated. As the patrons of the bar noticed the commotion, they turned to observe. At that moment, Sumu began to regain her composure and smiled faintly at the chaos strewn about her. The waiter brought the drinks. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Sumu was up to. Unbeknownst to them, Sumu had just awakened fragments of memories that did not belong to her. After sorting through these recollections, Sumu exclaimed in disbelief. The affair of mistaken identities had befallen her, compounded by the presence of an obsequious admirer and a venomous rival. Were these two wretched souls destined to meet their demise at the hands of the very couple who had usurped her life? One was a fiancé, betrothed since birth, while the other was a false heiress who had taken her place. They were the protagonists of this twisted little world, with the Su family merely serving as stepping stones to their ascent. As Sumu pondered the plot, the waiter returned with her drink. She resumed her seat, tipped the waiter generously, and instructed them to tidy up the mess. "What are you still doing? Continue," she beckoned, rolling the dice in her hand and surveying the crowd. Xingze furrowed his brow at Sumu. "What madness is this, Sumu? Aren't we playing a game?" "Continue," she insisted. The others exchanged glances, recalling Sumu's earlier demeanor. Her sudden call to resume the game was perplexing. Where's she playing at? Fang Xiao looked at Sumu with a hurt expression. "Sister, I know you dislike me, but and that's enough. Anyone would resent losing over a decade of their life to someone else," Sumu interrupted, showing no mercy to Fang Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu pulled out her phone and snapped a few pictures of the two. "You two could embrace a little tighter, or perhaps share a passionate French kiss for 2 minutes, just like before." Xingze, witnessing Sumu's antics, scolded in embarrassment. "Sumu, it's just a game. Is it really necessary? Is it not? Then shall I propose to play a game while you stand here as mere pillars?" Sumu retorted, casting a sardonic glance at Xingze. Deflated, Xingze sat down, and the game commenced once more, this time with Sumu as the one to lose. "Sumu, will you choose truth or dare?" "I don't mind. I'll take dare." She leaned back on the sofa. "Then find a gentleman and kiss him." All eyes turned to Xingze. Xingze is the fiancé of Sumu, and Sumu is utterly devoted to him. Thus, it is universally accepted that her chosen partner must be Xingze. However, having just witnessed Xingze kiss Fang Xiao, Sumu's actions now seem more akin to a funeral pyre than a romantic gesture. As Sumu was about to voice her thoughts, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Turning her gaze, she spotted a man amidst the throng. Was this not the gentleman she had encountered the last time it rained heavily, when Xingze had unceremoniously abandoned her by the roadside? It was Huanan Feng. Upon hearing his name, Sumu directed her attention toward him, only to realize that it was Fang Xiao who had uttered it. Quickly, Sumu discerned the peculiarity of the situation. Fang Xiao was gazing at Huanan Feng with an entranced expression. A narrative suddenly unfurled in Sumu's mind. In this tale, Fang Xiao had long harbored an unattainable crush, a white moonlight figure. As her gaze lingered on Huanan Feng, could it be that the story's greatest antagonist was indeed the very object of Fang Xiao's unrequited affection? How unfortunate for such a dashing man to be ensnared by the whims of a shallow woman. While conversing with friends, Huanan Feng was startled by a familiar voice, echoing from somewhere in his memory. Slightly tilting his head, he caught sight of Sumu not far off, her eyes filled with pity as they rested upon him. Upon noticing Huanan Feng's attention, Fang Xiao's face flushed with excitement. Observing her reaction, Sumu could not help but internally scoff, imagining Fang Xiao's fervent desire to devour Huanan Feng whole. She pondered whether Huanan Feng would feel nauseated if he knew that Fang Xiao cherished his photographs and embraced them while sleeping. Once again, Huan Nanfeng's gaze fell upon Sumu, perplexed that she had not spoken, yet he could hear her thoughts. Could it be her innermost musings? As he scrutinized her, Sumu hastily lowered her gaze, wishing to dissociate herself from such a prominent figure. Huan Nanfeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the woman beside him who regarded him with such intensity. Was this truly Fang Xiao, the one who collected his photographs and clung to them at night? Casting a cold stare at Fang Xiao, he seemed capable of freezing her with his gaze. Under his scrutiny, Fang Xiao's complexion paled, and in a fluster, she averted her gaze. The crowd, momentarily disrupted by Huan Nanfeng's arrival, was met with the mischievous grin of someone who had suggested a punishment, now directed at Sumu. Sumu, you have yet to fulfill your punishment. Sumu glanced at the lively crowd and began to contemplate a daring thought. If she were to kiss the formidable figure, would he cast her into the sea to feed the sharks? Once more hearing Sumu's innermost thoughts, Huan Nanfeng's hand trembled, nearly spilling his drink. This audacious girl dared to entertain such notions about him? Did she truly wish to kiss him? Sumu, resting her chin on her hand, observed Fang Xiao stealing glances at Huan Nanfeng. If she were to kiss the antagonist, would Fang Xiao be enraged enough to seek her demise? Compared to the potential consequences of infuriating Fang Xiao, it seemed trivial to be cast aside by the antagonist. Huan Nanfeng's lips quirked in a dubious twitch upon hearing Sumu's thoughts. He was curious to see how this young girl, whom he had only encountered twice, would ultimately act. However, such an intriguing young lady would certainly bring amusement if taken home. Both harbored ulterior motives, and Sumu was prepared. Just as Shun Xingze anticipated that Sumu would kiss him, he observed Sumu rising and walking towards Huan Nanfeng. Shun Xingze and his companions were left in a state of shock. Sumu, what are you doing? Isn't Xingze right here? Sumu cast a disdainful glance at the now bewildered Shun Xingze, declaring, I have no interest in a man who has been sullied by the kisses of other women. Sumu, du. Fang Xiao gazed at Sumu with a sense of grievance. Sister, I have already explained to you. We were merely playing a game. Why don't you believe us? Chapter 002. A kiss with the villain with the scene that had just unfolded. If a bed were to be placed here, they would surely roll onto it, claiming to be merely playing games. Should I trust that they are engaged in gaming, or do they believe I am Sudaji? Sumu rolled her eyes, too disinterested to engage with them, and proceeded toward Huan Nanfeng. Huan Nanfeng's friends raised their brows, observing Sumu's approach. Who do you think they came looking for? One of them inquired. Leaning against the sofa, Huan Nanfeng held a glass of wine in one hand, remarking, Are you hoping they came for you? Who wouldn't desire the affections of a beautiful woman? As Sumu drew closer to Huan Nanfeng, she recalled the rumors surrounding him. I heard that the boss is gay and has a close bond with his best friend. If I were to kiss him, would he tear me apart? Upon sensing Sumu's thoughts, Huan Nanfeng's expression darkened. Gay? In a relationship with his best friend? Who had spread such tales? Casting a glance at the man seated beside him, Huan Nanfeng kicked him lightly. Move a bit closer, don't crowd me, he expressed with evident disdain. The individual beside him shifted away, and at that moment, Sumu approached them. Fang Xiao, upon noticing Sumu advancing toward Huan Nanfeng, instinctively clenched her fists. Her gaze fixed on Sumu, her previously gentle demeanor now contorted with anger. If looks could kill, Sumu would have perished countless times under Fang Xiao's murderous glare. This is it. Even before getting close, I can already sense the villain's aura, as if it might strike me down at any moment. Desperation coursed through Sumu's mind, though she feigned indifference on the surface. Huan Nanfeng, fully aware of her inner turmoil, regarded her with amusement. Eager to see her next move, as Huan Nanfeng's gaze fell upon her, Sumu steeled her resolve and approached, saying, Brother, do you remember me? Huan Nanfeng nodded slightly. You're not wandering today? Sumu's legs nearly buckled at his words. Could he not speak in such a heart-wrenching manner? Last time, you mentioned I could seek your assistance. Is that still the case? She stammered. Huan Nanfeng's friends exchanged glances, sensing an underlying intrigue between the two. Shun Xingze and his companions stared in disbelief at Sumu, astonished that she was acquainted with the head of the Hua family. Fang Xiao, witnessing Sumu conversing with a man she admired, turned a sickly shade of green. Who was this interloper from the mountains, and what right did she have? The intense gaze from behind her was unmistakable, and even without turning, Sumu knew who it belonged to. Hua Nanfeng set his glass down on the table and beckoned to Sumu. Come here. As Sumu approached Hua Nanfeng, she was struck by his proximity, her heart fluttering in admiration. What a handsome villain. No wonder he is the white moonlight of the female lead. How can his eyelashes be so long? His skin is flawless. What is his secret? Hua Nanfeng, attuned to Sumu's thoughts, contemplated the complexity of her inner world. A female lead? A villain? Though he gleaned little from her musings, he was aware that the repugnant woman who had been staring at him had mistakenly regarded him as her white moonlight. What is it that you require of me? Hua Nanfeng raised his gaze to Sumu, who was conflicted, staring back at him, uncertain whether to express his thoughts directly. If I ask the boss for a kiss, will he throw me out? Or should I just kiss him? Sumu's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. But ultimately, he focused on Hua Nanfeng and, amidst the watchful eyes of Hua Nanfeng's friends, suddenly leaned down and pressed a kiss against his lips. What the heck? Hua Nanfeng's friends were taken aback, witnessing this astonishing scene. What had they just seen? Hua Nanfeng had been forcefully kissed? Would this girl be torn apart by Hua Nanfeng? After kissing Hua Nanfeng, Sumu turned to flee, but Hua Nanfeng grasped his hand, pulling him onto his lap. Planning to run off after kissing me? Hua Nanfeng regarded the flustered Sumu, who wished he could vanish into the ground, and coldly inquired. I was wrong. Sumu lamented, tears brimming, realizing he should have avoided this game altogether. Why did you kiss me? I lost a game against them. Sumu timidly confessed. Hua Nanfeng narrowed his eyes at Sumu, clearly dissatisfied with this explanation. Sumu, desperate to survive, clarified. I don't like them. Those scoundrels are tainted. Who would want them when a villainous boss is so much more appealing? Hua Nanfeng couldn't help but chuckle at Sumu's inner thoughts. You like me? Sumu gazed at Hua Nanfeng's strikingly handsome face, nodding fervently. Who wouldn't he like such an attractive villain? I've heard he has an incredible physique. With abs and a V-line, I wonder if it's true. Seeing Sumu's infatuated expression, Hua Nanfeng was amused and lightly tapped Sumu on the head. Little temptress. You kiss me and still dare to lust after my physique? Sumu defiantly looked at Hua Nanfeng. I am not a temptress. Oh, you're not lusting after me? Hua Nanfeng's friends, who had been quietly observing, were startled by his remark, causing one to spit out his drink. Sumu and Hua Nanfeng simultaneously turned their heads, and the guilty party quickly waved his hands in denial. Ahem, you two continue, carry on. Goodness, has Nanfeng taken leave of his senses today? Not only was he unbothered by being forcefully kissed, but he was also playfully flirting with a young beauty right here. Sumu stared at Hua Nanfeng in sheer disbelief. This was not how the villainous boss was supposed to behave according to the narrative. Just as Sumu was about to retort against Hua Nanfeng, Shun Xingze, unable to bear it any longer, approached with a dark expression and sternly said, Sumu, what are you doing? Come here immediately. Feeling bold, Sumu wrapped his arms around Hua Nanfeng's neck, innocently looking at Shun Xingze. Young Master Shun, it's merely a game. Why are you so upset? After all, I have yet to perform a French kiss with my brother in front of you. Fang Xiao, her eyes reddened, gazed at Sumu. Sister, I understand that you dislike me, but Shun Xingze is still your fiancé. Is it not excessive to hug and cuddle with another man right in front of him? Sumu rolled his eyes, retorting sarcastically. Oh, so you know Shun Xingze is my fiancé? As you engaged in a passionate French kiss with him before my very eyes for a full minute, did you ever pause to consider this? Are you displeased to see me kissing your beloved? Would you prefer another kiss? This shameless green tea is infuriating. Hua Nanfeng wrapped his arms around Sumu's waist, gazing down at the little girl nestled in his embrace. Does she still dare to kiss him? Just as he pondered this, he felt the soft sensation of lips against his, accompanied by a gentle nibble. Hua Nanfeng narrowed his eyes, looking down at Sumu, whose gaze sparkled with mischief. Little girl, you possess quite the audacity. Is it not bold to come and kiss you? Chapter 003. The process of breaking up Sumu was well aware that Hua Nanfeng would not take any drastic action against her, and thus, her demeanor became more casual. Who says that the powerful are ruthless? He is clearly gentle and easy to converse with, she mused internally. Gentle? Easy to talk to? Did this young lady harbor some misconceptions about him? Indeed, Fang Xiao watched as Sumu kissed Hua Nanfeng in front of her, her eyes turning red with fury. Moo, no matter how much you loathe us, you shouldn't resort to such petty revenge by finding someone at random. Shun Xingze glared at Sumu with a dark expression, unable to believe that the girl who once adored him would choose someone else at this moment. Sumu approached them, sitting on Huan Nanfeng's lap, her fingers playfully toying with his tie. She raised her gaze to Shun Xingze and queried, "Who do you think you are? Don't forget that I am your fiancé." Shun Xingze retorted through gritted teeth. Sumu couldn't help but laugh in anger. She released Huan Nanfeng, stood up, and walked over to Shun Xingze, delivering a sharp slap to his face. "Ah, Sumu, what are you doing?" Fang Xiao screamed, pulling Shun Xingze's arm, her eyes filled with concern for his swollen cheek. "Xingze, are you all right? Does it hurt?" Sumu observed the unfolding scene with a sardonic smile, unable to resist applauding the couple. What a romantic spectacle. Shun Xingze stiffened momentarily, awkwardly pushing Fang Xiao away. He looked at Sumu and said, "Apologize now, and we can let this matter go." "Apologize?" Sumu retaliated, delivering another slap to Shun Xingze. "Is this the way you prefer to receive an apology?" Finally, Shun Xingze's friends reacted, stepping in front of him with discontent. "Sumu, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? Why don't you ask Shun Xingze what he has done for Fang Xiao?" Sumu pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Is there some misunderstanding?" One of those unaware of the situation inquired. "Misunderstanding?" Sumu recounted Shun Xingze's actions to his friends. 3 months prior, he had invited her to go hiking, only to abandon her upon receiving a call from Fang Xiao, leaving her behind even when she twisted her ankle in the process. A month ago, during a torrential downpour, he had again deserted her on the roadside, which resulted in Sumu suffering from a high fever for a week and pneumonia for 2 weeks thereafter. Such incidents were numerous, whether it was her birthday or Valentine's Day. Whenever Shun Xingze was alone with Sumu, he would be summoned away by a mere phone call from Fang Xiao. Shun Xingze's friends were largely unaware of these events, but upon hearing Sumu's account, they began to feel that Shun Xingze and Fang Xiao had gone too far. "Now, in front of me, they engage in acts meant only for couples, and you dare to claim it's merely a game?" Sumu challenged, as those who had previously dismissed her grievances now lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze. "If it were your sister being treated this way, what would you do?" She countered, noticing their silence. The person confronted by Sumu could hardly suppress the urge to strangle the other party upon imagining the treatment of his sister. Huan Nanfeng furrowed her brow as she gazed at Sumu, realizing why she had appeared so flustered during their previous encounter. In the torrential downpour, Sumu donned only a flimsy dress, soaked through by the rain, with mud splattered across her attire. Her high heels were nowhere to be found, leaving her bare feet bruised and bleeding from the sharp stones on the road. How could such a man still be in her life? A friend of Huan Nanfeng leaned closer and remarked, "Nanfeng, this little lamb of yours seems to be quite the fiery pepper." Huan Nanfeng remained silent, observing Sumu to see how she would handle the situation. Sumu retaliated with a sharp slap across Fang Xiao's face. "Do you really enjoy pursuing another's man? Is your heart unsatisfied unless you steal?" Fang Xiao, holding her face, wept sorrowfully. "Moo, you've misunderstood me." "Misunderstood? Is it a misunderstanding that you feigned illness on my birthday to whisk Shun Xingze away, or that you pretended to be followed on Valentine's Day to lure him away, and then you flaunted your photos to taunt me?" Sumu was taken aback that Fang Xiao still refused to admit her wrongdoing. Shun Xingze glared at Sumu, his voice laced with anger. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" "Shun Xingze, I formally notify you that I am dissolving our engagement. From now on, we shall live our separate lives, and tomorrow, I will send my parents to your home to annul the betrothal. I will ensure your parents witness how duplicitous you are before them." Sumu replied coldly. Shun Xingze trembled with rage. "This is a matter between our families. If you break our engagement, who would dare marry you? Who would dare marry?" Sumu turned her gaze towards Huan Nanfeng and approached him. "Brother, if I break the engagement, would you marry me?" Marrying the green tea heroine's white moonlight, wouldn't that infuriate her? "Big shot, could you react a bit? This is quite awkward for me." Huan Nanfeng raised an eyebrow at Sumu. "What benefit do I gain from marrying you? You would acquire a lovely wife who could be playful, charming, and warm your bed." Sumu tilted her head and replied. In that moment, it was undeniably quite endearing. Huan Nanfeng pinched Sumu's cheek, Nodding, you make a fair point. If it's just that, I might be at a disadvantage. Perhaps I could also be an unproductive housemate. A financial leech who cannot cook? Sumu tentatively queried. The big shot makes money so effortlessly. Surely he could use someone to spend it for him? Who wants to work when they could be a leech? Cling to the big shot's leg. The Su family seems to possess twin genes. I wonder if the big shot would cherish the identical little dumpling? Huan Nanfeng's hand froze as he pinched Su Mu's face, contemplating the idea of a little dumpling. This girl's leaps of thought were quite remarkable. However, the prospect of an identical little dumpling was indeed something to look forward to. Huan Nanfeng glanced at his watch. If I do not see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 9, prepare to feed the sharks in the sea. Sumu blinked, gazing at Huan Nanfeng in confusion. Did you agree? She inquired. Do I need to repeat myself? Sumu decisively shook her head. No need. Huan Nanfeng rose, grasping Sumu's hand, and addressed his astonished friend. I will escort her home. Fang Xiao intercepted Huan Nanfeng, biting her lip as she looked up at him. Mr. Hua, my sister already has a fiancé. What I said earlier was merely an impulsive jest. I apologize on her behalf. Sumu stood beside Huan Nanfeng, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens in exasperation. Is she really that anxious? Huan Nanfeng draped his coat over Sumu's shoulders and said coldly, You are obstructing the way. Chapter 004. Garbage belongs in the trash heap. Just as Sumu was about to speak, she was amused by Huan Nanfeng's words, especially upon seeing Fang Xiao's aggrieved expression, which only heightened her amusement. Oh dear, someone is being overly sentimental. Fang Xiao glared resentfully at Sumu, who stood by. Reveling in her misfortune, her hands clenched into fists. Sumu, did I say something wrong? You just shared a deep kiss with my fiancé in front of so many people. Am I mistaken in offering him to you? Are you not pleased? Sumu feigned confusion as she gazed at Fang Xiao. I have already secured a new engagement. How can you still be dissatisfied? Fang Xiao's face flushed as her gaze shifted to Huan Nanfeng, her eyes gradually becoming infatuated. Who would want that fool? Shun Xingze. Huan Nanfeng is the true muse of her heart. With Huan Nanfeng by her side, she would not desire 100 Shinzingzes. Fang Xiao bit her tongue, the sharp pain serving to keep her alert. Sister, do you think Mom and Dad would approve of this? Sumu looked at Fang Xiao with an air of pride, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied, Of course, they would approve. After all, I am their biological daughter. You know very well how much they adore me. Sumu's words brought tears to Fang Xiao's eyes. What Sumu said was true. Ever since Sumu returned, the Su family had not once looked her way. In the past, all the good things were hers, and only after she chose would they consider her brother, Su Yanqing. Now, whenever their parents returned with something, they first thought of Sumu. Whenever she attempted to take something, she would be stopped by Madame Su, who would say it was meant for Sumu. Why should that be the case? For years, she had been the beloved little princess of the Su family. Even with their identities swapped now, there was no reason for the family to treat them so unequally. You can have Shun Xingze if you like him. After all, not everyone enjoys picking up trash. With that, Sumu linked her arm with Huan Nanfeng's, dragging him away. Brother, let us depart. Huan Nanfeng followed her lead, exiting alongside her. Fang Xiao's expression darkened as she glanced at Shun Xingze. Why would she want a man that Sumu discarded? Standing before Huan Nanfeng's car, Sumu instinctively reached for the rear door. Observing this, Huan Nanfeng's expression turned grim as he asked, Do you think I am your chauffeur? After a quick glance at the scowling man in the driver's seat, Sumu silently opened the door to the passenger seat and took a seat. The villain is quite intimidating. Will my life be in jeopardy? Huan Nanfeng shook his head with a chuckle. With such a timid disposition, how could you dare to kiss me? Rest assured, I do not wish to become a widower before we are even married. Sumu turned her head in confusion to look at Huan Nanfeng. What did he mean by that? Her bewildered expression elicited a slight smile from Huan Nanfeng. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Do I need to remind you again? Realizing what he meant, Sumu quickly shook her head. No need. Huan Nanfeng handed his phone to Sumu. Add your contact information. With a pitiful expression, Sumu added her phone number and even included his WeChat as a friend. Looking at Huan Nanfeng's minimalist profile picture, she tilted her head to observe the man driving with utmost seriousness. They indeed made a striking pair. Fang Xiao chased after them, but could only watch as Sumu entered Hun Nanfeng's car and drove away. Bastard, she muttered, as Shun Xingze emerged a moment later. He noticed Fang Xiao's furious expression and inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you, Yao Yao?" With a bitter countenance, Fang Xiao replied, "Xingze, I feel compelled to return home first. What if my sister speaks ill of us?" Her despondent demeanor evoked thoughts in Shun Xingze regarding her current situation within the Su family. He gently wrapped his arms around Fang Xiao, his face betraying indignation. "How dare she? We were indeed at fault this time. It is only natural for my sister to be upset." Fang Xiao's eyes welled with tears, and Shun Xingze felt an overwhelming ache for her. "It is merely a game. I do not understand what Sumu is so concerned about," he remarked disdainfully. Though Fang Xiao felt a flicker of triumph within, she masked it with a wry smile, saying, "You are my sister's fiancé. Let's not speak of Sumu. My heart belongs to you, while Sumu is nothing more than a pitiful country bumpkin." Shun Xingze's eyes reflected his disdain for Sumu. In his view, Sumu's connection to the Shun family was solely due to her position as the daughter of the Su family. Otherwise, given Sumu's background, she would not even be worthy of carrying his shoes. A hint of amusement danced in Fang Xiao's eyes. "Oh, Sumu, even if you are indeed the true daughter of the Su family, what does it matter? Xingze simply does not regard you. Xingze, please refrain from speaking ill of my sister. Kindly take me home. You are so kind-hearted. You do not even realize how Sumu has taken advantage of you." Shun Xingze retorted with irritation. "All right, it is fine that my sister has just returned," Fang Xiao said, appearing to defend Sumu while subtly administering poison to Shun Xingze's perception of her rival. Despite his dissatisfaction, Shun Xingze chose not to press the matter further and escorted Fang Xiao home. Huan Nanfeng dropped Sumu off at the entrance of the Su family villa. Just before disembarking, Sumu suddenly leaned in and pecked Huan Nanfeng on the cheek, then dashed away, exclaiming, "Goodbye, brother. I am heading home. Run quickly, or you'll be in trouble if caught." Observing Sumu sprinting away faster than a rabbit, Huan Nanfeng touched his cheek where she had kissed him and scoffed, "Coward." As Huan Nanfeng prepared to leave, he noticed a car approaching. In the blink of an eye, it halted at the Su family's entrance, and from it emerged a man and a woman, none other than Shun Xingze and Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao's eyes brightened upon spotting Huan Nanfeng's vehicle. However, as she moved to approach, Huan Nanfeng had already driven away, leaving her with nothing but the fading glow of his taillights. Biting her lip, Fang Xiao's expression soured. What did she lack compared to that rustic Sumu? Sumu could be so familiar with Huan Nanfeng without issue, while her mere desire to approach his car resulted in disdain. Shun Xingze approached her side and asked, "What are you looking at?" Fang Xiao smiled at him, "Nothing. I shall return first." Until she secured Huan Nanfeng's affection, she could not abandon Shun Xingze. After all, the Shun family was among the most formidable. Worry etched on his face. Shun Xingze asked, "Yao Yao, do you truly not want me to accompany you inside? It may be unwise for you to go in alone. Allow me to handle it." Fang Xiao would never permit Shun Xingze to accompany her inside. His presence at this moment would only serve to inform the Su family of her ambiguous relationship with Sumu's fiancé. However, Shun Xingze remained uneasy, concerned that Fang Xiao might be bullied. Enough with the hesitations. Although our parents favor my sister more, I have been their daughter for 20 years. Fang Xiao smiled at Shun Xingze and returned to the Su family. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by the joyous laughter of the Su family. "Sister, this card is for you. Feel free to spend it as you wish. It is money I earned myself," Su Yanqing said softly. Sumu graciously accepted the card handed to her by Su Yanqing, smiling sweetly as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother." Dem Sumu. Why is she still alive outside? Chapter 005. Evidence strikes back. This is clearly all mine. Sumu, who was conversing with Su Yanqing, momentarily paused her actions upon hearing the voice. Instinctively turning her head, she found Fang Xiao standing at the door, gazing at her with resentment. Taken aback by Sumu's sudden movement, Fang Xiao hurriedly lowered her head, avoiding Sumu's gaze. That look could almost wish for my demise. Unbeknownst to Sumu, as this thought crossed her mind, the expressions of Su Yanqing and Madame Su underwent a significant change. Their attention shifted to Sumu, only to realize that she had remained silent. What had they just heard? Was it Sumu's innermost thoughts? Returning so early, is it because she fears I might spill to my parents? A slight frown marred Su Yanqing's brow as she pondered the situation. While Su Yanqing and the others were deep in thought, they were met with news that was utterly unacceptable. Fang Xiao, indeed, knows how to conceal herself. She has clearly re-established contact with her biological parents, yet feigns ignorance. Furthermore, despite my parents and brother treating her so well over the past 2 decades, Fang Xiao conspired with Shan Xingze to bring about my parents' demise and even cause my brother's death in a car accident. To add insult to injury, she pretended my brother was intoxicated, leading to the tragic incident. The thought of such a kind person as Su Yanqing being schemed against by Fang Xiao left Sumu with a heavy heart. Su Yanqing's hands trembled slightly. Was this truly her fate? Madame Su instinctively grasped Su Ling's hand, her grip so tight that Su Ling could not suppress a grimace. Noticing his wife's anxious demeanor, Su Ling gently patted her hand, offering silent reassurance. As of now, none of these events had transpired, and they still had a chance. Seeing that everyone had noticed her return, Fang Xiao hurried over. I shall feign vulnerability momentarily. Surely, the Su family will not take issue with me, given their foolishness. I intend to play the victim to deceive my parents and brother. We shall see if I grant her that opportunity. Madame Su regarded Fang Xiao coldly, eager to hear what she would say. Oblivious to their scrutinizing gazes, Fang Xiao approached the trio and suddenly knelt before them. Before she could utter a word, Sumu declared, "Mom and Dad, I wish to annul the engagement." Before Su Ling could process her statement, he turned to Sumu, incredulous. "What is happening? Did you not have feelings for Xingze?" Sumu cast a glance at Fang Xiao, whose back instantly chilled under the scrutiny. "Mom and Dad, this matter. Mom and Dad." Shan Xingze kissed another woman passionately in front of me, claiming it was merely a game, and even. At this point, Sumu's words faltered as tears streamed down her face. The sight of her sorrow deeply affected Madame Su and the others. "Mumu, what is wrong? Please, share with us." Fang Xiao, stricken by the fury emanating from Su Ling and the others, felt her scalp prickle with fear. Trembling, she stammered, "Mom and Dad, it's not what you think. We were merely playing a game, and losing led to." Upon hearing this, Su Ling grasped the situation. The one who had kissed Shan Xingze was none other than Fang Xiao. "Fang Xiao, you have gone too far." Sumu observed Fang Xiao being reprimanded by her family. Just as he was about to speak, a notification sound from his phone caught his attention. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Huanan phone, which contained surveillance footage. "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Fang Xiao understood that any words she uttered now would be futile. All she could do was apologize. "This incident was an accident, and I deeply regret it." Under Fang Xiao's gaze, filled with guilt, Sumu felt a wave of disgust rising within him. "Fang Xiao, do you claim this incident was an accident? You say you regret it?" Sumu asked, arms crossed, his tone calm and composed. Fang Xiao instinctively clutched her clothing, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. "Why do you look at me like that? I ask you, do you truly regret it? Was it genuinely unintentional?" Fang Xiao's eyes unconsciously sought out Madame Su, filled with a pleading expression. "What are you looking at my mother for?" Sumu pressed. "Fang Xiao, answer Mumu's question." Realizing that Madame Su was unwilling to assist her, Fang Xiao, though reluctant, could only nod in agreement. "Yes. I have a surveillance video that directly captures where we were seated," Sumu said, playfully toying with his phone, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Fang Xiao. Her complexion turned ghostly pale as she abruptly met Sumu's gaze, disbelief written all over her face. "What did you say? You said it was an accident, didn't you? You wouldn't mind if I shared this surveillance footage, would you?" Sumu smiled gently. Before Fang Xiao could respond, Su Yanqing interjected, "Play it." Sumu cast the video onto the television screen, revealing the moment when Fang Xiao lost a game and subsequently sought out Shan Xingze for punishment, leading to an intimate embrace and passionate kiss before Sumu's eyes. In addition to this, there were moments where they confronted Sumu, accusing him of being overly sensitive and urging him to be more magnanimous. Unable to contain her emotions, Madame Su slapped Fang Xiao across the face. Stumbling back to the ground, Fang Xiao covered her face. Mom, you hit me? I'm not your mother. You are well aware that Shun Xingze is Mu Mu's fiancé, yet you dare to flirt with him and kiss him in front of everyone. You're slapping us in the face. Su Ling, initially believing the matter was not as severe, realized the extent of her daughter's humiliation upon witnessing the video. You want to call someone away while Mu Mu was with Shun Xingze. Fang Xiao, how could you be so revolting? Madame Su glared at Fang Xiao with disdain. After Mu Mu returned, Fang Xiao directed her animosity towards her, initially believing she was merely afraid of losing them. However, it became evident that Fang Xiao was indeed malicious, even vicious. Mom, it's not like that. What do you mean like that? Sumu savored Fang Xiao's predicament, and just then, Huo and Nanfeng sent additional photos and videos. They depicted Fang Xiao introducing Shun Xingze to her family, alongside images of the two entering and exiting a hotel. Mom and Dad, I have more videos. You should take a look. Sumu projected the videos onto the screen. Fang Xiao's already pale face grew even more as she beheld the footage. No, this isn't real. If you believe this video has been fabricated, feel free to have it assessed anywhere, should it be proven manipulated. I shall humbly apologize, Sumu coldly remarked. This statement silenced Fang Xiao, leaving her at a loss for words. Madame Su glared at Fang Xiao, shaking her head in disappointment. Fang Xiao, you truly astonish me. Now that you have found your biological family, you are no longer a member of the Su family. When she reclaimed her biological daughter, Madame Su never contemplated abandoning her adopted daughter, having raised her for 20 years, from the tender age of 2 until now. Yet, what did Fang Xiao do? She deliberately usurped her daughter's fiancé and orchestrated situations to humiliate her in front of others. Mom and Dad, please do not cast me away. Fang Xiao pleaded, utterly panicked upon hearing Madame Su's intention to expel her. Chapter 006. The urgency of protecting brother. The conditions of the Fang family pale in comparison to those of the Su family, and the Fang family harbors a pronounced preference for sons over daughters. Should I return, I would merely become a pawn for the Fang family, a stepping stone to elevate my 2 younger brothers. I am not your mother. You may leave, declared Madame Su with a stern countenance. You may take your clothes, but nothing else. Observing their callous demeanor, Fang Xiao wiped her tears and implored, I am also your daughter. What gives you the right to treat me this way? For your audacity in seizing my daughter's fiancé, for your scheming against her. Surely that is sufficient reason? Initially, we had no intention of expelling you, but your lack of gratitude has become intolerable. The video evidence is clear, and how dare you question the reasons behind our actions? You have long desired to rid yourselves of me, haven't you? Seeing Fang Xiao in such a state of desperation, Madame Su retorted, since you are unwilling to gather your belongings, then you may leave at once. Fang Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. She possessed numerous clothes, bags, and jewelry in the Su household, all of considerable value, and relinquishing them was simply unacceptable. Mother, after all the years you've raised me, are you truly abandoning me? Fang Xiao began to feign weakness. If you value the years I've cared for you, you should not treat your sister in this manner. You have greatly disappointed me. Fang Xiao. In the face of Madame Su's furious rebuke, Fang Xiao's indignation flared. I'm the one who grew up alongside Shun Xingze. Why should Sumu's return mean she claims the engagement? This is all Sumu's fault. Had she not provoked me, I would not have spoken so. Sumu found the situation laughable. Am I to be blamed for this? Fang Xiao, you have stolen my life. These past 20 years in the Su family were rightfully mine. You brought my fiancé to meet your parents and kept my own parents in the dark. What are your intentions? Sumu's words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, inciting further ire from the Su family towards Fang Xiao. Initially, there was no suspicion, but upon reflection, Fang Xiao's motives became glaringly evident. When Shun Xingze visited, he brought gifts, as if he were a son-in-law visiting his future in-laws. His visit was indeed more formal than when Shun Xingze met my parents. Sumu offered Fang Xiao no opportunity for rebuttal, her words catching Fang Xiao off guard. As Fang Xiao pondered how to navigate this predicament, Sumu glanced at the timestamp on the video. When you took Shan Xingze to meet the Fong family, as if you were his fiancé, it was on the very day after my return. Fong Xiao, when did you locate your true parents? Su Ling furrowed her brow, recalling how 3 years prior, Fong Xiao had sought collaboration with the Fong family, her expression shifting dramatically. It seems you were aware 3 years ago that the Fong family were your true kin, Su Ling remarked with disappointment. Yet, she also understood that their relationship was not established 3 years prior. Otherwise, Fong Xiao would not have undertaken so much for the Fong family. Barely a day after her return, Fong Xiao was all too eager to bring Shan Xingze to the Fong family, a blatant provocation against the Su family. If it were not for Sumu's prior investigations, how long would they have remained oblivious to his true feelings, concealed by Fong Xiao? Would the thoughts brewing within Sumu's mind eventually manifest into reality? Coming to a realization, Su Ling let out a self-deprecating smile. Fong Xiao, we have underestimated you. Father, do you believe Sumo over me? Your actions are hardly deserving of our trust, Su Ling stated solemnly. Initially, he had intended to leave certain belongings of Fong Xiao for her, but it now seemed evident that she was unworthy. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the Su family. You shall not take a single item bestowed upon you by us. Fong Xiao gazed at Su Ling in terror. While she could accept being cast out, the thought of leaving empty-handed meant returning to the Fong family with nothing. Father, I was raised by you. How can you treat me this way? Fong Xiao pleaded, clutching Su Ling's pant leg. If my sister truly wishes to avoid me, then I shall leave, she continued, attempting to shift the blame onto Sumu even in this dire moment. It is your own wrongdoing that led to your expulsion. It has nothing to do with Sumu, Su Ling replied, his expression filled with disdain. Realizing her mistake only after invoking Su Ling's anger, Fong Xiao's grip on his pant leg tightened instinctively. Her body trembling, I understand my error. I promise I will not compete with my sister again. Please escort Miss Fong out. The butler's words created a palpable distance between Fong Xiao and the Su family. Reluctantly, she rose from the ground, casting a venomous glance at Sumu as she departed. Sumu, do not revel in your triumph. The Su family will eventually be mine. Listening to Fong Xiao's inner thoughts, Sumu regarded her retreating figure with mockery. As she reached the threshold, Sumu remarked, Miss Fong, you are no longer a member of the Su family. Please refrain from using our name to engage in inappropriate actions henceforth. Fong Xiao, her schemes laid bare by Sumu, retorted angrily, who cares? Su Yanqing replied coldly, it would be best if you adhered to your own words. Fong Xiao felt a sharp pang in her heart. Damn Su Yanqing, I have made my intentions clear. Yet he dares to treat me this way. Since he is unwilling to be my loyal servant, may he perish. Had it not been for her ability to hear Fong Xiao's thoughts, Sumo would have been entirely unaware of her insatiable desires. Regardless of the situation, Su Yanqing was Fong Xiao's nominal brother, and yet she harbored hopes of having him as her ever-available servant. Glancing at Su Yanqing beside her, she pondered how to convey Fong Xiao's intentions to him. Noticing Sumu's gaze, Su Yanqing felt a shiver run down his spine. Little sister, if you have something to say, please do so directly. His discomfort was palpable. Sumo cleared her throat but remained silent, her mind racing with the implications of Fong Xiao's aspirations. Is it possible that Su Yanqing is unaware of Fong Xiao's desire for him to be her obedient servant? Does he know that she covets his affection? As Sumu pondered intensely over the matter, the expressions of Su Yanqing and Su Ling, the couple, became somewhat stiff. With a bewildered gaze, they stared at Sumu, questioning what she had just said. Did Fong Xiao harbor feelings for Su Yanqing? No, it was not affection. Rather, Fong Xiao audaciously wished for Su Yanqing to serve her like a dog. A flicker of resentment ignited in Su Yanqing's eyes, cursing Fong Xiao under his breath. Taking a deep breath to quell the anger rising within, he approached Su Mu and gently patted her shoulder, saying, Little sister, if Fong Xiao ever bullies you, do not hesitate to come to me. Su Mu cast a meaningful glance at Su Yanqing and replied, Brother, perhaps it would be wiser for you to remain vigilant. Chapter 007. Shan Xingze takes a beating. I noticed that Fong Xiao's gaze towards you is rather peculiar, Su Mu subtly pointed out. Su Ling cleared his throat and took over Su Mu's words. Your sister is not mistaken. It is wise to be cautious around such individuals. It is not only you. Our entire family must exercise prudence. After this incident, Su Ling realized that Fang Xiao was nothing but an ungrateful wretch. No matter how well they had treated her in the past, if she did not receive what she desired, she would disdain them. Shen Xingze had been waiting at the Su family's entrance. Upon seeing Fang Xiao emerge in distress, he hurriedly approached her. Yao Yao, what brings you out here? Fang Xiao, disregarding her contempt for Shen Xingze, clung to him and wept uncontrollably. No matter how many questions Shen Xingze posed, she remained silent. Yao Yao, what is the matter? Please stop crying. Xingze, what wrong have I done? My parents want to expel me from our home. Fang Xiao, realizing she could not continue weeping, sobbed as she clung to Shen Xingze. Upon hearing that the Su family intended to cast Fang Xiao out, Shen Xingze was immediately consumed by rage. Releasing her, he strode toward the entrance and began to knock forcefully on the door. Sumu, come out here. Letting Shen Xingze confront trouble was simply appropriate. In the living room, Sumu, having overheard Fang Xiao's triumphant thoughts, turned to the kitchen to fetch a basin of water. Su Yanqing and the others observed Sumu and, with a subtle cough, followed him to the door. As Shen Xingze continued to pound on the door, it suddenly swung open. Just as he was about to speak, a basin of cold water was splashed over him. The once proud Shen Xingze was instantly transformed into a drenched figure. Fang Xiao's smug expression did not last long. Upon witnessing Su Mu douse Shen Xingze, her voice turned sharp. Su Mu, what are you doing? Isn't Shen Xingze just being impulsive? I'm merely helping him regain his senses. You shameless wretch, apologize immediately. As she spoke, Shen Xingze raised his hand, intending to strike Sumu. Fang Xiao watched in excitement, wishing fervently that the slap would land on Sumu's face. Just as the slap was about to descend, Sumu seized Shen Xingze's hand and retaliated with a swift slap of her own. Shen Xingze was left dazed by the unexpected blow. Where had the Sumu gone, the one who had always followed him, pleading for his affection? Sumu disdainfully shook her stinging hand. What a thick skin you possess. Damn Sumu, how dare she humiliate me in front of Yao Yao? Just wait until she marries into the Shen family. I will make her pay. Noticing Su Yanqing and the others emerging from the house, accompanied by the family's bodyguards, Shen Xingze dared not voice his grievances, simmering with indignation within. A faint smile played at the corners of Sumu's mouth. Even at this juncture, Shen Xingze remained lost in his delusions. Sumu, I understand you are jealous of Yao Yao, but our relationship is merely that of friends. If you apologize, we can consider this matter forgotten. Sumu was utterly disgusted. What sort of trash bag was Shen Xingze that he could hold so much? As Shen Xingze confidently expected an apology from Sumu, she instead delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Is this the kind of apology you desire? Shen Xingze clutched his abdomen, his body curling like a shrimp, tremblingly pointing at Sumu. You wretched woman, how dare you strike me? If you do not kneel and apologize today, do not even think of marrying into the Shen family. Surely, consuming a few more peanuts while drinking Wuden tea lead to such drunkenness. Sumu replied with disdain. Her words caused both Shen Xingze and Fang Xiao to change countenance. Especially Fang Xiao. What madness has possessed Sumu? Fang Xiao gazed at Sumu, her eyes filled with curiosity. Before today, Sumu had been nothing more than Shen Xingze's devoted admirer, lost in her romantic fantasies. However, following the events at the bar, she seemed to have transformed completely. Not only did she express her disdain for Shen Xingze, but she also engaged in a relationship with Huan Nanfeng, even boldly kissing him and demanding he marry her. The most astonishing part was that the temperamental Huan Nanfeng had actually agreed. Could it be that the provocation was too severe? Fang Xiao pondered incessantly about what could have triggered such a significant change in Sumu, unaware that Sumu had perceived her thoughts clearly. Shen Xingze, our engagement is hereby terminated. Tomorrow, my parents will visit your home to annul the betrothal, so you may leave now. After berating Shen Xingze, Sumu turned her gaze to Fang Xiao. I have, as you wished, broken off my engagement with Shen Xingze. Are you pleased? You no longer need to clandestinely take him to meet your biological parents. You can do so openly. Oh, And do not forget, from this moment on, you're no longer a member of the Su family, so refrain from using our family in your arguments. Tears glimmered in Fang Xiao's eyes as she instinctively turned to look at the Su family members standing nearby, her gaze filled with grievance. Mom and Dad, are you not going to manage me? Do not call us Mom and Dad. We are unworthy to be your parents. Su Ling scolded with a face of discontent. Witnessing the mistreatment of his beloved by the Su family, Shun Xingzi stepped forward, pulling Fang Xiao behind him, and asked angrily, Uncle, even if Yao Yao is not your biological child, she has been raised by you. How can you treat her this way? Su Yanqing scoffed inwardly. You acknowledge she was raised by my family? Then why does she bully my sister? To snatch a fiancé and cause my sister to be humiliated and bullied. Is this the behavior of an elder sister? What I have done has nothing to do with Yao Yao. Unable to bear Fang Xiao being scolded, Shun Xingzi took all the blame upon himself. Su Yanqing crossed her arms, looking at Shun Xingzi with a sardonic smile. Since you are so protective of Fang Xiao, if my sister breaks off the engagement with you, what will you bark about now? Ultimately, matters concerning the Su family do not concern you as an outsider. Now, take your people and leave. Fang Xiao's complexion turned ashen as she stared at Su Yanqing with intensity. Just as Shun Xingzi was about to say something, she tugged at his clothing, saying, Xingzi, let us go. Please take me away. Even if she longed to remain in the Su family, she could not bear such humiliation. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, filled with resentment towards the Su family. Su Yanqing, just wait. Unless you kneel and beg for my forgiveness, I shall never pardon you. Sumu was infuriated, finding it laughable that Fang Xiao truly regarded herself as significant. You expect my brother to kneel and beg? Who do you think you are? Su Yanqing, hearing Sumu's thoughts, was equally vexed, realizing that they had been far too lenient with Fang Xiao over the years. Shun Xingzi cast a glance at Sumu and said, Apologize now, and I shall forgive you. Get lost, Sumu retorted sharply. You will regret this. I already regret not having kicked you out sooner. You are nothing but an annoyance. Sumu replied without courtesy, raising the basin filled with water, poised to strike. Perhaps fearing that Sumu would indeed take action, Shun Xingzi hastily pulled Fang Xiao away, seeking an escape. Chapter 008. Confession. Once the two departed, Sumu found herself contemplating Hua Nanfeng, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. How was she to convey to her parents that she was to obtain a marriage certificate the very next morning? The gazes of Su Ling and the others fixated on Sumu simultaneously, startling her into swallowing hard. Cautiously, she inquired, Mom, Dad, why do you look at me like that? Su Yanqing, with gritted teeth, posed a question laden with suspicion. Is there something you haven't disclosed to us? Just as Sumu was about to shake her head, she realized she would have to reveal the truth sooner or later. Thus, she carefully suggested, Can we discuss this when we get home? With a disdainful snort, Su Yanqing turned to head back inside. Su Ling and his wife exchanged glances before accompanying Sumu home. Upon settling into their seats, Sumu tentatively broached the subject with her father and mother. Dad, would you be amenable to a new son-in-law? Who? Su Ling fixed a penetrating gaze upon Sumu, eager to confront the audacious man who had whisked away his daughter without a word. Clearing her throat, Sumu cautiously replied, Huan Nanfeng. Both Su Yanqing and Su Ling turned to stare at her, uncertainty etched on their faces as they asked, Who are you referring to? The Huan Nanfeng we know. Huan Nanfeng, the current head of the Hua family. Instinctively, Su Yanqing reached out to check Sumu's temperature. Little sister, have you had too much to drink? Who is Huan Nanfeng? He is one of the most eligible bachelors in the capital, a paragon for countless young women, and the number one choice on the list of women aspiring to wed. And now, my sister claims she is to marry him tomorrow? With a dismissive gesture, Sumu pulled Su Yanqing's hand down and retorted, I am serious. He will come to pick me up at 9 tomorrow morning. I am marrying a prominent figure. The three members of the Su family stared at Sumu in astonishment, questioning whether she had succumbed to a delusion. Mumu, please explain this to your mother, Mrs. Su interjected gently, halting the impending questions from the father and son. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sumu sheepishly scratched her nose and confessed, It was after we lost the game, and I ended up kissing him twice. When I mentioned breaking off my engagement with Shun Xingze, he countered that if I did, no one would dare to marry me. So I just asked him, and to my surprise, he agreed. As her voice dwindled, the expressions of the Su family became increasingly peculiar. Is this even possible? The trio exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the sheer luck that had befallen Sumu. Mom, Dad, you surely wouldn't mind me acquiring such a distinguished son-in-law, would you? Sumu, misinterpreting their silence as anger, cautiously probed. Su Ling and Mrs. Su exchanged resigned looks. While they might have disapproved of another suitor, this was Hua Nanfeng, an emerging titan in the business world, known for his integrity, a man of both skill and virtue. Having him as a son-in-law would be considered a remarkable elevation for Sumu. Suddenly, Mrs. Su rose with fervor and made her way upstairs. Seeing this, Sumu's spirits sank. Dad, do you think Mom is angry? Su Ling looked at Sumu with an expression that was difficult to articulate. Just as she was about to speak, Madame Su descended the stairs, holding something in her hand. As Madame Su approached, Sumu's gaze fixated on the object she was carrying, which looked somewhat familiar. It was the household registration book. Upon receiving the book from Madame Su, Sumu stared blankly up at her. Wasn't she supposed to be angry? Why was she bringing the household registration book instead? While Sumu was lost in thought, Madame Su pressed the book into Sumu's hands and meaningfully remarked, My dear, a man like Hua Nanfeng is a treasure to bring home. Your mother supports you. Sumu was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at Su Ling, silently questioning, Aren't you going to do something about your wife? Su Ling shrugged, suppressing a laugh as he replied, My dear, although your father is reluctant to see you marry so young, if your partner is Hua Nanfeng, I will certainly support you. You should ask him to dinner at our home after you get the certificate tomorrow. Sumu chuckled softly, realizing that she had been overly sentimental. Staring at the household registration book in her hands, she suddenly found it somewhat warm to the touch. Ought to thank Fang Xiao, Madame Su mused. She took away Shun Xingze, and you gained Hua Nanfeng. Tomorrow, when you successfully obtain the certificate with the big shot, Fang Xiao will surely be furious. After all, the big shot is the white moonlight in Fang Xiao's heart, the person she most desires to marry. Initially, Su Yanqing was somewhat reluctant to let her sister obtain a marriage certificate with Hua Nanfeng, but after hearing Su Mu's thoughts, she earnestly said, Little sister, I believe you and Mr. Hua are quite compatible. You mustn't be late tomorrow and dress beautifully. Holding the household registration book, Su Mu returned to her room in a daze, reflecting on the plot she now understood. As the female lead, Fang Xiao, besides the antagonist Hua Nanfeng, possessed an aura that captivated everyone around her. As long as she played the victim, men would willingly do her bidding. Currently, it was merely Shun Xingze, but many formidable figures would soon surround Fang Xiao. Knowing this in advance, she should contemplate how to seize Fang Xiao's connections. While pondering how to deal with Fang Xiao, Hua Nanfeng had already returned to the #1 courtyard. Upon entering, he found several of his close friends seated in the living room. Casually tossing his jacket onto the sofa, he inquired, What brings you here? Are you really going to get the certificate with that young lady tomorrow? One of the men who had accompanied Hua Nanfeng to the bar asked with curiosity. Yes. Do you have feelings for her? Tonight, you were quite indulgent with that young lady, allowing her to be affectionate with you. Not necessarily love, but I don't dislike her. Most importantly, she is intriguing, exhibiting a duality. His friends looked at Hua Nanfeng in surprise. Regardless, congratulations are in order. However, how do you plan to address this with the Hua family? They've always hoped for a union, and they will be furious if you suddenly obtain a certificate with someone. I have my own household registration book. Hua Nanfeng replied indifferently. The Hua family? To me, they mean nothing. A few individuals exchanged glances, and one of the elder men spoke. Feel free to share any concerns with us. There is no need for formalities. After a brief stay with Hua Nanfeng, they gradually departed, leaving him in solitude. Reflecting on Su Mu's words, Hua Nanfeng gently touched his lips, a faint smile gracing his face. The idea of having a delicate, pampered wife seemed rather appealing. How delightful it would be to have a pair of obedient children as well. Momentarily lost in thought, he shook his head in resignation, realizing that Su Mu had indeed influenced him. He had begun contemplating matters of offspring. Adjusting his tie, Huan Nanfeng took his coat and ascended the stairs to wash up. Emerging from the bathroom with his upper body bare, a towel wrapped around him. Chapter 009. The certificate droplets of water cascaded down from his still damp hair, gliding along his body before finally disappearing beneath the bath towel. With a towel in hand, he dried his dripping hair and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. Caught in the reflection of the glass, he could not help but reflect on Sumu's innermost thoughts. A subtle smile graced his lips as he tossed the towel aside and turned to the dressing room to don a set of pajamas. Perched at the edge of the bed, he attended to work on his computer for a while before preparing to rest. The following morning, Sumu was awakened at 7 by Mrs. Su. After a refreshing shower, she donned a bathrobe and proceeded to select a dress. She chose a powdery pink, asymmetrical long gown, cinched at the waist with a delicate bow, featuring an alluring back cutout that accentuated her graceful silhouette. Slipping into slippers, she approached the vanity and meticulously applied her makeup, enhancing her features with care, and then let her half-dried hair cascade down. Utilizing a blow-dryer, she styled her hair, curling the ends with a curling iron and securing a small section with a bow clip. Once her makeup and hair were complete, she adorned herself with a pair of pink crystal earrings of varying lengths. Standing before the full-length mirror, Sumu admired her reflection, thoroughly pleased with her appearance for the day. The soft hues satisfied her youthful spirit. Noticing the time, which had surpassed 8 o'clock, she grabbed her handbag, placing her household registration book inside, and hurried downstairs. Upon arrival, she found Huan Nanfeng in the living room, engaged in lively conversation with Su Ling. So early? Sumu tilted her head, observing Huan Nanfeng's animated exchange with Su Ling. Well, had he arrived? Hearing her voice, Huan Nanfeng turned to look at her, and as she stood at the staircase, her curious gaze met his. The youthful charm she radiated stirred an unwelcome feeling of guilt within him, akin to the temptation of enticing a minor. Yet, she was undeniably beautiful. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under his scrutiny, Sumu shot back, "Is my attire strange? Why are you staring at me?" Her retort elicited a chuckle from him as he rose to assess her pastel ensemble, teasingly calling her little one. Irritated, Sumu shot him a glare. "I'm 23. Yes, little one. How I long to strike him. Mumu, hurry and eat. Nanfeng has been waiting for you for quite a while." Su Ling's voice broke through as Sumu contemplated her next move. All right. Seizing the moment while Su Ling was distracted, Sumu cast another glare at Huan Nanfeng. His toothy grin reminded her of a kitten just born, playful yet capable of scratching when annoyed. In Huan Nanfeng's eyes, Sumu embodied this very image. As Sumu entered the dining area, she turned to Huan Nanfeng, who was trailing behind her not too far, and inquired, "Have you eaten?" "I've had my meal. You should eat something." Upon hearing that Huan Nanfeng had already dined, Sumu dismissed him from her thoughts and settled at the dining table, ready to enjoy her breakfast. A bowl of millet porridge, a steamer of dumplings, and several shao mai awaited her. Observing Sumu's adorably puffy cheeks, Huan Nanfeng felt a sudden urge to pinch them. 10 minutes later, Sumu finished her meal and approached Huan Nanfeng. "Shall we go?" Huan Nanfeng nodded, then turned to Su Ling. "Uncle, we shall take our leave." "Go ahead," Su Ling replied. Previously, Su Ling had never interacted with Huan Nanfeng and had assumed he was as difficult to approach as the rumors suggested. However, after meeting him today, she found him to be quite amiable. Though he spoke little, he listened attentively and offered suitable advice, making him a rare gem. Surely, her daughter would find happiness with someone like him. As they got into Huan Nanfeng's car, Sumu tilted her head and asked, "Why didn't you inform me of your arrival?" "I sent you a message, but you didn't reply," he responded. Sumu checked her phone and realized he indeed had messaged her. However, she had been busy showering and hadn't had the chance to look. She flashed an innocent smile at Huan Nanfeng, prompting him to remark, "You're quite foolish. Speaking like that might leave you without a husband." Huan Nanfeng fastened Sumu's seatbelt and, unfazed by her childish banter, replied, "One wife is sufficient for me. I desire no more." Sumu was at a loss for words. Was this akin to shooting herself in the foot? Throughout the journey, she engaged Huan Nanfeng in conversation. Despite his reticence, he never let her words fall to the ground, which only deepened her appreciation for him. A true gentleman, far superior to that scoundrel Xinxingzi, polite and cultured. Hua Nanfeng glanced at Sumu, ignoring her overly animated thoughts, yet it was evident that she held disdain for Xinxingzi. Sumu had been in high spirits that day, adorned with exquisite makeup, looking splendid as she was about to obtain a marriage certificate with the heroine's white moonlight. However, upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau and spotting someone standing outside, her brows furrowed. A lingering specter. Following Sumu's gaze, Hua Nanfeng observed a woman, dressed like a delicate flower, standing there. This was the heroine Sumu had mentioned. "Let us go," Hua Nanfeng said, finding a spot to park the car. Sumu nodded and opened the car door to step out. Hua Nanfeng exited and walked to her side, taking her soft hand in his, and together they made their way toward the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. As Sumu turned to look at Hua Nanfeng, she suddenly smiled, holding his hand and walking alongside him into the hall. Fang Xiao had initially come merely to observe if they truly intended to register their marriage. When she noticed they were late, she felt pleased, believing Hua Nanfeng would surely find someone like Sumu unworthy. However, the next moment, she saw Hua Nanfeng approaching, hand in hand with Sumu. "Mr. Hua," Fang Xiao quickly approached as they neared. "Please wait. I have something to discuss with you." Seeing that Hua Nanfeng ignored her, Fang Xiao steeled herself and stepped in front of him, arms outstretched. Hua Nanfeng looked at Fang Xiao coldly, his eyes filled with impatience. "You're obstructing." Unable to contain her laughter, Sumu noticed Fang Xiao looking their way and, with her free hand, linked her arm through Hua Nanfeng's, resting her head gently on his shoulder. "Fang Xiao, are you here to obtain a marriage certificate with Xinxingzi? Why is he not by your side?" Fang Xiao gazed at the close bond between Sumu and Hua Nanfeng, her eyes tinged with jealousy. Damn that Sumu. What right does she have to obtain a certificate with Hua Nanfeng? If anyone should marry him, it should be me. Listening to Fang Xiao's intensely envious thoughts, Sumu felt a sense of satisfaction. Gently swaying Hua Nanfeng's arm, she playfully said, "You mustn't make me wake up so early in the future. I'm so sleepy." Hua Nanfeng reached out to ruffle Sumu's hair, replying, "After we obtain the certificate, we can rest at home for a while." Chapter 010. The Disdain. "Oh dear. Don't touch my hair. You've completely messed up my hairstyle," Sumu exclaimed, her hair resembling that of a frazzled kitten. Hua Nanfeng stifled a laugh as he observed her disheveled locks and reached out to tidy them. "Let us head inside. It will be crowded soon." Throughout the encounter, Hua Nanfeng didn't cast a glance at Fang Xiao. With a smile, Sumu turned to Fang Xiao and said, "You can wait for Xinxingzi at your leisure. I'll go in with him first. Farewell." Just as Fang Xiao opened her mouth to retort, Hua Nanfeng, eager to leave, took Sumu's hand and led her through a side door, deliberately avoiding Fang Xiao. Standing at the entrance, Fang Xiao watched helplessly as the two entered to obtain their number, then proceeded to the adjacent hospital for a premarital examination, eventually emerging with their marriage certificate. When she saw Sumu and Hua Nanfeng exiting with the red booklet, she felt an overwhelming urge to rush over, snatch the marriage certificate from Sumu, and throw it to the ground. "Is there something you need to fetch from home?" Sumu asked, astonished, as she gazed at Hua Nanfeng. "You want me to go home for clothes while you haven't even bought me any? Surely, he can't be that stingy?" Hua Nanfeng suddenly felt a headache coming on. His newlywed wife seemed somewhat dim-witted. Pinching Sumu's cheek, he said irritably, "I was referring to your computer and such. Do you need to retrieve it? Just buy me a new one," Sumu replied mischievously, intending to provoke Fang Xiao. "Let us head to the mall now and see what we like, especially your toiletries and cosmetics." He lived alone, and the servants didn't reside in the same building. So there were indeed no personal items for women at his place. "All right," Sumu said, pulling Hua Nanfeng's hand and hurrying away, completely ignoring Fang Xiao beside them. "You vile creature, Sumu, I shall not let you off easily." Sumu turned her head to glance at Fang Xiao, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Not letting me off? We shall see." Hua Nanfeng frowned, turning to Fang Xiao, noticing the hatred in her gaze directed at Sumu. He looked down at the girl beside him, realizing that she had quite the knack for inciting animosity. "Why pay attention to a mere clown?" he said, turning Sumu's head back towards him. Sumu blinked, feeling quite amused. Isn't that why they call you the antagonist? Does the female lead as charm hold no sway over the villain? Charming? Huan Nanfeng furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the girl next to him. Was Fang Xiao truly more attractive than Sumu? Ignoring the teetering Fang Xiao, Nanfeng took Sumu's hand and departed, leaving Fang Xiao alone at the Civil Affairs Bureau, heartbroken. She adored Huan Nanfeng, yet he had the audacity to label her a clown. Did Huan Nanfeng have such fondness for Sumu? Her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her skin, oblivious to the pain. Was Sumu reveling in her triumph? Fang Xiao vowed that she would ensure that Sumu would never bask in pride. On their way to the mall, Sumu tilted her head and asked Huan Nanfeng, "Would you like to have dinner at my house? Go ahead and let my parents know that I will be moving in with you," Huan Nanfeng said nonchalantly. Sumu blinked, surprised by his familiarity. Living with someone like him has its advantages. Fang Xiao will undoubtedly send someone to watch me, granting her an opportunity to go insane. Yet, it is astonishing how quickly he has become so familiar with me. Huan Nanfeng felt a vain throb at his temple, convinced that if he continued to linger with Sumu, she might end up abandoning him. Fortunately, Sumu quickly dismissed her chaotic thoughts. Upon arriving at the mall, the first stop for Sumu was a store selling cosmetics and skincare products. She selected her usual skincare items and makeup. Just as she was about to pay, a hand reached out beside her, holding a card. "Use this," he said. Sumu took the card and waved it at Huan Nanfeng, declaring, "I won't hold back. I intend to max out your card." Huan Nanfeng nodded. "That is quite ambitious of you." "Are you mocking me?" "Not at all," she replied with a hum. And just as she was about to grab her items, Huan Nanfeng provided an address, instructing, "Have the items delivered there." "Yes, sir." After purchasing skincare products, Sumu visited a furniture store to acquire slippers, a toothbrush, and other essentials. Once she had gathered these miscellaneous items, she proceeded to the clothing store to buy clothes. Ultimately, she felt guilty and ended up purchasing several sets of loungewear and casual outfits for Huan Nanfeng as well. "Let us head home for dinner," Sumu said, pulling Huan Nanfeng along. After today, she felt that Huan Nanfeng was truly wonderful, having accompanied her for so long without a hint of fatigue. Upon returning home, Mrs. Su had already prepared a meal, and the two of them washed their hands before sitting down to eat. At the dining table, Huan Nanfeng shared the news of Sumu moving in with him to the Su family. Although they had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed still brought a touch of disappointment. "Mom, we will come back for dinner when we have time. Staying a few days is fine," Sumu said, casting a glance at Huan Nanfeng, hoping he would back her up. "Mumu is right. We will visit often," he added. With both of them affirming it, Mrs. Su could not press further and nodded with a smile. "All right, but make sure to come back for meals." After dinner, they stayed at home until evening before preparing to leave. While packing, Huan Nanfeng followed Sumu to her room. As he expected, her room was adorned in soft pink hues, creating a cozy atmosphere, quite unlike his own gray and white decor. Sumu had purchased many items that day. She casually gathered a couple of changes of clothes and a pair of her frequently worn jewelry pieces before departing with Huan Nanfeng. Upon arriving at the villa in one courtyard, Sumu stepped into the room and disdainfully remarked, "Your room resembles a model home, so devoid of warmth. With such a large balcony, you have left it completely bare. It's a sheer waste." Huan Nanfeng crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, watching Sumu as she busily explored her surroundings, occasionally catching snippets of her critiques. When she drew closer, he pulled her in front of him and asked with a smile, "So you really dislike it that much?" Sumu nodded vigorously, clearly expressing her disdain. Huan Nanfeng placed the card he had just swiped into Sumu's hand and softly remarked, "You may alter it as you wish." "Really? You have no objections to whatever I choose?" Sumu gazed at Huan Nanfeng with eager eyes, sparkling with anticipation. Huan Nanfeng smiled and nodded. "As long as it's not overly pink, I am agreeable." Sumu stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. How could she possibly make it entirely pink? Just the thought of Huan Nanfeng nestled beneath a blanket of soft pink made her shiver with a mix of amusement and discomfort. "What are you thinking?" His smile appeared somewhat teasing. Stepping back several paces to create distance between them, Sumu finally confessed, I was pondering what it would be like to see you sleeping under a delightfully pink blanket. Chapter 011. Mrs. Hua. I do not accept a marriage of convenience. Hua Nanfeng regarded the person standing a few steps away from him, his brow arched in intrigue. As Sumu turned to flee, he swiftly closed the distance, wrapping an arm around her waist and drawing her back to him. Sumu placed her hands against Hua Nanfeng's chest, gazing intently at his handsome face. What do you intend to do? Compared to what I've told you, I'm far more curious about how you appear lying in my bed. Before Sumu could fully comprehend his words, she found herself tumbling onto the bed. Staring up at the figure looming over her, she stammered, "You." Hua Nanfeng observed the flustered Sumu, a smile dancing in his eyes. "Are you still pretending to be coy?" Sumu paused for a moment, then hastily shook her head. "I dare not." Suddenly, Hua Nanfeng leaned closer to Sumu. Amidst the subtle sound of his breath near her ear, Sumu, emboldened by an unknown courage, wrapped her arms around Hua Nanfeng's neck and leaned in to kiss him. Initially, Hua Nanfeng had merely intended to tease Sumu, but he was taken aback by her audacity. Just as Sumu attempted to pull away after the brief kiss, Hua Nanfeng grasped the back of her head, deepening the embrace. When Sumu felt slightly dazed from the kiss, Hua Nanfeng slowly released her. Sumu stared at him, bewildered, instinctively reaching out to touch Hua Nanfeng's face, murmuring, "What about our agreement on being gay?" Hua Nanfeng narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in his gaze as he asked, "What did you say?" Suddenly realizing her slip, Sumu shook her head vigorously, denying she had said anything. "Oh no, how did I let my true feelings slip out?" Hua Nanfeng chuckled, amused at the notion of being labeled as gay. Today he would show Sumu precisely what kind of love he embodied. Unaware that she had caught Hua Nanfeng's attention, Sumu, noticing their precarious position, pushed him away, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "You stay away from me." Hua Nanfeng leisurely stood up, straightening his slightly disheveled clothing, contemplating to delay further discussions until later. Once Hua Nanfeng departed, Sumu finally exhaled in relief. Touching her slightly sore lips, she couldn't help but smile, thinking, if Feng Xiao finds out, she'll probably be furious for days. An idea struck her, and she sat up from the bed, grabbing her phone to browse her contacts. Upon noticing that she hadn't blocked Feng Xiao's number, a sly smile crept onto her lips, conceiving a plan to provoke her. Casting her phone aside, Sumu began to tidy up the items she had purchased earlier that day. As she organized her belongings, Hua Nanfeng entered carrying a glass of milk. Placing it on the vanity, "Drink the milk." "All right," Sumu replied without looking up. Hua Nanfeng shook his head in exasperation and turned to take a shower. Once Sumu had finished organizing her things, she spotted the milk on the side, picked it up, and sipped it slowly. Just as she took the last sip, Hua Nanfeng emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel, his upper body bare. His 8-pack abs and V-line left Sumu momentarily speechless. The rumors were indeed true. The physique of a formidable antagonist was truly exceptional. As Sumu gazed intently at him, Hua Nanfeng strolled over leisurely, stopping in front of her to inquire, "Is it pleasing to the eye?" Sumu instinctively nodded, "Indeed it is." Hua Nanfeng chuckled at her obedient demeanor, playfully tapping her forehead. "You little vixen." Sumu covered her head with her hand, retorting, "You're my husband now, so what is the problem? You can't walk out without clothes and not let me see, you miser." Realization dawned on Hua Nanfeng as he scrutinized Sumu, suddenly leaning closer to ask, "In the spirit of reciprocity, may I not behold you as well?" Sumu widened her eyes in disbelief, noticing his gaze fixated on her chest, and quickly raised her hands to shield herself. You rogue. Since you label me a rogue, it would seem unjust not to follow through." As Hua Nanfeng advanced step by step towards her, Sumu panicked, pushing him away and dashing toward the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower." Watching Sumu flee in haste, Hua Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that agreeing to obtain a marriage certificate with this little girl was indeed a wise decision. Teasing her was rather entertaining. Hearing the laughter behind her, Sumu quickened her pace. After her shower, when she sought her sleepwear, she realized she hadn't brought any clothes into the bathroom, and the towel was too small to wear outside without risking exposure. As she pondered her predicament, her gaze fell upon a black shirt resting nearby. Surely, he wouldn't mind if I borrowed the big boss's shirt, Sumu mumbled to herself. After deliberating for a while, she finally grabbed the shirt and slipped it on, intending to find her sleepwear afterward. Once she had dried her hair in the bathroom, she emerged. Hearing the bathroom door open, Huan'anfeng, who was seated on the bed reading, turned his head and immediately noticed Sumu in his shirt. The top 2 buttons were undone, revealing her delicate collarbone. The oversized shirt slid slightly, exposing her shoulder, and its length reached just above her thighs, presenting an innocent yet alluring appearance. Feeling Huan'anfeng's unwavering gaze upon her, Sumu grew anxious and stammered an explanation. I didn't bring my sleepwear in, so. As she spoke, Huan'anfeng lifted the covers and rose from the bed, approaching Sumu. He bent down, effortlessly scooping her up in his arms and returning to the bedside, placing her gently on the bed. Noticing Huan'anfeng's expression, Sumu suddenly felt a twinge of fear. I'll sleep in the next room. As she tried to rise, Huan'anfeng pressed her back down onto the bed. Mrs. Hua, your husband does not accept a platonic marriage. Originally, Huan'anfeng had no intentions of pursuing anything with Sumu that day, but upon seeing her standing there in his shirt, barefoot and shyly looking at him, he could no longer resist. You. Huan'anfeng leaned over her, his lips close to her ear, softly murmuring, from now on, wear this in the room. I enjoy the view. Sumu gazed wide-eyed at Huan'anfeng, just about to speak when her lips were silenced. She gently patted Huan'anfeng's back a few times, a gesture so light that it was barely perceptible to him, almost ticklish. Madam Hua, if you wish to rise from bed tomorrow, refrain from teasing me at this hour, he remarked. Frustrated, Sumu yearned to retort, yet Huan'anfeng offered her no opportunity. As exhaustion enveloped her, she softly pushed against Huan'anfeng's chest, her voice hoarse as she declared, I wish to sleep. Huan'anfeng leaned down, planting a tender kiss on Sumu's face, one more time, and then you may rest. As Huan'anfeng finally relented, Sumu found herself too weary to lift a single finger. Let it be known, should anyone dare to label my husband as homosexual, I shall ensure their words are rendered utterly ineffective. Chapter 012, only visible to Feng Xiao, Huan'anfeng, attuned to Sumu's innermost thoughts, chuckled softly. His deep, resonant laughter prompted Sumu to furrow her brows and murmur, it's so noisy. Huan'anfeng then donned a nearby robe, cradling Sumu as he led her to the bathroom for a bath. While she luxuriated in the tub, he stepped out to change the bedding and fetched a shirt from the wardrobe, one he had never worn, before returning to the bathroom. After shedding his robe, he joined her in the tub, wrapping his arms around her to assist in her cleansing. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Sumu burrowed closer into Huan'anfeng's embrace and protested. Don't touch me. He soothingly pressed a kiss to her neck, tenderly washed and dried her, and only after she was clothed did he carry her out. As soon as he placed Sumu on the bed, she turned over and fell into a deep slumber. Huan'anfeng planted a gentle kiss on her face before retreating to the bathroom himself. Half an hour later, he returned to bed, gathering Sumu into his arms, inhaling the familiar scent of the shower gel they both used. Despite his initial difficulty in drifting off, he soon succumbed to sleep. When morning arrived, Huan'anfeng awoke to find Sumu draped over him, one hand resting on his shoulder and a leg sprawled across his body, leaving him with a slight headache. Carefully, he extricated himself from her grasp, rising quietly to dress for work. Before departing, he returned to the bedside and placed a tender kiss on Sumu's forehead. Once downstairs, he summoned the housekeeper, instructing, Madam is still asleep in her room. Do not disturb her until she awakens. Also, please prepare some breakfast, Chinese cuisine, not Western. Understood, sir. On his way to the office, Huan'anfeng sent a message to Sumu. Upon arriving at the company, he transformed into a stern figure, his demeanor serious. Yet, as he passed through the halls, his colleagues gazed at him in astonishment. Once he had left, hushed whispers ensued. Did I see that correctly? Is there a mark on the president's neck? Do we have a lady? In his office, his assistant entered, outlining the day's agenda, while casting furtive glances at Huan'anfeng's neck. Is there something you need? Huan'anfeng inquired, noticing the assistant's persistent scrutiny for the 10th time. From this angle, the assistant could see more clearly. Not only was there a mark on Hua Nanfeng's neck, but beneath his Adam's apple lay a faint bite mark. President, your neck. Hua Nanfeng casually brushed his fingers against his neck. It's nothing, continue. The bite mark was a remnant of last night's passionate encounter with Sumu, the result of her exasperation, while the kiss mark was similarly inflicted. He had noticed it that morning while grooming, but chose not to cover it up. Is it the madam? The assistant could not contain his curiosity. Hua Nanfeng tossed the documents onto his desk and fixed the inquisitive assistant with a gaze. Who else would it be? The assistant recoiled slightly, dissuaded from further prying, and proceeded to report on the day's tasks. He retrieved the documents he had set aside and resumed his perusal, announcing, "Let us move the meeting forward. Everyone to the conference room." Understood. After the assistant left, Hua Nanfeng took out his phone to message Sumu, but received no reply. Realizing she was still asleep, he refrained from disturbing her and proceeded to the conference room. During the meeting, the senior executives of the company kept stealing glances at Hua Nanfeng's neck. He rapped lightly on the table, stating, "I summoned you here for a meeting, not for you to gawk at me." The executives hastily lowered their heads and resumed their work reports. Hua Nanfeng listened intently while perusing documents. Once all reports were concluded, he spoke. "Please submit the acquisition proposal promptly. The finance department must collaborate with other divisions to ensure that the acquisition does not impede other projects." As the meeting adjourned, Hua Nanfeng's phone buzzed with a message from Sumu. "Hua Nanfeng, you shameless man. Wasn't it you who started this? What is wrong with me glancing at you? It won't cost you anything," he replied. Sumu was quite irate, having woken up to find numerous love bites on her neck, which she could hardly conceal before facing anyone. "You're right, but did you lose anything?" Hua Nanfeng's words carried an undertone. "Hua Nanfeng, I am your wife. How could you let this happen to me?" Sumu was thoroughly vexed, deeming him insufferable. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, Hua Nanfeng exited the meeting, casually remarking, "And yet you dare to complain. Do you have any idea how many people have been staring at me since I arrived at the company?" "Staring at you for what?" Sumu queried, perplexed, because a little kitten with sharp teeth was rather mischievous last night. While speaking, he snapped a photo of the bite marks and love bites on his neck and sent it to Sumu, sitting cross-legged on her bed. Sumu opened the photo Hua Nanfeng had sent. Unable to stifle her laughter at the unmistakable marks on his neck, she finally composed herself, saying, "This has nothing to do with me. My name is Sumu, not little kitten." "Well, you're not. So have you risen to eat? I had the housekeeper prepare breakfast for you. I haven't eaten. It's all your fault. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone. Today, you'll only see the housekeeper. They won tea be going out. There are just a few people. Since I entered the company, I've been under scrutiny from the employees," Hua Nanfeng replied, sitting in a chair and putting the call on speaker as he continued to work. Hearing that Hua Nanfeng seemed to be in an embarrassing situation brought Sumu some joy. "In light of your embarrassment today, I shall forgive you. I'm off to have breakfast." "Go ahead," he replied. Once Hua Nanfeng departed the conference room, the remaining attendees exchanged glances, and one man, who had been chastised by Hua Nanfeng over a proposal that had failed to pass, could not contain his curiosity any longer. "Is that really our president? This is quite gentle of him." "Gentleness is reserved for the wife. Let us not delude ourselves," another responded. "That is true. Yet the president and his wife seem to share a close bond." "Discussing the president's gossip? Do you all wish to get yourselves in trouble?" The assistant interjected, eyeing the gossiping executives with annoyance. They were not the wife, and thus could not expect such tender treatment from the president. Clearing his throat, a senior executive quickly concocted an excuse to exit. Sumu ended the call with Hua Nanfeng and, while preparing to wash up in the bathroom, intended to conceal the marks on her neck with some concealer. After struggling for quite some time without success, she ultimately decided to abandon the effort and wiped off all the concealer. Gazing at the love bite on her neck, adorned in Hua Nanfeng's shirt, her eyes darted around with mischief. It seemed rather unreasonable to miss such an opportunity to provoke Feng Xiao. Leaning against the wash basin, Sumu posted the photo she had just taken on her moments, restricting visibility to only Feng Xiao. After sending it, she leisurely made her way to the dressing room to change clothes before heading downstairs for dinner. "Feng Xiao, infuriated by the news of Sumu and Huan Nanfeng obtaining their marriage certificate, had barely slept the entire night. Upon waking and checking her phone, she saw Sumu's post. As she opened it, her fury nearly caused her to spit blood. She hurled her phone to the ground in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Sumu, you wretched woman." Chapter 013. Common knowledge, even though her phone had been lost, Fang Xiao could not help but recall the image of Sumu. The unmistakable hickeys on her neck and a shirt that unmistakably belonged to a man. It was evident what had transpired between them the previous night. The mere thought of her beloved white moonlight entangled with a woman like Sumu filled her with anguish. Clenching her fists, Fang Xiao gritted her teeth and resolved, "I cannot remain passive. I must reveal to Huan Nanfeng the true nature of Sumu." With this thought, Fang Xiao gathered her belongings and made her way to the Hua group to confront Huan Nanfeng. On the way, she purchased a new phone and preserved that incriminating photograph. Arriving at the reception of the Hua group, she confidently addressed the elevated receptionist. "I wish to see President Hua." The receptionist inquired, "Do you have an appointment, miss?" Fang Xiao furrowed her brow and replied, "I do not have an appointment. I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you cannot enter," the receptionist said with a polite smile. Just as Fang Xiao was about to respond, Huan Nanfeng emerged from the elevator, engaged in conversation with his assistant, who diligently recorded notes on a tablet. Seeing him, Fang Xiao's eyes brightened, and she rushed to position herself before him. "President Hua, hello. I am Sumu's sister." Huan Nanfeng cast a brief glance at Fang Xiao and coldly remarked, "It seems my wife has but one brother, not a sister." He recognized her as the so-called female lead in Sumu's narrative, the repugnant woman who idealized him as her white moonlight. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Fang Xiao, determined to unveil Sumu's true self to Huan Nanfeng, gritted her teeth and presented the photograph she had saved. "President Hua, look at Sumu. She is spreading rumors about you in such a manner." Huan Nanfeng glanced at the image on Fang Xiao's phone, his brow furrowing. Sensing her smug satisfaction, he realized that Huan Nanfeng was not a shallow man. "Why would you show me a photo of my wife just waking up?" Huan Nanfeng expressed his discontent. And such an alluring image at that. The absence of Sumu's photo on his own phone led him to the conclusion that she had intentionally sent it to Fang Xiao to provoke her. He would have to confront her about this later. The thought of Sumu in a state of passion intrigued him. Fang Xiao anticipated Huan Nanfeng would be furious and would berate Sumu, but the reality was far from her expectations. The assistant, noticing Huan Nanfeng's lack of interest in Fang Xiao, cleared his throat and said, "President, if we don't leave now, we will be late." "Let us go," Huan Nanfeng replied. As they reached the entrance, he suddenly turned to the receptionist and instructed, "From now on, if this person returns, prevent her from entering." "Understood." The two young receptionists exchanged glances and promptly nodded. Fang Xiao attempted to interject, but the assistant blocked her path, casting a warning glance. "Miss, please do not disturb our boss." With no other recourse, Fang Xiao could only watch helplessly as Huan Nanfeng departed. The two receptionists whispered to each other. "I thought she genuinely knew the boss, but it seems he completely ignored her. We all have a mistress now. How could the boss possibly entangle himself with such a person? What nonsense are you spouting?" Fang Xiao exclaimed indignantly upon hearing the receptionist at the Hua group. How could someone like Huan Nanfeng discuss having a wife at the company? Who spread such rumors? Does anyone in our company not know that the boss came to work today bearing marks of a kiss and teeth? He shares a strong bond with our mistress. Do not attempt to undermine their relationship. The receptionist warned. Is it easy for our boss to find a wife? Those from the secretarial office upstairs mentioned that today, even when they made mistakes, he did not scold them. It was not like this when there was no mistress around. He would have reprimanded you severely for any error in his presence. Now that he has a wife, life has become much more bearable for them. Anyone daring to disrupt the bond between the boss and his wife would be considered their enemy. Moreover, that woman does not appear to be virtuous at all. Fang Xiao, upon hearing the receptionist's words, thought she must have misheard and incredulously asked, "What? What did you say? How could someone like Huan Nanfeng possibly come to work with marks of a kiss and teeth? They must be fabricating stories." The receptionist, uninterested in Fang Xiao's disbelief, Retrieved a photo taken surreptitiously from upstairs. See for yourself. Fang Xiao gazed at the image of Huan Nanfeng, the kiss mark on his neck glaringly evident. She could not recall how she left the whole group. Upon seeing the photo sent by Sumu, she had always assumed it was deliberately shown to her. Only upon arriving at the whole group did she realize she was merely a fool. The receptionist, witnessing Fang Xiao's departure, exchanged glances and remarked, "Does she think she can vie for the boss's affections with the mistress?" Inform assistant Song to caution the boss. The two sent a message to Huan Nanfeng's assistant regarding the matter. Just as the assistant was about to speak, Huan Nanfeng picked up his phone to make a call. "Madam Hua, shouldn't such private photos be shown to me, your husband? Showing them to outsiders is one thing, but using me as a shield is rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree?" Huan Nanfeng's tone was casual, devoid of any sense of accusation, rather resembling displeasure over Sumu sending the photo to Fang Xiao. Sumu, who was enjoying her breakfast, suddenly became intrigued. "So Fang Xiao really did come to the company to see you? How else would I know?" Sumu laughed heartily, appearing in high spirits, which only served to irritate Huan Nanfeng. "Using me? You're my husband. What's wrong with utilizing you a bit?" Her unapologetic retort prompted Huan Nanfeng to ponder. "Are you certain you do not regret it?" "Why would I regret it?" Sumu found Huan Nanfeng's question perplexing. Having already committed to this action, what was there to regret? Knowing that Fang Xiao sought out Huan Nanfeng brought Sumu immense pleasure. Surely, Fang Xiao must be furious right now. "Remember what you said. I have a collaboration to discuss, so I shall hang up now." Without further thought, Sumu ended the call and opened her contacts, discovering that Fang Xiao had indeed unleashed a torrent of unflattering remarks. The most frequently uttered phrase is how shameless one can be. "Fang Xiao, did you visit my husband's company to gauge the depth of our marital bond?" Sumu replied to Fang Xiao with a voice message, her languid and husky tone igniting jealousy in Fang Xiao's eyes. Why is she not the one by Huan Nanfeng's side? "Sumu, what is there for you to be so proud of? Sooner or later, he will cast you aside. To your dismay, we are legally recognized as husband and wife. Even if he were to abandon me, I would still secure a substantial fortune upon our divorce." Chapter 014. Writing scripts and seeking investment, Sumu had an acute understanding of what Fang Xiao cherished, and her words pierced the heart. Enraged, Fang Xiao called, and as soon as Sumu answered, she unleashed a torrent of rebuke. "Sumu, how can you be so shameless? It is not like you at all." In the face of Fang Xiao's overwhelming emotion, Sumu smiled and replied, "He is my husband. Do you really believe that Huan Nanfeng has any genuine affection for you? He is merely toying with you. He shares a bed with me at night, and I can embrace him as I sleep," Sumu said leisurely. The moment these words left her lips, Fang Xiao erupted, hurling a barrage of insults. Sumu set her phone aside, allowing Fang Xiao to vent her impotent rage on the other end. When silence finally fell, Sumu picked up the phone again and said, "Fang Xiao, you are fond of my husband, aren't you? It's a pity he does not reciprocate your feelings. Even if he doesn't tea like you, he has already married me. What do you think Shen Xingzi would feel if he knew your heart was wandering elsewhere?" In her attempt to provoke Fang Xiao, Sumu did not forget to sow discord between her and Shen Xingzi. "Why must you compete with me? Why don't you just disappear?" Fang Xiao spat bitterly. "How could someone as despicable as you, who has usurped another's place, perish while I remain?" Sumu retorted without reservation. If there is nothing more, I shall hang up," she concluded before severing the call and promptly blocking Fang Xiao. After being cut off, when Fang Xiao tried to call back, no one answered. Furthermore, the line was unreachable, making her realize that Sumu had indeed blocked her. Raising her hand in a fit of rage, she contemplated smashing her phone but remembered it was a new purchase. Suppressing her fury, Fang Xiao dialed another number. "Help me investigate Sumu." "Yes, find out who she has met and when she got acquainted with Huan Nanfeng." Once she received the information, she hung up, satisfied, before she could dwell on her thoughts. Her phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, disappointment washed over her. Why wasn't he at Huan Nanfeng? If only she were the one married to him. How wonderful that would be. Despite her yearning for Huan Nanfeng, she did not neglect Shen Xingzi. Now that she had been cast out by the Su family, she could only rely on Shen Xingzi to maintain her foothold in the Fong household. Until she completely secured Hua Nanfeng, she could not afford to abandon Shen Xingze, not at least for the time being. Hello, Xingze. Yeah, where are you? I'm coming to pick you up to meet someone. Shen Xingze's voice brimmed with excitement. Fong Xiao felt a tinge of disdain, but gently provided him with an address. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Xingze appeared before Fong Xiao, his face radiant with a smile. Yao, didn't you express a desire to act? I've contacted a director who has a role available in an upcoming drama for you. Upon hearing this, Fong Xiao affectionately linked her arm with Shen Xingze's, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Xingze, is that true? After the moment of joy, Fong Xiao hesitated and inquired, Xingze, do you think it is appropriate for you to contact the director on my behalf? Moreover, isn't it a matter of concern that the Su family is withdrawing their engagement with the Shen family today? Are you truly unconcerned about not returning? Shen Xingze replied with a cold laugh. I have long wished to dissolve this engagement. Who would be fond of someone like Sumu, a mere country bumpkin? Although I received a scolding from my family today, being able to sever ties with Sumu is, for me, a most favorable outcome. Without the constraints of the engagement, I can openly be with Yao. Fong Xiao felt a surge of pride within her, yet she feigned remorse, saying, Xingze, I am so sorry. If it were not for me, you would not have had to withdraw from your engagement with Sumu, and you would not have faced the reprimand. It matters not. Now that the engagement is dissolved, we can always be together, Shen Xingze said, holding Fong Xiao with deep affection. Though Fong Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort, she was nonetheless moved and replied, Xingze, you are truly wonderful to me. I will take you to meet the director first, and I will also ensure you receive some future resources. Shen Xingze looked at Fong Xiao and nodded, and together they met with the director. The director, pleased with Fong Xiao's beauty and performance, nodded in approval. Then, Miss Fong will take the role of the third female lead. The third female lead? Although Fong Xiao felt somewhat dissatisfied, she did not express it outwardly and instead smiled to express her gratitude. Thank you, director, for this opportunity. The director merely smiled in silence. Had it not been for the favor of the Shen family's heir, this role would not have been granted, as there were many others who surpassed Fong Xiao in both looks and talent. Once the contract was signed, Shen Xingze took Fong Xiao out to celebrate. I initially aimed to secure you the first or second female lead, but those roles are already filled and their backers are formidable. For now, you must settle for the third female lead. Once this production is completed, it will be much simpler to find you additional opportunities, Shen Xingze explained, concerned that Fong Xiao might feel discontented with the arrangement. Fong Xiao then comprehended why Shen Xingze had only procured the third female lead for her. Xingze, thank you. I will certainly perform well and will not bring you shame. I believe in you, he replied. Upon receiving the script, Fong Xiao immediately began to delve into her role, resolutely determined to achieve great success. Once she became famous, dealing with Sumu, regardless of her connections, would become a far simpler affair. When Sumu learned of Fong Xiao's intention to join the production, she was somewhat taken aback, noticing Shen Xingze's generous support towards Fong Xiao. That evening, Hua Nanfeng returned home to find Sumu typing away on her computer. Perhaps hearing his footsteps, she glanced over her shoulder and said, You're back. Hua Nanfeng seated himself beside Sumu and inquired about her work. What are you doing? Writing a script, Sumu replied, her hands never ceasing their motion. Are you interested in that? If I finish it, would you consider investing? Sumu leaned closer to Hua Nanfeng and asked. After glancing at the script and finding it satisfactory, Hua Nanfeng queried, What do I gain from this? Sumu tilted her head and, leaning in, planted a kiss on Hua Nanfeng's cheek. Is this benefit sufficient? Hua Nanfeng tilted his head, gazing at Sumu, pondering whether he had perhaps been too lenient. The big shot is surprisingly hard to deceive. Why won't he acquiesce? If he refuses, should I resort to seduction? As he listened to Sumu's inner thoughts, Hua Nanfeng found himself growing increasingly intrigued. With a composed demeanor, he observed Sumu, eager to see what she might do to persuade him to endorse her investment proposal. Sumu surveyed the surroundings, set her computer aside, and suddenly wrapped her arms around Hua Nanfeng's neck. using the momentum to perch herself on his lap. Fixing her gaze intently into his eyes, she whimsically swayed her arms and implored, "Darling, I beg you." Chapter 15. Your husband is a businessman. The pitiful appearance of Sumu made Hua Nanfeng feel a twinge of sympathy. He reached out to embrace her and stood up, making his way upstairs. Confused, Sumu gazed at Hua Nanfeng and asked, "What are you doing?" "I suddenly remembered there are some accounts we need to settle," Hua Nanfeng replied leisurely. Upon hearing this, Sumu instantly recalled how she had taken advantage of Hua Nanfeng and struggled to free herself from his grasp. "You, let me go." Hua Nanfeng leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Call me husband once more. Let me hear it." When Sumu sweetly addressed him as her husband, it ignited a desire within him. She looked at him incredulously, realizing he was a domineering CEO, not just an insignificant character. I'm hungry," Sumu stated, wary of provoking Hua Nanfeng today. "I'm hungry too," Hua Nanfeng replied with a hint of implication. "Wasn't I supposed to seek his investment for the script? How did it turn into a case of lamb entering a tiger's den?" Suppressing a chuckle, Hua Nanfeng carried Sumu back to their room, surveying the unchanged space before raising an eyebrow. "Weren't you going to redecorate the room?" She shot him a glare, her neck bearing the marks of his earlier affection. She had no intention of stepping outside. The thought of being seen would be mortifying. Noticing the sorrowful look on Sumu's face, Hua Nanfeng's gaze fell upon her neck, and he couldn't help but laugh, leaning down to nibble at her skin. Sumu widened her eyes in shock. "Are you still biting me? You could bite back. I wouldn't mind. Who would want to bite back? How shameless." Hua Nanfeng chose not to dispute with her and carried her into the room, disregarding her protests as he gently pushed her onto the bed. With a tender caress of her face, he softly inquired, "How shall we settle the score for that vile woman who tried to provoke me? Who told her to like you? If she wants to provoke someone, why not you?" Sumu retorted boldly. Hua Nanfeng nodded, not contesting her words. Instead, he leaned down to kiss her. "In that case, is it too much to ask for some benefits?" Sumu was about to respond, but Hua Nanfeng preempted her, and in a playful gesture, she bit down on his shoulder. Hua Nanfeng squinted at her. "Wife, do you still want dinner tonight?" Caught off guard by Sumu's sudden fierceness, she was left speechless before she could protest. Hua Nanfeng held Sumu close, allowing her to rest atop him. Sumu, with a soft voice, remarked, "You're quite difficult to bully. Helping your wife should come without a price. How can you be so stingy? And yet, you call yourself a CEO." Hua Nanfeng grasped her hand, preventing her mischief, and kissed her palm before saying, "Your husband is a businessman. Then I'll take your money," Sumu retorted, puffing her cheeks in indignation. He typically exhibited a composed demeanor, but within the confines of their room, he was a sight to behold. "Your husband only responds to seduction," he teased. Sumu stared at Hua Nanfeng, astonished, as she playfully pinched his cheek, wondering if he had been swapped for someone else. "I'm going abroad for a business trip the day after tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" Hua Nanfeng proposed, wishing to take her along. "I have no intention of accompanying you. A business trip with you surely bodes ill." To this, Hua Nanfeng remained unfazed, for there is ample time ahead. Suddenly, Sumu had a thought. Propping herself up with a hand on Hua Nanfeng's chest, and reluctantly said, "You haven't mentioned whether you wish to invest." Gazing at the person before him, blissfully unaware of the allure she exuded, Hua Nanfeng abruptly drew her closer, flipping her beneath him. "You are Mrs. Hua, and I possess the means to allocate my resources as I desire." Before Sumu could revel in the moment, she found herself entranced by Hua Nanfeng's gaze. When Sumu awoke in the morning, Hua Nanfeng was still beside her, engrossed in a foreign book. Observing the man seated next to her, Sumu felt a touch of confusion. "Why haven't you gone to work yet?" Hua Nanfeng casually set the book aside and embraced her. "I have a business trip tomorrow. Today I rest. Shall we take a stroll?" "Not a chance," she replied, unwilling to step outside before the marks on her neck faded. "What if I take you to explore the villa?" She reluctantly acquiesced, and they both freshened up and dressed before heading downstairs. After breakfast, Hua Nanfeng led Sumu to the garden, where a swing awaited her. She approached it and sat down, glancing at the man standing nearby, unable to resist urging him, "Push me, please." Hua Nanfeng moved behind her, gently propelling the swing. Throughout the day, he remained by her side, even assisting her in reviewing her script. Sumu was penning a screenplay addressing bullying. The script was commendable, yet the realization of the desired emotion hinges on both the director and the actors. You must search diligently for the right fit. Huan Nanfeng cradled Sumu as they both viewed the screenplay on the computer. This script is inspired by a friend of mine who, after being bullied in middle school, succumbed to depression and tragically took her own life. The culprits received little punishment due to their minor status at the time. Is it not absurd? Reflecting on the image of the once vibrant girl, Sumu felt a pang of sorrow. She had leapt without a second thought, while the tormentors merely stood by. The law is ever evolving, and those individuals will face justice. I understand, which is why I wish to craft a film that underscores the seriousness of school bullying. You need only focus on the filming. I will handle the aftermath, Huan Nanfeng softly reassured her. All right. After spending the day with Sumu, Huan Nanfeng departed for a business trip with his assistant the following day. Watching him leave filled Sumu with exhilaration. Finally, he has gone. If he lingered any longer, my patience would surely fray. Not far along, Huan Nanfeng caught wind of Sumu's thoughts, handing his suitcase to his assistant before turning back. Sumu, startled by his unexpected return, asked, "What brings you back?" "I thought it best to bring you along." Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm not going. This man is utterly unreasonable. We agreed you would go alone." Seeing her wary demeanor, Huan Nanfeng could not suppress a chuckle, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. "If you find yourself bored at home, you could always stay with your mother-in-law for a couple of days." Sumu pointed to the fading marks on her neck. "If I go home like this, my brother will be in stitches." "This indicates that our married life is harmonious," remarked Huan Nanfeng, raising an eyebrow. Sumu shot him a glance, pushing him away with a hand. "You're out of breath just from being called fat. Hurry along now." "I shall take my leave," Huan Nanfeng replied, merely seeking to tease Sumu, with no genuine intention of taking him along. After all, the situation over there was far from secure. Only when Sumu confirmed that Huan Nanfeng had departed did he let out a significant sigh of relief. "Finally gone." From the narrative, I only discerned that he is a repressed and dominating figure. It was never stated that he would eventually indulge himself, and his stamina remains remarkably robust. Chapter 016. I am Mrs. Hua in her heart. Sumu was fervently lamenting about Huan Nanfeng. In the days following their marriage, she felt as if she were merely a large doll in his hands, whimsically manipulated at his leisure. Rubbing her slightly sore waist, Sumu resolved to indulge in a full-body massage today. She summoned a massage therapist to her home, and after the session, she took 2 days to recuperate, finally regaining her vitality. On the 3rd day after Huan Nanfeng's departure, Sumu noticed that the hickeys on her neck had significantly faded. With the help of concealer, they were now barely visible, prompting her to embark on the grand project of redecorating her room. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, she eagerly selected bedding that resonated with her taste, colors she adored but were not overly pastel. In addition to this, she purchased 2 cozy beanbag chairs, a petite coffee table, and several plants. Upon returning home with her acquisitions, Sumu instructed the staff to have her 4-piece bedding set thoroughly cleaned. Observing her purchases, a woman, 2 years her senior, stepped forward and remarked, "Miss Su, have you obtained Mr. Hua's consent to so casually alter his room?" Turning her head to regard the speaker, Sumu smirked slightly, resting her chin on her hand. "It is my husband's room. I shall do as I please, and he has no objections. What do you have to say about that?" The woman was disheartened by Sumu's casual reference to my husband. Sumu then called for the housekeeper. "Housekeeper, who is this person?" The housekeeper, somewhat exasperated by the defiant figure standing nearby, replied, "This is the chef, Zhang Mai's daughter." The housekeeper, displeased, glared at the woman confronting Sumu. "What is your purpose here?" "Housekeeper, prior to his departure, my husband must have informed you that in his absence, I am in charge of this household. I can arrange his room as I see fit, correct?" Sumu leaned back against the sofa, casting a casual glance at the woman. The housekeeper nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, sir made it quite clear before leaving that you, madam, are to take charge. Furthermore, he expects cooperation regarding the room changes. Then I am quite curious about one matter. My husband has referred to me as Mrs. Hua. So, by addressing me as Miss Su, does this young lady deny my status or my very existence?" Sumu inquired with a bemused smile. The housekeeper, now irked, retorted, Zhang Fangfang, you are merely a temporary resident here. Strictly speaking, you are not part of the whole family. What gives you the right to speak to the madam in such a manner? Go fetch Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma, busy in the kitchen, was summoned and, upon hearing the housekeeper's account, realized that her ambitious daughter had offended the madam. Zhang Fangfang, you claimed you had nowhere to stay during your break, and I pleaded with the sir to allow you to stay here temporarily. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Zhang Ma questioned angrily. Having divorced Zhang Fangfang as father years ago, she had taken her younger daughter with her after the split, as Fangfang had stubbornly chosen to remain with her father. Little did she know that this time, her daughter would stir up such trouble. Madam, I will ensure she is removed from here. Zhang Ma, there is no need for you to be so anxious. I am aware of your good nature. However, it is prudent to be cautious of certain individuals, lest you find yourself entangled in their misdeeds. From Zhang Ma's gaze, Sumu discerned her dissatisfaction with Zhang Fangfang, who was evidently oblivious to the consequences of her actions. Thank you, madam, Sumu said. Upon ascending the stairs, Zhang Ma looked at Zhang Fangfang with disappointment and stated, you should leave. It is best that you do not linger here any longer. Mother, I'm not your mother. Do you not adore your stepmother? Let her provide for you. Do not return to me again. Initially, Zhang Ma had thought to assist her, considering that she was, after all, her daughter. Who would have imagined that she would dare to speak to the madam in such a manner, or even harbor aspirations towards the master? Such behavior is utterly incomprehensible. Zhang Fangfang, feeling humiliated by Zhang Ma's public reprimand and forced to bow her head in front of Sumu, retorted angrily, if you want me to go, then I shall. Do you think I care? After saying this, she stormed into her room to pack her belongings, initially intending to feign reluctance, confident that Zhang Ma would not permit her departure so easily. However, to her surprise, Zhang Ma did not come to intervene even after a considerable amount of time had passed. Just as Zhang Fangfang prepared to venture outside for a glimpse, Zhang Ma entered the room and coldly instructed, finish packing your things and leave. Zhang Fangfang was momentarily struck by laughter in her anger, hastily gathering her items. She glared at Zhang Ma and declared, do not come seeking me in the future. Zhang Ma regarded Zhang Fangfang with an expressionless demeanor. She had no need to seek anything from Zhang Fangfang, for she earned a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan from the master, along with comprehensive benefits. Moreover, her younger daughter excelled academically, consistently receiving scholarships and displaying remarkable filial piety. Each time she visited, witnessing Zhang Ma's hard work, she would assist her, earning the affection of the other servants in the villa, unlike Zhang Fangfang, who was lazy and indulged in unsavory tactics. Very well, do not contact me henceforth, as you once professed your disdain for me and your desire to avoid my presence, Zhang Ma said firmly. Zhang Fangfang was left speechless by Zhang Ma's words. She shot her a vicious glare before dragging her suitcase away. The butler remarked to Zhang Ma, your daughter is troublesome. She will not return, and I shall not concern myself with her. Zhang Ma replied resolutely, as long as you understand, the master is not one to hold grudges. But in matters concerning the madam, one can never be too certain. It is wise to expel her to prevent provoking the madam and drawing yourself into the fray. The items Sumu had purchased began to arrive in succession, and the four-piece bedding set was also dried. Sumu instructed the staff to assist him in organizing the upstairs. While the servants adorned the balcony, Sumu directed them from the side. When the pastel pink sheets were placed on the gray bed, everyone felt the stark contrast, with a look of disdain at the bed, which remained unaltered despite the new linens. Sumu commanded, butler, please call and have a matching bed delivered. I desire it in apricot color. Understood. The bed arrived the following day. After replacing it and laying down his new four-piece set, Sumu smiled contentedly. In addition to these changes, he even replaced the carpet in the room. A beautiful bedside lamp and charming ornaments adorned the nightstand. The once cold and austere room was transformed into a warm and inviting space under Sumu's touch. Once everything had been replaced, Sumu finally turned her gaze towards the black curtains. She lightly tapped her forehead, realizing how she had overlooked this detail. Consequently, she made a phone call to have them changed. After the curtains were replaced, The previously monochromatic room of black, white, and gray was instantly transformed into a cozy haven. Sumu took several photographs with her phone and sent them to Hua Nanfeng. What do you think? Looks nice, right? Still immersed in his work. Hua Nanfeng heard the notification from his phone and picked it up to find the photos sent by Sumu. As he opened them and beheld the remarkable transformation of his room, he poked at the last photo. Gazing at Sumu's selfie, Hua Nanfeng once again regretted not having brought her along. After a while of receiving no response from Hua Nanfeng, Sumu, driven by curiosity, decided to make a video call. As the call was answered almost instantly, Sumu found herself lost in contemplation. What are you looking at? She noticed Hua Nanfeng gazing intently at something and instinctively leaned closer to the phone to inquire. I'm looking at the photo you sent me earlier. Hua Nanfeng adjusted the angle of his phone and placed it aside, multitasking between the video call and his work. What is so interesting about it? Sumu retrieved the photo, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Hua Nanfeng merely smiled enigmatically, his mysterious demeanor instilling a sense of foreboding in Sumu. Please discard those chaotic thoughts in your mind, Sumu said with a hint of annoyance. Hua Nanfeng burst into laughter, his radiant smile leaving Sumu in awe. She realized that his joyful expression was far more captivating than his usual stoic demeanor. Poking the screen where Hua Nanfeng was smiling, Sumu murmured, "You look so delightful when you smile. Why don't you smile more often?" Hua Nanfeng's laughter faded, and he gazed gently at the figure on the screen. Reflecting on his troublesome family, he shook his head softly. There wasn't much to smile about in the past. Sumu stared at Hua Nanfeng in disbelief. Nothing worth smiling about? After a lengthy conversation with Hua Nanfeng, she finally ended the call once he completed his work. As he hung up, Hua Nanfeng felt a pang of regret for not having invited Sumu on this business trip. Contemplating for a moment, he picked up his phone to call his assistant. What is the status over there? They're still negotiating, and it seems they'll be at it for a while. If they continue this way, we'll cancel the collaboration by tomorrow at the latest. Understood. Although surprised, the assistant did not pry further and proceeded to communicate with the other party. After ending the call, Hua Nanfeng set aside his work to take a break. The next morning, upon waking, he discovered messages from Sumu, showcasing her dinner, flowers she had picked from the garden, and her beautifully arranged balcony. I must say, it all looks quite appealing, he thought as he texted her before heading out. Boss, there's still no news from them. Book the tickets. We're returning tomorrow morning. Hua Nanfeng was not inclined to waste any more time with them. Yes, you'll handle today's matters. Call me if anything arises, he instructed before grabbing his car keys and heading out. After leaving his residence, Hua Nanfeng strolled around and returned with several bags in hand. When his assistant arrived to find him organizing the contents of the bags, he was taken aback by the adorable items inside. Cute bags, toys, clothing, and shoes. Who would have thought their aloof boss would possess such an affinity for charming things? These are for your wife. She adores these delightful items, Hua Nanfeng said, a faint smile gracing his face as he spoke of Sumu. This expression left the assistant feeling somewhat astonished. At this moment, the assistant realized that Hua Nanfeng was, after all, merely an ordinary person. When he encountered someone he admired, even his cold demeanor softened into something more tender. Boss, they're keen to enhance their profits. The assistant recalled his purpose for being there and promptly spoke up. According to the original plan, we will return tomorrow. The other party was certain he would ultimately compromise for the sake of business, but they were gravely mistaken. Meanwhile, in a castle, a man gently swirled the red wine in his glass and inquired of his companion, "What news from that side?" "Smith, you have truly overreached this time." Hua Nanfeng has already had his assistant book a flight back to Huagua for tomorrow. The blonde, blue-eyed man's expression immediately shifted. He sprang up from the sofa and placed his wine glass heavily on the table. "What did you say? They no longer desire this collaboration?" Hua Nanfeng's business interests in Europe were formidable, and even we needed to tread carefully. He personally came to negotiate, yet you chose to intimidate him. It would be a miracle if he acquiesced. Just as Smith was about to respond, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Smith's face darkened, and he quickly answered the call. "Smith, how dare you show disrespect to Nanfeng?" "Mr. David, this matter. I went to great lengths to persuade Nanfeng to come to Europe, And you managed to offend him? You imbecile. With that, the call ended, leaving no room for Smith to explain. Staring blankly at his phone, Smith wondered how soon David had learned of the incident. The person beside him shook his head helplessly. Smith, this is merely the beginning. As foretold, following David's call, Smith received a barrage of calls, all from individuals he could not afford to offend. Their collective purpose was clear. They demanded he apologize to Huan Feng. Judging by their tone, if he failed to extend an apology today, not only would the collaboration be lost, but they would also strip him of what he currently possessed. Where does Huan Feng reside? Smith, for the sake of his enterprise, had no choice but to bow to Huan Feng. The person beside him provided an address, leaving Smith's ability to meet Huan Feng entirely in his own hands. That evening, Huan Feng was engaged in a video call with Sumu when his assistant knocked and entered. President, Mr. Smith wishes to see you. Decline his request. The assistant nodded and exited without further comment, while Sumu, intrigued, asked what transpired. You seem somewhat displeased. Is work not proceeding smoothly? Some individuals are quite audacious. Huan Feng recounted how Smith attempted to extort 10% of his profits. Sumu's expression turned peculiar. Huan Feng's wealth was renowned globally, and this Smith dared to employ unscrupulous means to seize his profits? What do you intend to do? I was invited by the David family. Since Smith has shown such disrespect, this collaboration is not worth pursuing. I shall return tomorrow. Huan Feng had only come to Europe out of respect for the David family. Now that his pride has been wounded, he certainly would not linger any longer. Well, then you must bring me a gift, Sumu playfully insisted. What if I return on an early flight tomorrow and have no gift? Huan Feng feigned regret as he inquired. Sumu scrutinized Huan Feng, realizing he was not jesting, and without further ado, she hung up the phone. After ending the call, Sumu poked at her phone, thinking, such a domineering CEO, yet he fails to bring his wife a gift while on a business trip. What a low rating. Huan Feng was entirely unprepared for Sumu's abrupt decision to hang up. He shook his head in resignation, placed the phone aside to charge, and proceeded to wash up in preparation for sleep. Mr. Smith lingered downstairs for quite some time, but was unable to persuade the assistant to grant him an audience with Huan Feng. Mr. Smith, our CEO is currently engaged in a video call with his wife, so it is unlikely he can meet with you. Chapter 018, Homecoming. I can wait for a while. Smith was seething with anger, but dare not show it. The assistant smiled faintly. Mr. Smith, you needn't seek out our boss. He has already resolved to take the earliest flight back tomorrow morning. Smith, instantly flustered, anxiously replied, we can sign a contract right now. Mr. Smith, the conditions you propose are unattainable for us, so there is no need to proceed with this contract. Please, Mr. Smith. The assistant gestured in dismissal, effectively issuing an eviction order. Smith's countenance darkened considerably. Observing the assistant's implacable demeanor, he resolved to depart, intending to wait until Huan Feng and others exited before approaching again. The assistant did not hinder this. The hotel was not his property, and he had no authority to intervene as long as he did not disturb the boss. The assistant returned upstairs and informed Huan Feng of the situation. President, Smith has been waiting outside. Shall we still depart directly tomorrow? Huan Feng replied with a curt asserting there is no need for further collaboration. Such a person is unworthy. The following morning, the assistant took their suitcases to the car before retrieving the gift Huan Feng had bought for Sumu. As they reached the hotel entrance, Smith intercepted them. Mr. Hua, I wish to speak with you. Huan Feng was displeased with this obstruction, casting a cold glare at the person unwilling to step aside, and dialed David's number. David, I've given you face. Now, I'll make him back off and don't block my way. David, incensed to the point of nearly spitting blood upon learning that Smith was obstructing their departure, barked, Nanfeng, put the phone on speaker. Nanfeng complied, and David's furious voice reverberated through the device. Smith, you fool, get away from here. His intention was for Smith to seek Nanfeng's forgiveness, yet he did not authorize Smith to impede their exit. Smith, daunted by David's wrath, reluctantly stepped aside, watching helplessly as Huan Feng and his party departed. As soon as they left, David called again. Smith, you have greatly disappointed me. This matter ends here. Huan Nanfeng sat in the car, gazing out the window, lost in thought. The assistant, curious, inquired, "President, we could have resolved this matter ourselves. Why involve David? Smith is David's brother-in-law, and he is keen on facilitating a partnership between us." However, he likely never anticipated that Smith would prove to be such a disappointment. Huan Nanfeng replied with a note of sarcasm. He could indeed confront Smith, but doing so would inevitably bring him in a conflict with David's family, a foolish choice in Europe. Thus, he was willing to extend this courtesy. The assistant nodded in understanding. Upon their arrival in the capital, the family driver came to greet them. Huan Nanfeng, without lifting his head, instructed, "Take us home." "Yes, sir," the driver replied. The driver first took the assistant home before bringing Huan Nanfeng back. Since Sumu last contacted Huan Nanfeng after their video call yesterday, she had not sent him any messages. Gazing at the silent conversation window, Huan Nanfeng shook his head helplessly, recognizing the stubbornness of the girl. Upon arriving home, as he stepped through the door, the butler emerged from within, greeting him, "Sir, you have returned." After handing over his luggage to the butler, Huan Nanfeng glanced around but did not see Sumu's figure. Frowning, he inquired, "Where's Madam?" "She has not been feeling well today and has been resting upstairs," the butler replied. Huan Nanfeng, carrying the gift he had bought for Sumu, hurried upstairs, gently opened the bedroom door, placed the items on the floor, and moved towards the inner room. Upon entering, he saw her lying on the bed, and he approached to sit beside her. Observing Sumu's pale complexion, he reached out to touch her forehead, exclaiming, "Why is it so hot?" Huan Nanfeng took out his phone to call a friend studying medicine. "Jinyu, are you at the hospital?" he asked. "I'm on leave today. What's wrong?" Came the reply. "Please come to my house. Mumu is ill." "I'll be there shortly," Jinyu said before hanging up. He turned to his chatting companions, stating, "Nanfeng needs me. I have to go." Arriving at Huan Nanfeng's residence, the butler promptly led him upstairs. Upon entering Huan Nanfeng's room, Jinyu's first reaction was that he must have walked into the wrong place. The room appeared to belong to a young girl, completely at odds with someone like Huan Nanfeng. "What are you looking at?" "Come here," Huan Nanfeng remarked, slightly annoyed at Jinyu's scrutiny. Jinyu chuckled. "I heard you went to work with a hickey before your business trip, and I didn't believe it at first. Now seeing your room, I'm convinced." It seemed that Huan Nanfeng was quite content after obtaining a marriage certificate with Sumu, as his life had certainly taken a turn from the mundane. Huan Nanfeng glanced at Jinyu, his meaning clear. If you cannot help, find someone who can. Clearing his throat, Jinyu promptly walked over to check Sumu's pulse. "Her pulse. Your wife has suffered quite a bit in the past. Her fever is caused by a cold during her menstrual period, but her condition is not ideal." "Please elaborate," Huan Nanfeng urged. "While her outward appearance seems fine, she is actually quite fragile and will need a year of recuperation before you can consider having children." "Understood. Should she need anything, just let me know. Once she recovers from her cold, have the chef prepare some medicinal meals for her. As for medication, let us avoid that. Medicine can often be more harmful than beneficial." Jinyu did not agree with the idea of Sumu taking traditional Chinese medicine for her recovery. Although medicinal meals may take longer, they are gentler on the body. "All right." Jinyu wrote a prescription for Sumu and instructed Huan Nanfeng to have the household staff fetch the medicine from the hospital where he worked. "Since she's all right, I'll head back now. Let us all get together once your wife is better." "Sounds good." After Jinyu departed, Huan Nanfeng took a shower, changed his clothes, and returned to the bed to keep Sumu company. When Sumu awoke, she found Huan Nanfeng sleeping beside her. In her dazed state, she looked at him and instinctively nestled against his chest. The sudden movement of Sumu roused Huan Nanfeng from his light slumber. He reached out to touch Sumu's forehead, asking, "The fever has subsided. Are you still feeling unwell?" "I feel much better," Sumu replied, a faint bitterness lingering in his mouth, his brow slightly furrowed. "I would like some water," he added. Huan Nanfeng rose to pour a glass of warm water for Sumu, only speaking after he had finished drinking. "I have summoned a doctor to examine you. You must take your medication for the next few days, and once you recover, you should consume medicinal dishes to restore your health." Sumu gazed at Huan Nanfeng in a daze, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he inquired, "You already know?" Jinyu mentioned that a year of medicinal cuisine should suffice for recovery. Sumu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Huan Nanfeng, asking, "Do I not need to take traditional Chinese medicine?" Chapter 019. The melon eaten by oneself, there's no need for food. We shall indulge in medicinal cuisine instead. Sumu joyfully reached out to embrace Huananfeng, planting a hearty kiss upon his cheek. Thank you, my dear husband. However, her excitement was swiftly met with a sudden rigidity, and with a hint of lament, she gazed at Huananfeng. I am hungry. I shall descend to request the chef to prepare something for you. Huananfeng replied, feigning ignorance of Sumu's embarrassment with a gentle tone. I crave pumpkin and millet porridge. I will have the chef prepare that for you. There are gifts outside. Once you tidy yourself up, you may unwrap them. Sumu looked at Huananfeng with confusion. Did you not say you were too busy to buy me gifts? Huananfeng playfully pinched Sumu's cheek, chuckling. I was merely teasing you. Who knew you would take it so seriously? Recalling the video call she had with Huananfeng yesterday, Sumu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and pushed him away. Leave. Following the force of her push, Huananfeng rose and departed. Once he was gone, Sumu hastily got out of bed to wash up. When she emerged from the bathroom, she had changed into a fresh set of home attire and donned her adorable slippers before heading outside to unwrap her gifts. Noticing several bags on the floor, she picked them up and carried them to the sofa to unpack. The contents were all in colors she adored, particularly a delicate pink and white crystal bracelet that captured her heart. After adorning her wrist with the bracelet and setting the remaining items aside, she sauntered downstairs to find Huananfeng. Seeing him seated on the sofa, engrossed in work on his laptop, Sumu approached from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck and extending her hand before him. Is it beautiful? If you dare say it, ISNT, you shan't sleep in my bed tonight. Huananfeng paused his work, tilting his head to glance at Sumu, who had leaned in close. Ignoring her playful intentions, he stole a glance at her wrist. Smiling as he nodded, it is beautiful. Satisfied, Sumu nodded in approval, resting her head on Huananfeng's shoulder, curiously peering at his computer. What are you working on? I have some work to catch up on after being away these past few days. Are you still feeling unwell? Indeed, I still feel discomfort. My abdomen aches, my body feels weak, and my head is somewhat foggy, but it is far better than it was upon waking this morning. Come sit beside me. Do not stand. Hearing Sumu's discomfort, Huananfeng set his laptop aside and pulled her closer. As Sumu sat beside Huananfeng waiting for her meal, she scrolled through her social media. Upon seeing Feng Xiao's post, her brow arched in amusement. She had forgotten to block Feng Xiao's green bubble. Feng Xiao certainly possesses some skill, managing to wrap Shen Xingzi around her finger, oblivious to being used. Huananfeng, still working, felt a flicker of curiosity upon hearing Sumu's thoughts regarding Feng Xiao and Shen Xingzi's relationship. Feng Xiao has long harbored feelings for Huananfeng, never truly liking Shen Xingzi. Her association with him is merely a compromise for her unrequited desire for Huananfeng. In the original narrative, when Shen Xingzi's career reached its zenith, Feng Xiao attempted to exploit Shen Xingzi's influence to threaten Huananfeng, even going so far as to suggest that Huananfeng become her lover. Ultimately, Huananfeng retaliated fiercely, leaving her severely injured. Had it not been for the intervention of a respected figure on Shen Xingzi's side advocating on his behalf, both Shen Xingzi and Feng Xiao would have been utterly destitute. Huananfeng, how could that loathsome woman dare to propose such a relationship? Such is the nature of a true powerhouse, with an impeccable ability to discern deceitful intentions. Sumu turned to observe Huananfeng, who was diligently immersed in his work, and suddenly wrapped her arms around Huananfeng's neck, planting a heavy kiss on his cheek. Startled by the unexpected affection, Huananfeng looked at Sumu in confusion, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," she replied. "Just rewarding my husband for his astute judgment in identifying green tea types." Huananfeng, bimus bisamwes inutots, set aside his computer and drew her closer into his embrace, saying, "At this moment, it would be best not to provoke me. Of course, if you choose to tease me, you must be prepared for the consequences." With a mischievous smile, Sumu resumed her exploration of Feng Xiao's social media, noting that Shen Xingzi had secured a supporting role for her, yet Feng Xiao seemed unperturbed. Huananfeng, peering at the content on her phone, asked, "Do you dislike her? Should we consider replacing her?" Sumu decisively shook her head. No need for a change. This drama would never air otherwise. Following the completion of filming and editing, while the director and crew tirelessly promoted it, the male lead was implicated in a scandal, resulting in his arrest and the subsequent suppression of the series. Not only did this lead to a staggering loss of over $100 million in funds, but it also included a significant $10 million loss attributed to Shen Xingze. The mere thought of Shen Xingze suffering such financial setbacks due to Fang Xiao brought Sumu immense joy. Upon hearing that the production team would face further troubles, Huan Nanfeng felt no inclination to dwell on it. "Sir, madam, dinner is ready," announced Nanfeng as he led Sumu to the dining room, where the chef had prepared her favorite dishes. After their meal, Nanfeng guided Sumu upstairs to take her medication. Just after they had taken the medicine, a message from Fang Xiao arrived. "Sumu, Xingze introduced me to a director. I hope you're not jealous?" Reading Fang Xiao's message sent chills down Sumu's spine. "Are you really planning to work on your own? I envy you. Unlike me, who can only spend my husband's money. Using Shen Xingze to provoke me? She ought to consider whether she deserves such comparisons. My husband is no less than Shen Xingze. Wealthy, handsome, and treats me exceptionally well." Nanfeng reclined on the sofa, observing Sumu. Did she truly regard him in such a light? Under Nanfeng's intense gaze, Sumu was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing," he replied. Sumu, still suspicious, scrutinized Huan Nanfeng, and upon confirming he was indeed untroubled, she resumed reading Fang Xiao's messages. However, Fang Xiao did not reply, which left Sumu feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Is Fang Xiao's resilience truly that feeble? Fang Xiao glared intensely at her phone, wishing she could strangle Sumu for her words. Suppressing the fury that simmered within her, Fang Xiao recognized her imperative to portray this role with excellence, thereby securing her own fame. Otherwise, the Fang family would undoubtedly forsake her for failing to yield further benefits. Now was not the moment to confront Sumu. Once she garnered acclaim and Shen Xingze ascended within the Shen family, she would ensure that Sumu's existence became a living torment. As for Huan Nanfeng, if she could not be his woman, then he was destined to perish alongside Sumu. Contemplating the grim fate that awaited the two, Fang Xiao felt her spirits lift slightly. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. With a cautious inquiry, she listened closely and, upon recognizing Shen Xingze's voice, her tension eased. Rising to open the door, she greeted him with a charming smile. "Xingze, what did your mother want you to return for?" "Nothing of great significance. Merely to inform me that Sumu has withdrawn from our engagement." Chapter 20. Charity auction. The Su family visited to annul the engagement, causing some discontent among the family members. After all, certain business dealings of the Shen family required the Su family support. Fortunately, he concocted several excuses to placate his relatives. Now, they had refrained from voicing their grievances, though Fang Xiao remained somewhat displeased. Of course, Shen Xingze would not disclose this to Fang Xiao. Uncle and the others did not express any concerns, did they? "I apologize. If it weren't for me, this situation wouldn't have arisen." Although Fang Xiao felt a sense of triumph that Shen Xingze ended his engagement with Sumu for her sake, she dared not show it outwardly. She needed to appear remorseful in Shen Xingze's presence. Only thus could she ensure that this foolish man remained utterly devoted to her. Indeed, upon hearing Fang Xiao's self-reproach, Shen Xingze felt a pang of compassion. He wrapped his arms around her and comforted her, saying, "This matter is not your fault. It is Sumu's pettiness." Fang Xiao, feeling pleased within yet feigning caution, replied, "If it weren't for me, you all. Do not blame yourself. My parents have already accepted this situation. Do not be disheartened." Shen Xingze released Fang Xiao and led her inside, discussing matters regarding the director. "Once your scenes here are completed, I will find you another role." "Thank you, Xingze." Fang Xiao beamed a radiant smile at Shen Xingze, a gesture that made his eyes glimmer with admiration. He felt he had drawn closer to her. During her filming, Fang Xiao often posted interactions with Shen Xingze to provoke Sumu. Initially, Sumu regarded Fang Xiao as a mere joke and chose not to engage. However, as Fang Xiao's antics escalated, she thoroughly incensed Sumu. That night, as Sumu lay in Ho Nanfeng's embrace, Ho Nanfeng held her shoulder with one arm while perusing a book with the other. Sumu felt quite content in her position, reaching across Ho Nanfeng's body to grab her phone. Ho Nanfeng glanced down and, upon seeing her intent, set aside the book to pass her the phone. "What is the matter?" Sumu chuckled, providing no explanation to Ho Nanfeng. "Fang Xiao keeps irritating me. Is it so wrong to retaliate once?" Ho Nanfeng's hand that had reached for the book hesitated, realizing that Sumu's recent irritability stemmed from being provoked by someone. Sumu took several photos of the two of them, one of which only showcased Ho Nanfeng's chest. Noticing Sumu's engagement with her phone, Ho Nanfeng abandoned his reading, pulling her closer while continuing to watch her irritate others. Sumu chose not to post on social media, but instead sent the photos directly to Fang Xiao in a private message, retracting them just 2 minutes later. Ho Nanfeng looked at Sumu in confusion. "You believe she will see them if you retract them like that?" "Absolutely," Sumu replied with unwavering confidence. Based on her understanding of Fang Xiao, she knew that at this moment, she would likely be engrossed in her phone, possibly maintaining her relationship with Shen Xingze. As anticipated, Fang Xiao indeed had her phone in hand and had seen the photos she sent. Fang Xiao gazed at the message sent by Sumu, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Sumu, why didn't you just die?" She hurled her phone against the ground, where it landed on the carpet with a muffled thud. Initially, she had doubted that Sumu could so swiftly develop feelings for another man, so she had used Shen Xingze to provoke him. However, not only did she fail to incite Sumu's anger, but she also found herself rendered speechless. With a sullen expression, she stared at the photo on her phone, yearning to gaze upon Ho Nanfeng once more, only to discover that the image had vanished, withdrawn by Sumu. Regret washed over her. Had she known better, she would have saved the photo before allowing her anger to take hold. The sight of Ho Nanfeng's well-defined chest and the hint of his abs beneath the robe was something she longed for. Fang Xiao daydreamed about leaning against Ho Nanfeng, his hands gently exploring her form. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt an itch in her nose and, upon touching it, found herself bleeding. She hurried to the bathroom to clean up, and once the bleeding ceased, her gaze burned with determination. She had to win Ho Nanfeng's affection. Only a man of his caliber could truly capture her heart. Glancing at her script, she noted that her scenes would conclude in 3 days. Once filming wrapped, she was resolute in her intention to seek out Ho Nanfeng, to show him that she was the one meant for him. Meanwhile, Sumu observed the unresponsive phone and remarked, "Fang Xiao must be utterly flustered. Has she calmed down yet?" Ho Nanfeng inquired suddenly. Sumu felt a twinge of embarrassment, responding, "Well, somewhat. Does that mean I can claim my appearance fee now?" Before Sumu could react, Ho Nanfeng had pinned him down, leaving no room for struggle. 3 days later, Fang Xiao's scenes finally wrapped up. She didn't even attend the wrap party, opting instead to return to the capital. Upon her return, she pondered how she might encounter Ho Nanfeng. If only she could visit his company, just as Fang Xiao was overwhelmed with anxiety. Shen Xingze delivered delightful news. A charity auction and gala would take place in 2 days, and he intended to invite Fang Xiao as his companion. Naturally, Fang Xiao, eager to enter the entertainment industry, would not let such an opportunity slip away. As she prepared for the gala, Ho Nanfeng shared this development with Sumu. "This doesn't sound very entertaining," Sumu mused, feeling somewhat disinterested in the charity event and auction. Shen Xingze had also received an invitation and was likely to choose Fang Xiao as his partner. She would surely seize this chance to advance her career. Ho Nanfeng stated with conviction. Upon hearing that Shen Xingze and Fang Xiao would both attend, Sumu's interest was piqued, and he embraced Ho Nanfeng, exclaiming, "Darling, I want to go too. Let us see what those two are truly up to," Ho Nanfeng replied, intrigued. In the days leading up to the event, Sumu tried on various outfits, ultimately selecting a striking red dress. The moment Sumu donned her crimson skirt, Ho Nanfeng felt an overwhelming urge to remove it. Approaching her, he wrapped his arms around her, his voice tinged with a husky tone. "This dress may be suitable for home, but it is entirely inappropriate for the auction." Sumu promptly shook her head, declaring, that simply cannot be. I intend to overshadow Fang Xiao with my appearance. Nanfeng furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Sensing his thoughts, Sumu tiptoed and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, then added with a touch of feigned sorrow, if you prevent me from provoking Fang Xiao, I shall be quite upset. Chapter 21. Unmasking Fang Xiao. Nanfeng gazed helplessly at Sumu, who was feigning innocence. He rubbed his temples and playfully pinched her cheek, stating with a grave demeanor, this is the only time, it shall not happen again. With an exuberant spirit, Sumu planted a kiss on Huan Nanfeng's cheek, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, you are the best, my love. I adore you. After expressing her affection, she cheerfully departed to the dressing room to select accessories and a handbag. Watching Sumu leave in high spirits, Huan Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. If she truly favored him, then surely she would comply with his wishes, wouldn't she? At that moment, Sumu remained oblivious to Huan Nanfeng's thoughts. It was only later that night, when he playfully pinched her, that she regretted her earlier words. Although the evening brought her some discomfort, Sumu soon discovered that Huan Nanfeng was still quite agreeable afterward. Content with the unfolding events, Sumu eagerly prepared for the charity gala. As she busied herself, she found that her expectations were indeed met. Fang Xiao had received an invitation from Shun Xingze. Xingze, will my presence at your home displease anyone? Fang Xiao inquired hesitantly, glancing at Shun Xingze. There's no need for concern, Shun Xingze replied nonchalantly. Since they requested my assistance in finding attendees for the charity gala, they have no right to dictate who I bring. Really? Fang Xiao gazed at Shun Xingze with admiration. His response pleased Shun Xingze, who took her hand and said, both the auction and the charity gala will attract numerous participants. I will introduce you to a few. It will benefit your future endeavors. Shun Xingze's words resonated deeply with Fang Xiao. For her, gaining the support of such individuals was paramount. As for Shun Xingze, he was merely a stepping stone in her journey. Thank you, Xingze, Fang Xiao expressed, touched as she embraced him. Her affectionate demeanor left Shun Xingze feeling elated. He tightened his hold around her, especially as he noticed her adoring gaze while nestled against him. Unable to resist, he leaned down to kiss her. However, Fang Xiao, aware of his intentions, gently pushed his face away, covering his mouth with her hand. Xingze, I'm still on set. Although I'm in a room, what if someone comes looking for me? Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Shun Xingze reluctantly nodded in response to her words. Fang Xiao, skilled in the art of seduction, quickly sensed his discontent and rose on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek. Xingze, please don't be upset. I'm doing this for my career. I aspire to stand on equal footing with you, she said earnestly, her gaze unwavering. The brief kiss from Fang Xiao dissipated Shun Xingze's irritation, prompting him to hold her even closer. Rest assured, Yao Yao, I will help you achieve whatever it is you desire. Fang Xiao's eyes flickered momentarily. I want Huan Nanfeng. Can you help me obtain him? Of course, she did not voice this thought in Shun Xingze's presence. The auction event approached swiftly, and with the assistance of Shun Xingze, Fang Xiao adorned herself in an exquisite haute couture gown, complemented by lavish jewelry, as she accompanied him to the gathering. Those aware of the long-standing enmity between the Su and Shun families cast pointed glances at the couple, whispering about how this adopted daughter, lacking proper upbringing, had audaciously claimed the betrothed of the true heiress. Your information is outdated, someone remarked. The genuine daughter of the Su family has already wed the head of the Hua family, who is undoubtedly 100 times more admirable than Shun Xingze. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs, and Fang Xiao, entwined with Shun Xingze's arm, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. How dare they speak such words in her presence? Shun Xingze, however, chose not to engage in discourse at that moment, merely offering a cold retort as they passed by. Only those who are unloved become the third party. My love for Yao Yao is genuine. Sumu, unexpectedly arriving with Huan Nanfeng, was taken aback to overhear Shun Xingze's bold declarations before so many witnesses. Releasing Huan Nanfeng's arm, she couldn't help but applaud Shun Xingze's words. How right he is! Is that your excuse for entangling with Fang Xiao while still bound by your engagement? Her voice drew the attention of the crowd, their gazes flickering with curiosity as they inquired, "Miss Su, what are your thoughts on this matter?" "I have no particular opinion, except to wish the scoundrel and the shameless woman a lifetime of misery together, so they may not inflict their harm upon others." Upon hearing Sumu's words, Fang Xiao's tears flowed freely as she pleaded, "Sister, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but you cannot." "Cannot what? You managed to entangle yourself with him while I was still engaged, even flaunting your photos and videos to taunt me. Yet here I am, extending my blessings to you. Why are you still displeased?" Sumu found Fang Xiao's pitiful display utterly distasteful. Since returning to the Su family, Fang Xiao had wept incessantly, her woeful demeanor making onlookers wonder what injustice had been inflicted upon her. The crowd exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the depths of Fang Xiao's actions that had previously eluded their understanding. Observing the change in the spectators' expressions, Fang Xiao panicked and stammered, "It's not like that. Sumu is slandering me." Unwilling to engage further, Sumu retrieved the photos and videos she had preserved, displaying them for all to see. The images and clips of Fang Xiao in intimate moments with Shun Xingze prompted a wave of disdain from the crowd. It was no wonder the Su family had severed ties with her. They must have long recognized her true nature, opting for their biological daughter over an adopted one of many years. Was there any need for Fang Xiao to plead for further commentary? Faced with such evidence, she found herself at a loss for words, gazing helplessly at Shun Xingze. "Truly useless," she thought. "Can't you see how I am being bullied by Sumu? Even now, you fail to come to my aid." As Fang Xiao pondered, she cast a delicate glance towards Hua Nanfeng and sorrowfully uttered, "Mr. Hua, my sister has truly misunderstood me. I am not. I have only one brother-in-law and no sisters. Moreover, are these items not sent to my wife by you?" Hua Nanfeng approached Sumu, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and coldly articulated words that sent Fang Xiao into despair. Sumu, with her arms crossed in front of her chest, regarded Fang Xiao with a sardonic smile. "The man you have so desperately coveted still stands beside you, and yet you have begun to entice my husband?" Chapter 022. Whimsical thoughts. Shun Xingze could scarcely tolerate the situation, his countenance contorted with fury as he glared at Sumu. "Sumu, enough is enough. You have already driven Yao Yao out of her home. What more do you desire? How can you be so malicious?" Sumu, Stylingalith, was about to retort when Huanan Feng enveloped her in an embrace, guiding her toward the sign-in area. What is there to discuss with such a person? Their mind is filled with nothing but nonsense. With a hand over her mouth, Sumu let out a muffled chuckle. "If you can articulate your thoughts, do so. I find it delightful." Listening to Sumu's inner musings, Huanan Feng's lips curved into a subtle smile as he cast a sidelong glance at Shun Xingze. The Shun family is indeed inept. How could they allow such chaos at this auction? The onlookers, recalling the unfolding drama, stifled their laughter, amused by the spectacle. This auction was of considerable significance, and Shun Xingze's decision to bring Fang Xiao was nothing short of self-sabotage. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Sumu inquired, "Darling, what is the focus of this auction?" "It pertains to collaboration with military-industrial enterprises. The highest bidder shall prevail." Sumu gazed at Hua Nanfeng with bright, eager eyes, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. "Ah, so it is a military collaboration. I recall in the original narrative, Shun Xingze had also brought Fang Xiao to participate, and due to her eagerness to impress, she ultimately botched the proceedings, leading the representatives to favor Hua Nanfeng. Moreover, after Hua Nanfeng secured the partnership, Fang Xiao, in her arrogance, sought him out, hoping he would assign the collaboration to Shun Xingze. At that time, Fang Xiao, buoyed by her protagonist's halo, believed she could command Hua Nanfeng, unaware that as the ultimate antagonist, he was impervious to her so-called light. Not only did Hua Nanfeng disregard Fang Xiao, but he also had her unceremoniously thrown out. Reflecting on the forthcoming developments, Sumu felt a surge of anticipation. Will this narrative unfold? I longed to witness the performance. Huanan Feng's brow furrowed at Sumu's thoughts. One absurd storyline. Because of some supposed halo, she sought him out for a collaboration? Did she truly consider him a simpleton? Yet, He too was intrigued by the tale, eager to observe how the so-called protagonists would ultimately entrap themselves in folly before him. Initially, Fang Xiao intended to feign vulnerability before Huanan Feng, but to her dismay, he completely ignored her, even engaging in playful intimacy with Sumu right in her presence, further mocking her. Clenching her fists, Fang Xiao's eyes gleamed with determination to secure the military collaboration. Huanan Feng, once I assist Xingze in obtaining this partnership, you shall find yourself begging on your knees before me. Hearing Fang Xiao's thoughts, Sumu's expression turned peculiar. To compel a magnate to kneel before you for this collaboration? Fang Xiao's self-importance is as predictable as ever. What audacity for a mere vine to challenge a seasoned titan of commerce at an unconventional auction. Whence did she derive such courage? Was it from the author, the maternal figure of the protagonists? Do not mention Hua Nanfeng. Fang Xiao cannot even compare to these seasoned business veterans present, let alone compete with a man who dominated Wall Street years ago. Hua Nanfeng tightened his grip around Su Mu's hand, surprised that Fang Xiao dared to entertain such thoughts. My dear, should we take the opportunity to strike at a falling foe? Hua Nanfeng asked casually, his tone as nonchalant as if he were inquiring about the pleasantness of the weather that day. Sumu gazed at him with bright eyes, filled with anticipation, seemingly asking for permission. If you wish, we can certainly give it a try. Hua Nanfeng affectionately ruffled her hair. That is a must. I want to see the spectacle. I shall follow your lead. As they conversed, they moved away, leaving the pretentious Fang Xiao and the somewhat irked Shun Xingze behind. With half an hour until the auction, Sumu headed to the lounge that Hua Nanfeng had prepared for her to change into a dress. When she entered the auction hall clad in a striking red gown, Fang Xiao's haute couture suddenly appeared laughable. Observing that all eyes in the room were fixated on Sumu, Fang Xiao's expression stiffened. Noticing her discomfort, Shun Xingze took her hand and gently patted it in a comforting manner, saying, Yao Yao, do not be disheartened. No matter how beautiful she is, what does it matter? The one I will always cherish is you. You are so kind to me. Xingze, Fang Xiao replied, her face alight with gratitude, while internally she scoffed. Who cares if you like me? What I desire is Hua Nanfeng's affection. Not far away. Sumu caught this exchange and smiled slightly as she took a seat next to Hua Nanfeng in the front row. Leaning in, she whispered to him. From Fang Xiao's vantage point, it appeared as though Sumu was openly kissing Hua Nanfeng, rather than being angered. Hua Nanfeng gazed at her with evident affection, seemingly pleased with her boldness. Witnessing this scene, Fang Xiao's expression twisted in disbelief. Shameless harlot, superficial dog of a man. He desires such an open woman. I could be that too. Fang Xiao's heart ached with envy. Why did the men around her instinctively treat her well, yet Hua Nanfeng refused to do the same? Why can't Hua Nanfeng be like other men, acting as my backup or a devoted admirer? If it were Hua Nanfeng, I would certainly adore him the most. Hearing Fang Xiao's inner thoughts, Sumu blinked, her expression momentarily blank. Goodness, she thought, Fang Xiao actually wants the big shot to play the role of a backup lover? Hua Nanfeng instinctively turned to look at Sumu. What was she saying? Fang Xiao wanted him to be her backup? In that moment, Hua Nanfeng felt an unprecedented urge to eliminate someone. Unaware of his reaction, Sumu continued her mockery. Even the members of the Hua family do not dare to suggest Hua Nanfeng return home. They wouldn't even dream of appearing before him. Has Fang Xiao lost her mind? Or have I? Hua Nanfeng grasped Sumu's hand, playing with it while his eyes were filled with a tempest. It seemed that bringing Sumu to the auction was indeed a fortuitous decision. At the very least, he had discerned how Fang Xiao coveted him. First, she sought to make him kneel and beg for mercy, and now she intended for him to be a mere backup, a sycophant. How utterly delightful. In all his years, Hua Nanfeng had never encountered someone so intent on self-destruction. At that moment, even Sumu, despite his usual obliviousness, sensed that Hua Nanfeng was somewhat displeased. He tilted his head to look at Hua Nanfeng and inquired, Darling, what troubles you? Hua Nanfeng smiled and shook his head, replying, It's nothing. Merely observing an entity oblivious to its own demise. Sumu blinked, unable to suppress a thought in his mind. Surely, He can't be referring to Fang Xiao? Chapter 023. Jealousy to the point of tears. A twinkle of mirth danced in Hua Nanfeng's eyes. His wife was indeed astute, able to deduce his thoughts effortlessly. Darling, whom do you wish to deal with? I can assist you, Sumu said, her face brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Hua Nanfeng. It was evident that she yearned to confront Fang Xiao personally. Hua Nanfeng playfully tapped Sumu's forehead with his finger, murmuring, "Do you really think I require your assistance for such trivial matters?" Sumu, giggling foolishly while cradling her forehead, elicited warm smiles from those nearby who observed their intimate interaction. A man, disapproving of Shun Xingze, maliciously remarked to his companion, "Shun Xingze believes that once Sumu leaves him, no one will want her. In truth, she will only flourish without him. Just look at how well President Hua treats her." He deliberately cast a glance toward Shun Xingze's group while speaking. Since earlier, Fang Xiao had been fixated on the exchange between Hua Nanfeng and Sumu, keenly aware of their camaraderie. Their unabashed closeness made her so furious that her nails dug painfully into her palm. Sumu, overhearing the comments behind her, smirked slightly and casually turned her gaze toward Fang Xiao. Unsurprisingly, she noted Fang Xiao's increasingly displeased expression, evidently perturbed by the situation. Ignoring the venomous glare from Fang Xiao, Sumu leaned toward Hua Nanfeng, saying, "Your unwanted admirer's look is so lethal that if glances could kill, I would be riddled with wounds by now." Hua Nanfeng regarded her with disdain. "Would you care for such a troublesome blossom?" Sumu decisively shook her head. "I'm unworthy of such a flower." Hua Nanfeng chuckled, taking her hand and resting it upon his thigh, casually declaring, "Pay no mind to such individuals. Merely observe." Reassured by his words, Sumu continued their quiet conversation, eagerly anticipating Fang Xiao's trepidation when the auction commenced. The auction soon began, opening with minor items, including various antique jade pieces. As a bracelet was presented, Sumu visperto Hua Nanfeng, "I adore this bracelet." Hua Nanfeng remained silent, his focus fixed on the host. The jade bracelet commenced at a starting price of 500,000, with each increment no less than 100,000. Fang Xiao, having also set her sights on the bracelet, turned to Shun Xingze and exclaimed, "Xingze, this bracelet is truly exquisite. This lamb-fat jade bracelet would undoubtedly enhance her standing if acquired at the auction. If you like it, buy it. Your budget is ample, and getting a bracelet for me is nothing. 1,300,000. The price swiftly escalated to 2 million, causing Shun Xingze to furrow his brow slightly. Though the lamb-fat jade bracelet was indeed remarkable, it hardly warranted such a price. Fang Xiao was aware of the bracelet's inflated value, and knowing Shun Xingze would not spend more, she reluctantly said, "Xingze, let it go. This bracelet is too expensive." Yet, her tone betrayed her true feelings, revealing her unwillingness to relinquish the coveted piece. As Shun Xingze was about to express his thoughts, he heard Hua Nanfeng's voice resonating ahead. 5 million. He found no interest in a gradual bidding war with others, preferring to secure the item once the price reached a certain threshold. Sumu, taken aback, grasped Hua Nanfeng's arm and exclaimed, "What are you doing? 2 million is already exorbitant." Yet, Hua Nanfeng had raised the bid by 3 million at the outset. As the matriarch of the Hua family, she could acquire anything without a thought for the cost. Hua Nanfeng's determination to obtain the bracelet silenced others vying for it. They dared not challenge him, not due to a lack of funds, but out of respect for his stature. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer cheerfully announced, 5 million going once, 5 million going twice, 5 million sold. Upon hearing the final bid, Fang Xiao's eyes turned red with jealousy. When the price had reached 2 million, Shun Xingze had been reluctant to continue bidding against her. Yet now Hua Nanfeng had raised it by 3 million for Sumu's sake. The disparity was glaring. A glance at Shun Xingze confirmed that imitations could never rival the genuine article. Shun Xingze, that good-for-nothing, won't even participate in the bidding, Fang Xiao's thoughts echoed. Sumu detected her sentiments, a slight smile gracing her lips, indicating Fang Xiao's growing dissatisfaction with Shun Xingze. Although he was the heir of the Shun family and bore the distinction of being the male lead in this world, he paled in comparison to Huan Nanfeng. Shun Xingze aspired to collaborate with military enterprises and thus could not afford to expend too much of his resources. To him, the items at stake were not treasures worth pursuing, especially against someone as formidable as Huan Nanfeng. It was evident what choice a sensible person would make. With a resigned glance at Fang Xiao, Shun Xingze rubbed his temples, contemplating what to say to comfort her without uttering a word. He resolved to buy her a beautiful piece of jewelry at a reasonable price later on. Soon, a set of pink diamond jewelry was presented, and Huan Nanfeng's gaze was immediately drawn to it. The starting bid for the natural pink diamond set was 2 million, with increments of no less than 500,000. "We shall begin," Huan Nanfeng stated coolly, 10 million. His audacious increase of 8 million left no room for doubt. He was intent on claiming this pink diamond set for his wife and children. As a result, the other bidders had little choice but to abandon their aspirations of acquiring the diamonds. Thus, the pink diamond set fell into Huan Nanfeng's hands. It was then that Sumu realized the audacity of the situation and playfully pinched Huan Nanfeng's cheek, teasing, "Spendthrift, the allowance I give you far exceeds this amount. Don't be so stingy. As my wife, you deserve appropriate jewelry." Huan Nanfeng gently removed her hand from his face and replied casually, "The funds on the card I previously provided, you could purchase dozens, even hundreds of such sets. Why fret over this trivial amount?" It appeared that she had endured too much hardship in the past. "Dear wife, trust in your husband's ability to earn. If you don't spend, how can you embrace the role of a carefree spendthrift?" Upon hearing Huan Nanfeng's words, Sumu found herself somewhat persuaded. "If you wish to spend money, your husband will be motivated to earn it," she acknowledged with a serious nod. Satisfied, Huan Nanfeng resumed their exploration of the auction items. Their conversation was inadvertently overheard by Fang Xiao, who was taken aback by Huan Nanfeng's willingness to purchase such an expensive diamond piece for Sumu without a second thought, while Shun Xingze displayed no reaction whatsoever. This left Fang Xiao somewhat discontented. "Yao Yao, this pink diamond jewelry is not suitable for us. Our primary focus today is the collaboration with the military-industrial enterprises." Chapter 024. A blunder at the bidding conference. Although Shun Xingze indulges Fang Xiao and desires to provide her with the finest of everything, he is also aware of the appropriate timing for various matters. His willingness to offer her an explanation at this juncture is a testament to the esteem he holds for her. Fang Xiao's expression stiffened momentarily, and she fell silent. Not one to be easily deceived, she comprehended Shun Xingze's intent. If the jewelry were reasonably priced, he would procure it for her. Yet extravagant pieces, such as the bracelet and diamond jewelry, were beyond his bidding. Understand, despite her discontent, Fang Xiao recognized the necessity of maintaining harmony with Shun Xingze at this moment. After all, her future was intertwined with him. What she lost now could be reclaimed in abundance later. With this thought, her spirits lifted somewhat, and she cast a glance at Sumu ahead, inwardly scoffing. Does she think that acquiring 2 pieces of jewelry grants her the right to act arrogantly? Just wait until we secure the collaboration with the military enterprise. We shall see how she falters. Sumu, catching the essence of Fang Xiao's concealed pride, shook his head in resignation. This Fang Xiao certainly exuded confidence. Yao Yao is understanding. She would not put me in a difficult position at this time. This was the first time Sumu had heard Shun Xingze's thoughts since entering the auction, and he wondered what would transpire if Fang Xiao were to overhear them. As the auction progressed, Huan Nanfeng successfully bid on 2 items that Sumu adored, while Fang Xiao also obtained a beautiful bracelet priced under 1 million. Soon, the auction reached its critical juncture. The bidding for the collaboration with the military enterprise commenced. The highest-ranking official from a military enterprise was present, and Huan Nanfeng's expression appeared somewhat peculiar upon seeing the individual. Sumu, intrigued by Huan Nanfeng's gaze, inquired, "Darling, do you know this person?" "I have encountered him a few times and collaborated with him previously," Huan Nanfeng replied. Sumu nodded in understanding. It seemed that the likelihood of Huan Nanfeng securing this collaboration was quite promising. However, he was curious about how Fang Xiao, who was resolutely determined to succeed, would react Once Hua Nanfeng clinched the deal, the bidding commenced swiftly. At first, Hua Nanfeng refrained from participating, allowing others to place their bids. Shun Xingze eventually entered the fray, and by the time he made his bid of 100 billion, Fang Xiao furrowed her brows slightly and quietly remarked to him, "Xingze, isn't this a bit exorbitant? What cooperation could warrant 100 billion? They wouldn't be attempting to exploit this opportunity for profit, would they?" The onlookers shifted their gazes toward Fang Xiao, their mocking expressions causing her some embarrassment. Even Shun Xingze could not help but frown, admonishing her gently, "Yao Yao, please refrain from making unfounded remarks. We are all aware of the particulars regarding this collaboration. We shall await the conclusion of the bidding for the official details from the responsible party and the winning bidder." Fang Xiao's comments were merely inviting ridicule. "I am not speaking carelessly. It is merely a standard collaboration. Why would it require 100 billion? Moreover, this is not even the final price. With such considerable wealth, is it unreasonable to offer her a little?" The onlookers cast indifferent glances at Fang Xiao, with those who opposed Shun Xingze expressing their disdain towards her, remarking that next time Shun Xingze should bring a more composed companion to such an occasion. Afterward, one of them, deliberately raising their voice, commented that some individuals feign knowledge, oblivious to the fact that their words are nothing short of a joke. The corporate leader on stage merely smiled, refraining from elaborating on the matter, and stated, "If this young lady believes we have been deceitful from the outset, she may suggest that Mr. Shun withdraw from the bidding." Under the scrutiny of the nation's elite, even Shun Xingze felt a surge of anger. He shot a furious glance at Fang Xiao, admonishing her, "Yao Yao, if you do not comprehend this, refrain from speaking out. This collaboration is crucial for the Shun family." Fang Xiao wished to articulate further, yet Shun Xingze was already disinclined to listen. "Yao Yao, cease your chatter, otherwise the bidding will become exceedingly troublesome." Tears welled in Fang Xiao's eyes as she sorrowfully inquired, "Xingze, do you despise me?" Shun Xingze rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of irritation. "Yao Yao, this is not the time for such discussions. You truly do despise me, don't you? Are you regretting this?" Fang Xiao, disregarding the setting, stood and confronted Shun Xingze. With so many witnesses present, the scene unfolded as Fang Xiao lost her composure. Sumu observed her with keen interest. Was Fang Xiao typically rather astute? How had she devolved into this state? Creating a scene before such a large audience was tantamount to trampling on Shun Xingze's dignity. Indeed, upon seeing Shun Xingze's dark expression, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle. She was eager to see just how far Fang Xiao would push her luck. Shun Xingze, now visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Fang Xiao, can you not be more sensible? Do you not realize the nature of this gathering?" Under ordinary circumstances, he would have comforted her tenderly. But the current situation was different. With so many people present, including military personnel, any disruption caused by Fang Xiao would only reflect poorly on him, not her. After being chastised by Shun Xingze, Fang Xiao finally noticed the collective attention directed at them, with gazes filled with mockery and disdain, as if she were some form of refuse. Sumu, positioned ahead, turned to look at her, her gaze piercing Fang Xiao's very soul. As Fang Xiao contemplated how to mitigate the damage, Sumu, propping her chin, spoke with a smirk, "Fang Xiao, we are aware of your close relationship with Shun Xingze. Yet you cannot engage in flirtation in front of so many, hindering the bidding process." Those who were already disgruntled nodded in agreement, declaring, "Indeed, what is the Shun family thinking? Bringing such an inconsiderate individual to such an important occasion. Is this a deliberate attempt to embarrass us?" Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, Fang Xiao felt compelled to retreat behind Shun Xingze, silenced by their judgment. In response, Shun Xingze felt a sense of helplessness, yet he recognized that the situation was of his own making. At this moment, he could only resign himself to his misfortune and rise to apologize to the gathered crowd. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. The fault lies with us, and I extend my heartfelt apologies to you all." Following this understated apology, the attention of the audience shifted back to the bidding process. As Fang Xiao noticed that the gaze of the crowd was no longer fixed upon her, she let out a significant sigh of relief. However, When she attempted to speak quietly with Shun Xingze, he remained focused on the front, seemingly unwilling to engage in conversation with her. Chapter 025. Boldly seeking cooperation, Fang Xiao could only bow her head awkwardly, refraining from engaging in conversation with Shun Xingze. As she pondered how to appease him upon returning, a familiar voice called out a staggering price, 500 billion. Startled, Fang Xiao lifted her gaze to see Sumu, who had boldly bid 500 billion. Sumu, if you lack understanding, refrain from making reckless bids. Aren't you concerned that Mr. Huo might be displeased? Fang Xiao's tone was sharp, her eyes fixed intently on Sumu. This is merely my husband as pocket money. Do you really think it's your place to manage how I spend it? If I recall correctly, the original text stated the price was 1,800 billion, and they were developing chips. Once successful, we would secure the rights to collaborate, allowing reputable chip companies to utilize our advancements. If the storyline aligns, within 6 months of securing this partnership, our nation's chips would achieve significant success, with Huanan Feng investing 1,800 billion and reaping returns far exceeding that amount. Huanan Feng had only a vague awareness of this collaboration, but was unaware of its connection to chips. Ironically, his most lucrative business required chips. This scenario mirrored what Sumu had known about the plot. Collaborating with military enterprises on chips could lead to success, positioning him as the primary beneficiary. Aside from the state, my dear, you take charge of this auction, Huanan Feng said softly to Sumu, casting a glance at the meddlesome Fang Xiao. His voice was gentle, as if fearing that a louder tone might startle her. Bid confidently. I'm here to support you. As for those who have overstepped their bounds, pay them no mind. All right. Nearby, onlookers chuckled. How can anyone still be upset over another spending these days? Indeed, her husband hasn't even protested. So why is she so flustered? Fang Xiao's face flushed crimson, and she wished to protest, but was silenced by Shun Xingze. Enough, he said, and seeing his displeasure, Fang Xiao fell silent. This little interlude did not impede the auction, which swiftly escalated to 1 trillion. However, Shun Xingze eventually withdrew due to financial constraints. Now, only 3 companies remained in contention. When the bidding reached 1,300 billion, only Huanan Feng and another competitor remained. Sumu contemplated the opponent's bottom line of 1,500 billion and decided to raise the bid significantly. With a smile, Sumu announced 1,800 billion. This was the price Huanan Feng had set in the original narrative. Upon hearing it, the competitor, lacking sufficient liquidity, reluctantly withdrew, helplessly watching as this lucrative opportunity slipped into Huanan Feng's grasp. Fang Xiao exclaimed, Sumu, have you lost your mind? Huanan Feng, can't you control her? Huanan Feng frowned, his impatience evident. Shun Xingze, manager woman, my affairs do not require intervention from someone of dubious character. 1,800 billion. Are there any higher bids? The silence enveloped everyone. Who could possibly contest with Huanan Feng at such a price? 180 billion had been transacted. At that moment, the head of the military enterprise approached, clutching a contract, ready to sign with Huanan Feng. Suddenly, Fang Xiao stood up from her chair and walked over to Huanan Feng. Mr. Hua, could you possibly allocate this collaboration to Xingze? You hardly need it, do you? She displayed an expression she presumed to be charming, gently addressing Huanan Feng. Huanan Feng and those around him regarded Fang Xiao with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. I spent 180 billion to secure this collaboration, and you expect me to relinquish it at your whim? Who do you think you are? Indeed, Sumu's sentiments were evidently justified. It was astonishing that Fang Xiao would utter such an embarrassing request at this juncture. Shun Xingze, taken aback by Fang Xiao's audacity to approach Huanan Feng directly and demand he transfer the collaboration to him, quickly moved to her side, pulling her away. In a hushed yet furious tone, he admonished, What are you doing? I'm only trying to help you. You're making a fool of yourself. Do you think they would simply hand over a collaboration worth 180 billion because of your initial request? Shun Xingze found Fang Xiao's behavior utterly irrational. How could she utter such preposterous statements? Fang Xiao remained silent, aware that many men found it difficult to refuse her requests. Once she spoke, they would readily offer her what she desired. She assumed Huan Nanfeng would treat her similarly. However, she was unprepared for the humiliation he would inflict upon her in front of everyone. "Let us proceed," Huan Nanfeng remarked to the representative with a smile. The two swiftly signed a contract. The representative then said, "Mr. Hua, I must return to address some subsequent matters, so I will take my leave for now. Please let us know in advance when you plan to visit our company to discuss the details." "Certainly, we will inform you ahead of time," Huan Nanfeng assured, bidding farewell to the representative and conversing with Sumu. Meanwhile, Fang Xiao stood unnoticed at the periphery. It was Sumu, with her arms crossed and a smirk on her lips, who observed Fang Xiao with intrigue. "I am quite curious. How thick-skinned must you be to request my husband transfer a collaboration worth 180 billion to Shun Xingze?" Sumu scrutinized Fang Xiao. This individual exhibited no remarkable qualities. How could she be so ordinary yet so self-assured? Perhaps she mistakenly believed Mr. Hua was as foolish as Shun Xingze, which would explain her ludicrous request. "Shun Xingze, did you bring her along solely so she could solicit a collaboration that someone else had purchased at a steep price when you failed to acquire it?" The men could hardly suppress their laughter. This jest could amuse them at Shun Xingze's expense for a lifetime. Fang Xiao's face flushed crimson. Confronted with the ridicule of so many, tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed pitifully at Shun Xingze. "Xingze, I only wanted to help you. I didn't mean any harm." At that moment, Shun Xingze regretted ever bringing Fang Xiao along. How utterly embarrassing. One might wonder how Fang Xiao could utter such words. "Let's leave," she said, turning away without any intention of waiting for Fang Xiao. It was Fang Xiao who, in frustration, chased after her. "Damn Sumu. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lost my composure like this." Sumu, hearing Fang Xiao's inner thoughts, instinctively pointed at herself, her expression one of bewilderment. Am I to be blamed for her embarrassment? Am I some sort of scapegoat? Fang Xiao always makes foolish remarks. Is it not due to her lack of sense? How has this become my fault? Chapter 026. The Foolish Beauty. As Sumu internally lamented about Fang Xiao, Huan Nanfeng sympathetically reached out to tousle her hair. It was unfortunate that his wife was unjustly blamed for nothing at all. However, Huan Nanfeng was more curious about how this so-called author could conceive such a brainless female protagonist. Did she truly believe herself charming, declaring such brazen remarks in front of a multitude? Little did she realize that from this day forth, Fang Xiao would become nothing more than a complete joke, dragging down even her companion, Shun Xingze, into ridicule. "My dear, how could Fang Xiao utter such words?" Sumu pondered seriously before responding to Huan Nanfeng's inquiry. Fang Xiao has always been adored by men. Whatever she desires, they willingly offer. Perhaps she assumed you were the same, which emboldened her to speak so in front of so many people. Moreover, she has a certain reliance. Whenever she errs, the men around her are reluctant to chastise her. Thus, in the eyes of others, she is merely a foolish beauty. She intentionally neglects her responsibilities, claiming her own ineptitude, and readily apologizes. At such moments, even if bystanders harbor objections, they feel too embarrassed to voice them, resigning themselves to her antics. Regrettably for Fang Xiao, she was not contending with simpletons this time, but rather with Huan Nanfeng, a formidable antagonist. Having brutally dealt with numerous Wall Street magnates years prior, what had Huan Nanfeng not witnessed, particularly when faced with someone as inconsequential as Fang Xiao? She might have thought that in front of so many witnesses, he would be too embarrassed to refuse her. Huan Nanfeng rubbed his temples in mild exasperation, asking helplessly, "Do I truly appear to be such a fool?" To others, both he and his wife seemed to be the epitome of navet. Sumu patted Huan Nanfeng's shoulder reassuringly, advising him not to dwell on the matter too much. Huan Nanfeng grasped Sumu's hand, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Now that we have secured the collaboration, let us collect the remaining items and return home." Very well. The two proceeded to retrieve the jewelry they had photographed before departing the auction venue. Upon exiting, they noticed Shun Xingze embroiled in a heated argument with Fang Xiao not far from the entrance. "Xingze, what do you mean by this? I only sought to assist you." Fang Xiao insisted, recalling that it was Shun Xingze who had claimed this collaboration was crucial for their family, prompting her to approach Huan Nanfeng for assistance. How had it become her fault now? For the first time, Shun Xingze felt he hardly knew this woman. What is your relationship with Huan Nanfeng? Fang Xiao paused momentarily, then shook her head gently. Thus far, her interactions with Huan Nanfeng had been limited to a few brief encounters. There was no substantial relationship. Is this collaboration something one simply acquires without merit? Fang Xiao fell silent, realizing that the partnership had cost Huan Nanfeng a staggering 18 billion. Under what circumstances do you believe you can demand such a sum without any ties to the person? If you had even a modicum of sense, you would never have made such a statement before so many witnesses. Shun Xingze now harbors a tinge of regret for bringing Fang Xiao to the auction. Even before returning home, he can already foresee the remarks his family will make. Their dissatisfaction with Fang Xiao was palpable, and now, owing to her foolish antics, he dreads the lengthy explanations he will have to provide. The prospect of proposing to her seems increasingly unattainable. Upon hearing Shun Xingze's words, Fang Xiao's tears fell. I merely wish to assist you. Xiao, could you please engage your intellect before speaking next time? Now, upon our return, my cousins will undoubtedly find amusement at my expense. Shun Xingze refrained from disclosing his family's grievances toward Fang Xiao. Xingze, I simply wanted to help you, which led to this blunder. I realized my mistake. Will you forgive me? Fang Xiao gently tugged at Shun Xingze's arm, swaying it playfully. Indeed, whenever Fang Xiao displays even a hint of vulnerability, Shun Xingze is inexorably drawn to forgive her without reservation. I understand your desire to assist, but many matters are not as straightforward as you perceive, particularly this one. Huan Nanfeng is not someone to be trifled with. Please exercise caution in the future. He has never been an easy adversary. Shun Xingze felt a flicker of concern that Fang Xiao might seek out Huan Nanfeng, which could lead to unforeseen troubles. Seeing that Shun Xingze was no longer angry, Fang Xiao cheerfully nodded. All right, I will heed your advice. Their quarrel dissipated as Fang Xiao's submissiveness diffused the tension, and they walked away hand in hand, their intimacy restored. At that moment, Fang Xiao seemed unconcerned with maintaining any distance. Behold, this is Fang Xiao's talent, Sumu remarked sarcastically. After all, she is the archetype of a foolish beauty. Regardless of her missteps, the men around her cannot bring themselves to cast blame. Foolish beauty? Huan Nanfeng expressed disdain for the term. A fool is a fool, regardless of the label. Are those who support Fang Xiao not fools themselves? I find it embarrassing to associate with such individuals. Huan Nanfeng remarked with evident contempt. How does Shun Xingze manage to be so magnanimous? The events of today's auction will not take long to circulate within their social circle, and soon the Shun family will become the subject of ridicule among the elite. Yet, Shun Xingze so readily forgives Fang Xiao. What could he possibly be thinking? Is he truly so infatuated that the Shun family remains oblivious? Sumu leaned closer to Huan Nanfeng. Curiosity etched upon his face. What are you pondering? I was merely reflecting on the magnitude of this debacle. The Shun family, of a reputable lineage, will surely be aware of it. To become the laughingstock of high society over a woman, what do you suppose Shun Xingze will be like upon his return? Huan Nanfeng mused with interest. In response, Sumu thoughtfully considered the narrative of the original story, stroking his chin. He will undoubtedly face a severe reprimand upon his return. In the original text, Shun Xingze lost many valuable connections due to Fang Xiao's reckless ignorance. Upon learning this, the Shun family commanded him to sever ties with her. Reluctant to comply, he was punished by being made to kneel in the ancestral hall. Had it not been for his remaining capabilities, he would have even been stripped of his position as heir in favor of his younger brother. Huan Nanfeng nodded in understanding. So that was the case. Unfortunately, we can no longer witness it. Let us return home. Before Shun Xingze even arrived home, the patriarch of the Shun family had already received a call from a rival, who remarked on the commendable qualities of his grandson, noting that he had brought someone along with the intent of swindling one. 8 billion in collaboration from Huan Nanfeng. Old Shun, even if your family lacks the funds to bid for this collaboration, must you resort to sending a woman to vex everyone? to pursue a collaboration worth 1.8 billion. She seeks out Hua Nanfeng in hopes that he will grant it to your Shin family. Chapter 27. Deliberate intent. At that moment, dozens, if not hundreds, of eyes were upon her, and she boldly declared that the other party lacked the need for such a collaboration, an item valued at 18 billion, and she dared to suggest that they offer it for free. Old Master Shun, tell me the truth. Was this your arrangement? Enraged, Old Master Shun abruptly ended the call, his countenance darkening to an extreme. Originally, the Shun family was already dissatisfied due to Shun Xing's broken engagement with Fang Xiao, and now this incident had further fueled Old Master Shun's displeasure. Dialing Shun Xing's number, upon seeing the call from Old Master Shun, he cast a glance at Fang Xiao beside him and cautioned, Yao Yao, please refrain from speaking. Shun Xingze was acutely aware of the purpose behind his grandfather's call. Where are you? As soon as the call connected, Old Master Shun's accusatory voice echoed from the other end. Shun Xingze feigned ignorance and inquired, Grandfather, I'm on my way back. What is the matter? What is the matter? I expressly forbade you from taking Fang Xiao to the auction. Why did you not heed my words? Now our Shun family has become the laughingstock of the circle because of Fang Xiao. Are you satisfied? Grandfather, I will explain this matter when I return. Old Master Shun, however, was not in the mood to entertain such excuses, his voice rising in fury. You return to me immediately. Grandfather, this matter has nothing to do with Xingze. It is entirely my fault. Who do you think you are? I am speaking to my grandson. It is not your place to interject. Old Master Shun's ire intensified upon hearing Fang Xiao's words, and he began to belittle her. Tears streamed down Fang Xiao's face as she pleaded, Grandfather Shun, I only wish to assist Xingze. Assist? Do not come here with your nonsense. I see you as either foolish or simple-minded. Speak without thinking and silence yourself. When has it ever been your prerogative to interfere in our family's matters? Shun Xingze shot an irked glance at the pitiful Fang Xiao, who had clearly been told not to speak. Yet, she had managed to provoke Old Master Shun further. Grandfather, I will discuss this matter with you upon my return. Without waiting to see if Old Master Shun was still furious, he hung up and pulled the car to the side. Noticing Shun Xingze's resolute demeanor, Fang Xiao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Her head bowed as she dared not meet his gaze. Shun Xingze regarded her coldly. Why did you not heed my advice? You were fully aware that grandfather was already upset. Why did you choose to speak? Had Fang Xiao remained silent, explaining the situation to Old Master Shun upon his return would have been considerably easier. Yet, the moment she opened her mouth, she had incited his rage. What was she truly attempting to achieve? Fang Xiao nervously twisted her fingers, sorrowfully stating, Xingze, I merely wish to prevent you from being scolded by grandfather. Was that so wrong? Fang Xiao, I have told you not to speak, and you cannot discern that my grandfather is angry? At this moment, Shun Xingze genuinely began to suspect whether Fang Xiao's actions were deliberate. Xingze, you have misunderstood me. Observing Fang Xiao, her face awash with tears and a look of deep grievance, Shun Xingze found himself devoid of the urge to console her for the first time. Instead, he impatiently remarked, Stop crying. Startled by Shun Xingze's reprimand, Fang Xiao hesitated to continue her weeping, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Does crying resolve anything? Must you always feign innocence whenever you deliberately err? Fang Xiao, the repercussions of your words could jeopardize my position as the heir when I return home. Shun Xingze was nearing the brink of exasperation. Fang Xiao, now visibly anxious, looked up at him and stammered, Is it really that serious? Upon hearing her words, Shun Xingze's anger intensified. Not serious? Do you think my life in the Shun family is so carefree? My cousins are perpetually waiting to exploit my faults, and now they have found their opportunity, courtesy of someone I hold dear. Fang Xiao's expression turned awkward, and she momentarily set aside her tears. What can I do to assist you? You need do nothing. Do not meddle in my affairs, nor presume to undertake actions you believe to be beneficial for me. Fang Xiao, should such an incident occur again, I shall no longer be able to manage your affairs. Initially, Shun Xingze had not intended to convey such sentiments to Fang Xiao. Yet, Witnessing her naivety compelled him to elucidate the Shun family's stance. Fang Xiao stared at Shun Xingze, bewildered, and queried, "What do you mean by that? Long before my engagement to Sumu was annulled, my grandfather and the others were already deeply dissatisfied with you, even urging me to sever ties. I wagered everything I held dear, even my future, to prevent them from pursuing this matter. Yet what have you done now?" Shun Xingze inquired, disappointment lacing his voice. Fang Xiao, upon hearing this, became flustered and spoke incoherently. I was unaware of this. Had I known. To this, Shun Xingze shook his head in resignation. Even had you known then, the outcome would remain unchanged. It is akin to how you impulsively spoke with old Master Shen earlier. Do you not trust me? It is not a matter of trust. Rather, your actions render it difficult for me to believe. Shun Xingze had witnessed too many similar situations. When such incidents had not directly affected him, he found Fang Xiao's demeanor endearing. However, her propensity for trouble now caused him considerable distress. It was a stark realization that only when one is pierced by a knife do they truly comprehend the agony it inflicts. Fang Xiao wished to say more, but Shun Xingze was disinclined to discuss the matter further. Instead, he drove her home. "Xingze, I apologize for today. I recognize my mistakes. If there is anything I can clarify, I will gladly assist." Fang Xiao's eyes shone with determination, as if she were pledging allegiance, causing Shun Xingze's hand on the steering wheel to falter momentarily. No need. He feared that Fang Xiao's explanations might lead to his expulsion from the family by his grandfather and the others. Fang Xiao still wished to express something, but Shun Xingze had already driven away, leaving her with only the fading glow of his taillights. Observing this, Fang Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Shun Xingze's demeanor was unexpected. Today, she had miscalculated. In the past, he would consistently stand by her side, unwavering in his support. However, it seemed that today, Shun Xingze was also perturbed by the events that had transpired. Now, Fang Xiao felt a twinge of regret. Had she heeded Shun Xingze's advice and refrained from conversing with the elder Shun, perhaps all these complications could have been avoided. Chapter 028, a call that ruins everything after much contemplation. In order to preserve her relationship with Shun Xingze, Fang Xiao resolved to call him, intending to sincerely apologize for the incident. However, after several attempts, her calls went unanswered. Panic engulfed her. Could it be that Shun Xingze was truly upset with her over this matter? Surely not. While Fang Xiao fretted over Shun Xingze's silence, he had indeed seen her calls, but chose not to answer at that moment. Upon returning home, as soon as he stepped inside the Shen residence, he was met with the daunting sight of his grandfather seated with a rattan whip, surrounded by his father, uncles, and even cousins. The gravity of the situation dawned on Shun Xingze. This matter would not be resolved amicably. "Grandfather," he addressed respectfully, yet this time, his grandfather did not offer a hint of kindness. With a stern and furious countenance, he barked, "Kneel." Shun Xingze could hear the snickers of those nearby, yet he remained silent, unable to utter a word. Approaching his grandfather, he knelt before him, and the rattan whip struck him fiercely. "Shun Xingze, I arranged for you to have a fiancée, yet you rejected her. What kind of person are you attracted to? Even the recently recovered Sumu is several times better than Fang Xiao. At least Sumu is polite and filial when she visits. She plays chess and takes walks with me. What does Fang Xiao do when she comes over? Just take things from our home. Do you know how many people called today to mock us, claiming Fang Xiao was our arrangement merely to secure that exorbitant collaboration without spending a dime? Shun Xingze, you have brought disgrace upon our entire family." The more his grandfather ruminated, the angrier he became. Such a wonderful girl like Sumu was discarded by Shun Xingze for someone like Fang Xiao. Now, what had he found but a source of embarrassment? A young boy, around 15 or 16, chimed in mockingly, "Grandfather is right. Sister Sumu is so kind and gentle, excelling in her studies. Who does Fang Xiao think she is? Believing that growing up in the Su family entitles her to greatness?" Shun Xingze furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the family's disdain for Fang Xiao. Yao Yao is not that kind of person. His grandfather, already infuriated, became even more irate upon hearing Shun Xingze defend Fang Xiao. Just as he was about to retort, Shen Xing's phone began to ring incessantly, causing him further irritation. Did Fang Xiao truly lack any sense of timing? Even now, she insisted on pressing him. With a frown, he decided to answer the call on speaker mode, curious to hear what Fang Xiao would say. Truthfully, Shen Xingze was reluctant to take the call, fearing it would usher in a cascade of troubles. Yet, with his grandfather looming nearby, he had no choice but to relent. As he retrieved his phone and answered the call, Fang Xiao's aggrieved voice resonated from the speaker. Xingze, are you upset with me? Or is it that Grandpa Shun and the others are displeased with me? May I explain this matter to them? Fang Xiao, under the impression that she was speaking to Shen Xingze, adopted a casual yet aggrieved tone, completely unaware that the entire Shen family was listening to her words. I have matters to attend to. I will call you back once I have resolved them. Upon hearing Fang Xiao's words, Shen Xingze felt a wave of frustration. Concerned that she might utter something inappropriate, he contemplated ending the call. No, I must clarify the situation to Grandpa Shun and the others. What if they misunderstand you? Furthermore, this issue arose solely because they failed to prepare sufficient funds. How could it possibly involve you? Xingze, it is evident that Grandpa Shun is intentionally making things difficult for you, Fang Xiao remarked with dissatisfaction, instantaneously shifting all the blame onto Grandpa Shun and the others. The Shun family members, listening to Fang Xiao's comments, were both amused and infuriated, while Shen Xing's expression grew increasingly severe. Fang Xiao, please refrain from speaking carelessly. What family can produce a liquidity of 100 billion? Is that amount insufficient? In Fang Xiao's view, what would be considered ample? I have not spoken incorrectly. Is this trivial matter worthy of such anger? Xingze, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not be upset. Come out, and let us go for a stroll, shall we? Fang Xiao said with a playful tone, hoping to dismiss the issue casually once Shen Xingze emerged. Having reached his limit, Grandpa Shen coldly interjected, Fang Xiao, it is unnecessary for an outsider like you to meddle in the affairs of the Shun family. Startled by Grandpa Shen's voice, Fang Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically. Fang Xiao, you truly excel at feigning innocence. Having deliberately instigated this situation, do you believe that an apology will suffice to remedy the humiliation our family has faced? Fang Xiao's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Xingze, how could you let Grandpa Shun and the others overhear our conversation? Her tone sharpened, disbelief evident in her eyes. If they had been listening all along, then everything she had just said, the mere thought of her words being heard by Grandpa Shun made Fang Xiao wish to faint from embarrassment. I said I would call you after resolving my matters. It was your unwillingness to heed my words that led to this predicament. What could he do now, given Fang Xiao's state? Miss Fang, I am too old and weary to be addressed as Grandpa by someone of your stature. I have heard that Xingze purchased a valuable bracelet for you at the auction. We hope you will return the items acquired through the meager earnings of our family. Furthermore, please do not seek out Xingze in the future. Our Shen family is unworthy of associating with someone as affluent as you, Grandpa Shun stated expressionlessly. As for the resources Shen Xingze had provided to Fang Xiao, the filming was complete, and his dissatisfaction was of no consequence now. Shen Xingze attempted to interject, but a mere glance from Grandpa Shun silenced him, leaving him hesitant to speak further. Upon hearing that Old Master Shen wished for her to return the items, Fang Xiao anxiously exclaimed, Xingze, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to say that. Will you please forgive me? Shen Xingze remained silent, offering no response. Fang Xiao incessantly apologized and lamented her mistakes, yet in truth, her actions stemmed from a lack of foresight. These matters could have been easily avoided, but Fang Xiao was resolute in disregarding his counsel. Not intentional, Shen Xingze pondered, feeling increasingly vexed. Was there a single incident today that was not deliberately orchestrated by her? Fang Xiao's behavior left him feeling as though he had been struck sharply across the face. Chapter 29. Deprivation of Rights. Fang Xiao's actions were indeed deliberate. Her earlier words were intended to incite discord between Shen Xingze and his family. She sought to evoke sympathy from Shen Xingze, hoping it would prevent him from continuing their quarrel over this matter. However, Shen Xingze effortlessly unveiled her ulterior motives with a single remark. Regaining her composure swiftly, Fang Xiao feigned innocence and said, "Xingze, even at this moment, you still misunderstand me. You know I am not that kind of person. Surely, you must have some understanding of the situation." Shen Xingze had no desire to engage with Fang Xiao any further. Although she attempted to offer explanations, he had already terminated the call. When she tried to reach him again, he refused to answer. The elder Shun, observing Shen Xingze hang up on Fang Xiao, coldly remarked, "Shen Xingze, is this truly the person you are willing to stake your future on?" Sumu, a girl of such admirable qualities, stands in stark contrast to someone as materialistic as Fang Xiao. What flaw does she possess? The elder Shen remained oblivious to the true motives behind Shen Xingze's choice to forsake Sumu in favor of Fang Xiao. In silence, Shen Xingze contemplated this. In many respects, Fang Xiao was indeed inferior to Sumu. Reminiscing about Sumu's virtues filled Shen Xingze with a complex array of emotions, tinged with a hint of regret. "I present you with two choices," they stated. "First, renounce your claim to the family inheritance. After all, we do not require an heir who cannot discern right from wrong. Second, heed our wishes and become engaged to the one we have chosen for you." The decision regarding the engagement had only been reached that very day. The mere thought of Fang Xiao's demeanor left Shen Xingze apprehensive about the future of the Shen family. Naturally, he could not relinquish his position as the heir at this juncture, and thus chose to acquiesce to the family's selection for his betrothal. "Grandfather, I choose to become engaged," Shen Xingze declared simply, believing that once he secured control over the Shen family, he could do as he pleased in the future, even dissolving the engagement with a mere utterance. Noticing Shen Xingze's mindset, Madame Shen wore a faint expression of disappointment. "Shen Xingze, do you truly believe that acquiring the Shen family grants you license to act as you wish?" She was discontented, especially as Shen Xingze's thoughts were solely occupied with Fang Xiao. As a woman, she understood all too well the true nature of Fang Xiao. Yet, Shen Xingze remained oblivious, even perceiving them as the ones tormenting Fang Xiao. What qualities did Fang Xiao possess that warranted such consideration? "Mother, let's not dwell on other matters. You are well aware of today's events. It was Fang Xiao's own foolishness that led to her mistakes. Yet she shifts the blame to our family. Do you not find that absurd?" She even endeavored to exploit this incident to drive a wedge between them and Shen Xingze. Unbeknownst to her, for the sake of this collaboration, their family had allocated all available liquid assets. Yet in Fang Xiao's eyes, their preparations were woefully inadequate. Logically, as someone raised in the Su family, Fang Xiao should possess greater discernment. Yet, she uttered such foolish words. Madame Shen could conceive of no other explanation but deliberate malice. "Mother, I will provide an explanation to the family regarding this matter." Shen Xingze was well aware that Fang Xiao, raised in the Su family, should not have engaged in such behavior at the auction, and he suspected it was a deliberate provocation. He thought this time would be like the previous occasions, where she would casually create a ruckus and others would acquiesce to her whims. However, this time, Fang Xiao had encountered a formidable opponent. "I do not require you to provide any explanations. Simply tell me how much you spent on her at the auction and refrain from associating with such individuals in the future," warned Madame Shen. Shen Xingze hesitated at the prospect of severing ties with Fang Xiao, which infuriated Madame Shen to the brink of fury. Turning to the elder Shen, she remarked, "Father, it would be wise to abandon this opportunity. It appears he has lost his senses. Even now, he still thinks of Fang Xiao. If Shen Xingze were to obediently engage in an engagement, it would only result in enmity." Madame Shen cast a disappointed glance at Shen Xingze, determined to prevent him from causing harm. Elder Shen also noted Shen Xingze's indecision and interjected, "Xing Yuan, starting tomorrow, you shall assume all responsibilities currently held by your brother." He then addressed Shen Xingze, "Since you are unwilling to distance yourself from Fang Xiao and sever all ties, it is only fitting that you relinquish your claim to the position of heir." Although Xing Yuan was a few years younger than Shen Xingze, his business acumen was not inferior. Only after realizing his rights were being transferred to his younger brother did Shen Xingze's urgency become apparent, and he quickly replied, "Grandfather, I shall comply with your arrangements." "No need. Pursue whatever you wish on your own. There shall be no engagement. We do not wish to repeat the troubles with the Su family." After stating this, Elder Shun rose and addressed everyone. "Let this matter rest here. You younger ones shall rely on your own capabilities. I will grant authority to whoever proves themselves worthy." Shunxing's cousins laughed in response. One young girl stepped forward, looking earnestly at Elder Shun, and asked, "Grandfather, if I achieve results, will I also receive equal treatment?" Elder Shun regarded his typically reticent granddaughter, "Of course. You can choose to join the company or opt to start your own venture." "I choose to start my own venture, grandfather. I will prove to you that I'm not inferior to my cousins." Elder Shun provided her with 5 million as startup capital and never interfered again. To everyone's astonishment, she eventually became the most accomplished among the younger generation of the Shun family, thriving from that initial investment. Elder Shun's decisions left Shun Xingze in a state of disbelief. He never anticipated that a moment of hesitation could lead to such consequences. "Grandfather, this matter. Shun Xingze, you have disregarded our family's dignity for the sake of a woman. Thus, it is only just that I distribute the family's authority among your capable cousins. Take this time for self-reflection," he concluded before departing. Shun Xingyuan approached Shun Xingze with a grateful smile, saying, "Eldest brother, I must thank you for this opportunity." Due to Shun Xingze's excellence, they had long remained overshadowed within the Shun family. No one expected him to provoke such ire from their grandfather for the sake of a woman. Shun Xingze's youngest brother stepped forward and said, "I had warned you not to associate closely with someone like Fang Xiao. You insisted that we were biased against her, and now you are reaping the consequences. Second brother, I will rely on you from now on." Shun Xingwu shared a deeper bond with Shun Xingyuan than with Shun Xingze, and Shun Xingyuan's rise to power brought greater joy to Shun Xingwu than Shun Xingze's achievements. Shun Xingyuan reached out and affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair, saying, "If you study diligently, I shall buy you whatever you desire." Chapter 030. Seizing the first connection, it appears that my second brother has shown me kindness. Some individuals, despite being blessed, fail to recognize their fortune. Sister Sumu is such a wonderful person, yet some still choose to admire a manipulative charmer instead. Shun Xingwu scoffed. Shun Xingze cast a furious glare at Shun Xingwu, his expression darkening. Shun Xingyuan stepped in front of Shun Xingwu, confronting Shun Xingze's wrath. "Eldest brother, you have lost everything in your grasp. Do not unleash your frustration upon the third. Return to your studies," Shun Xingyuan added, glancing back at Shun Xingwu. Shun Xingwu pouted and turned to find Madame Shun. "Mother, I am out of pocket money. Could you spare some for me?" Madame Shun transferred a small sum to Shun Xingwu, after which she instructed the driver to take him to school. "Shun Xingze, when you err, reflect upon your actions. Others are not your punching bags," he declared before departing. The remaining individuals exchanged glances and dispersed, intent on preparing for the forthcoming challenges, particularly in their pursuit of power from Shun Xingze. Meanwhile, on his way to school, Shun Xingwu called Sumo. "Sister Sumo, that fool Shun Xingze has been dismissed by grandfather." Upon receiving Shun Xingwu's call and hearing his revelations, Sumo fell into deep contemplation. Why did she feel a peculiar sense of joy at her brother's downfall? Before she could inquire further, Shun Xingwu, like a spilled bean, divulged every detail of the family's affairs. Sumu listened with keen interest. This Fang Xiao is quite formidable, instigating discord between Shun Xingze and grandfather. Was Fang Xiao's mind truly so twisted? "Sister, I will update you when I have more news. I must return to school now," Shun Xingwu said, his enthusiasm palpable. "All right," Sumu replied, ending the call and tossing her phone aside as she collapsed on her bed, unable to contain her laughter. When Huan Nanfeng emerged from his shower, he found Sumu lying on the bed, laughing uncontrollably, leaving him curious about the cause of her amusement. He approached, lifted her into his embrace, and kissed her neck before inquiring, "What is so amusing?" "Just now, Shun Xingze's brother called to inform me that Shun Xingze's power has been diminished by the old man of the Shun family. Now, among these children, the one with the most capability will gain more authority," Sumu gleefully recounted. All of this stemmed from Fang Xiao's phone call to Shun Xingze. where she audaciously incited discord in front of grandfather and even blamed them for insufficient funds. The more Sumu spoke, the more extraordinary the situation seemed. What kind of reasoning did Fang Xiao possess? 1,000 billion was already the entirety of Shun family's liquid assets. If that were considered inadequate, what would be deemed sufficient? Huan Nanfeng began to doubt the intelligence of this so-called female protagonist. Shun Xing's predicament was indeed of his own making. Soma nodded in agreement, noting that had Shun Xingze simply complied with grandfather's requests and severed ties with Fang Xiao, the matter could have been resolved. Yet, Shun Xingze's unwillingness only exacerbated the family's embarrassment. Moreover, there is something even more amusing to share, she added. Huan Nanfeng regarded Sumu with keen interest, eager to discern what could possibly excite her so. The bracelet that Shun Xingze had purchased for Fang Xiao at the auction was now sought to be reclaimed by the Shun family. Huan Nanfeng perceived no fault in this endeavor. It was only natural for them to retrieve their possessions. Given Fang Xiao's character, should the bracelet be reclaimed, she would undoubtedly find herself embarrassed and would likely seek companionship elsewhere. Huan Nanfeng narrowed his eyes, asserting that a person like Fang Xiao would hardly be content with just Shun Xingze by her side. With Shun Xingze's status as heir now nullified, the benefits he could provide to Fang Xiao had diminished significantly. Her immense ambition would not allow her to remain stagnant. Sumu, languidly reclining against Huan Nanfeng, absorbed his analysis while nodding in agreement, convinced he spoke the truth. The renowned director who had just returned to the country was to make an appearance next. This individual had crossed paths with Fang Xiao when she encountered difficulties with her script, as she had sought Shun Xingze's investment in his project, thus rendering herself as benefactor. This connection had subsequently led to the director showering Fang Xiao with resources. How might I persuade my husband to sign him and invest in the grand production he possesses? She pondered. This drama, in its original form, had garnered Shun Xingze immense profits. With a funding of 200 million and a box office return of 3 billion, a guaranteed success. When Nanfeng's interest peaked, he inquired, "My dear, do you know of any connections that Fang Xiao might still have?" Upon hearing Huan Nanfeng's proactive question, Sumu, who had been contemplating, sat upright, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed a name, Wang Huai. He is a young director who has just returned from studying abroad, and he possesses a film that is bound to be a hit. If we sign him and invest in his project, the prospects are promising. Huan Nanfeng playfully pinched Sumu's cheek, pulling her closer into his embrace. I shall have someone reach out to him. Excited, Sumu wrapped her arms around Huan Nanfeng and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. You're the best, my love. 2 days later, when Wang Huai returned home, Huan Nanfeng's associates did not approach him immediately. Instead, they waited until he faced setbacks in securing investments before stepping forward to express their interest in reviewing his script. With Huan Nanfeng's esteemed reputation, Wang Huai had no reason to doubt their intentions and accompanied them to Huan Nanfeng's company. Upon reviewing Wang Huai's script, Huan Nanfeng finally comprehended the film's potential for such substantial box office returns. I can invest 500 million, he declared. Wang Huai sprang from his chair, visibly exhilarated as he gazed at Huan Nanfeng. Mr. Hua, are you truly willing to invest in my project? Indeed, though I do have conditions. I would like you to join my company, and any future scripts you write will be compensated through a revenue-sharing agreement, Huan Nanfeng proposed, offering a compelling deal. Faced with such an enticing offer, Wang Huai found it impossible to decline. I accept. Huan Nanfeng instructed his assistant to prepare the contract. Once the contract was signed, he would transfer 500 million to Wang Huai's account. Should additional funds be required, do not hesitate to inform me. This production does not necessitate other investors. You may select the actors as you see fit, disregarding the prominence of their status, provided that you deem them most suitable. I shall also ensure that the team responsible for the special effects is of the highest caliber. This film revolves around the theme of interstellar escape. The storyline poses no issues, and with a bit more effort invested in the special effects, the outcome will undoubtedly exceed expectations. Chapter 031. The Ominous Premonition, Wang Huai. I aspire to achieve excellence. I can provide you with both financial and human resources, but you must exert every effort to bring this film to fruition. Can you manage that? Huan Nanfeng leaned back in his chair, questioning Wang Huai with deliberate precision. The original work required merely 200 million in funding to reach such heights. If he were to maximize the investment and enlist only the finest actors, what magnificent results might ensue? Huan Nanfeng found himself eagerly anticipating the possibilities. Rest assured, boss, I will excel in this endeavor, Wang Huai replied with palpable excitement. Initially, he was grateful for Huan Nanfeng's investment, but he had not expected such generous terms. With the boss willing to offer such advantageous conditions, he was confident that the film could be crafted to perfection. In light of this, I entrust you with full authority over the film's production. Should any issues arise, consult my assistant, who will assist you in the preparations. Furthermore, begin by selecting actors from within the company. Huan Nanfeng articulated his stipulations, leaving the remainder to Wang Huai's discretion. Wang Huai, brimming with enthusiasm, departed with the funding to gather several of his friends, intent on collaborating to refine this cinematic venture. Meanwhile, Fang Xiao, who had been at home, felt an inexplicable sensation wash over her. Grasping her chest, she furrowed her brow in concern. What is the matter? I feel as though I have lost something, she murmured softly. As Fang Xiao pondered how to mend her relationship with Shun Xingze and rekindle the warmth they once shared, her mother, Madame Fang, barged in unceremoniously. Observing her mother's lack of decorum, Fang Xiao's expression soured. What are you doing? I have told you countless times that you must knock before entering my room. Yao Yao, I simply forgot. I will be more mindful next time, Madame Fang replied dismissively, disregarding her daughter's admonition. Fang Xiao glared at her mother, frustration boiling beneath the surface. How many times must I repeat myself? Each time, Madame Fang pretends she hasn't heard a word. What do you want? Fang Xiao snapped impatiently. Yao Yao, your brother has taken a liking to a car. I thought you might. Fang Xiao was struck by a mix of disbelief and anger, shooting her mother a disdainful glance. If he desires a car, let him purchase it himself. I am not a fool to be taken advantage of. Madame Fang's countenance darkened. Yao Yao, you are a member of the Fang family, and your brother is set to inherit our lineage. How can you, as his elder sister, behave in such a manner? Fang Xiao crossed her arms defiantly, regarding her mother with scorn. Do you believe I have not contributed to the family? If that is the case, then return everything you have taken from the Fang family to me. Madame Fang's expression shifted dramatically. Their family's current status was entirely due to Fang Xiao's contributions. If she were to reclaim all that she had provided, they would be left with nothing. In light of this, Madame Fang hastily adopted a conciliatory tone. Yao Yao, what are you saying? Please just leave. Madame Fang's smile faltered, and just as she was about to speak, Fang Xiao continued. Do you wish for me to summon my father to discuss this matter? Upon hearing that Fang Xiao intended to seek out her husband, Madame Fang grew anxious. Hastily waving her hand, unwilling to linger in Fang Xiao's room any longer. Such a trivial matter does not require your father's involvement. I shall take my leave now. The current state of the Fang family relied heavily on Fang Xiao, especially considering her connection with the young master of the Shun family. Her husband would certainly refrain from offending Fang Xiao at this juncture. Fang Xiao regarded Madame Fang with cold disdain, her voice laced with contempt. You would do well to knock before entering next time. Madame Fang, feeling her pride wounded, retorted ungraciously, We are family. Why should one knock to enter? Fang Xiao, disinterested in further discourse, pushed past her mother and went to find her father. Father, there is something I must clarify. If my mother cannot learn to knock before entering my room, I will leave the Fang family. Madame Fang, who had rushed out after her, overheard Fang Xiao's declaration, and her face darkened instantly, glaring at Fang Xiao. What nonsense are you spouting? Fang Xiao replied. I have long made it clear that entering my room requires knocking. I have reiterated this more than once. As for how you choose to treat your son, that is your affair, but do not expect me to sacrifice my own comfort for your son's upbringing. From the very beginning, Fang Xiao was aware of their preference for sons over daughters. Hence, she had been forthright upon her return. Mr. Fang furrowed his brow and glanced at Madame Fang. What business do you have in Yao Yao's room? Doesn't our son desire a car? She is not lacking in funds, Madame Fang replied, attempting to curry favor. Observing her obsequious demeanor, Mr. Fong's frown deepened. Father, you must rein her in. Taking such a person out would tarnish your reputation. What wealthy matron enters another room without knocking? Fong Xiao found Madame Fong's self-importance particularly detestable. Look at her, so crass. No matter how much money I earn, it cannot alter her pitiful nature. Adorned in jewels, she resembles a mere moving vase. The words resonated painfully with Madame Fong, who glared at Fong Xiao, grinding her teeth. Fong Xiao, what nonsense are you saying? Is it nonsense? Do you believe this treatment of Fong Jing is beneficial? He will amount to nothing. How much money can my father make to support his wasteful habits? Expecting me to sustain him for life. Are you dreaming? Mr. Fong had initially contemplated allowing Fong Xiao to care for Fong Jing, hoping to provide a better life for their son. However, upon hearing Fong Xiao's words, he began to reconsider. Seeing Mr. Fong lost in thought, Madame Fong grew anxious. Old Fong, you cannot possibly heed this reckless girl's words. Fong Xiao coldly scoffed, glancing at Madame Fong. So, in your eyes, I am merely a reckless girl? If that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to ascend the stairs, intent on gathering her belongings to depart. Mr. Fong, witnessing her serious intent, struck Madame Fong across the face. What nonsense are you uttering? Yao Yao is also our child. Our family's current standing is owed to the support and assistance she has provided over the years. Madame Fong covered her face with her hand, her expression one of confusion. You actually struck me for the sake of a dead girl? Mr. Fong's countenance darkened further at her words. Had he not made himself sufficiently clear? Continue your nonsense, and I will have you thrown out, Mr. Fong warned sternly. Realizing Mr. Fong was genuinely angry, Madame Fong dared not speak further. After he left, she stormed back to her room in a fit of rage. Bursting in, she approached Fong Xiao with the intention of striking her. Fong Xiao dodged Madame Fong and provocatively remarked, "Did you get hit? Serves you right." The already irate Madame Fong became even more furious at Fong Xiao's incessant taunts, raising her hand and chasing Fong Xiao outside. Fong Xiao, running towards where Mr. Fong was, cried out, "Dad, help! My mom is going to hit me." Hearing this, Madame Fong realized it was too late to retract her hand. Mr. Fong, upon exiting, witnessed Madame Fong striking Fong Xiao. His face darkened as he approached and grabbed Madame Fong's wrist, flinging her away. What on earth is happening? Fong Xiao stammered, recounting to Mr. Fong how Madame Fong had barged into her room, shouting and cursing at her. Mr. Fong, upon hearing this, was struck by a mix of amusement and anger. That's not how it happened. She insulted me first, and in my anger How could she have insulted you in your own room if she never left? If Madame Fong had not sought out Fong Xiao, this situation would not have escalated. How could she have the audacity to claim that Fong Xiao cursed at her? Madame Fong found herself at a loss for words, while Fong Xiao stood beside Mr. Fong, looking at Madame Fong with a mocking smile. Noticing Fong Xiao's expression, Madame Fong pointed at her in agitation, saying, "Look at her, reveling in my humiliation." Mr. Fong turned to look, only to see Fong Xiao with her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. What revelry? You are merely spouting nonsense. Even now, you continue to slander the child. From this day forward, all your pocket money is revoked. Xiao, return to your room and lock the door. If she comes looking for you again, just inform me, Mr. Fong instructed with concern. Having other matters to attend to, Mr. Fong departed, leaving Fong Xiao and Madame Fong standing there. Fong Xiao wiped her tears and regarded the trembling Madame Fong with derision. Approaching her, Fong Xiao spoke softly. "It seems my father does not believe your words, Madame Fong. What do you have to contend with me?" Madame Fong clenched her fists tightly, glaring at the audaciously smiling Fong Xiao as she left. It was the first time she had suffered a setback at the hands of another, and that person was her own daughter. Once back in her room, Fong Xiao picked up her phone and dialed Shun Xingzi again. This time he answered, which relieved her greatly. Thankfully, Shun Xingzi was still willing to listen, or else all her plans would have been in vain. "I sincerely apologize for what transpired today, Xingzi. I acknowledge my mistakes. Could you possibly find it in your heart to forgive me this once?" Fong Xiao this time dare not speak to Shun Xingzi from a position of superiority, instead adopting a much humbler demeanor. I understand that my words were inappropriate, but my anger clouded my judgment. Leading to my incoherent speech, Fang Xiao explained with a pitiful tone. In her view, having offered an explanation, Shun Xingze would surely refrain from chastising her further. However, Shun Xingze remained silent, merely listening intently to her words. After a considerable time had passed, Fang Xiao began to sense that something was amiss. Xingze, what is the matter? Why have you remained silent? Fang Xiao, due to your inconsistency, I have lost my status as the heir of the Shun family. Are you satisfied now? Shun Xingze's voice was soft, as though he spoke of another's plight rather than his own. The smile on Fang Xiao's face faltered at his words. How could this be? Aren't you the most outstanding member of the Shun family? Why? Because of you, your incessant arrogance has led to my disqualification as heir. Even if I excel in the future, the opportunity will be lost. My grandfather has altered the criteria for inheritance. Now, any capable child of our family stand a chance. And no single individual will oversee all the companies. Shun Xingze still could not comprehend how matters had spiraled into such a predicament. Fang Xiao's complexion paled. If Shun Xingze truly lost this opportunity because of her, would he still be willing to make sacrifices for her in the future? The thought was unbearable. Do not call me again. This is how it must be. Fang Xiao could not simply relinquish Shun Xingze. Crying, she pleaded, Xingze, I truly had no idea things would turn out this way. Please don't ignore me. I genuinely regret my actions. Her previous feigned tears gave way to genuine sorrow. Have I not already lost enough for you? Shun Xingze inquired, his tone laden with complexity. Xingze, I isn't like that. If you truly understood your wrongs, you would not speak of my grandfather in such a manner. Regardless of how he has treated you, he remains your elder, and yet you uttered such words. Furthermore, Fang Xiao, 100 billion is no trifling sum. It represents all the liquid assets my family can muster. With that, into the call. Fang Xiao attempted to reach out to Shun Xingze once more, but the line was already unavailable. In despair, she collapsed to the ground, resolute that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. At the very least, until she found her next opportunity, she could not give up on Shun Xingze. Given his affection for her, she did not believe he would truly abandon her. With that thought, Fang Xiao felt a sense of relief. As she contemplated how to soothe Shun Xingze, he dialed Sumu, leaning against Hua Nanfeng and playfully tracing his abdominal muscles. Sumu glanced at the unfamiliar number that had suddenly appeared on his phone, puzzled. This number seemed somewhat familiar. Hua Nanfeng embraced Sumu as they gazed at the call on her phone. Just as Sumu was contemplating whether to answer, he reached out and pressed the answer button. Sumu, come out. I need to talk to you. Shun Xingze's voice remained as haughty as ever. Upon hearing this, Sumu wore a puzzled expression, wondering if Shun Xingze had dialed the wrong number. Hua Nanfeng, with a stern countenance, activated the speakerphone. Noticing Sumu's agitation, he leaned in and planted a reassuring kiss on his face. Darling, let us listen to what this fool has to say. Shun Xingze had expected Sumu to rush to him as she once did, like a devoted admirer. Even though she was now married, he anticipated her eagerness. Yet, to his astonishment, Sumu called him a fool. What did you say, Sumu? Repeat that, he demanded. Throughout her life, Sumu had never encountered someone who made such a request. Now that someone had, she felt compelled to fulfill his absurd demand. I said you were a fool, a complete and utter imbecile. Chapter 32. Legal couple Shun Xingze gritted his teeth and spoke with anger. Sumu, you'd better think carefully before you speak. If you miss this opportunity, do not expect to return to my side. Only by coming back to me can you live better, just as you did before. Sumu found his words laughable and unleashed a torrent of insults at Shun Xingze. How do you manage to be so ordinary yet so confident? My husband is wealthier than you, more handsome, and has a better physique. What audacity do you have to compare yourself to him? Hua Nanfeng, hearing Sumu speak so disparagingly of him, grasped her chin and made her look at him. Am I really that impressive? Sumu, seizing his hand, glanced around before suddenly wrapping her arms around Hua Nanfeng's neck and playfully biting him. Not stopping there, she began to nibble gently on his neck. Are you a little puppy? Hua Nanfeng furrowed his brow, watching Sumu, who was playfully gnawing at him. Shun Xingze was no innocent bystander. Hearing their banter, his eyes turned red with fury. Sumu, what on earth are you doing? What do you think I'm doing with my husband at this hour? Do you want a live demonstration? You have no sense. With that, he abruptly hung up, tossing his phone aside as he lunged toward Huan Nanfeng. Huan Nanfeng wrapped his arms around Sumu with a hint of amusement in his eyes. You brought this upon yourself. Tomorrow morning, you must not bite anyone. Without giving Sumu a chance to respond, Huan Nanfeng had already pinned her to the bed, while Shun Xingze, enraged, smashed his own phone. In Shun Xingze's mind, even if he no longer wanted Sumu, she could only ever be his woman. Yet now, she was cavorting with another man. Picking up the phone from the ground, Shun Xingze continued to call Sumu, but her phone remained unanswered. It wasn't until Sumu fell asleep from exhaustion that Huan Nanfeng finally turned his attention to the incessantly ringing phone. Dressed in a bathrobe, he walked over to retrieve the phone, answering it as he returned to bed, holding Sumu close. Young Master Shun, why are you calling my wife so late at night? Where is Sumu? Shun Xingze knew all too well what Huan Nanfeng's voice implied. You wish to speak with my wife? She seems to be rather occupied and has fallen asleep. Darling, it's time for bed, Huan Nanfeng managed to say before Sumu, still half asleep, burrowed deeper into his embrace, mumbling for him to sleep as well. Sumu, how shameless can you be? Shun Xingze began, but Sumu, hearing the commotion, nestled even deeper into Huan Nanfeng's arms, frowning as she murmured, what is that barking noise? Huan Nanfeng chuckled softly, his earlier irritation dissipating at her words. Just a stray dog, sleep now. He gently patted Sumu's back, soothing her to sleep. Once she was completely asleep, Huan Nanfeng continued speaking to Shun Xingze on the other end of the line, young Master Shun of the Shun family. Are you truly stooping to the level of a male mistress? It seems I must call old Master Shun to inquire whether all members of the Shun family possess such tendencies, eating from one bowl while gazing into another. Others have married, yet he still insists on calling late at night, persisting in his entanglement. However, I have heard that young Master Shun has lost his claim to the Shun family inheritance. Nonetheless, I surmise you would not mind losing a bit more, would you? Shun Xingze wished to express something, but the call was abruptly disconnected, as Huan Nanfeng indeed placed a call to old Master Shun. Old Master Shun, this is Huan Nanfeng, the husband of Sumu. I hope you might convey to your precious grandson that he should refrain from incessantly calling at night to disrupt the peaceful slumber of others as an unwelcome third party. Old Master Shun was on the brink of rest when he received Huan Nanfeng's call, and not only did he answer, but he also learned of Shun Xingze's intentions to meddle as a third party. Mr. Hua, I will manage this matter appropriately. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. Old Master Shun hung up the phone, seized a whip from the room, and headed to Shun Xingze's quarters. Kicking open the door, he found Shun Xingze in a frenzied state. Enraged, old Master Shun approached and delivered a series of blows to Shun Xingze with the whip. Hearing the commotion, the Shun family members emerged, and upon seeing Shun Xingze being struck, they hurried over, concern etched on their faces. Father, what are you doing? What am I doing? In the dead of night, Shun Xingze makes calls to Sumu, demanding she come out from her home. Who does he think he is? Now, Huan Nanfeng has reported this to me. Old Master Shun was deeply infuriated by Shun Xingze's actions. He had never been so humiliated before. Unyielding, Shun Xingze retorted, Sumu is my fiancée. She should listen to me. After so many years of affection, she cannot simply stop liking me. Mrs. Shun gazed at Shun Xingze with displeasure. You abandoned Sumu for Fang Xiao, even choosing to break off your engagement. Now that she has married someone else, what are you causing a ruckus for? Mother, Sumu still has feelings for me. What gives you the audacity to think you are worthy of her affection? What makes you believe she would endure humiliation to continue liking you? If she's been so deeply hurt, how could she still harbor feelings for you? That is not love. That is foolishness. Shun Xingze, I have warned you to avoid regret. Now, upon hearing that she is living harmoniously with her husband, you are displeased? Did you not realize Sumu was your fiancée before? I refuse to accept this. Mrs. Shun, unable to contain her frustration, walked over and struck Shun Xingze across the face, her disgust palpable. What are you barking about? When Sumu adored you, you were infatuated with Fang Xiao, relentlessly causing her pain. Now that Sumu has moved on and is building a new life, you suddenly wish to reclaim her. Why should she wait for you? She loves me. This was the source of Shun Xing's misplaced confidence. Shun Xingyuan furrowed his brow, observing Shun Xing's excessive self-assurance. If Sumu truly loved you, she would not have chosen to marry another. You must have received a scolding when you called Sumu, did you not? Perhaps you even overheard things you ought not to have. In the late hours of the night, it is clear to all present adults what a couple might engage in. The overheard conversations have driven him to madness. He truly holds disdain for Shun Xing's. Silence. Shun Xing's thoughts drifted to Sumu's initiative in kissing Huanan Feng, his eyes reddening with fury. Am I right in guessing that you're infuriated by my words? While you flirt with Fang Xiao, Sumu suffers even more. Having endured your repeated betrayals, yet you've only heard one thing. Why are you so upset? Brother, do not be so petty. Be magnanimous, after all. They're a legally married couple. Shun Xingyuan knows precisely how to provoke, his words piercing directly into Shun Xing's heart. You. Shun Xing's was incensed. Does such a brother exist who would stab his own elder sibling's heart? Xingyuan's statement holds truth. Shun Xing's, it would be best for you to keep this to yourself. If anyone learns you called Sumu in the dead of night, our Shun family would be shamed. Mrs. Shin yearned to pry open Shun Xing's mind to discern what lay within. He chose to forsake Sumu, quarreled with Fang Xiao, and upon discovering her true nature, sought to reclaim Sumu. Does he truly regard her as a mere fool? He speaks as if his word is law. Mother, I acknowledge my past misdeeds. Yet Sumu has always favored me. Marrying Huanan Feng was merely an act to incite my jealousy, Shun Xing's asserted with confidence. Mrs. Shun was about to retort when Shun Xingyan intervened, restraining her fury. Mother, since brother is unwilling to hear our pleas, let him seek out Sumu himself. Only after being dealt with by Huanan Feng will he understand the consequences. Old Master Shun sighed, suddenly grateful for the adjustments made regarding the heir to the family business. Xingyuan's words rang true. Everyone should retire for the night. From now on, whatever Shun Xing's does shall have no bearing on our Shun family. Second daughter-in-law, you maintain contact with Sumu. Do inform her that from this point on, Shun Xing's actions are solely his own and bear no relation to us. Old Master Shun declared sternly. Mrs. Shun nodded in acquiescence. The group soon departed, leaving Shun Xing's standing alone, lost in thought. Shun Xingyuan cast a mocking glance at him. Brother, you rejected Sumu for Fang Xiao, and now you regret it, don't you? However, if regret arises, is solely your own doing. With that, Shun Xingyuan turned away, denying Shun Xing's the opportunity to respond. Currently, Shun Xing's posed no threat to him. Shun Xing's could not fathom that Sumu would so easily relinquish him. All his actions were merely for his own sake, a tactic of feigned indifference. The following day, Shun Xing's arrived at the Su residence bearing gifts. Upon seeing him, Su Ling coldly instructed the nearby bodyguard, throw him out. Shun Xing's barely had time to speak before being ejected. As Su Ling approached the entrance, gazing at the disheveled Shun Xing's, he did not allow Shun Xing's to speak first. What do you want of my daughter? He demanded. Uncle, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall become engaged to Mumu. Shun Xing's proclaimed with an air of audacity, as if his betrothal to Su Mu was an unparalleled honor for the Su family. Su Ling had encountered shamelessness before, but this was a new level of impudence. My daughter is already wed, and my son-in-law is Huanan Feng. Where are you, Shun Xing's? You think Mumu would even consider you? Initially, Su Ling was quite incensed, but upon witnessing Shun Xing's demeanor, his anger dissipated. Uncle, Huanan Feng is merely exploiting Sumu. I am the one who genuinely cares for her, Shun Xing's insisted desperately. Kidding, Sumu. Su Ling regarded Shun Xing's with a peculiar expression, retrieving some photographs to show him. Your so-called care for my daughter led to her being abandoned for another woman, resulting in her suffering from a high fever and pneumonia? Or was it when you, posing as my daughter's fiancé, met another woman's family as her suitor? Shun Xing's, have some decency, Su Ling remarked with a blank expression, his tone dripping with disdain. Shun Xingze attempted to speak further, but Su Ling waved his hand dismissively. Summoning a bodyguard, Hu promptly approached. Keep a close watch. If Shun Xingze returns, throw him out. One insufferable individual. Su Ling's repeated coldness ignited a sense of humiliation within Shun Xingze, who retorted angrily, "This is my last chance for Sumu. That opportunity would be better directed towards Fang Xiao. However, given all that transpired at the auction yesterday, you still have not salvaged your dignity, have you?" Su Ling coldly reminded him, incessantly alluding to the events of the previous day. Though he had been unable to attend the auction, many had recounted the happenings to him, leaving him well informed of Fang Xiao's actions that evening. Upon realizing this, Su Ling's singular thought was relief that the Su family had severed ties with Fang Xiao long ago. Otherwise, they too would have faced disgrace. Shun Xingze, exasperated, glared intensely at Su Ling before turning to leave. "Boss, what audacity does Shun Xingze possess to proclaim his intention to marry the young lady?" Even the bodyguard found the situation perplexing. "Who knows? My son-in-law, Hua Nanfeng, is a modest and reserved man, unlike the arrogant Shun Xingze, who has let his minor achievements inflate his ego." Su Ling spoke highly of Hua Nanfeng while harboring disdain for Shun Xingze. Had it not been for Su Mu's initial infatuation with Shun Xingze, I would never have granted him this opportunity. The bodyguard nodded in agreement. The young lady and the son-in-law have been married for quite some time. Every time the son-in-law visits, he is exceptionally polite, treating us with respect unlike Shun Xingze's haughty demeanor. The young lady is joyous with her husband, whereas her time with Shun Xingze was filled with discontent. It is evident that true happiness stems from marrying the right person. Indeed, who would covet someone like him when I have such an exemplary son-in-law? Su Ling expressed his disdain for Shun Xingze with palpable contempt. "Boss, should we inform the young lady about this matter?" "It is imperative that we do," Su Ling replied, promptly dialing Sumu. Upon hearing that Shun Xingze had come to her home to propose an engagement, Sumu blinked in bewilderment. "Is Shun Xingze out of his mind?" "Father, what did you say?" "I would certainly make him leave." Su Ling spoke with unwavering conviction. "Father, Shun Xingze only thought of me after quarreling with Fang Xiao. Once Fang Xiao reconciles with him, he will undoubtedly revert to his old ways." Sumu knew Shun Xingze all too well. His visit to her home was merely a result of the Shun family abandoning him. He sought someone to play the fool and assist him in reclaiming his status as heir. And she was conveniently that fool, as long as you understand. I am quite pleased with Nanfeng and have no fondness for such dubious individuals. Of course, Su Mu thought to herself as she continued to mentally criticize the situation. If I were to get involved with Shun Xingze, my husband would surely cast me into the sea to feed the sharks. Chapter 033, The Rights of Mrs. While Hua Nanfeng was engrossed in his work on the computer, he suddenly perceived Su Mu's thoughts, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. She was acutely aware of her own situation, understanding that she might soon be cast into the sea to feed the sharks. Nevertheless, Hua Nanfeng remained unperturbed, as he found Su Mu's thoughts rather predictable. Once Su Mu concluded her phone call, she would undoubtedly come to him to express her grievances regarding the matter. As anticipated, after hanging up on Su Ling, Su Mu approached Hua Nanfeng hesitantly, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind, and lamented with a pout. "Darling, have I not made my intentions regarding marriage sufficiently clear?" Hua Nanfeng set his computer aside, pulled Su Mu onto his lap, and embraced her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. "What is the matter? You seem quite upset." With her arms around Hua Nanfeng, Su Mu continued to vent her frustrations. "My father just called and mentioned that Shun Xingze visited him today, even suggesting the ridiculous notion of an engagement with me." At that moment, Hua Nanfeng grasped the reason behind Su Mu's earlier complaints about Shun Xingze. "Are you angry?" Su Mu tilted her head to gaze at his handsome face, nodding vigorously. "My husband is so handsome, so capable, and treats me so well. How could I ever entertain the thought of choosing Shun Xingze, that second-hand man? Does he harbor some misunderstanding about me?" Hua Nanfeng was amused by Su Mu's words, stifling a laugh as he replied, "Perhaps your previous affections for Shun Xingze were too deeply ingrained in his memory. Sumu felt momentarily stumped by Hua Nanfeng's remark. Reflecting on her prior infatuation with Shen Xingze before her awakening to the story's trajectory, she now found the thought repulsive. I am guilty. I shall reflect. What did I do to attract his attention? Can I not change? Sumu looked at Hua Nanfeng with a pitiful expression. Hua Nanfeng gently pinched Sumu's cheek. Soothing her, it is likely that he feels emboldened by your past feelings. No, I cannot let this matter rest. Sumu bit her finger, pondering how to make her marital status more widely recognized. Ah, I seem to have an account. Suddenly inspired, she grabbed her phone and began searching. To her delight, she discovered a Weibo account with over 100,000 followers, amassed from the original owneress artistry. With a gleam in her eye, she leaped off Hua Nanfeng's lap, approached him from behind, wrapped her arms around his neck, and snapped a photo. Once she returned to his embrace, she obscured Hua Nanfeng's face with a mosaic effect and uploaded it to her account. Done. Hua Nanfeng, somewhat dissatisfied with the mosaic over his face, inquired, Is your husband truly so unpresentable? You are too prominent. There is no need for you to step in for now. Sumu reassured him with a gentle kiss on his face. Hua Nanfeng clicked his tongue, but chose not to pursue the matter further, instead watching as Sumu engaged with her online followers. Are you coming to the office with me today? He asked, glancing at the time and observing Sumu, who was absorbed in her phone, grinning foolishly. He thought to himself, his wife seemed a tad dim-witted at times. I don't want to. I'll stay home and revise the script. To the company, I have a lounge in my office. Sumu, with a disgruntled expression, glared at Hua Nanfeng and tugged at his collar, leaning closer to him, demanding, Why must you insist on taking me to the company today? Previously, Hua Nanfeng had suggested she visit the office for leisure, but after her refusal, he had not pursued the matter further. Today, however, he seemed unusually insistent. Someone is coming to the company today, and I want to take you to experience the privileges of being Mrs. Hua. A woman? A peach blossom? Not a peach blossom. Merely someone from the old residence who wishes for me to marry. Hua Nanfeng replied with disdain. Sumu nodded in understanding, gazing at Hua Nanfeng's face before playfully biting his neck, claiming mine. Amused by her playful demeanor, Hua Nanfeng kissed her cheek and said, Go get ready. We are heading to the company. Sumu chose a short-sleeved top and shorts from the closet, tied her hair in a high ponytail, and applied light makeup, appearing youthful and radiant. Where did this student come from? Seeing you like this makes me feel guilty, Hua Nanfeng remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for Sumu's youthful allure. Are you envious of my youth? Are you implying that I am old? Hua Nanfeng questioned, somewhat displeased with the topic of age as he leaned in closer to Sumu. She resolutely shook her head and took his hand, ushering him outside. We should be going. Hua Nanfeng was led out by her. Let us not discuss this now. We will talk about it later tonight. We shall see who begs for mercy then. When Hua Nanfeng and Sumu arrived at the company, the reception staff were taken aback. Amidst their astonished gazes, Hua Nanfeng addressed the security and reception staff, stating, This is my wife. From now on, let her go straight upstairs whenever she visits. Understood. Once Hua Nanfeng and Sumu departed, the reception and security staff regained their composure. Our president's wife is absolutely stunning. That complexion, that figure. As women, they couldn't help but feel envious. How fortunate is our president to have married such a beautiful wife. Within 2 minutes, the employees of Hua's group were informed that their diamond bachelor boss was married, and his wife was exceptionally attractive. Throughout the building, Sumu felt like a spectacle, especially on the floor where Hua Nanfeng worked, as more people turned to gaze at her. Sumu pinched Hua Nanfeng's waist lightly, saying, This is all your fault. To Hua Nanfeng, her gentle pinch was inconsequential, and he led her into his office, instructing his secretary before closing the door. Bring a cup of hot milk and some snacks. Certainly. As soon as the office door closed outside, the buzz began. Did you see that? Since earlier, the boss has been holding his wife's hand. Their relationship is truly admirable. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. I adore this pairing. Anyone who dares to come between our boss and his wife is opposing us. The person beside nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, the boss and his wife are forever divine. I went to deliver milk and snacks to the lady. When the secretary brought in the refreshments, Hua Nanfeng was busy with work nearby, while Sumu was engrossed in documents on her computer. "Madam, here are your snacks." Sumu looked up at the secretary delivering the treats and smiled. "Thank you." The secretary, blushing from Sumu's smile, stammered, No need to thank me." Huan Nanfeng's gaze turned icy as he observed the secretary's infatuation with Sumu. How dare they gaze upon his wife? "Is there something you need?" His cold voice made the secretary flinch, and she shook her head vigorously. "President, I'll take my leave now." With that, she hurriedly fled the scene as if pursued by a ferocious dog. Sumu collapsed onto the sofa in laughter. Teasing Huan Nanfeng, "Darling, are you truly that frightening? Even the secretary ran away from you." Nanfeng set aside his work and approached Sumu, lifting her into his embrace and pinching her nose. "Are you mocking me? Do you truly think I'm terrifying?" Sumu wrapped her arms around Huan Nanfeng's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. "You're the best, my husband." They indulged in affectionate moments until the time for the meeting arrived, at which point Huan Nanfeng released Sumu. "I must attend the meeting. You can amuse yourself in the office. If anyone bothers you, handle it as you see fit," he advised, a hint of concern in his tone. It seemed somewhat unfair to leave Sumu alone with the numerous visitors expected today. However, Sumu waved her hand, urging him, "Go on, no one can bully me." Seeing that Sumu would not heed his words, Huan Nanfeng shook his head in resignation and departed with his documents. Once he left, Sumu placed her laptop on his desk and sat in a chair to revise her script. Midway through, the office door was suddenly flung open from the outside. Startled, Sumu looked up to see a girl in a puffy skirt directing a bodyguard to break in. Sumu's expression darkened as she saved her revisions and stood up to confront the intruder. "Did you instruct them to kick the door open?" The girl regarded Sumu with a haughty demeanor. "Who do you think you are? What are you doing in Brother Nanfeng's office?" "I am Huan Nanfeng's legally recognized wife." Upon hearing this, the girl's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes narrowing into a glare as she raised her hand to slap Sumu. Sumu let out a cold laugh, grasped the girl's wrist, and retaliated with a swift slap. Afterward, she disdainfully regarded her own hand. "What thick skin you have." The girl covered her face, staring blankly at Sumu. "You dare to hit me? I will tell Uncle Hua." With her arms crossed, Sumu watched the girl flee, then glanced at the bodyguard beside her. "You really have some nerve to kick open Huan Nanfeng's office door." After concluding the call with his mobile phone, Huan Nanfeng, who was in a meeting, received a call from Sumu. Upon learning that someone had forcefully kicked open the door to his office, he paused the meeting and stepped out of the conference room. Swiftly returning to his office, he found Sumu standing at the entrance, her expression somewhat grim. Approaching her, he scrutinized her closely, and only when he confirmed she was unscathed did he finally relax. "Did they bully you?" he inquired. "No," she replied, "but I did slap that woman." Sumu recounted the incident to Huan Nanfeng, anticipating that the Ho family might come looking for trouble. However, Huan Nanfeng was entirely oblivious to the matter. He grasped Sumu's hand and noticed the foundation smeared on her skin, prompting him to summon an assistant to bring wet wipes, gently cleaning her hands. "Next time, do not resort to slapping. Use your feet instead. Look at what that slap did. Your hand is all red." He expressed his dissatisfaction regarding her act of violence. Sumu chuckled softly, allowing Huan Nanfeng to tend her hands. But a twinge of guilt crept in as she recalled the person who had fled. That individual mentioned going to inform your father. "Might this cause you any trouble?" Huan Nanfeng, without lifting his gaze, reassured her. "Rest assured, they wouldn't dare approach me. The current members of the Ho family rely on me for sustenance. Should they seek trouble, their financial support would vanish. A year or two without funds, and they will learn to behave." He had navigated such matters before. Sumu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Huan Nanfeng. "The Ho family dares not offend you? They kicked down your office door. What do you intend to do?" "Such trivial matters can be delegated to others. Let us return to the office," he replied, taking Sumu's now clean hand and leading her back. He began to elucidate the nature of his relationship with the Ho family. At that moment, Sumu realized that Huan Nanfeng's ties with the Ho family were far from cordial. In fact, they were antagonistic. Had it not been for their blood connection, the Ho family would have long since forgotten his existence. Sumu pondered deeply about Huan Nanfeng's background. One absurd plot. My husband's family dynamics are so vague. The original text merely mentions that he has a poor relationship with his family, with no further elaboration. Huan Nanfeng affectionately ruffled Sumu's hair. If the Ho family dares to trouble you, just inform me, and we shall sever their economic ties. Sumu nodded vigorously. I understand. You go ahead with your meeting. I'll be fine here alone. Very well, Hua, Nanfeng replied as he exited the office, where his assistant awaited him. Upon seeing Hua Nanfeng emerge, the assistant hurried over. Mr. Hua, it's Sun Lu from the Sun family. She has been sent by Sun Yun to test you. Hua Nanfeng acknowledged this with a nod and, before heading to his office, remarked nonchalantly, since the Sun family is so audacious as to wreak havoc on my territory, let us keep them busy, especially Sun Lu's father. Understood, the assistant replied. Upon returning home, Sun Lu sought out her sister, Sun Yun, and with a hint of agitation in her voice exclaimed, Sister, it seems that Huan Nanfeng has a wife. What is the meaning of this? Sun Yun, unfazed by the revelation, pondered thoughtfully. I had already heard whispers of this matter. This is unacceptable. You are clearly Huan Nanfeng's fiancé, Sun Lu retorted indignantly. Sister, you have no idea how arrogant that woman is. She even dared to strike me, Sun Lu lamented, tenderly touching her aching face. Casting a weary glance at her sister, Sun Yun inquired, Did you heed my advice to speak with Hua Nanfeng properly? It was evident to her that such an altercation could not have occurred without provocation, implying that Sun Lu must have acted inappropriately. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Sun Lu averted her gaze, unable to meet the penetrating eyes of her sister, which seemed to perceive her innermost thoughts. Noticing Sun Lu's reluctance to meet her stare, Sun Yun, with a sharp gaze, pressed, What have you done? I didn't. Well, I did instruct the bodyguard to kick down Huan Nanfeng's door, Sun Lu confessed, initially intending to conceal her actions, but ultimately succumbing to Sun Yun's unwavering scrutiny. Upon hearing that Sun Lu had dared to have someone forcibly enter Huan Nanfeng's office, Sun Yun's frustration boiled over, and she felt an urge to strike her sister. Foolish girl. Chapter 034. Grasping the economic lifeline, Sun Lu retreated a few steps, apprehensive that Sun Yun might react with anger and violence over the incident. Upon observing that Sun Yun remained seated, seemingly devoid of any intention to retaliate, Sun Lu cautiously approached her sister and said, Sister, I merely wanted to test the limits of Hua Nanfeng's tolerance. After all, we have witnessed the Hua family's attitude towards him. The Hua family holds no power in his presence. Given what transpired today, it is certain that Huan Nanfeng will retaliate against us. That is something Sun Yun could affirm. The days ahead for our Sun family may be fraught with difficulties. Sun Lu's complexion paled momentarily as she grasped Sun Yun's arm, imploring, Sister, what shall we do now? If father finds out, he will undoubtedly be furious with me. Now you choose to worry? Why didn't you think of that earlier? Sun Yun admonished, exasperated. When you approached Huan Nanfeng, I made everything abundantly clear. Yet, you acted impulsively. Sister, I acknowledge my mistake. You must assist me, or else father will truly be enraged, Sun Lu pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation. Sun Yun regarded her sister with an icy stare and remarked, It is beneficial for you to learn a lesson. At least it will impart some awareness of the consequences. Sun Lu gazed at her sister with a pitiful expression, prompting Sun Yun to exhale a resigned sigh. She understood that Sun Lu's visit to Huan Nanfeng was an attempt to address the previous rumors, but her sister's actions displayed a profound lack of wisdom. She was nothing more than the so-called fiancé that the Hua family used to vex Huan Nanfeng. He would never acknowledge her status, and her disruptions today would surely provoke his ire. Not only would their family suffer repercussions, but the Hua family would also bear the consequences of this incident. Sister, you are the matriarch of the Hua family. Huan Nanfeng marrying another woman is a direct affront to you, and by extension, to our Sun family, Sun Lu protested. Still unconvinced, it was evident that the Hua family had long insisted that Huan Nanfeng fulfill his engagement with her sister, yet he treated it with utter disregard. To add insult to injury, the Hua family merely observed without intervening, a blatant humiliation for their family. Last year, the Hua family had broached this topic, and the price they paid was Huan Nanfeng severing their financial ties, resulting in a tumultuous year for the Hua family. Regrettably, Sun Yin had not shared this information with Sun Lu. Had she done so, Sun Lu would not have dared to instigate trouble at such a critical juncture. Sun Lu expressed her astonishment. The Hua family relies on Hua Nanfeng for their survival. You are correct. Do you think the Hua family brought you to their company out of goodwill? They intended to utilize you to gauge Hua Nanfeng's reactions. Yet you, like a fool, fell directly into their trap, Sun Yin explained. This revelation was something Sun Lu only learned after her arrival at Hua Group. By then, it was too late for her to call Sun Lu back. Sister, do you think Hua Nanfeng will truly take action against our family? As Sun Lu listened, an unsettling feeling grew within her, convinced that Hua Nanfeng would not let them off easily. Sun Yin met her gaze and replied, He will. We must quickly seek out father. The sooner we inform him, the better chance we have to devise a plan. She harbored little faith that a collective effort could rival Hua Nanfeng's resolve. With a resigned shake of her head, Sun Yin led Sun Lu to their father. At this moment, Hua Nanfeng's father had also appeared at the Hua Group. Observing the towering building before him, the old man's expression was somewhat grim. Over the years, Hua Nanfeng had propelled the Hua family to greater heights, yet they now found themselves constrained by others. Hua Nanfeng held their fate in his hands, compelling them to yield. However, the typically cold-hearted Hua Nanfeng possessed vulnerabilities. Weaknesses, after all, can be exploited. Investigate Sumu, he commanded. The steward beside the old man hesitated, saying, Master. At this juncture, probing into Sumu may displease the family head. Do as I say, the elder insisted. They had endured Hua Nanfeng's oppression for far too long. He did not wish to remain under his control indefinitely. Only by gaining the upper hand could they negotiate with Hua Nanfeng. With no other choice, the steward complied and dispatched someone to investigate Sumu. That very evening, the information regarding Sumu landed on the old man's desk. As he perused the documents delivered by his subordinates, his brow furrowed slightly. How had such an inconspicuous girl managed to persuade Hua Nanfeng to marry her? Find a way to bring Sumu to see me, he directed. A girl emerging from a rural village, even if she had enjoyed a few days of comfort, remained the same unsophisticated country girl. If the elders summoned her to the ancestral home, would she dare to decline? Master, the family head is in the country. It may not be so simple to have her come, the steward cautioned. With the family head present, any attempt to contact Sumu would undoubtedly alert Hua Nanfeng. Figure something out, the elder replied. The steward, momentarily speechless, could only wait for an opportunity. Soon enough, that opportunity arose. Hua Nanfeng was scheduled for a business trip to another city, set to last 3 days. The day before his departure, he embraced Sumu tightly, refusing to let go. Aren't you coming with me on this trip? Sumu shook her head repeatedly. No, why would I? What would I do while you're working? She felt that being at home was exhausting enough, and now he wanted her to accompany him on a business trip, as if he wished to wear her out entirely. Squeezing her face playfully, Hua Nanfeng teased, I'll be working. You'll be on holiday. I have no intention of going. Knowing Hua Nanfeng's character, if she did accompany him, her days would be spent sleeping in a hotel while her nights were reserved for his company. She was not foolish. Realizing he could not persuade her, Hua Nanfeng relented. Then take care of yourself at home. If the ancestral home contacts you, do as you wish. You need not feel obliged to consider me. Instantly intrigued, Sumu asked curiously, what do they want from me? They want to be coming to find me. Will they? Taken aback by her enthusiasm, Nanfeng remarked, you seem rather eager. Of course I am. I simply wish to see what kind of people your family consists of. After all, you're just like this. Sumu replied matter-of-factly. Since that is the case, when they come looking for you, feel free to entertain them. No need to be polite. If they bully you, just let me know, and I'll come back to exact vengeance, Hua Nanfeng assured her, his concern evident. To this, Sumu nodded repeatedly. Thank you, my dear husband. The following morning, as Hua Nanfeng departed for his business trip, Sumu remained in slumber. Shortly thereafter, the steward from the old residence arrived at Hua Nanfeng's abode and addressed the butler, stating, the master wishes to see the mistress. Prompt her to come forth. The butler, with a slight smile, dismissed the old steward's words. The mistress is still resting. The master has decreed that none of us may disturb her until she awakens. If the elder wishes to see her, he must wait. She will descend when she is refreshed, and at that time, she shall accompany you." The butler spoke with a calm, yet firm demeanor. Upon hearing that Sumu had yet to rise, the old steward's expression darkened. "What hour is it? And she still slumbers? Such a lack of decorum. In this household, the master's word is law. When a master states that the mistress may arise at her leisure, she shall do so. Who are you to question her?" The butler, with a stern countenance, retorted without reservation. A steward relying on the master for his livelihood dared to act presumptuously in the master's own domain. Had the absence of the master led them to forget his significance? "Tang Lin, you are quite audacious," the old steward remarked. "Tang Lin, whether my boldness is commendable or not is for the master to determine. If you dare to criticize the mistress today, will you not be emboldened to insult the master tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, the old steward's expression shifted abruptly. If Huanan Feng were to overhear, his days would be far from pleasant. "Tang Lin, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever insulted the master? You may not have done so, but your admonishment of the mistress reveals a gross overestimation of your own importance. Have you forgotten the respect the master commands?" The old steward, now at a loss for words, realized he had indeed crossed the line. His remarks had only served to embarrass himself, not Sumu. "If you wish to see the mistress, you shall have to wait." Resigned to his fate, the old steward could only linger outside, and thus he waited for 3 long hours. When Sumu finally descended the stairs, it was well past 11 o'clock. "Madam, you are awake. The meal is prepared," Tang Lin announced as he signaled for the servants to bring forth the food. As Sumu took her seat at the dining table, Tang Lin continued, "Madam, the steward from the old residence has arrived." Curiously tilting her head, Sumu inquired, "When did he arrive?" "He's been waiting for 3 hours. I instructed him to remain outside." Tang Lin recounted the situation briefly. "With the master just departed, it seems they are not here with good intentions." Tang Lin expressed concern for Sumu, fearing that her youth might render her vulnerable to mistreatment at the old residence. As she savored her meal, Sumu reflected on Huan Nanfeng's earlier words. "It's nothing. Prepare 2 individuals for me. If they seek to intimidate, they must first ascertain whether I am inclined to comply." The old resident's interest in her was likely a result of their inability to confront Hua Nanfeng directly, thus opting for someone they perceived as easier to subdue. After finishing her meal, Sumu ascended to change into appropriate attire before leisurely departing. Upon seeing Sumu emerge, the old steward's countenance revealed his displeasure. "Why are you so late? The old gentleman has been waiting for you for quite some time." Just as Tang Lin was about to take action, he was halted by Sumu, who crossed his arms and scrutinized the boisterous Song Chong before him. "Did I instruct him to wait?" Sumu questioned. With a sullen expression, Tang Lin stepped forward to shield Sumu, stating, "Song Chong, it appears you have truly forgotten the nature of the head of the family. How dare a servant raise his voice at the lady of the house? The old gentleman wishes to see you." Owing to Huan Nanfeng's absence, Song Chong disregarded Tang Lin's warning, confident that once they arrived at the ancestral home, it would be the old gentleman's authority that prevailed. "Let us proceed. I too wish to witness just how degraded the inhabitants of this old residence have become." Sumu strolled leisurely ahead, followed closely by Tang Lin. As Song Chong stood by the car, Sumu cast a disdainful glance at the vehicle, remarking, "It seems the ancestral home has truly fallen into decline if such a car can still be presented." "Tang Lin, prepare the car," Sumu commanded, tilting his head towards him. "Understood, madam." Before long, Tang Lin emerged with Huan Nanfeng's luxurious vehicle, which starkly contrasted with the dilapidated car Song Chong had arrived in, effectively striking a blow to Song Chong and the family's reputation. With a grim expression, Song Chong watched Tang Lin and Sumu depart, reluctantly following behind. Driving this car was the old gentleman's intention, aimed at humiliating Sumu. Little did he know, Sumu was not so easily fooled and paid no heed to the ancestral home's affairs. On the return journey, Song Cheng's anxiety grew. What if Sumu chose not to comply with the old gentleman's wishes? Burdened by his concerns, Song Cheng returned to the ancestral home. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Sumu had already entered with Tang Lin, prompting him to hasten after them. Upon entering, Sumu found herself surrounded by numerous guests in the living room, while old master Hua feigned ignorance of her presence. This unspoken show of authority irked Sumu, prompting her to click her tongue in disdain. She settled into an empty sofa, silently toying with her fingers. Old Master Hua, intent on asserting his dominance, was taken aback when Sumu simply sat down. His face darkened as he barked, "Who permitted you to sit? Kneel before me." Sun Lu, nearby, stifled a laugh, looking at Sumu with mockery, deservedly so. In response, Sumu casually grabbed a piece of fruit from the table and hurled it at Sun Lu, striking her squarely in the face. "If you cannot speak properly, then remain silent." Enraged by Sumu's audacity to bully others in his presence, Old Master Hua pointed at her, unleashing a torrent of furious rebukes. "You have gone too far. Someone, bring me the family rules. I shall teach her a proper lesson today. She truly does not regard us at all." Sumu sat there, unfazed, gazing at Old Master Hua with composure. "Do you truly dare to lay a hand on me? Old man, I have come today out of respect for my husband. You, who can only enjoy your twilight years by virtue of my husband, how dare you bark here?" Aware of the old gentleman's intent to provoke her, Sumu offered him no semblance of respect. Sun Lu looked on in shock, unable to believe that Sumu dared to speak to Old Master Hua in such a manner, completely unafraid. You dare to speak to me like that?" Sumu retorted, "My husband told me not to regard you, especially since you rely on him for your livelihood. Indeed, my husband has urged me to convey a message. Remain compliant, and you shall continue to thrive as you do now. However, should you act otherwise, relinquish any hopes of retaining your wealth." With a sidelong glance at Sun Lu, who fancied herself empowered by the support of the venerable Mr. Hua, it became evident that she was utterly incapable of any significant action. After all, the residents of the old estate were bound by the influence of Hua Nanfeng, and as his wife, her every gesture and utterance reflected upon him. "Dear elder, may I inquire," Sumu feigned curiosity, "if I were to contact my husband and sever your family's financial support, would you still inhabit such a grand abode, surrounded by numerous servants, living a life of such comfort?" The countenance of Mr. Hua, as well as those of the surrounding members of the Hua family, shifted noticeably. "What exactly are you planning?" "That is a pertinent question. I too am eager to understand your intentions in summoning me so soon after my husband's departure." The elder and the nearby Hua family members appeared somewhat apprehensive. The purpose of calling Sumu was, of course, to ascertain whether she could be controlled. Chapter 035. The fear of losing everything. It has become increasingly evident that Sumu, much like Hua Nanfeng, is an individual with a rebellious spirit difficult to control. Observing their expressions, Sumu suddenly realized, "I understand now. You summoned me not to seek my assistance against my husband, did you?" The elder members of the Hua family were momentarily speechless, glaring at Sumu with indignation, as if caught in a moment of embarrassment. "Honestly, I must say, my husband and I are married. How could I possibly conspire against him on your behalf? Am I the one who is mentally impaired? Or are you all deluded? Have you truly mistaken yourselves for fools?" The Hua family members returned her gaze with fury. "You needn't look at me that way. I am merely stating facts. However, I am quite curious. How is it that such a large number of you cannot sustain yourselves in the ancestral home and are still relying on my husband for financial support? Is it that aside from my husband, no one in the Hua family possesses any capability?" Sumu regarded those before her with sincerity, her eyes brimming with curiosity. The Hua family members turned ashen at her words, while the younger generation appeared utterly bewildered, unable to find their footing. Even if they ventured into business, they could only manage a precarious existence, just barely scraping by. Were it not for the support from Hua Nanfeng, the ancestral home would have long since crumbled. Although the ancestral home appeared harmonious and prosperous, it was solely due to the financial aid provided by Hua Nanfeng. Without his support, they would be utterly helpless. Sumu gazed at the Hua family members in astonishment. "Is it truly the case that so many of you depend on my husband for your livelihood? If so, what audacity do you possess to raise your voices against him? You wish to use me to confront my husband? It seems you're yearning for a taste of a life devoid of everything." Sumu could not fathom the mindset of those residing in the ancestral home. As they plotted against Hua Nanfeng, did they never pause to reflect on their own circumstances? those who rely on Hua Nanfeng for their sustenance daring to rebel against him and seize everything from him, who bestowed upon them such audacity to act in this manner. Brushing off her skirt, Sumu rose from the sofa and addressed the Hua family members. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. If you wish to live peacefully, remain compliant and refrain from entertaining unwarranted thoughts. Should you persist with such notions, you may truly find yourselves with nothing, for in the coming 2 years, my husband might very well cut off your financial lifeline. The elder Hua's face paled, and he gritted his teeth in anger, exclaiming, he wouldn't dare. Such an occurrence had transpired once before, a year he had scarcely dared to contemplate. Accustomed to a life of extravagance, the sudden absence of funds had made existence unbearable. Now, the idea that Hua Nanfeng might consider such an action was simply unacceptable to him. With a smile playing upon her lips, Sumu regarded the furious elder Hua with keen interest, remarking, you might be surprised to hear this, but my husband did say that he indeed dares to do so. After all, he has not shied away from similar actions in the past. Wouldn't you agree, elder? Seeing that the members of the Hua family were filled with indignation yet rendered speechless, Sumu nodded with satisfaction. Well, you have seen what you needed to see. I must take my leave to the beauty salon and shall not linger with you any longer. Just as Sumu was about to depart, a thought crossed her mind, and she paused, casting a smile at the elderly Hua patriarch. Next time, ensure your dog learns to speak before entering our territory. Otherwise, I shall not spare the dog for its master's sake. The Hua patriarch glared angrily at the departing Sumu, astonished that a girl born of peasant stock dared to address him in such a manner. Sun Lu stood in stunned silence, watching Sumu leave, bewildered by her apparent fearlessness in front of the Hua patriarch, even audaciously labeling him as a dog. Did she truly have no fear at all? As Sumu and Tang Lin departed from the old residence, she inquired about Hua Nanfeng during their journey home. It was from Tang Lin that she learned the reasons behind Hua Nanfeng's profound resentment towards the old estate. Hua Nanfeng's mother had been coerced into marrying the Hua patriarch. At that time, she had been forced into the union, and later, upon giving birth to Hua Nanfeng, she was compelled to sever ties with her childhood love to marry the patriarch. However, the patriarch was plagued by suspicion, and after their marriage, he remained convinced that Hua Nanfeng's mother was still involved with her childhood sweetheart, leading him to take drastic action against the latter, resulting in the latter's family being utterly devastated. Upon learning of this, Hua Nanfeng's mother fell into despair and chose to end her own life when Hua Nanfeng was merely 8 years old. Yet, this was only the beginning. Even in death, the patriarch would not grant her peace, holding her ashes captive, denying her rest. It was only when Hua Nanfeng returned from abroad as an adult, seizing all of the Hua family's possessions, that his mother was finally laid to rest beside her true love. Due to these events, Hua Nanfeng harbored an intense hatred for the Hua family. Yet, bound by their blood ties, he refrained from taking overtly drastic measures, instead controlling the economic lifeline of the entire Hua family, rendering them incapable of thriving without his financial support. When he was pleased, he allowed them a modicum of comfort. When displeased, they suffered alongside him. Suddenly, Sumu felt that she had not performed to the best of her abilities. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed out the window. Madam, there is no need for concern. The family head had already decreed that their financial resources would be cut off for 2 years, and they will behave themselves, Tang Lin remarked, showing no sympathy for the Hua family. After the matriarch's passing, the patriarch had treated the family head poorly, resulting in the Hua family bullying Hua Nanfeng. Consequently, at the tender age of 12, Hua Nanfeng chose to leave the country with the inheritance left by his mother, and through sheer determination. He made a name for himself on Wall Street by the age of 16. By 18, he began sending people back home to strategically reclaim the Hua family's assets, methodically encroaching upon their enterprises. By the time Hua Nanfeng graduated with dual doctorates at the age of 23 and returned home, the Hua family's fortunes had already fallen under his control. It was from that point onwards that Hua Nanfeng became the head of the Hua family, who were now subject to his authority. Such a course of action was indeed prudent. I had been overly generous to the old estate, allowing them time to concoct trouble. Sumu reflected, her eyes scanning the surroundings as she dialed Hua Nanfeng on her phone. As soon as the call connected, Sumu began to complain. "Darling, the people from the old residence are bullying me. You must cut off their funds." Tang Lin looked at Sumu in confusion, wondering if it was not the mistress who was bullying the residents of the old house. "How does it feel to visit the old residence?" Hua Nanfeng inquired while handling his work. Sumu chuckled. "I find the Hua family members rather lacking in intelligence." Hua Nanfeng quietly laughed, finding Sumu's remarks quite amusing. "Why do you say that? They even invited the person who provoked me at the company to their home," Sumu remarked, considering the Hua family's intellect questionable. Hua Nanfeng, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked, "Did they truly bring someone over?" "Yes, the provocateur was met with a fruit thrown at their face," Sumu replied, oblivious to Hua Nanfeng's emotions, instead grinning widely. "My wife is truly formidable." Hua Nanfeng's voice was soothing, akin to that of a parent comforting a child, which made Sumu feel a bit bashful. After chatting with Hua Nanfeng for a few moments, Sumu hung up, her cheeks slightly flushed, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Hua Nanfeng gazed at the disconnected call, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his eyes reflecting a distinct chill. The Hua family truly was unaware of the consequences. He ordered that this year's funds be withheld, compelling them to devise their own solutions. There were myriad ways to torment the Hua family, but Hua Nanfeng relished watching them fume in impotent rage over their financial predicament. "Indeed," remarked his assistant, somewhat exasperated, "when will the Hua family come to terms with reality? They know they cannot rival the boss, yet still choose to confront him, showing no fear of inciting his wrath, ultimately ending up with nothing." However, this was of no concern to him. He merely followed the boss's directives. When the old master of the Hua family learned that Hua Nanfeng had truly severed their annual expenditures, he angrily smashed the cup beside him. "Damn Hua Nanfeng. For a woman, he has genuinely taken action against us." The old master was furious to the brink of bloodshed. Song Cheng's complexion turned pale. He dared not contemplate how Hua Nanfeng would deal with him if he discovered Song Cheng's attitude toward Sumu. It became clear that Hua Nanfeng was not jesting this time. "Old master, what should we do about this?" The old residence, which appeared resplendent over the past 2 years, could not function without Hua Nanfeng's financial support. The old master, with a dark expression, attempted to call Hua Nanfeng, but before the call could connect, he was informed that the recipient was out of service area. Frowning slightly at his phone, he pondered, "What does this mean?" Song Cheng, lowering his head, did not dare to meet the old master's gaze, nor did he dare to disclose the situation. "Why can't the call go through?" The old master inquired again. "Resigned," Song Cheng replied. "Old master, the head of the family has blocked your number, which is why you cannot reach him." The old master turned to look at Song Cheng, his expression darkening. "What did you say? Hua Nanfeng has blocked me? How dare he?" Beside him, Song Cheng remained silent, hesitant to speak. Given the circumstances, it was possible that the head of the family had already blacklisted the old master, unbeknownst to the old man himself. Lord Hua gazed at his phone with a hint of melancholy, his expression laden with complexity as he murmured, "He still resents me for his mother's affairs." Upon hearing the old man's mention of that lady, Song Cheng was momentarily taken aback, even somewhat astonished. It was indeed surprising that the old master could bring up that woman. She was strikingly beautiful and had a childhood sweetheart. However, after encountering Lord Hua, her life took a tragic turn. Had he been the head of the family, he too might have harbored resentment towards the old master. The old master will eventually come to understand, Song Cheng thought, uncertain of how to respond and resorting to mere pleasantries with Lord Hua. With a cold snort, Lord Hua's eyes brimmed with disdain for Hua Nanfeng. If he truly understood, he wouldn't engage in such aggravating actions. Regret consumed him as he pondered why he had not restrained Hua Nanfeng from venturing abroad alone, allowing him to develop independently beyond his control. Song Cheng found the old master's words difficult to digest. It was evident that the matter concerning the lady was the old man's fault. Yet he wished for Hua Nanfeng to comprehend and even accept him as a father. Nonetheless, this incident was not without merit, for it revealed Hua Nanfeng's genuine concern for Sumu. Henceforth, their future endeavors would become considerably simpler, focusing their attention on Sumu. "Old master, Do you still intend to take action against Sumu? If the head of the family learns of this, he will not let it go lightly, Song Chung urged anxiously. If he is not worried, then I shall proceed as I see fit. I want Huan Nanfeng to witness the consequences of opposing me, Lord Hu declared. As for Sumu, the disrespect she displayed today would be repaid gradually. Meanwhile, Sumu, who was still en route home in the car, sneezed several times in succession. Frowning, she muttered, "It must be the whole family cursing me." Tang Lin, driving with concern, advised, "Madam, you must exercise caution. The old master was humiliated in front of so many today. He will certainly not let this go easily and may seek to trouble you in the future." Sumu was well aware that Lord Hua would not simply overlook her actions. If that old man did nothing at all, she would truly come to disdain him. As it stood, the situation was not without its advantages. If Lord Hua dared to approach her, she would ensure he faced even greater embarrassment. Observing Sumu's excited and anticipatory demeanor, Tang Lin was somewhat perplexed. It seemed as if the madam actually welcomed the prospect of trouble from the old residents. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously, dismissing it. Surely, he had misheard. Who would welcome being troubled? In the midst of their conversation, Sumu was returned to the villa. Holding her phone, she scrolled through her contacts. Upon seeing one particular number, she hesitated for a moment before dialing. The call connected swiftly, and a cold voice responded, "Did you call me for a reason? If not, I shall hang up." With great difficulty, Sumu mustered her courage, only to have it completely dissipate upon hearing the indifferent tone of the other party. Glancing at her phone, she ultimately chose to end the call. Before disconnecting, Sumu softly murmured, "I apologize for disturbing you. It won't happen again." After hanging up, she stared at the number and decided to delete it. Along with the phone number, she also blocked all other means of contact. Since she had resolved to sever ties, she would do so decisively. It was for the best for both of them. Seated on the chair, Sumu gazed into the distance for a while before inquiring of Tang Lin, who stood nearby. "Tang Lin, if your friend were to find their family and be welcomed back, would you harbor any resentment?" Tang Lin, somewhat perplexed by Sumu's implication, queried, "Why would one feel resentment? A true friend should be delighted for their companion, shouldn't they?" Sumu tugged at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, one ought to feel joy for a friend. Yet, why had the person she grew up with turned completely against her upon learning that she had found her relatives, subsequently severing all contact? It had been 1.5 years since she located her parents, and throughout this time, she had never made a call. Today, when she finally reached out, she was met with such a response. Should she investigate the reason? Perhaps it's better for them to simply wish each other well. Chapter 036. The need for compensation. Tang Lin gazed at Sumu with a hint of concern, inquiring, "Madam, are you truly certain we need not investigate?" Sumu smiled gently and shook her head. "No need, let it be." Seated in the garden, surrounded by a riot of blossoms, Sumu contemplated her previous intentions to treat her friends with kindness. Ultimately, however, she chose to forsake her own feelings and sever all ties. This way, she would no longer need to fret over their affairs. Observing Sumu's melancholic demeanor as she sat in the garden, Tang Lin felt a twinge of worry. He retreated to a corner, capturing a photograph on his phone to send to Huan Nanfeng. Upon receiving the image of the evidently disheartened Sumu, Huan Nanfeng furrowed his brow and promptly called Tang Lin, asking, "What has transpired?" Tang Lin relayed the details of Sumu's call to her friend, which he had ultimately ended, and conveyed that the lady of the house was currently in distress. Arrange for a bouquet of flowers and procure some small cakes from the usual bakery to present to the madam, Nanfeng instructed. Approximately an hour later, Tang Lin approached Sumu, cradling a bouquet and carrying the small cakes. "Madam, these are gifts from the master," he announced. Sumu, momentarily lost in thought, instinctively turned at the sight of the delicate pink and white flowers, her mood lifting instantly. Embracing the flowers, she watched as Tang Lin placed the cakes upon the table before he departed. Setting the flowers down, Sumu took a photograph of the bouquet alongside the confections and sent it to Huan Nanfeng, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, dear husband, for the lovely gifts." Huan Nanfeng replied, informing her of a meeting regarding a collaboration before departing with his assistant. As they left, Huan Nanfeng instructed his assistant, have someone investigate the madam's past, particularly regarding a friend she once had. Upon returning to the hotel after dining with a business partner, Huan Nanfeng found that his assistant had already gathered the relevant information. As Huan Nanfeng perused the details, his brow knitted in concern. Sumu's friend was named Tang Wan, with whom she had grown up in an orphanage. They had been inseparable as children. However, due to Sumu's beauty, she often faced bullying, and Tang Wan had always stood as her protector. They had once vowed to lead fulfilling lives together, but as time passed, Tang Wan's resentment towards Sumu grew, fueled by the affection shown to Sumu by those they admired. Their once-cherished friendship began to fray, unbeknownst to Sumu, who even aided Tang Wan in pursuing her own romantic interests. Yet in Tang Wan's eyes, Sumu's actions were perceived as provocations. Eventually, when Sumu's family sought her, the disparity in their social standings led to a rift. When Sumu suggested bringing Tang Wan along, Tang Wan mistook this for a display of superiority. This misunderstanding culminated in a complete fallout between the two, resulting in over a year of silence. "Sir, this individual is not worth the madam's concern," the assistant remarked, having reviewed the findings. From the outset, the madam acted out of goodwill towards Tang Wan, yet her kindness was met with disregard and disdain. And Nanfeng nodded in agreement, recognizing that Tang Wan was unworthy of the affection his wife had shown. The president, Tang Wan, is now married to the man she loves, yet her life is far from idyllic. As an orphan and a mother to a daughter, she faces disfavor from her in-laws. Now, managing both her child and her job, she endures a life of hardship. This matter must remain concealed from the madam. Regarding these individuals, Nanfeng pays them no heed. As long as they do not trouble his wife, all is well. Indeed, Huan Nanfeng successfully concluded a business deal and booked a flight home for the following afternoon. Before heading to the airport, he thoughtfully purchased a gift for Sumu. Observing this, the assistant could not help but remark, "The president is truly kind to the madam. No matter where he travels for work, he always brings her gifts. If he returns home without one, she would surely complain." Recalling a previous business trip abroad, when he had forgotten a gift for Sumu and faced her displeasure, the assistant shook his head in resignation. Clearly aware of this incident, the assistant followed Huan Nanfeng, carrying the bag in his hand. As the afternoon approached, the two made their way to the airport. Later that evening, after Sumu had dinner and was watching a drama on the balcony, Huan Nanfeng ascended the stairs, gift in hand. Upon entering the room, he found Sumu sitting on the balcony in her nightgown, surrounded by snacks and the flowers he had gifted her the previous day. "Is my husband home, and yet ignoring me? I even brought a gift back for someone," Huan Nanfeng remarked playfully. Hearing his voice, Sumu instinctively turned her head and, upon seeing him, rushed over, leaping into his arms. "Why did you take so long to return? Did you miss me?" Huan Nanfeng set the shopping bag down and embraced Sumu, teasingly inquiring. Sumu shot him a glare and turned away, ignoring him. "No gifts for me, then?" Huan Nanfeng asked, feigning displeasure as he looked at her. "Is this how you treat me after I brought you a gift?" Sumu loosened her grip on Huan Nanfeng, struggling to slide down and see her present. "You're treating me like this after I brought you a gift?" Huan Nanfeng pretended to be upset as he observed her. Sumu wrapped her arms around his neck and planted kisses on his face. "Hurry and let me go. I want to unwrap the gift." Seeing her eagerness, Huan Nanfeng released her, watching her joyfully unwrap the present as he resignedly headed to take a shower and change clothes. Emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, Huan Nanfeng found Sumu engrossed with her newly received gift. Hearing his footsteps, she turned to speak to him, only to find him bare-chested. Upon seeing him like this, Sumu lost her composure, staring at Huan Nanfeng, her mind racing with disordered thoughts. "If I were to leap into my husband's arms now, would he think I lack modesty?" Huan Nanfeng raised an eyebrow at her, intrigued by the prospect of being tackled by his wife. Pretending to be oblivious, he approached her, towel in hand, and playfully pinched her cheek, calling her a little vixen. Sumu bristled at this label. She had done nothing inappropriate, so how could she be called such a thing? With a quick glance around, she tossed the gift aside and lunged at Huan Nanfeng, pushing him onto the bed. Huan Nanfeng held Sumu close, deliberately retreating toward the edge of the bed, and together they tumbled onto it. Sumu propped himself on Huan Nanfeng's shoulder, gazing at him lying on the bed, suddenly feeling somewhat timid. Clearing his throat softly, Sumu quietly withdrew his hand, saying, I'm going to take a shower. Observing Sumu attempting to rise from his side, Huan Nanfeng let out a gentle sigh. He could hardly expect Sumu to take the initiative. Reaching out, he grasped Sumu's hand, pulling him back onto himself and rolling over to pin him down on the bed. Lowering his head, he pressed his lips against Sumu's and softly inquired, Have you missed me these past few days? Yes, Sumu obediently nodded, unable to feign otherwise. Huan Nanfeng felt quite satisfied with this response and gently bit Sumu's shoulder, whispering, How about you make it up to your husband tonight? Sumu's eyes widened, ready to protest, but was silenced. I don't. Objection denied. The following day, when Sumu awoke, it was already past noon. As he opened his eyes, he felt every part of his body ache. Struggling to sit up, he barely managed to place his feet on the ground before his legs gave way, nearly causing him to collapse. Huan Nanfeng swiftly wrapped his arms around Sumu, easing him back onto the bed. What do you want? I'll get it for you. Swatting away Huan Nanfeng's hands, Sumu huffed, I don't need your false kindness. Huan Nanfeng lifted Sumu onto his lap, his hands gently massaging her waist. Don't be angry, my dear. I've missed you so much these past few days, he murmured, nuzzling his chin against Sumu's shoulder. Sumu shot Huan Nanfeng an exasperated glance, turning to playfully knead his face. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Huan Nanfeng chuckled deeply, leaning down to kiss Sumu's neck. Who could resist a wife as alluring as you? Sumu, both amused and irritated, squeezed Huan Nanfeng's neck and exclaimed, The outside world claims you're indifferent to women. Why is this so different from what I've heard? The original text clearly stated that he was indifferent to women and had always been single. How does this man before me contradict that? Huan Nanfeng raised an eyebrow at the indignant Sumu and gently pulled her hands from his neck. Indifferent to women? When did I ever say that? You are my wife. If I don't do something for you, wouldn't that make me less than a beast? Huan Nanfeng had never claimed to be indifferent to women. It was merely that those who approached him often had ulterior motives, which he found unappealing. But Sumu was different. She was his acknowledged wife. Failing to act would be foolishness. Sumu glared at Huan, realizing he made a compelling argument that left her speechless. Darling, once you're feeling better, let us have 2 children, shall we? It would be wonderful to have a daughter who looks just like you. What about a son? I want both, too, just like you. Huan Nanfeng's eyes sparkled at the thought of Sumu mentioning the Su family's twin gene. Sumu reached out and pushed Huan Nanfeng aside, her tone tinged with irritation. Think it over first. Huan Nanfeng, with a playful smile, pulled her into his embrace and replied, I believe this matter warrants some contemplation. My back hurts. Could you please give me a massage? Sumu guided Huan Nanfeng's hands to her waist, seeking his assistance. The predicament she found herself in was entirely his fault. Throughout the day, Huan Nanfeng remained at home, discussing various affairs of the company with Sumu. With his company, Sumu felt at ease. If only she could overlook the fact that Huan Nanfeng was also taking advantage of her vulnerability. After resting at home for 2 days, Huan Nanfeng returned to the office, while Fang Xiao grew anxious from her inability to reach Shun Xingze. Having taken the time to present herself attractively, Fang Xiao made her way to Shun Xingze's residence. Upon seeing her standing at his doorstep, Shun Xingze's eyes were filled with disdain. What are you doing here? Fang Xiao remained silent, her eyes reddening as she threw herself into his arms. Xingze, I'm sorry. I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me this once. I never intended for things to escalate this way. Shun Xingze, his expression devoid of emotion, gazed at the woman clinging to him, his eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and frustration. Xingze, please don't ignore me. I truly understand my errors. Observing Fang Xiao's tears streaming down her face, Shun Xingze felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. It was he who had been humiliated, he who had lost everything. What was she crying about? What grievances did she have? He gently lowered her hands, pushing her away. Fang Xiao, do not come here anymore. Stunned, Fang Xiao stared blankly at Shun Xingze. You're pushing me away? Because of your so-called unintentional actions, I have lost everything. What more do you want from me? Shun Xingze glared at her, his voice laced with anger. Fang Xiao, feeling the weight of his disdain, experienced a pang of regret. Had she known it would come to this, she would have behaved differently. Despite her anger at Shun Xingza's treatment, she hesitated to leave, fearing he might truly abandon her. Xingza, I genuinely recognize my mistakes. Please forgive me this time. Shun Xingza frowned at her persistent entreaties, growing increasingly exasperated. As Fang Xiao attempted to embrace him once more, he firmly pushed her away. You may leave now. Just as Shun Xingza was about to close the door, Fang Xiao's hand slipped in, getting caught in the door, and she let out a pained cry. Ah! Hearing her distress, Shun Xingza quickly opened the door, frowning at her. What are you doing? Fang Xiao forced a sorrowful smile. Xingza, please don't ignore me. Noticing the red marks on her arm, Shun Xingza sighed and stepped aside. You may come in. With a slight smile of triumph, Fang Xiao entered his home, while Shun Xingza retrieved a first aid kit to tend to her arm. As Shun Xingza went to retrieve the medicine box, Fang Xiao rushed over and embraced him from behind. Xingzi, em sorry. Shun Xingza found Fang Xiao's actions perplexing. When he treated her with kindness, she seemed somewhat distant. Yet now, when he chose to ignore her, she clung to him insistently. He pulled her hands away and stepped aside, his expression impassive as he gazed at her. What exactly do you want? Fang Xiao, faced with Shun Xingza's repeated rejections, broke down in tears. Xingza, do you no longer like me? Shun Xingza let out a self-deprecating smile. The cost of liking you is too great. You never listen to what I say. You always presume to know what's best for me. But Fang Xiao, have you ever truly considered my feelings? He calmly posed a question that had troubled him for days. Fang Xiao was rendered speechless. Her actions had been deliberate, intended to demonstrate to the Shun family and outsiders just how significant she was in Shun Xingza's heart. She believed that only in this way could her path to stardom be assured. However, she never anticipated that the Shun family would ultimately treat Shun Xingza in such a manner, leaving him with nothing. With trembling hands, Fang Xiao bit her lip, stubbornly meeting Shun Xingza's gaze. Seeing that she could not even muster an explanation, his heart grew cold. You may leave now. Chapter 037. Aspiring to be the other man, Fang Xiao's body stiffened as she wept, incredulously lifting her gaze to Shun Xingza. Xingza, what did you say? I've already apologized to you. Why can't you forgive me? To this, Shun Xingza found it somewhat amusing. You think that, by offering an apology, everything can return to how it was? Fang Xiao, when did you become so naive? He gazed at her with mockery, his tone laced with sarcasm. Fang Xiao stared at the transformed Shun Xingza in astonishment, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Xingza, what do you mean? You have taken everything from me. Do you truly believe that a few words will earn my forgiveness? Shun Xingza grasped her chin, his voice thick with disdain. I was once the heir of the Shun family, and because of you, I have lost everything. What more do you want, Fang Xiao? With pain evident in her wide eyes, Fang Xiao pleaded, Xingza, please, I was wrong. Shun Xingza let out a self-deprecating laugh, fixing his gaze upon her. Fang Xiao, you do not genuinely regret your actions. You are merely afraid that I will not treat you as I once did. That is why you have come to seek my forgiveness, hoping for a return to the past. Am I correct? Xingza, how can you think of me in such a light? I am not that kind of person, Fang Xiao replied, her emotions rising. Shun Xingza regarded her with a complex expression as he suddenly laughed, though the smile held a hint of desolation. Fang Xiao, you insist you are not that person. Yet I beg to differ. Before this incident occurred, how often did you come to seek me out? He inquired. At that time, she rarely, if ever, took the initiative to visit his residence or even to call or message him. Yet in the past few days, her messages and calls had been incessant. The cause was not difficult to deduce. Fang Xiao froze, struggling to recall instances when she had actively sought out Shun Xingza. How could she have forgotten? Noticing her silence, Shun Xingza continued, Fang Xiao, you only reach out to me when you are with Sumu, am I not correct? His reminder jolted her memory. Indeed, she had only contacted Shun Xingza when she was with Sumu, otherwise maintaining a facade of reserve, waiting for him to reach out. Even when they did communicate, her responses had been perfunctory, even flirtatious. This was a stark contrast to her current daily engagements with Shun Xingza. Xingza, please allow me to explain. You say you wish to explain? I am listening, he replied. Fang Xiao looked at him, bewildered. How could he take her words seriously? Aren't you the one seeking to explain? She asked, her gaze forlorn. Xingze, is this truly how you perceive me? If so, I shall take my leave. Fang Xiao understood that she could not justify her actions and had no choice but to retreat, hoping to make Shun Xingze feel that he was in the wrong for her having to apologize. However, Shun Xingze, who had already seen through her intentions, merely watched as Fang Xiao slowly walked away. Fang Xiao deliberately turned away, her pace languid, anticipating that Shun Xingze would surely call out to her. Yet, upon reaching the door, she found that he remained silent. Instinctively glancing back, she beheld Shun Xingze seated on the sofa, engrossed in his work on the computer, not sparing her a single glance. This realization ignited a sense of panic within her. Shun Xingze, I despise you, she thought, genuinely hurt for the first time, and she fled in tears. Shun Xingze set aside his computer, his expression impassive as he approached the open door to close it. He had known, from a moment he saw her sluggishly making her way to the exit, that she merely sought to provoke him into capitulation. The one at fault had always been Fang Xiao, whose explanations were always vague. Given this, what right did she have to linger before him? After leaving Shun Xingze's residence, Fang Xiao wiped her tears and turned to gaze at his home. Gritting her teeth, she proclaimed angrily, Shun Xingze, do you think I care for you? Without you, others will surely surround me. Nevertheless, she had another matter to resolve. Fang Xiao hailed a taxi to the Su family villa, where she stood at the entrance, incessantly knocking. Inside, someone heard the commotion and emerged. Su Ling, upon seeing Fang Xiao relentlessly banging on the door, furrowed his brow in displeasure as he approached. Fang Xiao, what are you doing? He inquired. Where's Mumu? Mumu is, of course, at my son-in-law's home. What business do you have with her? Su Ling observed Fang Xiao's frantic demeanor and discerned that her recent days had not been pleasant, and her relationship with Shun Xingze had plummeted to an all-time low. His words pierced Fang Xiao's heart. Indeed, Sumu was now the wife of Huan Nanfeng and would not be residing in the Su household. What purpose did her visit hold? As she pondered whether to leave and seek Sumu elsewhere, a sudden honk from a car behind her disrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she spotted the occupants of the vehicle, her eyes lighting up with delight. It was Huan Nanfeng. Su Ling, upon seeing Huan Nanfeng's car, smiled and opened the door, stepping out. Noticing Fang Xiao lingering at the entrance, he expressed disdain. Do not obstruct my son-in-law's return. Step aside. When Fang Xiao remained silent, rooted in place, Su Ling pushed her aside, causing her to stumble backward. Turning to him, she exclaimed, Dad, how can you treat me this way? Su Ling quickly waved his hand dismissively. You must not speak such nonsense. You are no longer my daughter. Your father is Fang Kuan, not me. Recalling her father at home, Fang Xiao bit her lip, sorrowfully looking at Su Ling. Dad, regardless of the situation, I'm still the child you raised for over a decade. You cannot forsake me simply because my sister has returned. Su Ling could not help but roll his eyes. Fang Xiao truly had a talent for shifting blame. Perhaps only she had forgotten why they had cast her out. From a car, Sumu observed Fang Xiao and remarked, Let us go down and provoke Fang Xiao a little. It has come to my attention that Fang Xiao has been persistently seeking an apology from Shun Xingze. Yet he has afforded her no opportunity for such reconciliation. Observing the distressed expression on Fang Xiao's face, one might wonder who has chastised her. Huan Nanfeng remarked that prior to arriving at the Su residence, Fang Xiao had approached Shun Xingze, only to exit in tears. Su Mu nodded in understanding, realizing that she must have endured some indignity at Shun Xingze's hands, prompting her to unleash her frustrations at home. Intrigued, she decided to investigate further. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Su Mu spoke with an unusual tone. Who might this be? Is it not Miss Fang gracing our humble abode with her presence? Su Mu's arrival was like a sharp thorn in Fang Xiao's side, particularly the simplicity of Su Mu's dress, which was of a high fashion that Fang Xiao could not currently afford, intensified her jealousy to its peak. Damn Su Mu, why couldn't she remain away? Why must she return to compete with me? Fang Xiao lamented internally, recalling her grievances with her parents and brother, and now Shun Xingze alongside Huan Nanfeng. Su Mu, Overhearing Fang Xiao's inner thoughts, felt a twinge of displeasure. Was Fang Xiao truly unwell? Such words were utterly preposterous. I refused to accept the blame for allegedly usurping Shun Xingze and Huanan Feng. If anything, I merely took away the antagonist, Shun Xingze, a worthless individual. Who would covet such a thing? Unable to voice her disdain openly, Sumu could only engage in silent sarcasm. Su Ling and Hua Nanfeng, upon catching wind of Fang Xiao's sentiments, instinctively furrowed their brows, directing their gazes toward her. This adept manipulation of blame was a skill that only Fang Xiao could wield with such finesse. Hua Nanfeng stepped out of the car, approached Sumu, and naturally wrapped his arm around her waist, softly stating, "Darling, why engage with such a person? Are you not longing for your parents? Let us return home." Sumu chuckled, embracing Hua Nanfeng's waist. I merely wished to exchange a few words with her upon encountering a familiar face, seeing her displeasure. Since Hua Nanfeng's arrival, Fang Xiao's focus had remained fixated on them. Witnessing Su Mu's charming demeanor nestled in Hua Nanfeng's arms, Fang Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to displace Su Mu and assume her position. With her eyes brimming with tears, Fang Xiao exclaimed, "Su Mu, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your sister. How can you speak to me in such a manner?" Hua Nanfeng interjected, "Miss Fang, your sister is merely youthful. I can understand her." Following this, Fang Xiao lowered her head, her demeanor suggesting that one might mistakenly believe Su Mu had been bullying her. This display amused Su Mu, who retorted, "Fang Xiao, to speak ill of me in front of my husband while feigning victimhood. Do you truly think all men are like Shun Xingze, susceptible to your manipulations?" With tears in her eyes, Fang Xiao looked up at Su Mu. "Su Mu, I am your sister. How can you so unjustly malign me?" Disinterested in Fang Xiao's theatrics, Sumu turned her attention to Su Ling. "Father, do we have another daughter in our family?" Su Ling, comprehending Sumu's intent, dutifully shook his head. "We have only you as our daughter. There are no other young ladies." Sumu raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "Look, I'm my parents' only daughter. Even if I had brothers, would you dare to confront me on my doorstep? Are your parents aware of your actions?" "You, Fang Xiao, if I were in your position, I would maintain my composure as I did when I arrived here. Your current demeanor is truly beneath my contempt." Fang Xiao, observing Su Mu's haughty attitude, felt an overwhelming urge to silence her, yet she refrained, especially in the presence of Hua Nanfeng. "What did you say in front of Xingze?" Noticing that continuing this line of conversation would yield no benefits, Fang Xiao opted to change the subject. Su Mu gazed at Fang Xiao in confusion. "What are you rambling about? Am I rambling? If you haven't spoken to Xingze, then why is he unwilling to acknowledge me now?" Fang Xiao knew that admitting such a sentiment was humiliating, yet she could no longer hold back. It was clear that Shun Xingze cared for her above all else. Why, then, did he now seem indifferent? Realization dawned on Su Mu. She understood what Fang Xiao was implying. With a resigned gesture, she replied, "Perhaps it is because Shun Xingze wishes to play the role of the third party." Fang Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze piercing as she glared at Su Mu. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not speaking in vain. Shun Xingze wants to restore our engagement. He even approached my father about it. Surely, he has not kept this from you?" Su Mu's astonishment was palpable as she regarded Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao shook her head in disbelief. "Impossible. How could Xingze possibly want to restore the engagement? He has no feelings for you." Understanding that mere words would not convince Fang Xiao, Su Mu retrieved the surveillance footage from a few days prior, when Shun Xingze had come to their home to apologize to Su Ling and express his desire to renew their engagement. With undeniable evidence in hand, Fang Xiao could not dismiss the truth any longer. She fixated on the footage, her mind racing as she recalled Shun Xingze's words to Su Ling. No wonder he was now ignoring her. He was contemplating reconciliation with Su Mu. "You wretched girl, you are attempting to seduce my boyfriend." Fang Xiao, seemingly provoked, lanod at Sumu. Just as Su Mu prepared to retaliate, Hua Nanfeng intervened, swiftly ejecting Fang Xiao from the scene. Fang Xiao stumbled to the ground, turning to Hua Nanfeng with a defiant glare. Hua Nanfeng, despite marrying Su Mu, she still clings to Shun Xingze. You continue to defend her? I trust my wife. Hua, Nanfeng replied, fully aware of Sumu's disdain for Shun Xingze. His resentment towards Shun Xingze was palpable, as if he wished he had never crossed paths with him. When the topic of their former engagement arose, Huan Nanfeng's expression soured. The very thought of Sumu having once harbored feelings for Shun Xingze filled him with disdain. She longed to erase that part of her past. How could such a person remain entangled with Shun Xingze? Fang Xiao's attempts to sow discord between them were naively misguided. Struggling to regain her footing, Fang Xiao looked at Huan Nanfeng. Do you truly hold such affection for her? She's the one seeking to restore the engagement. I am legally bound to my wife. Even if Shun Xingze wishes to play the role of the third party, what does it matter? His wife is not even fond of Shun Xingze. He stands no chance. Sumu wrapped her arms around Hua Nanfeng's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Darling, you are simply wonderful. Huan Nanfeng looked at Sumu with affectionate eyes, gently pinching her cheek. Is this all it takes to make you happy? Sumu nodded vigorously. Of course. Recognizing a schemer and unwaveringly believing in your husband amidst others' attempts to sow discord. What could be more admirable than that? Turning to Fang Xiao, Sumu remarked, TSK, Fang Xiao, you truly are in a pitiable state. How long has it been since you snatched away a man through any means necessary? And now he no longer wants you? Sumu's lips parted, and her words dripped with venom. You speak nonsense. Xingze would never abandon me. Fang Xiao was driven to the brink of despair by Sumu's taunt about Shun Xingze's indifference. Then why are you outside my house wailing? Why not call Shun Xingze and complain that we are bullying you, just like before when he would come to your aid? Sumu, fully aware of the frostiness between Fang Xiao and Shun Xingze, deliberately provoked her. Why haven't you called Shun Xingze yet? Is it that you do not wish to? Chapter 38. Confronting Su Yanqing, Huan Nanfeng gazed affectionately at Sumu as she plunged a metaphorical dagger into Fang Xiao's heart. He merely ruffled Sumu's hair, signaling her to refrain from going too far. Sumu, with a look of innocent bewilderment, responded to Huan Nanfeng, asserting that she had not overstepped. She had merely returned the tactics that Fang Xiao once employed against her. However, it appeared that Fang Xiao was quite displeased. Indeed, Fang Xiao was furious. Clenching her fists, she glared at Sumu and exclaimed, Sumu, you did this on purpose. You know that Shun Xingze is upset with me, yet you say such things. Sumu looked at Fang Xiao with a perplexed expression, replying, I'm simply using the very methods you employed against me. Why are you upset? Fang Xiao stared at Sumu in shock, unable to comprehend. You did this on purpose? She murmured. Fang Xiao, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions instead of placing the blame on others every time something goes awry. We are not your parents, nor are we obligated to indulge you. After saying this, she took Hua Nanfeng by the hand and headed home, casting a glance at Fang Xiao as they passed. Do not come to my home seeking humiliation. No one will care about your tears, nor will anyone feel sympathy for you. Dad, are you really not going to intervene on my behalf? Fang Xiao turned to Su Ling, her voice tinged with sorrow. I'm not your father. Nanfeng, let's go inside, Su Ling replied curtly. Fang Xiao watched helplessly as Su Ling led Sumu and Hua Nanfeng into the house, closing the door in front of her as if she were an unwelcome piece of refuse, never casting a glance in her direction. This realization caused a slight tremor in Fang Xiao's body, and she struggled to accept the harsh truth. You cannot treat me this way. I'm also a member of the Su family. She cried out desperately at the door. Yet, the Su family remained indifferent to her plight. With a heavy heart, Fang Xiao stumbled away from the entrance, waiting until Su Ling had left before summoning the family's bodyguards to retrieve Huan Nanfeng's vehicle. Su Ling, with a look of disdain, remarked, I do not understand what has come over Fang Xiao. She appeared out of nowhere, demanding to see you. Dad, Fang Xiao sought out Shun Xingze and returned to us after being humiliated, Sumu recounted, recalling what Huan Nanfeng had said, her expression one of distaste. Su Ling looked at Sumu in astonishment. Is that so? I thought her relationship with Shun Xingze was rather good. The aftermath of the auction had left Shun Xingze harboring a deep resentment towards Fang Xiao. understanding dovned on sununtiding. So, he wishes to sever ties with her? Sumu shook her head, deeming that unlikely. Primarily because Fang Xiao would never relinquish someone like Shun Xingze, who has been her devoted admirer. Fang Xiao would undoubtedly resort to some means to win back Shun Xingze's forgiveness. It was merely a question of what tactics she would employ. Su Ling and Hua Nanfeng listened to Su Mu's musings and found nothing amiss in her observations. Given Fang Xiao's character, she would indeed not let matters rest easily. Having faced setbacks both with Shun Xingze and the Su family, Fang Xiao had no desire to return to the company of those she found distasteful. Upon returning to her own home, she began to ponder her next course of action. Must I truly seek out that person? Fang Xiao murmured, her brow furrowed in contemplation. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Fang Xiao instinctively shook her head, declaring, "No, I absolutely cannot proceed with this." If she were to seek out that individual, the pervert would undoubtedly not let her off easily. Unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from pursuing that person. It seemed prudent to focus on Shun Xingze and Su Yanqing for the time being. Before Su Mu's return, Su Yanqing had treated her quite well. Perhaps she could approach Su Yanqing while simultaneously sowing discord between Su Yanqing and Su Mu. The more she contemplated this, the more convinced Fang Xiao became that this was a viable plan. Having come to a resolution, Fang Xiao arranged for someone to investigate Su Yanqing's schedule and seize an opportunity to orchestrate a chance encounter. As she was about to collide with Su Yanqing, the latter swiftly sidestepped. When Fang Xiao drew nearer, Su Yanqing noticed her and began to regard her with suspicion. To her astonishment, Fang Xiao genuinely attempted to employ tricks, intending to fall against him. Completely unprepared for Su Yanqing's evasion, she found herself sprawled on the ground, gazing up at Su Yanqing with a dazed expression. "Brother?" Su Yanqing looked at Fang Xiao with evident disdain, feeling a twinge of irritation within. "Who is your brother?" "Brother, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your sister. How can you treat me this way?" Tears streamed down Fang Xiao's face, drawing the attention of bystanders who began to point and whisper at Su Yanqing. With a cold laugh, Su Yanqing retorted, "Fang Xiao, you're not my sister. You come here and deliberately fall onto me. What is your intention?" Fang Xiao, feeling wronged, rose from the ground and said sorrowfully, "I accidentally bumped into you. Who would have known you would be so heartless and ignore me?" Su Yanqing was momentarily amused by her audacity. Looking at her with disdain, "Fang Xiao, there are surveillance cameras here. Would you like me to request footage from the neighboring store to see whether your actions were intentional or accidental?" It was clear that Fang Xiao had deliberately collided with him, yet she had the audacity to cast blame upon him. Biting her lip, Fang Xiao looked at Su Yanqing with self-mockery and remarked, "Ever since Su Mu arrived, your treatment of me has changed." Su Yanqing, initially patient, was now intrigued to discern Fang Xiao's motives. Little did he expect her to involve Su Mu in her grievances. With a cold stare, Su Yanqing regarded Fang Xiao, watching her escalate her emotional accusations, and coldly stated, "Is this your justification for stealing Mu Mu's fiancé and kissing him in front of everyone?" The onlookers, upon hearing Su Yanqing's words, turned their gazes toward Fang Xiao, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fang Xiao's face flushed crimson as she fumbled for an explanation. "We were merely playing a game and lost. At that time, you were still my family's adopted daughter. You were well aware that he was Mu Mu's fiancé, yet you behaved so brazenly in front of so many people. You claim you merely lost a game?" Su Yanqing continued, "Ask those around you if they believe your words." One girl, unable to contain her laughter, rolled her eyes and said, "You are nothing but a 1,000-year-old vixen. What are you trying to spin for us here? Surely, you are envious of the genuine heiress, and your actions are merely an attempt to humiliate her. Are they not? Where can one find someone who covets their own sister's fiancé? After all, the family has nurtured you for so many years, and yet you have turned into a thankless wretch." Fang Xiao felt the weight of the surrounding gazes as they pointed fingers at her, instantly consumed by regret. She lamented seeking trouble for Su Yanqing in such a public setting. However, she had not anticipated that Su Yanqing would expose her actions before everyone, showing no regard for her feelings or reputation. "You are no longer a child of my family. and I am no longer your brother. Spare me the pretense of kinship." The mere thought of Fang Xiao wanting him to act like a sycophant made Su Yanqing feel profoundly uneasy, sending shivers down her spine. Chapter 39. Awakening memories. The onlookers cast furtive glances at Fang Xiao, murmuring amongst themselves about how someone like her could dare to cause trouble. Hearing their whispers, Fang Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as she indignantly confronted them. "What do you know? I am his sister. Now that he has found his biological sister, he has completely disregarded my existence." Su Yanqing looked at Fang Xiao with disdain and remarked, "You are aware that I am your brother. Yet your feelings towards me are not those of familial love, but rather something else entirely. Oh, let me correct myself. It is not romantic affection you seek, but rather you wish for me to be your sycophant, to do your bidding, and to assist you in dealing with my sister. Am I wrong?" Unfazed by the potential embarrassment, Su Yanqing laid bare Fang Xiao's ulterior motives. Upon hearing his words, Fang Xiao's complexion paled. "You speak nonsense," she retorted. "What nonsense am I uttering? Do you truly lack such intentions?" Su Yanqing pressed, his gaze piercing into hers. "Fang Xiao, do you dare to look me in the eye and deny your thoughts?" Fang Xiao, feeling cornered, averted her gaze, unable to meet Su Yanqing's scrutinizing eyes, for deep down, she knew he was right. The bystanders, not oblivious, noted her discomfort. One person exclaimed in shock, "How utterly repugnant! After all, hasn't this person obstructed her brother for over a decade? Her motives are truly disgusting. It is no wonder he treats her with such disdain. If it were us, we would be utterly appalled." With the weight of their stares bearing down on her, Fang Xiao fled in embarrassment. Su Yanqing remained rooted in place, watching her retreat with a cold indifference before turning away himself. After today, he was curious to see how she would dare to approach him again. If she did, he would ensure she continued to suffer humiliation. As Fang Xiao left in a flurry of shame, she gnawed on her fingers, troubled by Su Yanqing's loathing expression. It was not supposed to be this way. How could he possibly know her thoughts? With everything laid bare, how could she continue to scheme against him? The very thought of Su Yanqing now filled her mind, and she was unable to shake off the image of his contemptuous gaze, as if he had seen something utterly vile. For reasons she could not comprehend, she had always envisioned Su Yanqing as her devoted follower, someone who would help her seize control of the entire Su family, even going so far as to harm Sumu on her behalf. Yet now, he had publicly humiliated her in front of so many, a behavior so uncharacteristic of him. How could this be happening? It should not be this way. Neither Su Yanqing nor Shun Xingze should behave in such a manner, especially Shun Xingze, who, in her mind, had always treated her with unwavering kindness and would never sever ties over trivial matters. Yet now, he seemed indifferent to her plight. The most astonishing change had been in Sumu. Once so enamored with Shun Xingze, he would do anything for him. However, after the incident at the bar, Sumu had transformed. The once timid and inept individual had morphed into someone bold and self-assured, even daring to confront Hua Nanfeng. After kissing Hua Nanfeng, the situation escalated to the point where she urged him to marry her. Strangely, Hua Nanfeng, seemingly under some spell, actually obtained a marriage certificate with Sumu. What exactly was happening? Fang Xiao wandered aimlessly down the street, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through her reverie. "Get out of the way." Before she could comprehend the warning, a car, careening uncontrollably onto the sidewalk, struck her. The air was filled with screams and the frantic dialing of emergency services. In her unconscious state, Fang Xiao witnessed the unfolding drama like a fleeting dream. When she finally regained consciousness, she discovered that she was, in fact, the protagonist of this world, with everyone around her existing to serve her. Shun Xingze was her male lead, while Sumu, who she had presumed to be a mere supporting character, had inexplicably altered her role. The transformation of the Su family was equally perplexing. Su Ling and her husband, along with Su Yanqing's attitude towards her, had undergone a complete reversal. In the narrative, they would never have expelled her. Rather, they would have scolded Sumu for any missteps. Yet now, everything had shifted. She had been cast out of the Su household and had a fallout with Shun Xingze. All of this turmoil began when Sumu's character changed. She resolved to seek out Sumu and discern the truth. While lost in contemplation, a young man entered the room, visibly relieved upon seeing Fang Xiao awake. "You're awake," he exclaimed. "What happened to me?" She inquired. "My car malfunctioned and veered onto the sidewalk, resulting in the accident. The doctor assured me that your injuries are minor, just some soft tissue bruising," he explained, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. As she gazed at him, a stream of information flooded her mind. Lin Xinkai, a professor at the Imperial Capital University, and the understated young master of the Lin family. His elder sister was a notable figure in the entertainment industry, a celebrated actress. Upon confirming Lin Xinkai's identity, Fang Xiao's thoughts were consumed with how to maximize his potential benefits for her own advantage. With Shun Xingze out of the picture, she desperately needed someone to fill his role and provide her with greater opportunities. Lin Xinkai was the perfect candidate for her plans. "That is good to hear. I'm sorry that my oversight caused you harm," Lin Xinkai said, filled with remorse. "It's all right. It wasn't intentional. Such things are unfortunate, but happen to anyone." Fang Xiao reassured him with a gentle smile. Lin Xinkai's expression brightened, and he handed her his phone number. "I have a meeting to attend. I need to return to the university. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. Go ahead and take care of your business." "I can manage on my own," Fang Xiao replied softly, her smile captivating Lin Xinkai's attention. "Is there anything you'd like to eat? I can bring something back for you after my meeting," he offered, feeling a bit bashful in light of her understanding nature. "I'm fine with anything." "Then I'll take my leave," he said, and as he walked away, Fang Xiao toyed with the business card in her hand, a slight smirk playing on her lips. After a period of recuperation from a soft tissue injury, Fang Xiao gained a formidable ally, rendering the ordeal rather worthwhile. She saved Lin Xinkai's number and reclined on her bed, allowing her eyes to flutter shut in rest. A thought struck her, prompting her to share the news of her hospitalization due to the car accident with her family, albeit with the notifications muted. Upon seeing the photo of Fang Xiao in the hospital, Sumu understood that she had initiated her plan, initially dismissing it. He tossed his phone aside, but soon retrieved it, contemplating what to say while scrutinizing the image posted by Fang Xiao. Beside it lay a card, which he enlarged to read its contents, allowing a cold smirk to escape him. Even in such a predicament, Fang Xiao manages to cross paths with Lin Xinkai. Truly, she embodies the essence of a leading lady. Huanan Feng, who was working nearby, caught wind of Sumu's thoughts and regarded him with surprise. He paused his work, approached Sumu, and enveloped him in an embrace, inquiring, "What troubles you? You appear quite displeased." "Fang Xiao has been hospitalized following a car accident," Sumu replied. Huanan Feng raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Sumu's reaction. Shouldn't this news bring joy? Why the discontent? Given Sumu's penchant for schadenfreude, he would typically revel in Fang Xiao's misfortunes. Indeed, one might think it would be a cause for celebration. However, the person responsible for the accident was Lin Xinkai, the scion of the Lin family, wielding considerable influence. His sister was a prominent star in the entertainment industry. With Lin Xinkai's sister's support, Fang Xiao's aspirations in that realm would only flourish further. Sumu disclosed Lin Xinkai's background to Huanan Feng, who pinched Sumu's cheek lightly. What is there to be upset about? Simply devise a way for Lin Xinkai to uncover Fang Xiao's true nature. Sumu contemplated this possibility earnestly. In the original narrative, it was indeed a car accident that brought Lin Xinkai and Fang Xiao together. As they interacted, he gradually developed feelings for her, only to find himself thwarted when she became engaged just as he was preparing to confess his affection. Initially, Lin Xinkai intended to relinquish his feelings for Fang Xiao, but she employed certain tactics to ensure his unwavering devotion. In the end, Lin Xinkai's reputation was utterly destroyed by Shun Xingze, leading to his untimely demise, with Fang Xiao never once acknowledging him before his passing. It is worth noting that Lin Xinkai was also a tragic figure in the original story. After Fang Xiao had exhausted all his utility, she discarded him, and even in his last moments, when he yearned to see her, she deftly avoided him. Huanan Feng, listening to Sumu's reflections, felt an increasing desire to thwart this situation. He was well aware of Lin Xinkai's merits as an esteemed biology professor, whose contributions to the field were substantial. Should Fang Xiao bring about his downfall, it would indeed be a loss for the nation. Darling, can this matter be addressed? Sumu inquired of Hua Nanfeng. As long as I desire it, it shall be done, Hua Nanfeng assured him. Sumu, playfully clinging to Hua Nanfeng, coaxed. Please assist me, my love. Hua Nanfeng affectionately brushed his finger against Su Mu's nose, replying, Of course, I shall help you. I will arrange for this matter to be handled and will inform you once there is news. Gratefully, Su Mu cupped Hua Nanfeng's face and planted a firm kiss upon it. Thank you, my dear. Hua Nanfeng raised an eyebrow at Su Mu's gesture. This display of sincerity is rather lacking. After speaking, he lifted Su Mu and headed towards the room. When Hua Nanfeng emerged from the room with his phone, he had changed into comfortable home attire. What is it? Hua Nanfeng's tone was somewhat frosty. The voice on the other end paused momentarily before asking, Did I disturb you? Speak quickly. She's coming back. Hua Nanfeng's brows furrowed slightly. Who is she? The person on the other end was momentarily taken aback. Nanfeng, don't you remember? Hua Nanfeng felt perplexed. What should I remember? Zhou Xian is returning from abroad. You truly do not recall this person? Upon hearing that name, Hua Nanfeng found it rather peculiar, not familiar. Gu Jinyu's voice became somewhat sharp. Not familiar? Weren't you childhood sweethearts? Hua Nanfeng frowned tightly. When did he ever have a childhood sweetheart? How could he not know? Gu Jinyu, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I have a childhood sweetheart? He had never been close to girls since he was young. Moreover, he had gone abroad at a young age, leaving no time to cultivate any such relationships. Huh? Didn't you know Zhou Xian since childhood? Gu Jinyu was also somewhat astonished. Use your brain. I left for abroad at 12 and returned at 23. Before I left, I spent most of my time with you guys. When did you see me getting close to any girls? Hua Nanfeng was genuinely curious about how Gu Jinyu could say such things. It was at this moment that Gu Jinyu began to seriously contemplate the matter and, suddenly enlightened, he said, Right? Weren't we your childhood brothers? Prompted by Hua Nanfeng, Gu Jinyu finally realized that there had never been any girls around them, let alone Hua Nanfeng. Who told you I had a childhood sweetheart? If my little jealous partner hears that, it would be disastrous. It would certainly cause a quarrel. Zhou Xian contacted me, saying she has known you since childhood and hopes you can attend her welcome banquet, which is why I thought to give you a call. After all, Hua Nanfeng is already married. The sudden emergence of a childhood sweetheart is quite inappropriate. Who knew Zhou Xian was spreading rumors? Nanfeng, do you want to go that day? After all, Zhou Xian has contacted many people under your name, Gu Jinyu said with a frown. Hua Nanfeng was somewhat displeased. Zhou Xian was quite audacious. I understand. Just let me know once the time is set. He was indeed curious about the person who had used his name to gather attendees for her welcome banquet. No problem. After hanging up, Hua Nanfeng returned to the room, looking at Su Mu, who was nestled under the covers, his eyes filled with tenderness. He took his laptop to the balcony to handle the remaining work. Once done, he approached the bedside, extending his arms to embrace Su Mu. Darling, it's time to wake up. Su Mu burrowed closer into Hua Nanfeng's embrace, not uttering a word. Hua Nanfeng chuckled softly, bending down to plant a kiss on Su Mu's face, thinking how adorable his wife was. Su Mu groggily opened her eyes, gazing at Hua Nanfeng, and could not help but complain, You're being too much. Not long ago, Jinyu called me, mentioning that someone was spreading rumors about her childhood friendship. Upon hearing this, Sumu immediately perked up, her eyes wide as she looked at Hua Nanfeng. Darling, who said such a thing? A person named Zhou Xian has been utilizing my name to contact several individuals, inviting them to a welcome banquet upon her return to the country. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Hua Nanfeng, reclining against the headboard, embraced Sumu gently as he spoke. Sumu pondered deeply about Zhou Xian, and after a considerable while, she finally recalled who she was. I remember who Zhou Xian is now, she declared. Hua Nanfeng lowered his gaze to Sumu, awaiting her to divulge more about Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian belongs to the Zhou family. A few years ago, they shifted their business focus abroad and even relocated their entire family overseas. However, as the business proved challenging abroad, they decided to summon Zhou Xian back home. Knowing of your influence there, Sumu explained. Hua Nanfeng furrowed his brow, realizing that this was indeed aimed at him. In the original story, Zhou Xian committed numerous acts that incited your wrath, leading to the swift downfall of the Zhou family. He mused silently, acknowledging the truth in her words. What expression would Zhou Xian have upon seeing me at the welcome banquet? Just the thought of it piqued Sumu's interest greatly. Huan Nanfeng playfully pinched Sumu's cheek and inquired softly, "Shall we go?" Chapter 040. The genius designer. Naturally, she must go. Not only must she go, but she also intends to adorn herself splendidly for the occasion. Sumu rose from her bed and sauntered to the wardrobe. Huan Nanfeng trailed closely behind, observing her as she meandered through the garments. After a brief exploration, she returned to him with a discontented expression. "I am dissatisfied with the clothes at home. You must accompany me to the mall," Sumu declared assertively, clutching Huan Nanfeng's shirt with a fierce demeanor. No refusal allowed. Huan Nanfeng, amused by her playful insistence, gently released her grasp and playfully tapped her nose, saying, "Go change your outfit." With that, Sumu contentedly proceeded to select her attire. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, she pulled Huan Nanfeng along as they leisurely browsed. Yet after a considerable time, she found nothing that captured her fancy. Eventually, she stumbled upon a charming little shop showcasing exquisite handmade garments. She tugged at Huan Nanfeng, leading him to the quaint establishment, where a woman in her 40s was diligently embroidering. "Hello, madam. Did you create this dress yourself?" The busy woman looked up at the two young visitors, set aside her work, and approached them. "What can I assist you with today? Allow me to introduce our offerings. Are all these clothes made by you?" Sumu inquired curiously, examining the pieces displayed. "They are designed by my daughter, and I assist in bringing her visions to life," the owner replied. "Do you have any couple outfits? Something my partner and I could wear together? If not, could you possibly ask your daughter to design something suitable for us?" Price is no object. Sumu expressed her enthusiasm for the shop's traditional Chinese styles. "I will call my daughter." Shortly thereafter, the owner's daughter arrived, and Sumu was taken aback to see her arriving in a wheelchair. "Hello, I am Tu Shanshan." "Tu Shanshan? Oh, here I am, merely accompanying my husband to shop for clothes, and I encounter a top designer from the original story." Indeed, Tu Shanshan is a prodigious fashion designer. In the narrative, her talent was recognized by Fang Xiao and Shun Xingze, who assisted her when her mother required a substantial sum for surgery, earning her loyalty and propelling Shun Xingze's fashion enterprise to new heights. Sumu regarded Tu Shanshan with admiration akin to that of a treasured gem. "Miss Tu, would you consider accepting a position at my husband's company? A monthly salary of 100,000 plus commissions dedicated solely to your designs. If you wish to pursue high-end custom work, my husband can also support your endeavors." In a bid to prevent Fang Xiao and others from poaching her, Sumu offered enticing benefits from the outset. Additionally, we can arrange a 150 square meter apartment near the company. Feel free to express any further needs you may have. Huan Nanfeng stood by, refraining from intervening. He recognized the value of such a genius and understood that he could not afford to let her slip away. The potential benefits Tu Shanshan could bring to his enterprise were immeasurable. Tu Shanshan looked at Sumu with astonishment. Could she genuinely offer such generous terms? "My husband is the head of the Hua family and the owner of the Hua Corporation. You must have heard of him, right?" Tu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with delight, for she was indeed familiar with the Hua Corporation. Glancing at her modest shop, Tu Shanshan ultimately decided to acquiesce to Sumu's request. "I agree to your terms. However," Tu Shanshan hesitated, gazing at Sumu. Given the favorable conditions she had received, was it appropriate to request further favors? "Please go ahead." Tu Shanshan looked at Huan Nanfeng, biting her lip as she asked, "Mr. Hua, could you assist me in finding a doctor to treat my mother? What ailment does your mother suffer from?" Huan Nanfeng, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward to inquire. "My mother has a heart condition. The doctor mentioned that surgery could extend her life, and I implore you to help save her." Huan Nanfeng took out his phone and called Gu Jinyu. "Jinyu, is your teacher returning in the next few days? I have a patient who requires his assistance." "Yes, it's a heart condition. I'll send you the details shortly." After hanging up, Huan Nanfeng turned to Tu Shanshan and said, "I have made the necessary arrangements. Please send me your mother's medical records so that my friend can review them. He is an authority in cardiology." Tu Shanshan felt a surge of excitement. Initially, she had only hoped for a stroke of luck in seeking Mr. Hua's help, but now he had genuinely agreed. Huan Nanfeng called his assistant to come to the shop, bringing along a contract. Soon, the assistant arrived, and Huan Nanfeng informed him of Tu Shanshan's capabilities, along with the additional benefits. Secure a better location for her new house, and assist her with the arrangements at the hospital. Understood. Tu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, sir. She wheeled herself to her mother's side, exclaiming, Mom, you have hope. The boss will find us an excellent doctor. The woman looked tenderly at Tu Shanshan, her gaze falling on her legs. With this opportunity, you should treat your own legs as well. Sumu, curious, asked Tu Shanshan, can your legs be healed? I don't know. I delayed treatment for too long due to financial constraints. Hao Jiang, take her for examinations when the time comes. If there's a chance for healing, then proceed with the treatment. Sir, you can create the designs without going to the office, Huan Nanfeng interjected, cutting off Tu Shanshan's hesitations. In light of the support offered by Huan Nanfeng and his wife, Tu Shanshan declared with unwavering determination, Sir, I will not disappoint you. Given the assistance they had provided, she was resolute in her intent to deliver substantial value in return. Shanshan, could you design a few couples' outfits for us? Once their conversation concluded, Sumu looked at Tu Shanshan with eager eyes. Tu Shanshan retrieved her phone and displayed her recent design sketches. These are the couple's outfits. One set was a simple shirt and skirt, yet the intricate embroidery unmistakably identified it as a couple's ensemble. They're beautiful. Boss, please provide me with your sizes. At that moment, Hao Jiang stepped forward and handed the size details to Tu Shanshan. Tu Shanshan gazed at the figures of the two with a fervent glimmer in her eyes. She discovered another set of couple-S attire, a qipao for the lady and an outfit reminiscent of a tang suit for the gentleman. Huan Nanfeng expressed his satisfaction with this selection, deeming it suitable for various banquets. Subsequently, Tu Shanshan presented several more couple-S outfits, along with a few dresses for Sumu. Sumu turned to Huan Nanfeng, her gaze fixated upon him. Gao Jia, please transfer 5 million to Miss Tu as the customization fee for these garments. However, these designs must not be replicated. Understood, boss. Gao Jia, you may handle this matter. I shall take my wife for a stroll. Yes, sir. Chapter 041. A step too late, having lost a pivotal member of her team and successfully acquired the attire she desired. Sumu was in remarkably high spirits. Why so cheerful? One might wonder. I have a feeling that Tu Shanshan will bring us considerable fortune, Sumu replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at Huan Nanfeng. I believe that, Huan Nanfeng said, allowing himself to be led by Sumu to the cinema. Meanwhile, Gao Zhan was engaged in discussions regarding formalities with Tu Shanshan. After finalizing the contract, he accompanied her to purchase a residence. Only after completing all necessary arrangements did he return Tu Shanshan to the shop. Thank you, Assistant Gao. Tu Shanshan expressed her gratitude sincerely. The events of the day felt surreal to her, as though she were ensnared in a dream. There is no need for thanks. We shall be colleagues from now on, and I look forward to your guidance, Gao Zhan replied before departing, leaving Tu Shanshan alone with her mother. Mother, our lives are improving, Tu Shanshan said, her voice thick with emotion. It is all thanks to my daughter, her mother replied. But your employer seems exceptionally kind. You must work diligently to repay this kindness. Rest assured, I will, Tu Shanshan assured her mother. As she prepared to embark on her new job, Tu Shanshan sold the clothing in her shop at discounted prices and returned the premises to the landlord, feeling a sense of relief. While she was attending to the remaining matters, an unexpected visitor arrived at her store. Tu Shanshan, the voice called out. Turning to see who it was, Tu Shanshan asked with curiosity, Who are you? How do you know me? I am here to seek you out, the visitor replied. A sense of wariness enveloped Tu Shanshan as she gazed at Fang Xiao. I do not recognize you, she stated firmly. Soon enough, you will come to know me, for I shall be your employer, Fang Xiao declared confidently. Currently, Tu Shanshan possessed nothing and needed to secure medical treatment for her mother. If she could assist Tu Shanshan, she would gain a remarkable talent. With Tu Shanshan at her side, earning money would surely become effortless. Furrowing her brow, Tu Shanshan regarded Fang Xiao with skepticism. her first instinct leading her to believe that Fang Xiao was unwell. "Miss, I have no interest in what you propose. I have already found a job," she replied coldly. Fang Xiao, displeased by Tu Shanshan's attitude, frowned and insisted, "Tu Shanshan, only I can provide you with the best opportunities. Are you certain you do not wish to collaborate with me? I can help you find a doctor for your mother's treatment." Upon hearing this, Tu Shanshan's expression turned icy as she regarded Fang Xiao with indifference. "I do not require your assistance. My employer has already arranged for a renowned specialist in cardiology. My mother will be well without you." Fang Xiao felt a rush of panic, realizing that someone had beaten her to the punch and taken her talent. "Who is your employer?" she demanded through gritted teeth. Tu Shanshan, eager to dismiss Fang Xiao, replied, "My employer is Huan Nanfeng. He can find an even better doctor than you could. Moreover, he offers me exceptional benefits, and I see no reason to abandon him for you. I can offer you benefits as well, perhaps even triple what he provides," Fang Xiao countered, "with a base salary of 100,000 and a commission of 1%. They established a production line specifically for me and even found specialists to treat my mother. In addition, my boss gifted me a 150 square meter apartment, conveniently located near the company." Tu Shanshan looked at Fang Xiao with a smile that was both enigmatic and disdainful. The moment Tu Shanshan's benefits were revealed, Fang Xiao's expression soured, her first reaction being disbelief. "How could this be possible? Miss, my company is exceptional, and my boss is remarkable. I would never consider anyone else." "You may leave," Fang Xiao declared, unwilling to relinquish Tu Shanshan. She implored, "Stay with me, and you will soar to greater heights." With Tu Shanshan by her side, it would be a simple matter for Shun Xingze to reclaim everything that belonged to the Shun family. However, the fact that Sumu and his associates had managed to reach Tu Shanshan first left Fang Xiao feeling disgruntled. How did they ascertain Tu Shanshan's commercial value? Moreover, they had offered her a plethora of enticing benefits, leaving Fang Xiao at a loss for anything better to provide. Observing Fang Xiao's demeanor, Tu Shanshan perceived a penchant for empty rhetoric. "Miss, I believe the company controlled by the head of the Hua family would afford me far greater opportunities to showcase my talents than what you, a mere nobody, can offer." Tu Shanshan, unenthusiastic about continuing this exchange with Fang Xiao, adopted a much sharper tone. Fang Xiao, incensed by the audacity of a person she deemed a cripple to speak to her so, retorted, "Tu Shanshan, do you think you are someone of significance? How dare you address me in such a manner? You are merely a disabled individual, and it is a privilege for you to receive my opportunities." Fang Xiao despised being spoken to in a condescending tone. Tu Shanshan's mother, unable to tolerate any disparagement of her daughter, strode up and struck Fang Xiao across the face. "You are utterly lacking in decorum. What does my daughter's condition have to do with you? My daughter has already been accepted by the whole group. Do you think we covet your meager offerings? Just the apartment provided by President Hua is worth 20 million, along with a share of the profits and medical assistance for her. My mother speaks the truth. I find your paltry treatment unworthy of my attention. The conditions offered by our boss are far more appealing. 100,000 as a base salary, plus commissions. What employer can match such generous terms?" Just by looking at her, Tu Shanshan could tell that this person was merely trying to swindle them. To suggest that accompanying them would lead to a brighter future was nothing short of a deceitful ploy. "I will not leave the whole group. Even if my boss were to dismiss me, you might as well abandon this hope. Come, mother, let's return home." They had come merely to tidy up, and encountering such ill-fated individuals was unexpected. Casting a disdainful glance at Fang Xiao, Tu Shanshan wondered how someone like her could dare to compete for talent with their boss. Did she truly think they were uninformed? Fang Xiao, amused by her own indignation, stepped forward to block Tu Shanshan and her mother as they attempted to leave. Tu Shanshan, wary, eyed Fang Xiao and said, "What more do you wish to say? If you dare to lay a hand on us, I will summon security." Fang Xiao chose not to further obstruct Tu Shanshan and her mother. The place was bustling with people, and whenever Tu Shanshan and her mother spoke, they were certain to be met with hostility from the crowd. After they departed, Tu's mother pushed Tu Shanshan gently and said, "Shanshan, you must not associate with such individuals. We cannot become ungrateful. Tu Shanshan reassured her, Mother, rest assured, I will not betray my employer. I will inform Assistant Gao about this matter. Tu Shanshan then messaged Gao Jian regarding the situation. Upon receiving her message, Gao Jian was somewhat taken aback, yet he still handed his phone to Huan Nanfeng, saying, President, someone is attempting to win over Tu Shanshan. Huan Nanfeng paused momentarily, surprised, seemingly not anticipating such developments to unfold so swiftly. Understood. Inform Tu Shanshan that she may communicate any needs directly with you. Chapter 042. Arriving late again, Gao Zhan stepped outside with his phone to contact Tu Shanshan, during which he learned about her appearance. To his surprise, she was none other than Fang Xiao, the one who had been incessantly entangled with the president and his wife. How did Fang Xiao come to know about this? Gao Zhan found it rather perplexing, and Tu Shanshan remarked, I have a feeling that she knows who I am, given that she spoke such words upon our first encounter. Intrigued, Gao Zhan decided to take note of this peculiar situation and intended to discuss it further with Huan Nanfeng later. I've made a note of this matter. If anything arises on your end, do let me know. I shall assist you, Gao Zhan said to Tu Shanshan before hanging up. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to the office and relayed the information to Huan Nanfeng. Boss, this situation strikes me as rather odd. How does Fang Xiao know of Tu Shanshan's talents? Gao Zhan inquired, his curiosity piqued. They had just signed Tu Shanshan, and Fang Xiao had already approached her, even offering triple the remuneration. Huan Nanfeng felt a stir of thoughts and smirked slightly, replying, You need not concern yourselves with this. First it was Wang Huai, and now it's Tu Shanshan. Fang Xiao's closest allies were being seized from her. One could only wonder how she would react upon discovering this. After Tu Shanshan and the others departed, Fang Xiao recalled another individual. How could I have forgotten about this person? A gleam of joy sparkled in her eyes. If she could locate him now, securing financial gain would be effortless for them. Following her memory, she made her way to Wang Huai's residence. Upon finding Wang Huai, Fang Xiao confidently addressed him, Wang Huai. I wish to speak with you. The actor, preparing for an audition, halted and regarded the suddenly appearing Fang Xiao with suspicion. Who are you? How do you know my name? Not only do I know your name, but I'm also aware that you possess a script in need of investment. I can. At this point, Wang Huai suddenly comprehended. She had come seeking investment for his script. Hold on, I've already secured a backer. How much can they offer you? Fang Xiao inquired. I can invest 200 million. She regarded him with unwavering confidence. For Wang Huai, this sum was considerable, and he was certain he would not refuse. However, he looked at Fang Xiao with an expression of incredulity. Where does your confidence stem from? If this were previously, I would have been delighted at the prospect of investment from you. But the circumstances have changed. Miss, I believe you are mistaken. I am not currently in need of investment. Fang Xiao's confident demeanor faltered, and a twinge of panic gripped her heart. Had she arrived too late once more? What do you mean? Fang Xiao could hardly believe that Wang Huai had already secured funding. After all, it was their investment that had led to his success, ultimately transforming him into one of their own, aiding them in establishing a foothold in the entertainment industry. The notion that Wang Huai had found an investor was utterly unfathomable. I am currently the director at the Ho Group, and I have the assurance of unlimited funding from my employer. The initial budget for my film stands at 500 million. You may as well keep your 200 million to yourself. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I hope you will refrain from further pursuing me, as it is quite inappropriate. With that, Wang Huai departed, showing no signs of lingering attachment. It was as if Fang Xiao had offered not 200 million, but merely 200 yuan. Fang Xiao clenched her fists tightly, fixated on Wang Huai's retreating figure. Once again, she had arrived a moment too late. How did Huan Nanfeng foresee their promising future? He always seemed to precede her, snatching away those she sought to claim for herself, leaving her to toil in vain repeatedly. This time, she could not afford to abandon the remaining individuals. She must locate and cultivate them before Huan Nanfeng and his cohorts could. Wang Huai, influenced by Fang Xiao's actions, had also informed Gao Jian. Upon learning that the same individual had approached Tu Shanshan and then sought out Wang Huai, Gao Jian was taken aback. It could be deemed a coincidence with Tu Shanshan, but the addition of Wang Huai felt decidedly amiss. It seemed that this person was targeting Huan Nanfeng. Without hesitation, Gao Jian hurried to find Huan Nanfeng and relayed the information. Boss, this individual does not come with good intentions. Monitor the company. Call me if anything arises. I will return shortly. Huan Nanfeng had already surmised the situation, but needed to confirm it with Sumu for peace of mind. As Gao Jian looked on in confusion, Huan Nanfeng donned his coat and departed. An hour later, upon returning home, he found Sumu engrossed in optimizing her script. Upon noticing Huan Nanfeng's early arrival, she set aside her computer and rose from the sofa, asking, "You're back so soon? Mumu, there is something I must discuss with you." Huan Nanfeng settled beside Sumu and, as she drew near, he embraced her. Sumu nestled comfortably in his arms, inquiring, "What is it?" Fang Xiao has approached Tu Shanshan and Wang Huai, proposing benefits and investment for the two. Huan Nanfeng shared the news with Sumu, his gaze fixed intently on her. Searching for reaction, surprised, Sumu turned to Huan Nanfeng. Fang Xiao actually went? Indeed, but she was rebuffed by both Tu Shanshan and Wang Huai. Sumu burst into laughter, and her gleeful expression drew a resigned shake of the head from Huan Nanfeng. It appears that Fang Xiao has regained her memories. Once she does, she will undoubtedly seek out those closest to her. With the two individuals who can assist her most effectively now secured by us, she must be furious. We should find an opportunity to meet with Fang Xiao and see if we can extract any information from her. Sumu cast a conflicted glance at Huan Nanfeng. I am aware of those who aid Fang Xiao, but how should I convey this to Huan Nanfeng? What if he deems me insane? As Sumu murmured her thoughts inwardly, Huan Nanfeng's expression turned peculiar. Was he truly that intimidating? What could she possibly be contemplating? Huan Nanfeng feigned ignorance, inquiring about the furrowed brows of Sumu. Faced with Huan Nanfeng's inquiry, Sumu steeled her resolve, extricated herself from his embrace, and hurried to the study, purposefully enigmatic. After approximately 5 minutes, Sumu emerged, clutching a piece of paper. Locate these individuals. Those who should invest, let them invest. Those who require assistance, extend a helping hand. Do not question the rationale behind this. If you do, I shan't divulge any details. Sumu bared her teeth, appearing fierce and intimidating. Huan Nanfeng suppressed a chuckle, noting that she resembled a spirited little kitten. What are you laughing at? Be serious. You're not to inquire about my reasons. Do you understand? Very well. I shall refrain from asking. Chapter 043. Enticing crime. Upon witnessing Huan Nanfeng acquiesce to her request, Sumu finally released her grip on his clothing, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. As she surveyed the list she had meticulously compiled, her gaze turned cold. In the original narrative, Fang Xiao had relied on these individuals to confront Huan Nanfeng during his moments of humiliation. Furthermore, these individuals were prodigies in their respective fields. Associating with someone like Fang Xiao would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage. Huan Nanfeng took the list from Sumu, his eyes reflecting a contemplative intensity as he scrutinized the names inscribed upon it. I shall assign someone to investigate these individuals. It must be done swiftly, Sumu insisted, gripping Huan Nanfeng's hand earnestly. Now that Fang Xiao has regained her memory, she will undoubtedly seek them out in advance. The differing timelines will diminish the effectiveness of our efforts, especially considering Fang Xiao lacks substantial resources. The only potential ally, Shen Xingze, had already fallen out with Fang Xiao, making it nearly impossible for her to leverage his connections to locate these individuals. Even without her urging, Huan Nanfeng recognized the urgency of the situation. Rest assured, I will find these individuals before Fang Xiao does. He had a penchant for talent, as gathering gifted individuals could elevate his career to new heights. Suddenly, an idea struck Sumu, and she pointed to 2 names on the list. Let us prioritize these 2. I have already noted their addresses for you. Tong Yuan and Wu Yiting were childhood friends, yet both hailed from troubled backgrounds, serving as each other's salvation. In the original tale, when Fang Xiao encountered the duo, they had been cast out without a penny to their names. On a whim, she extended her assistance, enabling their survival and consequently forging an unbreakable bond with them. One was a top-tier makeup artist, while the other was an internationally renowned hacker. Fang Xiao's rise to stardom as a national icon was in no small part due to Wu Youting's exceptional styling prowess behind her success. Sumu internally articulated the connections between Fang Xiao and these individuals. To Huan Nanfeng, this was merely a minor task. He was determined to secure both individuals. I shall arrange for this matter to be addressed immediately. Observing Su Mu's anxious demeanor, Huan Nanfeng playfully pinched her slightly chubby cheek. Su Mu swatted his hand away and teased, "Why not pinch your own cheek?" Huan Nanfeng allowed her to playfully meddle with his face. A smile dancing in his eyes as he replied, "Yours is simply more delightful to pinch, soft and inviting, unlike my own, which is rather firm." Rolling her eyes at Huan Nanfeng, Su Mu tugged at his clothing, urging, "You must expedite this matter. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications." Succumbing to Su Mu's persistent encouragement, Huan Nanfeng made a call to his associates, entrusting them with a list and instructing them to handle the situation. Once Huan Nanfeng delegated the task, Su Mu nodded in satisfaction. "Now that is the right approach. These individuals will not disappoint you." Huan Nanfeng responded with a gentle affirmation, gazing at Su Mu with warmth as he softly declared, "I have faith in my wife's judgment." As Su Mu felt a touch of bashfulness under Huan Nanfeng's gentle gaze, he cleared his throat and pushed him away, murmuring, "Don't stare at me like that. Why shouldn't I gaze at my beautiful wife?" Huan Nanfeng replied with a playful smile. Su Mu shot him a glare, remaining silent while mentally berating himself. Such a tender gaze, I senti that a bit tempting. With a smile dancing in his eyes, Huan Nanfeng pinched Su Mu's cheek and teased, "Afraid to look at me?" As he spoke, he leaned in closer, making Su Mu feel somewhat embarrassed. He pushed Huan Nanfeng's face away, declaring, "Don't come so close. Should we go for a stroll?" Su Mu took out his phone and opened the weather app, presenting it to Huan Nanfeng. "Darling, it's south 38 degrees outside, and you're asking if I want to go out? Surely, you don't want your wife anymore?" Huan Nanfeng glanced at the weather on the screen and chuckled softly, dismissing the notion. "Then let us stay home." However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Mu suddenly took his hand and stood up, proclaiming, "I've decided to walk in the garden. Sounds delightful." Huan Nanfeng looked at Su Mu in surprise. He merely intended to suggest watching a movie at home. What had caused such a drastic shift in Su Mu's attitude? "Are you not bothered by the heat?" Huan Nanfeng teased. Glancing at him, Su Mu retorted, "I'd rather endure the heat than be alone with you. I suspect your intentions." Huan Nanfeng feigned innocence, raising his hands in surrender. "I only meant to suggest watching a movie. Where did your mind wander?" Su Mu paused in his stride and turned to Huan Nanfeng. Suspicion etched on his face. "You genuinely meant just watching a movie? Are you not deceiving me?" "What would I gain from deceiving you?" Huan Nanfeng pulled Su Mu closer, a mischievous grin on his face. "When I mentioned the movie, what were you thinking?" Swatting Huan Nanfeng's hand away, Su Mu cleared his throat and glared at him. "How was he thinking about anything?" "Oh, nothing at all, you say?" Su Mu glared at Huan Nanfeng, questioning his intentions. "All right, I won't tease you any further. Let us watch a movie. It's sweltering outside." Huan Nanfeng led Su Mu to the media room on the first floor, where he found a film to watch and had the butler prepare a plethora of snacks and fruits for Su Mu. With everything set, Su Mu finally believed that Huan Nanfeng simply wished to share a movie with her. Nestled on the sofa, she began to watch attentively. Huan Nanfeng sat beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, occasionally feeding her bits of snacks and fruits. Halfway through the film, noticing Su Mu's unwavering focus on the screen, Huan Nanfeng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and leaned closer, inquiring, "Is the movie interesting?" Su Mu gave him a perfunctory kiss and replied, "Don't disturb me while I'm watching." Huan Nanfeng looked at Su Mu with mock seriousness. "Is this how you treat your own husband?" He tightened his embrace and suddenly lifted Su Mu, who instinctively wrapped her arms around Huan Nanfeng's neck. "What are you doing? Although I am the one who brought you to watch the movie, you cannot simply ignore me while fixating on the screen." A mere peck on the cheek, delivered with such indifference, warrants a penalty. Su Mu widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Huan Nanfeng. "This person lacks any sense of propriety. I protest. It was you who invited me here. However, my protest falls on deaf ears, for I hold the final say." With that, He scooped Sumu into his arms and departed. Later that evening, Huan Feng called Sumu to come downstairs for dinner. Sumu, clutching the blanket, buried his head beneath it, utterly disinterested in acknowledging Huan Feng. "Are you truly angry?" Huan Feng softly inquired, cradling both Sumu and the blanket in his embrace. Sumu let out a huff. Each time, he felt as though his waist might snap under the strain. Meanwhile, this person appeared to possess an inexhaustible reserve of energy, as if his vigor would never wane. Chapter 044. They chose to call the police. This individual in bed is utterly shameless. "Are you truly angry?" "You have no shame." "Fine, I shall be shameless." Satisfied, Huan Feng now nodded in agreement with everything Sumu said, completely refraining from any argument. Faced with the agreeable Huan Feng, Sumu felt as though he was striking cotton. With a glance of disdain towards Huan Feng, Sumu rolled off him onto the bed, lying there while pulling Huan Feng's hand to massage it. "How's your investigation into Lin Xinkai going?" Sumu inquired, resting his head on his arm and tilting it. This time, Fang Xiao had indeed learned to be clever, deliberately refraining from entangling herself with Lin Xinkai, hinting at a strategy of feigned indifference. Huan Feng recounted the recent findings of their investigation. Sumu was not particularly surprised by this. Fang Xiao had awakened to the storyline, fully grasping Lin Xinkai's character. Before she was certain of securing him, it was unlikely that she would make any rash moves. "What is Lin Xinkai's attitude towards Fang Xiao?" Sumu asked with growing interest. Huan Feng had little information on that front as well. Lin Xinkai had recently entered the laboratory and would not be emerging anytime soon. Fang Xiao was unable to locate him, and they would need to continue their follow-up. However, Huan Feng believed that Fang Xiao was currently preoccupied with finding Tong Yuan and likely had no time to attend to Lin Xinkai. Lin Xinkai's research had reached a critical juncture. He would not abandon it for someone he had only just met. It would be intriguing once Lin Xinkai emerged. It is uncertain whether Fang Xiao can successfully reconcile with Shun Xingze during this time. Listening to Sumu estots, Huonantengis gaze grew contemplative. It was imperative that Fang Xiao reconciled with Shun Xingze without delay. Until she secured a strong ally, she would not relinquish her hold on him. Their entanglement was destined to continue. This was precisely what she desired, to ensure that Shun Xingze and Fang Xiao remained perpetually intertwined, engaged in a tumultuous dance of love and conflict. If Shun Xingze could inflict some harsh lessons upon Fang Xiao, that would be even better. When Huan Feng's associates began to make contact with Tong Yuan and his group, Fang Xiao finally pinned down the list of individuals she sought. Studying the names, a slight frown creased her brow. Among them were 4 individuals she could not approach at this time. They were not lacking in wealth. Their initial alliance had been based on their capabilities, coupled with certain specific events. These individuals would have to be set aside for later. There were also 2 others who were still abroad and had not yet returned. Even if she traveled overseas to seek them out, they might not choose to align with her, especially considering her current lack of resources. Unlike in her memories, where she possessed the entirety of the Su family fortune and was the young mistress of the Shun family. Thus, the only 2 individuals she could pursue now were Tong Yuan and Wu Yiting. She needed a makeup artist to enter the entertainment industry, and Wu Yiting was the most suitable candidate. In her memories, she had achieved numerous red carpet masterpieces with Wu Yiting's assistance. It was due to this collaboration that she later earned the title of the fashion queen of the entertainment world. All of this was thanks to Wu Yiting's contributions. The 2 individuals are currently being oppressed and bullied by their families. If she rescues them, they will be utterly devoted to her. Contemplating the continuous rise of her status in the entertainment industry, Fang Xiao begins to book tickets to visit their hometown in search of them. However, just as Fang Xiao prepares to find Tong Yuan and Wu Yiting, Huan Feng's people have already intervened, rescuing them amidst the brutal beating they endured. The assistant who arrives to find them wears a frown. These 2 children, merely 15 or 16 years old, bear the marks of torment all over their bodies. Tong Yuan, in particular, has suffered broken ribs and will require a significant period for recovery. Upon awakening from his unconsciousness, Tong Yuan gazes around with a bewildered expression, murmuring, "Have I gone to heaven?" The voice of a stranger prompts him to turn, revealing a familiar yet strange face, which reminds him that this person saved both him and Tingting. In a hoarse voice, Tong Yuan expresses his gratitude. Thank you for saving me and Tingting. My name is Tong Yuan. I will repay you for this. You must focus on healing first. However, in your current state, your family will not let you off lightly. Tong Yuan forces a bitter smile. He is acutely aware that his family will not be forgiving. But for now, he finds himself unable to leave this place. Do you wish to depart? Take your little green plum with you. Tong Yuan's eyes widen in excitement as he looks at the person beside him. But his exhilaration causes him to pull at his wounds, making him wince in pain. Can we really leave? I can help you, but I have conditions. Tong Yuan nods fervently. You may speak. If it means escaping with Tingting, he would not hesitate to agree, even at the cost of his life. I will take you to the capital. Once there, you can pursue whatever you desire to learn. My employer will provide you with the necessary resources. However, upon completion of your studies, you must work for my employer. Do you agree? Tong Yuan ponders this seriously. On the surface, it seems they would not lose out, but rather gain significantly. If you wish, I can also assist you in severing ties with your family. We agree. The man smiles faintly at Tong Yuan's unhesitating response. This is the surveillance footage I obtained, which can prove that you and Wu Yiting have been abused by your family. You have been mistreated since you were 6. While Wu Yiting has suffered since 5, your family has inflicted severe injuries on minors. Should you choose to press charges, I can arrange for a lawyer. I want to. The state he is in now serves as compelling evidence, and he will turn 16 next month, while Tingting is merely 15. Very well. Review this evidence and confirm its authenticity. It is real. Then I will procure a lawyer for you. Uncle, I want to call the police, Tong Yuan declares resolutely. In the past, he never reported the abuse he suffered, but this time he feels unafraid. He intends to ensure that those responsible pay the price. My name is Yu Hung, 27 years old. You may call me brother. Yu Hung introduces himself with a light cough. Tong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and with a hint of embarrassment, he uttered, I apologize, Brother Yueguang. Yueguang gently shook his head and handed his phone to Tong Yuan. Tong Yuan promptly called the police. Before long, the officers arrived at the hospital, seeking out the attending physician for both Tong Yuan and Wu Yiting. Upon learning about the current condition of the two, the police could not help but furrow their brows. At that moment, Yueguang approached the officers and presented them with the surveillance footage of the brutal assault on Tong Yuan and Wu Yiting. As the footage revealed the adults from both families mercilessly beating the two children, the elder officer's eyes reddened with fury. How dare they? Yueguang then stepped forward and addressed the two officers, stating, These children have endured such cruel beatings for a decade. Chapter 045. The boss says, Let it go under the incredulous gaze of the police officers. Yu Hung produced a video documenting the first time Tong Yuan and Wu Yiting were beaten, when they were merely 5 or 6 years old. Subsequently, the frequency of their abuse exceeded the officers' worst expectations. The expressions of the two policemen turned grave as they observed the surveillance footage. It was evident that both families inflicted brutal violence upon the children without any regard for their capacity to endure such maltreatment. Comrades, these two families are utterly devoid of conscience. Now, the children are prepared to report them. We will summon them back, but concerning these two children. Comrades, from this moment onward, I shall serve as the guardians for these two children. I will also secure legal representation for them, ensuring that both families receive the consequences they deserve. The elder officer finally felt reassured. With someone to advocate for the children, they could boldly proceed with the matter. We will return to handle this issue. Please contact us immediately if anything arises. Thank you. After seeing off the police, Wu Yiting, who shared the same hospital room, began to awaken. Yu Hung thoughtfully stepped outside to grant them privacy. Tong Yuan informed Wu Yiting of Yu Heng's actions and then inquired, Tingting, do you wish to join me in taking legal action against them? Following this, he departed with Yu Hung. Tears streamed down Wu Yiting's face as she responded, I do. After enduring years of abuse, had it not been for Tong Yuan's protection, she might have met her demise at the tender age of 12. Now that a chance to escape presented itself, along with the opportunity to turn the tables on their tormentors, Wu Yiting would not hesitate to seize it. I have already reported this to the authorities. The video of our abuse has been submitted to the police by Brother Yueguang, who will also arrange a lawyer for us. Now, we await the revelation of their disgraceful, true selves. Reflecting on the torment of the past years, Wu Yuting sorrowfully asked, Brother Yuan, can we truly leave this place? Yes, Brother Yueguang has assured us he will take us away and allow us to continue our education. In the future, we shall work for Brother Yueguang's employer. All right. Yueguang waited outside until the lawyer arrived, then gently knocked on the hospital room door. He entered with the lawyer and introduced, This is Lawyer Wu. Lawyer Wu scrutinized the children's injuries, frowning as he gathered information from them. You two focus on recuperating. I will handle this matter. I am going to the police station now to compile documentation for a lawsuit. Do you have any questions? Tong Yuan shook his head. I have already discussed with Tingting. We intend to sue them. We once believed we were a family and that they would eventually change for the better. However, had it not been for Brother Yueguang's timely intervention, Tingting and I might have perished. Thus, we shall not let them go unpunished. Tong Yuan gazed at Lawyer Wu with unwavering determination. Lawyer Wu nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the children's resolve, he was committed to exerting his utmost effort on their behalf. Lawyer Wu approached Tong Yuan, gently patting his shoulder, and earnestly remarked, Tong Yuan, Mr. Hua is a truly wonderful individual. By following him, brighter days lie ahead for you. With pressing matters at the police station, Lawyer Wu took his leave, leaving Yueguang to accompany Tong Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, those involved in the maltreatment of Tong Yuan were apprehended by the police, while a few officers remained to investigate the situation. It was ultimately revealed that both Tong Yuan and Wu Youting had endured abuse at the hands of their families since childhood. Had it not been for Tong Yuan's protection, Wu Youting would have likely perished long ago at the hands of the Wu family. Upon uncovering the specifics, the police grasped the gravity of the situation. Fueled by rage, the mothers of Tong Yuan and Wu Youting arrived at the hospital upon learning that their children had reported them, intending to confront the two. However, they were intercepted by Yueguang. Your husbands have already been arrested. Do you wish to join them? Tong Yuan's mother suppressed her fury and approached him, feigning concern. Xiao Yuan, we are family. Let us discuss matters privately instead of causing a scene. Tong Yuan scoffed. There is no need for that. We shall address this in court. This time, I am determined to sue you, and they can await their imprisonment. The woman's ire surged at Tong Yuan's defiance, prompting her to consider lashing out. Wu Youting's mother gazed at her daughter. Are you also planning to sue your father? Yes, Wu Youting replied resolutely, lifting her head to meet her so-called mother's gaze. You have consumed our resources, and how dare you? Trembling, Wu Youting retrieved her phone, extracting a record of her finances from a notes app. Since the age of 6, you have spent a total of 60,000 yuan on me. Turning to Yueguang, she implored, Brother Yu, could you lend me some money? I will repay them. Of course, he responded. Just as Wu Youting's mother attempted to interject, Wu Youting continued, had it not been for Brother Tong Yuan, I would have been beaten to death at 12. The life you bestowed upon me, I would have returned long ago. Brother Yu, could you lend me 200,000? I will repay them for all they have invested in me, both past and future, and we shall owe each other nothing moving forward. As for the money, I will repay you once I am older and earning. Very well, Yueguang agreed. Though an orphan, he had grown up alongside Hua Nanfeng and was surrounded by a diverse circle of friends, leading a comfortable life. Witnessing the plight of the two children stirred his compassion. He turned to Tong Yuan and inquired, What about you? Do you need assistance in settling your debts with them? Tong Yuan shook his head, Brother Yu. I shall not trouble you with mine. 2 years ago, I developed a program that was stolen by that individual and given to the owner of their company. Thanks to this software, he not only reaped millions but also received a promotion. The profits generated by this software have sufficiently covered the debt of gratitude owed by the Tong family. Yueguang nodded in understanding and subsequently returned the money to Wu Youting. From this moment forth, I shall assume the role of temporary guardian for Tong Yuan and Wu Youting. Any matters arising shall be addressed in court. I kindly ask you to leave now. Wu Youting and Tong Yuan's stepmother glared at the two with an expression of displeasure. These two little wretches dared to call the police and even pursue legal action against them. Should this incident escalate, it would yield no benefit for either family. They needed to retreat and deliberate on the matter thoroughly. Once they departed, Wu Youting finally felt her taut body relax. Thank you, Brother Yueguang, I will repay you. She said, there is no rush. You may return it once you've grown up and earned your own money, Yueguang replied, knowing that this modest sum meant little to him. However, he understood Wu Yaoting's determination and thus acquiesced. Yueguang then glanced at the two children and called Hua Nanfeng, informing him of the situation at hand. Hua Nanfeng, who was diligently working, furrowed his brow and instructed them to proceed without hesitation. Chapter 046. Commanding conversations. Though the heart's whispers of Sumu had already hinted at the difficulties faced by the two, Hua Nanfeng was still taken aback by the extent of their struggles. They had come perilously close to being harmed by their family on several occasions. However, it now appeared that the reality was even more arduous than they had anticipated. Yueguang, regardless of what these two children aspire to achieve, do everything within your power to assist them. Inform them that upon their arrival here, I shall invest in their future, providing them with housing and esteemed educators. As long as they desire it, I am willing to secure their needs. Hua Nanfeng harbors a deep appreciation for prodigies. After concluding the call, Yueguang exhaled a profound sigh of relief. He returned to the hospital room and conveyed Hua Nanfeng's words to Tong Yuan and the others. Upon hearing that Hua Nanfeng would prepare housing and excellent teachers for them upon their arrival in the capital, the two began to anticipate the brighter prospects that awaited them beyond their original families. Brother Yueguang, rest assured, we will surely repay our benefactor in the future, Tong Yuan declared resolutely. Despite the multitude of troubles surrounding them, their benefactor was willing to assist in resolving their issues, even providing them with accommodation and mentors, alleviating their worries. This was already a significant blessing. Even Wu Yiting expressed her gratitude towards Hua Nanfeng, saying, Brother Yueguang, please extend our thanks to our benefactor. At that time, you can express your gratitude directly to him, Yueguang replied. Under the diligent efforts of Lawyer Wu, the court summons soon reached both families of Wu and Tong. Upon receiving the summons, the expressions of both families shifted dramatically. It seemed these two children were indeed serious about their intentions. What should they do now? Tong Yuan's grandmother mocked the newlywed daughter-in-law. I warned you to treat Xiao Yuan well, but you chose to ignore my counsel. Now you regret it, but it's too late. Mother, how can you speak like that? Old Tong is still your son. Do you truly wish to stand by and watch him face calamity? That is his own fate. You must find a solution for yourselves. I can offer no assistance, Grandma Tong replied coldly. Ever since her daughter-in-law's passing and her son's remarriage, she had become completely transformed. She had not only resorted to disciplining the children, but had also treated her poorly as a mother. Furthermore, she had been cast out of her home, forced to reside with her eldest son. Were it not for the news of Tong Yuan being hospitalized due to the beatings, she would not have returned. Grandma Tong adjusted her clothing and glanced at her daughter-in-law, tauntingly stating, Your retribution has only just begun. She made her way to the hospital and found Tong Yuan, her heart aching at the sight of him. Child, I had advised you to report this to the authorities, but you did not listen. Just look at what has become of you. Previously, she had discussed with her eldest son the possibility of taking Tong Yuan away. They had all agreed, yet Tong Yuan had adamantly refused to leave. She could not fathom what this child was truly thinking. Upon seeing his grandmother approach, Tong Yuan's expression grew complex. She was the only one, apart from his mother, who had treated him with kindness. Grandma, I will not abandon my pursuit of justice against Tong Zhan, he asserted, mistakenly believing his grandmother had come to plead on behalf of Tong Zhan, and thus spoke with grave seriousness. Grandmother Tong cast a reproachful glance at Tong Yuan and retorted, Who prompted you to abandon the lawsuit? I came to see you and Ting Ting. Honestly, you two should have resolved this long ago. Those who take on the role of parents without remorse should be dealt with by the authorities. A lawsuit is the best way to ensure they serve time in prison. Xiao Yuan, this matter has never been your fault. The blame lies with Tong Zhan and Ting Ting's parents, she said earnestly. At that moment, Yueguang entered and was taken aback to see an elderly woman sitting beside Tong Yuan. Tong Yuan quickly introduced, Brother Yueguang, this is my grandmother. Grandmother, Brother Yueguang is the one who saved both Ting Ting and me. He will soon take us away to the capital, and once I settle down, I will bring you over. Your intention brings me joy, but remember, my dear Yuan, do not return. never come back. The farther you go, the better, Grandmother Tong urged, not wanting her grandson to be drawn back into this mire after leaving. If you truly miss me, just call your uncle, and you will see me. Tong Yuan nodded reluctantly, knowing that his uncle and aunt treated grandmother well and that she would be safe in their care. Once he earned enough, he could arrange for his grandmother to come to the capital. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. While Tong Yuan recuperated and awaited the court proceedings, Fang Xiao finally arrived after a few days. Standing before Tong Yuan and Wu Yating, she looked down at them and commanded, "You too, come with me." Her brusque tone caused Tong Yuan to frown instinctively, filled with disdain for Fang Xiao. "Who are you?" "I don't know you," he replied. "I am your future employer, and I can take you away," Fang Xiao asserted. Surely, her personal visit would elicit gratitude from them, she thought. Just then, Yu Hong entered with Lawyer Wu and noticed Fang Xiao's presence, instinctively furrowing his brow. "Do you know this person, Yuan?" Tong Yuan quickly shook his head. "Brother Yu Hong, we don't know her. She just arrived and claimed she wants to be our boss and insisted we leave with her." Yu Hong understood the situation and walked over, placing a hand on Tong Yuan's shoulder. "Miss, do you have any grievances against my brother and sister?" Fang Xiao frowned, realizing that Tong Yuan and Wu Yiting had no capable elder brother. At that moment, Lawyer Wu glanced at Fang Xiao and approached Tong Yuan and the others. "The case regarding Tong Zhan's abuse will soon go to trial," he informed them. "Thank you, Brother Wu," they replied gratefully. "There's no need for thanks. Just focus on your recovery. Once the verdict is delivered, we can leave this place and no one will pressure you to return," Lawyer Wu said compassionately. Looking at the two, Tong Yuan and Wu Yating began to anticipate their future, relieved that their lives would no longer be intertwined with those two families. Meanwhile, Fang Xiao realized she had arrived too late. Someone else was already assisting Tong Yuan and Wu Yating, providing them with a permanent solution. She anxiously looked at them. "Are you really going to leave with them?" "Of course we are," they affirmed. "Absolutely not. I cannot condone your departure with them," Fang Xiao asserted urgently, interjecting with gravity. If they were to leave with those individuals, her efforts would be rendered utterly futile. Tong Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Fang Xiao before retorting, "I do not know you, nor will I heed your counsel, and furthermore, you are not our superior. Please do not presume that we are obligated to align ourselves with your desires." Tong Yuan was perplexed by Fang Xiao's audacity, yet he felt compelled to clarify his stance. After all, Brother Yu Hong had extended them considerable assistance. What right did one individual have to seize the fruits of their labor? Fang Xiao then shifted her gaze to Wu Yating, inquiring, "Do you share this sentiment as well?" Chapter 047. The calculating Fang Xiao, it was undoubtedly Yu Hong who rescued both Tong Yuan and me, and we were certain we would follow him. Such was the assertion made by Wu Yiting. However, Fang Xiao, who stood nearby, felt discomfort upon hearing this. "He saved you with ulterior motives. Are you not afraid of being deceived?" Fang Xiao immediately began to disparage Yu Hong. Tong Yuan's expression darkened, and he glared at Fang Xiao. "Even if Yu Hong has ulterior motives, what of it? If he values our abilities and extends a hand to us at this moment, we are still grateful to him. We possess nothing at present, and Yu Hong has arranged for doctors and lawyers for us. He even gave Tingting money to repay the Wu family. These are tangible acts, not mere fabrications or deceptions." "What?" Fang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Did Tong Yuan truly not care that Yu Hong approached them with intentions? How could this be? In his previous life, Tong Yuan despised those who approached him with ulterior motives. "Tong Yuan, he is coming to you with a purpose. You need not remind me a second time. I am aware. But I tell you, even if Yu Hong approaches me with a purpose, I remain grateful." Having said that, he scrutinized Fang Xiao, mocking her. "Miss, do you truly believe you are of such worth? You arrive and immediately demand we accompany you. Are you not the one with ulterior motives? Both parties come with intentions. Yet Yu Hong is far more sincere, explicitly stating what he requires of us and assisting us in resolving our troubles. This is vastly preferable to someone who merely demands our compliance." Fang Xiao, in disbelief, pointed at herself. "I have ulterior motives? I am acting for your benefit. You may cease your words. The one who saved us is Yu Hong. The one who helped us report to the authorities and find legal representation is Yu Hong. The one who lent us money to sever ties with our families is Yuhong. What have you done for us? Merely claimed to be acting in our best interest? Tong Yuan regarded Fang Xiao with confusion. She had done nothing, merely proclaiming her concern for them. We would rather choose Yuhong than you. Please leave. Tong Yuan, unwilling to continue the conversation with Fang Xiao, issued an eviction order. At that moment, Wu Yating interjected. We have already signed a contract with Yuhong. Once we mature, we will work for his employer. We will not leave, nor will we follow you. Ting Ting echoed her sentiments, hoping Fang Xiao would cease her pursuit and disturbances. Tong Yuan nodded repeatedly, wincing in pain from the injury to his chest. Yu Hong shot a disapproving glance at Tong Yuan, his expression one of distaste. Have you forgotten that you are injured? Tong Yuan sheepishly scratched his head. Yu Hong, I merely wanted this person to leave swiftly. Fang Xiao turned to gaze at Yu Hong, unfamiliar with him. Who is your employer? Yu Hang's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression a blend of amusement and irony as he replied. My employer is Hua Nanfeng. Fang Xiao's expression gradually solidified, her gaze laced with a subtle disbelief. Once again, it was Hua Nanfeng, first Wang Huai, then Tu Shanshan, and now Tong Yuan along with Wu Yuting. Why did he consistently form connections with these individuals before her, even drawing them into his fold? In her memories, Hua Nanfeng had no prior association with any of them. Why was it that this time, he always managed to seize them away from her? What exactly did Hua Nanfeng intend? Why did he persist in taking those dear to me? Fang Xiao spoke with a hint of irritation. Before Yu Hong could respond, Tong Yuan interjected. How can you speak like that? What do you mean by taking away your people? We are not yours, so choose your words more carefully. Hearing Tong Yuan's remarks, Fang Xiao's expression soured. Indeed, Tong Yuan was not hers at present, yet in her memories, both he and Wu Yiting were considered part of her circle. They had significantly aided her, yielding considerable benefits. Join me, and I will lead you to greater prospects. Fang Xiao confidently asserted, believing that such words would compel them to make the most prudent choice. Tong Yuan regarded Fang Xiao as if he had heard a jest. Brother Yu Hong has resolved all our issues. How could you expect us to follow you based on mere empty words? What grounds do you have? He was uncertain of the truth in her claims, but he knew that Brother Yu Heng's employer was Hua Nanfeng. That was Hua Nanfeng, the patriarch of a prominent family. What could she possibly offer that would place her on par with such a figure? Tong Yuan's inquiry left Fang Xiao feeling exposed. In terms of capability and influence, she was indeed no match for Hua Nanfeng, the head of the Hua family. Brother Yu Heng's employer can secure the finest mentors for us. Can you? Fang Xiao glowered at Tong Yuan, recognizing that these individuals were merely sycophants seeking power. Did she truly believe he would treat them kindly? It was a futile hope. With so many at Hua Nanfeng's command, how could he genuinely care for two mere teenagers? President Hua has already stated that we can pursue whatever we desire, and he will handle the aftermath. Once we reach the capital, he will even prepare housing for me and Ting Ting, Tong Yuan replied, aware that Fang Xiao's comments were merely an attempt to sow discord between them and Hua Nanfeng. Fang Xiao's complexion shifted as she contemplated the plight of two ordinary individuals. If it weren't for their abilities, what reason would Hua Nanfeng have to treat them so well? Did Hua Nanfeng know something? If not, why did he always manage to take her people? As this thought emerged, Fang Xiao instinctively shook her head. Hua Nanfeng was not the same as before. The most transformed was Sumu. Since that time, he seemed like a different person altogether. Could it be that Sumu, like her, possessed memories? Was that why he was always a step ahead, seizing those around her? The more she pondered, the more plausible this notion appeared to her. Do you truly refuse to accompany me? Fang Xiao inquired, casting her gaze upon the two individuals. Our employer is Hua Nanfeng, Tong Yuan replied, refraining from directly addressing Fang Xiao as question, instead uttering a statement that rendered her unable to refute. Fang Xiao scrutinized the two before her and coldly remarked, you both will inevitably come to regret this decision. Wu Yuting resolutely interjected, Tong Yuan and I will not have regrets. It is only if we were to part with you that we would feel remorse. You, the calculations and ulterior motives evident in your eyes are all too apparent. To you, Tong Yuan and I are merely instruments to be exploited. Yet, Yu Heng is different. The compassion reflected in his gaze is genuine. His efforts to liberate them from their original families are sincere. It is you who harbors ulterior motives. Chapter 048. All coincidence. Fang Xiao gazed incredulously at Wu Yaoting, her voice trembling slightly. What did you say? Although they were merely 15 or 16 years of age, they had encountered individuals like her before. The two had endured a difficult upbringing, perpetually living under the scrutiny of others. They were acutely aware of the emotional states of those around them. When Fang Xiao suggested they follow her, she regarded them solely as instruments to be utilized. If you wish to treat us as tools, you must first consider whether we are inclined to cooperate with you. Tong Yuan nodded in agreement, asserting, what Tingting said is correct. We are not your instruments. Fang Xiao, taken aback and enraged, turned to leave. They would surely regret their decision in due course. When they returned to seek her assistance, she would no longer be so accommodating nor extend them the same favors. Observing Fang Xiao's departing figure, Tong Yuan smirked. Even at this juncture, was she still indulging in the game of enticing and then retracting? From Fang Xiao's expression, Tong Yuan discerned that she anticipated them to come pleading for her favor. Wu Yiting could not help but roll her eyes, remarking to Tong Yuan, we must keep our distance from someone like her. We cannot afford to associate with such bad luck. This person, perched upon her lofty pedestal, regarded everyone else as if they were mere refuse. Especially when she looked at the two of them, it was as though they were of the lowest status. The audacity of such a person to invite them to follow her was astonishing. Who knew how she would exploit them once they departed with Fang Xiao? After careful consideration, it was far better to accompany Brother Yueguang. They could still take advantage of their youth to learn what they truly desired. Following Fang Xiao's departure, Yueguang contacted Hua Nanfeng to discuss the matter. Upon learning that Fang Xiao had indeed approached the two children and even uttered such words to them, Hua Nanfeng found it somewhat amusing. After ending the call, Hua Nanfeng looked at Sumu, who was idly fiddling with a tablet nearby, and said, Mumu, there's news from Yueguang. Upon hearing this, Sumu quickly tossed aside the tablet and rushed to Hua Nanfeng's side. Perching himself on his lap and wrapping his arms around his neck, inquiring eagerly what happened. Are Tong Yuan and the others all right? Pinching Sumu's cheek affectionately, Hua Nanfeng replied, they're doing well. There's no need for you to worry excessively. A relieved sigh escaped Sumu. That's a relief. But, do you want to know something? Hua Nanfeng regarded Sumu with an odd expression. What is it? Sumu, puzzled, wondered if there was anything beyond the children's well-being that warranted special attention. Fang Xiao has gone to find Tong Yuan and the others. That single statement piqued Sumu's interest, and he eagerly asked, does Fang Xiao know that Tong Yuan and the others are with us? She had preemptively instructed Hua Nanfeng to secure them for this very moment. Upon learning this, she likely intended to sow discord between Tong Yuan and the others in their group. However, the children remained resolute, completely ignoring her. Not only did they disregard her, but they also chastised Fang Xiao in the process. This very act led Hua Nanfeng to recognize that these two children held considerable potential for development. However, Fang Xiao has likely not given up and is still contemplating how to persuade the two children to seek her out. Sumu could not help but roll her eyes and said with irritation, Fang Xiao has always been so self-assured. If we treat the two children well, they will become utterly devoted to us. I am curious to see how Fang Xiao will attempt to sow discord between them and convince them to seek her out. Fang Xiao, relying on her status as the heroine and her captivating charm, truly believes that everyone will become her devoted admirer. Hua Nanfeng remained silent, acknowledging that Fang Xiao was indeed overly arrogant. Especially after seemingly awakening the memories of her protagonist identity, she appeared to regard no one with any respect. Fang Xiao must have sensed something amiss. When she returns, she will likely seek me out, and I find myself looking forward to it. Not only Sumu, but even Hua Nanfeng began to anticipate it. Sure enough, after Fang Xiao returned empty-handed, she directly approached Sumu. Sumu had intended to check on Fang Xiao's situation, and when Fang Xiao invited her, she readily agreed without a second thought. Fang Xiao stared blankly at the hung-up call her eyes filled with confusion. Given Sumu's disdain for her, it was unexpected that she would agree so quickly. What exactly did Sumu intend to do? After pondering for some time, without arriving at a conclusion, Fang Xiao decided not to dwell on it, muttering, "I won't think about it. I'll know when we meet." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sumu arrived fashionably late. Observing Sumu's tardiness, Fang Xiao frowned and remarked, "You are late. My husband was home today and is quite clingy, taking a while to come out." Sumu's words flowed casually, as if she were merely venting to a friend. However, Fang Xiao was incensed. How dare she flaunt? I am the true heroine of this world, and she merely deserves to be the expendable character beneath my feet. A slight smirk graced Sumu's lips. Indeed, as she had surmised, Fang Xiao had awakened her memories of being the heroine. Suppressing her anger, Fang Xiao fixed her gaze on Sumu, her voice cold as she stated, "It was you, wasn't it?" Feigning confusion, Sumu looked at Fang Xiao and asked, "What do you mean it was me?" Fang Xiao let out a cold laugh. "Are you still pretending? Wang Huai, Tu Shanshan, and Tong Yuan and Wu Yiting. They're all you're doing, aren't they?" "Fang Xiao, what on earth are you talking about?" "I cannot comprehend your words," Sumu replied, maintaining her act. "You're still pretending. If you hadn't said something to Huanan Feng, he wouldn't have been able to snatch them away from me each time before I had the chance. They were supposed to be mine," Fang Xiao exclaimed angrily. Only after speaking did she realize that her emotions seemed overly heightened. Sumu feigned sudden realization, saying, "Ah, you mean them?" Wang Huai was a chance encounter. He wanted to invest, and since I liked the script, I had my husband bring him into the whole group. As for Tu Shanshan, we met while shopping and discovered her extraordinary talent. Is there any issue with my husband recruiting her into the company? And regarding Tong Yuan and Wu Yiting, who are they? Sumu asked with a puzzled expression. Fang Xiao furrowed her brows as she scrutinized Sumu, noting that her expression of confusion did not seem feigned. Could it be that I have misjudged Sumu? She does not share the same memories as I do. However, if there is no memory, how could the members of the Su family have changed, including Huanan Feng? Are the matters concerning them merely coincidental? Listening to Fang Xiao's inner thoughts, Sumu's lips curled slightly, but as Fang Xiao glanced in his direction, he discreetly tempered his smile. "Fang Xiao, do you have any further business? If not, I shall be returning home," Sumu inquired as he set down his coffee cup. "Sumu, do not be so complacent. Huanan Feng is solely mine. Has the mistress become addicted? First it was Shun Xingze, and now it is my husband." Chapter 49. Subtle reminders. Fang Xiao crossed her arms and regarded Sumu with a mocking gaze, declaring, "Huanan Feng will eventually abandon you. Only I am truly worthy of him. I am the heroine. A person like Huanan Feng can only and will only be with someone like me." Sumu, initially puzzled by Fang Xiao's audacity, soon realized it stemmed from her self-proclaimed status as the protagonist. Yet, in the original narrative, even as the heroine, Huanan Feng had never bestowed upon her a single glance. With a smirk, Sumu scrutinized Fang Xiao from head to toe, remarking, "What a pity. My husband detests individuals like you." Fang Xiao retorted, "What if I were to return to my husband and inform him that someone has designs on him, wishing to lead him astray? How would he react, especially knowing that this person is someone he does not favor?" Panic flickered in Fang Xiao's eyes. She had yet to present her best self before Huanan Feng, and could not allow Sumu to tarnish her image. "Do you dare? I am merely discussing recent events with my husband. What is there to fear?" Sumu shrugged, her smile unwavering as she faced Fang Xiao. "If you dare to speak nonsense in front of Nanfeng, I assure you, I will not let you off easily," Fang Xiao warned. Sumu let out a scoff, sizing up Fang Xiao before rolling her eyes and saying, "Fang Xiao, let us be honest. Given your current state, how do you plan to threaten me? Is it drawing upon that less-than-ideal family background, or relying on the indifferent Shen Xingze? Or perhaps seeking aid from the newly acquainted Lin Xinkai? But alas, he is currently engrossed in his research, and you cannot reach him. And even if you could, would you truly dare to ask for his help at such a time? If you sought Lin Xinkai's assistance, you would lose the persona you've crafted before him." Sumushi began, but Sumu placed a reassuring hand on Fang Xiao's shoulder and smiled. "One must not be overly naive. The world does not bend to your desires." Fang Xiao fixed her gaze on Sumu, I am the heroine. This world revolves around me. Even if Huan Nanfeng does not favor me, he must be mine. Sumu shook her head in resignation. Even at this juncture, Feng Xiao remained fixated on her delusions. Had she not realized that the NPCs in this world were beginning to awaken? Wang Huai and the others had decisively rejected her advances, serving as the clearest evidence of this transformation. Regrettably, Feng Xiao was still preoccupied with her identity as the heroine, oblivious to the monumental changes that had unfolded in the world around her. Especially given her own significant transformation, had she never contemplated that she too had awakened. No longer serving the narrative of this so-called heroine, how could someone as foolish as Feng Xiao rise to the status of the heroine? Was it merely to fit her archetype of a dim-witted beauty? Feng Xiao furrowed her brow, sensing an underlying implication in Sumu's words. What do you mean by that? Consider this carefully. Each person is an individual, and you are not the center of everyone's universe. They will not forever orbit around you. Sumu said, her tone laden with meaning. She had made her intentions abundantly clear. If Feng Xiao remained oblivious, it could only indicate her profound foolishness. Indeed, Feng Xiao failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Sumu's words, instead interpreting them as expressions of jealousy. Sumu, I understand your envy of the affection others show me. Sumu, appearing as bewildered as an elderly man engrossed in his phone on the subway, observed Feng Xiao's excessive confidence and resolved to respect the fate of others. As long as you are happy, she remarked, placing her coffee money down and turning to leave. Feng Xiao, her voice raised in anger, called out, Sumu, do not revel too soon. Everything you possess will eventually belong to me. Both Huan Nanfeng and the Su family were merely treasures awaiting her claim, currently held in Sumu's custody. At that moment, with numerous patrons in the CAF, Feng Xiao's words drew skeptical glances, furrowing brows in response. Does this person have no decorum? Noticing the attention, Feng Xiao brusquely retorted, what are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? Laughter erupted among the CAF patrons. One girl remarked, what audacity from someone aspiring to be a mistress and disrupt other people's relationships. The chatter continued, punctuated by whispers and glances directed at Feng Xiao. You think you are a celestial beauty? I find a lady who just left far more enchanting. Another voice chimed in. Feng Xiao's fury ignited at the compliment directed towards Sumu. What makes her beautiful? Is it her face, her figure, her astonishing outfit? What's wrong with that? The girl retorted. That beautiful lady would receive a salute if encountered outside, watching until she was out of sight. As more patrons began to point and whisper about her, Feng Xiao could ignore a few but found herself overwhelmed by the crowd's scrutiny, leading her to make a hasty exit. Once outside the CF, she belatedly declared, I am the leading lady of this world. Why should I leave? Yet, upon deciding to return, she spotted Sumu emerging from the parking lot in a luxurious car worth millions. Feng Xiao's eyes turned red with jealousy as she gazed at the vehicle. Why is it not I who possesses all this? No, I must reclaim the Shun family's legacy and rise to the pinnacle once more. Just as Sumu was about to distance herself, she inadvertently heard Feng Xiao's thoughts and shook her head in resignation. Feng Xiao truly was lost in her fantasies. Upon returning home, Sumu found Huan Nanfeng still at the office. Checking the time, she headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The chef, upon seeing her, hurried over. Madam, what would you like to eat? I will prepare it immediately. I'm making dinner for my husband when he gets off work. Please assist me. Sumu replied while selecting ingredients. The chef, feeling somewhat intimidated by her, was drenched in sweat throughout the process of washing and chopping vegetables. Only when Sumu skillfully handled the ingredients did the chef finally relax a bit. He then began sharing Huan Nanfeng's dietary preferences with her. When Huan Nanfeng returned, he saw Sumu emerging from the kitchen, carrying a dish. Darling, you're back. Come wash your hands and eat, she urged. Huan Nanfeng entrusted his bag to the butler and approached Sumu, inquiring, Did you make this? Sumu placed the rib she was holding on the table and offered him a piece, saying, Try it. Is it delicious? Huan Nanfeng took a bite and was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite flavor of the ribs. Didn't you claim you couldn't cook? He asked. I grew up in an orphanage, so of course I can cook. Back then, I was merely pulling your leg. Chapter 050. The phone call of whistleblowing regarding the flattery from Sumu. Huan Nanfeng paid it no mind, instead urging Sumu to sit down and enjoy the dinner she had prepared. Although it was simple and lacked the finesse of dishes crafted by a professional chef, it evoked a uniquely homely essence for Huan Nanfeng. It was truly delectable, reminiscent of the warmth of home, a taste he had not savored since his mother's passing. Observing Huan Nanfeng's enjoyment, Sumu couldn't help but reflect on his past, prompting her to say, "In the future, I shall cook for you whenever I can." Huan Nanfeng merely shook his head gently in response. "That's unnecessary. An occasional meal suffices. After all, there are chefs at home. There is no need for you to cook for me regularly." After pondering for a moment, Sumu proposed, "How about we cook dinner together on your days off?" Seeing the hopeful expression on her face, Huan Nanfeng smiled and nodded. "As you wish." Today, Huan Nanfeng had consumed more than usual, thanks to Sumu's cooking, causing her to worry about his stomach. Is it truly that delicious? She mused, noting how he had devoured every last rib. Upon finishing, Huan Nanfeng stood up. Taking her hand, "Let us stroll in the garden and aid digestion." Concerned about his hearty meal, Sumu agreed. As they wandered through the garden, Sumu suddenly announced, "I have completed my script. Dear husband, will you film it for me?" Her assertive demeanor greatly pleased Huan Nanfeng. "I will bring the script to the office tomorrow. I haven't sought our company as director for this," he replied. "Thank you, my love." Later that night, as Sumu was preparing for bed, she received surprising news about an investigation. Gaze fixed on the document sent to her, she was astonished. Does Fang Xiao truly fear no consequences? What is it about? Well, Nanfeng inquired. It concerns certain issues with Fang Xiao's beauty salon. Sumu replied, handing the newly acquired document to him. After reviewing it, Huan Nanfeng remarked in surprise, "If you wish, you could take direct action against Fang Xiao. Judging by this information, her salon has a considerable clientele. Indeed, and based on the evidence we've gathered, there have been incidents at her salon resulting in disfigurement, though they have been suppressed by Shan Xingze," Sumu observed, frowning at the document. At that time, Fang Xiao was aware that the products she used might pose risks, yet she never considered rectifying her practices. Rather, she exacerbated them. While profitable, this will inevitably inflict harm on her clients' faces and bodies. Should this matter be exposed? Huan Nanfeng returned Sumu's phone, questioning her. She nodded vigorously. Absolutely. It must be revealed to prevent further victims. An idea struck her, and she turned to Huan Nanfeng. "We can inform Lin Xinkai about this. Isn't Fang Xiao attempting to win him over? We shall see if she offers him an opportunity." Agreed. With Huan Nanfeng's support and the thorough investigation conducted by his team, it wasn't long before Fang Xiao's salon encountered serious troubles. The victims whose faces had been marred and who were suppressed by Shan Xingze have now emerged. They not only sought out Fang Xiao at the beauty salon, but also brought along some gossip journalists. Witnessing the victims accompanied by the journalists creating a scene, the salon manager realized that this matter could not simply be brushed aside and anxiously contacted Fang Xiao. Upon hearing the manager's words, Fang Xiao sprang up from the sofa, her voice sharp as she exclaimed, "What do you mean? How could they choose this moment to cause a ruckus? It has been so long since this incident occurred. They could have come earlier. Why wait until now?" The manager quietly replied, "Some of these individuals have recently faced issues with their faces and were dismissed by you. Now that the gossip journalists are present, what should we do about this?" The manager asked, filled with trepidation. She was greatly concerned that if this situation was mishandled, it would undoubtedly attract public attention, leading to the demise of the salon. Fang Xiao quickly made a decision. "This matter is your responsibility." The manager was utterly taken aback, her voice rising in disbelief as she inquired, "What do you mean, boss? The materials used in the salon were all procured by you. How can you place the blame on me? I will offer you 100,000 as compensation. You must take the fall for this," Fang Xiao said nonchalantly, completely disregarding the potential troubles that would arise from the manager's acknowledgement of the blame. 100,000? The manager was both infuriated and amused. "Are you truly asking me to be the scapegoat?" Nostalgically, the manager thought that if Fang Xiao would just reconsider her decision, she would remain silent. However, Fang Xiao sneered. "You, an ordinary person, should feel honored that I'm asking you to do this. Now hurry up. Oh, by the way, you're fired." The manager glanced at the recording on her phone, hung up, and approached the victims along with the gossip journalists. As the crowd gathered, she played the recorded conversation for everyone to hear. After the recording concluded, she also presented a video of herself procuring materials, along with a list of those materials. The crowd erupted in laughter upon seeing the contents of the list. Many of the materials were in violation of regulations, and, as the manager had warned Fang Xiao, it was evident that she was aware of their unsuitability, yet chose to use them anyway. It was no wonder that so many suffered from facial issues. The gossip journalist's eyes sparkled with excitement, imagining the immense benefits that would come from breaking this news. In a corner, Sumu, accompanied by bodyguards, watched with great interest. Originally, Sumu had thought that with Fang Xiao possessing the memories of a protagonist, she would know how to handle this situation. Yet, to her surprise, Fang Xiao had thrown the manager under the bus. Moreover, the manager had some leverage over her. Abandoned by Fang Xiao, the manager, eager to avoid scrutiny, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to retaliate against her. With Fang Xiao absent, the manager could assert whatever she wished, armed with evidence that could bring Fang Xiao to ruin. A slight smile gracing her lips, Sumu instructed her bodyguard. Once these gossip journalists disseminate this story, notify Gao Jian to secure a trending position. Understood, madam. After Fang Xiao ended the call with the store manager, she felt a surge of anger. Attempting to call back, she discovered that the manager's number was no longer reachable. With her brows furrowed in concern, she tried to contact other staff members, but none of her calls went through. This left her with a disquieting sense of foreboding. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to head to the store to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, on her way to the store, Sumu, in a buoyant mood, used the bodyguard's phone to make an anonymous report to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. "Hello, is this the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? I wish to file a complaint." Chapter 051. Exposure of position. The bodyguards exchanged glances, realizing that the lady intended to ensnare Fang Xiao in a trap from which there was no escape. "Madam, the officials from the Industry and Commerce Bureau have arrived. It seems Fang Xiao's establishment is about to be shut down for a thorough inspection." Sumu sat in the car, propping her chin on her hand, observing the bustling crowd at the entrance of the beauty salon. A shutdown for inspection? She aimed to bring Fang Xiao's lucrative enterprise crashing down at this very moment. Once the beauty salon, her golden goose, was gone, coupled with the compensation owed to the victims, Fang Xiao's savings would dwindle alarmingly. If Fang Xiao found herself devoid of funds or a source of income, she would surely panic. Simultaneously, her family background would bring her additional troubles. This was becoming quite intriguing. Moreover, Fang Xiao would inevitably seek out Shun Xingze sooner. Allowing Fang Xiao to escape and scathe alongside Shun Xingze was hardly her style. The two of them were meant to counterbalance each other, forever entangled. Before long, Sumu spotted Fang Xiao arriving at the beauty salon. However, instead of approaching directly, Fang Xiao concealed herself in a corner, observing the unfolding events. The moment Fang Xiao appeared, Sumu noticed her retreating into the shadows, allowing the manager to handle the situation alone. "I require the manager's profile," Sumu remarked, a cold smile gracing her lips. If she intended to dismantle Fang Xiao, she would need to strike at the root. The bodyguard handed her the tablet, stating, "Madam, the manager is named Lin Xin. She's a single mother who has raised her daughter alone since her divorce. Due to her exceptional management skills, she caught Fang Xiao's attention and secured her position at this establishment. The salon's profitability over the years owes much to Lin Xin's efforts. However, in a bid to quell the client's anger, Fang Xiao chose to abandon Lin Xin, treating her as a mere scapegoat." Intrigued, Sumu began to formulate a plan upon reviewing Lin Xin's contributions to the salon. She contemplated recruiting Lin Xin to her own cause, as she envisioned establishing a cozy book CF, a venture she had long desired but had previously refrained from pursuing due to her lack of managerial expertise. Now, with a capable manager in sight, it seemed the time had come to embark on this endeavor. The book CAF had been a promise made with her childhood friends, a sanctuary filled with countless books where one could read, relax, and enjoy delightful treats. Tragically, One friend chose to end her life at the tender age of 15 due to bullying. Her friend's parents, indifferent to the loss, opted not to pursue any legal action, prioritizing financial gain over their child's life. To them, $1 million was a pittance for a life. They still had 2 sons and another daughter, and the loss of one child did not weigh heavily on them. Sumu was left in a stupor, unsure of how she had departed from that place, only to realize later that the bereaved parents had used the money to purchase a grand house in their small town, living blissfully as a family of 5, while her friend faded from memory. Even during Qingming Festival and on the anniversary of her death, it was only Sumu who visited her grave. "It has been over a year since I last went. It is time I pay her a visit," Sumu murmured, observing Fang Xiao cowering in the corner. Sumu murmured, "Let us return after resolving this matter." He dialed Lin Xian's number on his phone. Lin Xian, who was in the midst of explaining to a gossip reporter, mistook the unfamiliar number for a new contact from Fang Xiao and answered the call, switching to speaker mode. Fang Xiao was nestled in a corner to the left of the entrance of the beauty salon. Upon hearing the commotion, the victim hastily rushed over. Once everyone had departed, Lin Xian inquired, "Who are you? Why do you wish to assist me? Once you have dealt with the current situation, you shall have the opportunity to meet me. For now, focus on the matter at hand," Sumu replied before hanging up. Lin Xian gazed at the disconnected call and hurried toward the location Sumu had indicated. True enough, she found Fang Xiao, who was fleeing in disarray from pursuers. Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. The once lofty Fang Xiao was now in such a predicament. She had done so much for Fang Xiao, transferring substantial sums of money to her, only to be met with such betrayal. Witnessing Fang Xiao being relentlessly pursued brought an indescribable satisfaction to Lin Xian. In her high heels, Fang Xiao was no match for her assailants and was quickly overtaken. Surrounded by the crowd, Fang Xiao nervously stammered, "What do you want from me? What do we want? Are you not the owner of this beauty salon? We underwent procedures at your establishment, only to be left disfigured. How do you propose we address this?" One voice chimed in, "Indeed, you previously attempted to silence us, suppressing our voices." Fang Xiao, confronted by the accusations, hastily retorted, "I was completely unaware of this. It was entirely the doing of our salon manager." The crowd erupted in laughter at Fang Xiao's shameless denial. One individual remarked, "We are well aware of your plan to have your manager take the fall, and we also know about your personal procurement of materials." A nearby gossip reporter nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Your manager has already shown us all the evidence. What else do you have to say?" At this revelation, Fang Xiao's voice turned shrill as she lashed out, "Lin Xian, you wretched woman." At that moment, Lin Xian, who had been standing at the periphery of the crowd, stepped forward and addressed Fang Xiao. "Fang Xiao, I have never wronged you over the years. Since becoming your manager, I have diligently worked to generate millions in revenue for you. Yet, after your reckless choices led to this debacle, you chose to throw me under the bus and even offer me a mere 100,000 to silence me. You have shown no regard for my future or that of my child. Given your egregious behavior, do not expect me to retain any sense of loyalty." Lin Xian stood resolute. Her daughter, now 12, aspired to become a diplomat and contribute to the nation. If she were to take the fall for Fang Xiao, her daughter's future would be irrevocably jeopardized. "You are fully aware of my daughter's ambitions to serve as a diplomat, yet you still expect me to undertake such a task. You are intent on destroying her prospects. If it were only me suffering, I could endure, but when it comes to my daughter, I shall not yield an inch." Only she knows the immense effort and dedication her daughter expends daily in pursuit of becoming a diplomat. Fang Xiao, my daughter, rises every morning at 5:30, engaging in physical exercise and studying various languages before attending classes. After returning home from school, she delves into advanced exercises, and once her homework is completed, she continues to train her body, all to cultivate a robust physique conducive to her studies. At merely 12 years of age, she rests only 6 hours each day, dedicating the remainder of her time to preparation for her diplomatic aspirations. On what grounds can you claim to determine the trajectory of her future? Chapter 052. Another stab. The onlookers, including the victims and the gossip journalists, shared a semblance of sympathy for Lin Xian. They were acutely aware that the journey to becoming a diplomat entailed hardships beyond the ordinary. A resolute 12-year-old girl must have endured considerable strife at home. Yet, with a single utterance, Fang Xiao threatened to sever her future, a transgression far too egregious. To obliterate one's prospects is akin to slaying their parents. Listening to Lin Xian's accusations, Fang Xiao expressed her disdain, even responding with impatience. What does a 12-year-old child know about being a diplomat? The victims and journalists exchanged incredulous glances, amused by her ignorance. In today's environment, what could these children possibly be unaware of? Let's not waste time with her. We must escort her back to the beauty salon. If this matter remains unresolved today, we shall not relent. With that, they attempted to drag Fang Xiao back to the salon. She struggled vehemently, exclaiming, "Release me. If you do not let go, I will call the police." A flicker of fear crossed her mind. What if they truly resorted to violence? Noticing Lin Xian nearby, she taunted, "Aren't you just dissatisfied with the money? I'll offer you 500,000. The victims regarded Fang Xiao with derision, one scoffing, 500,000? This issue cannot be resolved even with 5 million. Why would you seek someone else to bear the burden of your own troubles? Fang Xiao's cunning was all too evident. Her machinations were transparent. What nonsense are you spouting? She retorted, her voice betraying a hint of anxiety, fearful that her ulterior motives might be exposed. By superficially offering Lin Xian money, you would ultimately place all liability on her shoulders. With so many of us, each demanding 10,000, your 500,000 would swiftly dissipate, and besides, that some cannot even begin to address our grievances. Indeed, the truth resonated. Lin Xian recognized Fang Xiao's intentions, which fueled her animosity, ultimately leading her to expose Fang Xiao's deceit. Fang Xiao, I have earned you so much money, and in the end, you wish to ensnare me into compensating for your mistakes. What do you think you are? With the mask of civility torn away, Lin Xian no longer concealed her disdain. One of the victims interjected with a cold scoff, "First, let us take her back." Regardless of Fang Xiao's struggle, she was ultimately dragged back to the beauty salon. In the car, Sumu, observing Fang Xiao's disheveled state, cheerfully recorded the moment on his phone. As they returned to the salon, a group of individuals arrived, unmistakably officials from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Upon entering, they were met with a scene where numerous people were encircling one individual, seemingly bullying her. They immediately admonished, "What is going on here?" The victims turned to face the newly arrived officials, with one recognizing them and quickly approaching, saying, "Comrades, we are here because we suffered disfigurement due to procedures at this beauty salon. We have come to negotiate compensation with the owner." The officials were momentarily taken aback. Then, upon witnessing the multitude, they gasped in disbelief, inquiring, "Are you all?" "Indeed, we are," they affirmed in unison. Fang Xiao, upon hearing the arrival of the officials from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, promptly rose to her feet, distancing herself from the crowd of victims. "Comrades, this has nothing to do with me. It is my manager," she implored. "Could you refrain from saying too much? We have evidence that your manager is taking the blame for you." This was indeed true. "We are not involved in this matter. We received a report alleging that this beauty salon used illegal materials, hence our inspection," replied one of the officials. In the corner, Lin Xian was brimming with excitement, knowing that her opportunity had arrived. "Comrades, allow me to take you to Fang Xiao's materials room." Fang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Lin Xian lead the officials to the materials room, and she exclaimed angrily, "Lin Xian, how dare you?" Lin Xian glanced back at Fang Xiao before addressing the officials. "This way, please." Fang Xiao attempted to pursue them, but was intercepted by others, including a victim who had spent over 1 million at the salon, standing defiantly in her path and mockingly saying, "What are you in such a hurry for, Fang Xiao?" Ignoring the taunt, Fang Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the materials room. Inside, Lin Xian pointed to the materials purchased by Fang Xiao, stating to the officials, "Comrades, these are the materials our boss personally procured. I will fetch the account book for you." The officials were taken aback to discover that the manager had a ledger. While several individuals collected samples in the materials room, One accompanied Lin Xin to retrieve the account book. When Fang Xiao saw Lin Xin hand over the beauty salon's ledger to the officials, her face drained of color. She could not fathom how Lin Xin had discovered its whereabouts. Lin Xin, how could you? Fang Xiao's voice trembled, bordering on hysteria. Lin Xin calmly regarded the enraged Fang Xiao, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she said, Fang Xiao, had you not treated me this way, I would not have acted so. Why should I bear the responsibility that is rightfully yours? Confronted with Lin Xin's accusations, Fang Xiao found herself at a loss for words. Yet, she furrowed her brow in confusion, questioning why the situation was different from her recollections. In her memory, an incident had also occurred at the back of the salon, where she had pushed Lin Xin forward to take the fall. At that time, Lin Xin had not reacted so strongly. She had accepted everything with numb resignation, even resorting to suicide to resolve the matter. Why was it different now? It should not be like this. Lin Xin was supposed to shoulder all the blame and ultimately take her own life, wasn't she? In the car, Sumu sensed Fang Xiao's inner turmoil, his expression darkening. He strained to recall the narrative, his brow slightly furrowing. Indeed, the plot had mentioned this incident. By then, Fang Xiao was already married to Shun Xingze, and her influence had grown considerably. At that time, for the sake of her family, Lin Xin's denial would have been futile, as Shun Xingze had threatened her with her family's safety. Later, Lin Xin's daughter, having uncovered the truth, sought evidence to vindicate her mother but was ultimately silenced by Shun Xingze's machinations. Observing Lin Xin defending herself fiercely, Sumu realized that, aside from Lin Xin's awakening self-awareness, the more crucial factor was that Fang Xiao's power and status were not as formidable as they once were. Lin Xin, before the media and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, still managed to find a way to break the deadlock. Sumu chuckled softly, mockingly remarking that Fang Xiao was indeed clever but had fallen victim to her own cunning. She intended to employ a narrative device to have the store manager bear the blame, yet failed to consider whether her current predicament would allow her to achieve the previously desired outcome. Had it not been for Shun Xingze's threat to Lin Xin by endangering her daughter and parents, how could she possibly choose to step forward and take the fall? Fang Xiao shook her head incessantly, exclaiming, "This was not my doing. It was Lin Xin. She orchestrated everything." The officials at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau furrowed their brows. The situation was glaringly apparent, and it was incomprehensible how one could shift all the blame onto others. As the officials expressed their discontent, several police officers entered the room. Upon seeing the police, Fang Xiao's composure finally unraveled. The bodyguards outside, noticing the arrival of the officers, inquired with some confusion, "Madam, did you call the police?" Sumu shook her head, replying, "It was not me, but I am indeed curious who was responsible for this." At that moment, the victim, who had incurred over $1 million in losses, stepped forward and declared, "Officers, I am the one who reported this." Subsequently, the victim recounted the ordeal to the police, whose brows knitted further in concern. Ultimately, all were taken back to the police station. Fang Xiao's immediate reaction was, "I refuse to go." Aspiring to be a star, she feared that a visit to the station would tarnish her reputation. The officer, maintaining a stern expression, stated, "This is not up for discussion." With no alternatives left, Fang Xiao reluctantly accompanied the police and the victim to the station. Sumu observed Fang Xiao being escorted to the police vehicle with satisfaction, instructing her bodyguard to drive away. As for locating Lin Xin, there was no rush. "Keep a close watch on the progress here and inform me as soon as there is any news." "Yes, madam." Upon returning home, Sumu retreated to her study to begin drafting the design for a book's AF. When Huan Nanfeng returned from work and did not find Sumu, he curiously asked the butler, "Where is madam?" "She is in the study." Carrying a small cake he had purchased on his way home, Huan Nanfeng entered the study. Upon opening the door, he found Sumu intently focused on her computer. Approaching her, he placed the cake beside her and cheerfully inquired, "What are you working on?" "I am sketching the design for a book CAF. I wish to open one to fulfill a promise made with friends in middle school. Could you take a look?" Just as Sumu was about to rise and show Hua Nanfeng her designs, he took her hand, lifted her up, and seated her on his lap. Let's look at it together. Sumu rested her hand on Hua Nanfeng's shoulder as they examined the content together. Hua Nanfeng perused her design and found it quite impressive. If realized, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be delightful, making it an ideal space for individuals to work or read. As for the dining area, it would depend on the choice of ingredients to ensure profitability. Let us proceed with your vision. I have a few shops on the pedestrian street. I will take you to see them this weekend. With Sumu's entrepreneurial aspirations, Hua Nanfeng was naturally fully supportive. Additionally, I have prepared chefs for pastries, beverages, and dining. Sumu, delighted, planted a kiss on Hua Nanfeng's cheek and contentedly remarked, "My husband is the best. How was the spectacle you witnessed today?" Fang Xiao was summoned to the police station. Hua Nanfeng looked at Sumu in astonishment. Is she that formidable? Did she directly send someone to prison? Observing Hua Nanfeng's rare surprise, Sumu recounted the events that transpired at the beauty salon. After listening, Hua Nanfeng could only exclaim, Fang Xiao truly has a knack for self-destruction. She could have simply apologized and compensated for the damages, yet she insisted on placing the blame on the manager. Now, the manager has resigned and even betrayed Fang Xiao. Hua Nanfeng had never encountered anyone so foolish. Did Fang Xiao believe that this world resembled the one from her awakened memories? Hua Nanfeng understood. It seemed Fang Xiao thought that the people in this world would still unconditionally acquiesce to her demands. Little did she know, they had gradually begun to awaken their own consciousness. Sumu leaned against Hua Nanfeng, contemplating the situation. Currently, the only person Fang Xiao can turn to is Shun Xingze, right? She mused. Do you think Fang Xiao will seek out Shun Xingze? Hua Nanfeng casually inquired. She certainly will. He is her only option now. Though Shun Xingze may not be inclined to assist, Sumu responded thoughtfully. Why do you say that? Hua Nanfeng pressed, and after a moment of contemplation, Sumu replied. Shun Xingze no longer holds the same regard for Fang Xiao as he once did. Sumu pondered. Shun Xingze should also be awakening his consciousness. He won't be as mindlessly kind to Fang Xiao as in the original narrative. Hua Nanfeng nodded in understanding. If that were the case, it made sense. Indeed, after being taken away, the first person Fang Xiao thought of was Shun Xingze. However, it took several attempts for her to reach him. What do you want? Shun Xingze replied coldly. Before Fang Xiao could even feel elated, she was met with his frigid tone. Xingze, can you come to the police station to help me? Given her desperate situation, Fang Xiao dared not express anger and could only plead softly. Shun Xingze furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed about how Fang Xiao ended up at the police station. What happened? After much stammering, Fang Xiao failed to articulate the situation clearly. Shun Xingze remarked, Since you are unwilling to explain, handle it yourself. With that, he hung up the phone, leaving Fang Xiao to her own devices. Staring at the disconnected call, she dialed again, anxiously pleading, Xingze, I beg you, help me. Shun Xingze's brow furrowed further, expressing irritation towards Fang Xiao. What on earth is going on? In a bid to secure Shun Xingze's assistance, Fang Xiao reluctantly divulged the details of her predicament. Upon learning that Fang Xiao had attempted to blame the manager, only to have the manager turn against her, Shun Xingze was both amused and infuriated. When will Fang Xiao cease her foolishness? A matter that could have been resolved with money has now escalated unnecessarily. Now it is settled. Both the police and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau have intervened in the investigation, and her shop shall remain closed, in addition to compensating the victims for their losses. She will also face fines and mandatory closure for rectification. Did Fang Xiao ever contemplate these consequences while acting? Her establishment has been problematic from the outset, and upon being exposed, she simply accepted the penalties without contest. How foolish can one be? Noticing that Shun Xingze remained silent, Fang Xiao grew anxious and pleaded, Xingze, I made a mistake in this matter. Please help me. Shun Xingze rubbed his temples in irritation and, after inquiring about the address, drove over. When Fang Xiao saw Shun Xingze, tears streamed down her face incessantly. Instead of evoking his sympathy, her demeanor only irked him further. After inquiring about the specifics from the police, Shun Xingze's frown deepened as he gazed down at Fang Xiao. who was weeping profusely and demanded with a raised voice, "Fang Xiao, why did you not heed my advice to replace the materials?" He had previously assisted her, reminding her to change the materials, to which she had readily agreed. Only now did he realize she had not complied. Suddenly recalling something, Shan Xingze fixed a piercing gaze upon Fang Xiao and coldly inquired, "Did you also fail to compensate the victims as I instructed?" Chapter 053. Compensation. When he initially assisted Fang Xiao with this matter, he had advised her to take responsibility and make necessary replacements. It appears that Fang Xiao paid no heed to his counsel. It is no wonder that the truth has come to light. Fang Xiao cast her eyes downward, unable to meet Shan Xingze's gaze. All the issues at hand had been previously discussed by Shan Xingze with her. Yet, in her pursuit of profit, she had chosen to disregard them. She never anticipated that it would suddenly be exposed. Now, the police and the personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau dictate the course of action, and all she could do was seek a lawyer. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiao set aside her feelings of guilt, staring incredulously at Shan Xingze. "Why? Can't you help me resolve this situation?" "Fang Xiao, you have left my position in ruins. What means do I have to assist you?" Shan Xingze retorted, finding her question amusingly infuriating. Fang Xiao felt a twinge of guilt for her past actions. "I was wrong in what I did before. Please help me, just this once." Shan Xingze pulled her hand away, speaking coldly. "I can only help you find a competent lawyer. Beyond that, I am unable to assist." As he began to depart, Fang Xiao grasped his hand in a state of panic. "No, you can't leave. Xingze, didn't you once profess your affection for me? Please help me." Fang Xiao was acutely aware that if Shan Xingze left, she would be incapable of managing this predicament. Shan Xingze frowned at her, pulling her hand away with a detached expression. "My willingness to find you a good lawyer is the extent of my benevolence." As she opened her mouth to protest further, Shan Xingze interjected, "Fang Xiao, do not seek me out for assistance in the future." In recent times, he had pondered extensively, grappling with why he felt no attraction to Sumu, who was wholly devoted to him, yet chose to remain entangled with Fang Xiao, who had always kept him at arm's length. It gradually dawned on him that Fang Xiao had spoken many divisive words. Given their shared upbringing, he had placed more trust in her, and thus his affections had gradually shifted. "You once vowed to treat me well for a lifetime. Now, when I merely ask for your help in resolving this issue, you refuse. I despise you," Fang Xiao exclaimed, pushing Shan Xingze away as she attempted to leave. However, the police intercepted her. "You cannot leave." As she faced the officers, it finally struck her that she was indeed unable to depart, at least not at this moment. "Shan Xingze, if you resolve this matter for me, I will forgive you." The arrogance in her tone caused Shan Xingze to frown deeply. "How foolish of me to come here," he muttered before walking away. He had no intention of finding that lawyer. Was he truly so servile? Why should he continue to treat Fang Xiao kindly after the way she had treated him? Who was he putting on this lofty facade for? Did she truly believe he still harbored feelings for her? Fang Xiao watched Shan Xingze walk away in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion. "Shan Xingze, stop right there. If you walk away, I will never forgive you." Shan Xingze merely paused for a moment before hastening his departure. As for whether Fang Xiao would choose to forgive him, it bore no relevance to him. Fang Xiao had anticipated that upon hearing her words, Shan Xingze would surely halt, or at the very least assist her in resolving the matter at hand. Yet, to her astonishment, he did not even cast a glance in her direction. Bewildered, she watched Shan Xingze retreat, her voice trembling as she repeatedly shook her head, muttering, "This isn't how it should be. He would never treat me this way." In a flurry, Fang Xiao fumbled with her phone to call him. However, this time, she could not even reach Shan Xingze. The police officer beside her regarded her with an impassive expression, thinking her quite the dramatist. Despite the assistance being offered, she remained perched upon her high horse, displaying her distress to whom? Now that he had departed, she was frantically attempting to place a call, with no luck reaching Shan Xingze. Fang Xiao had no choice but to contact Lin Xinkai, someone she had known for only a brief period. Yet, to her dismay, his phone was perpetually unreachable. This led her to question whether Lin Xinkai had provided her with an invalid number. The mere thought of such a possibility darkened her expression. The nearby officer, growing impatient, coldly inquired, "Are you done with your calls?" Fang Xiao's face flushed crimson, her grip on her phone tightening. She found herself unable to make a single call. What was she to do? Call her parents? The thought crossed her mind, but was swiftly dismissed. If the Fang family were to learn of this incident, Mrs. Fang would undoubtedly relish in mocking her, while her father would surely lose all faith in her. Left with no alternatives, Fang Xiao resolved to compensate all parties for their losses. Fortunately, over the years, she had amassed a considerable sum. Otherwise, she would truly have been unable to make direct reparations. To her surprise, the victims accepted her offer of compensation. Did they truly seek trouble solely for the sake of monetary restitution? Chapter 054. Hiring Lin Xi and Fang Xiao regarded the victims with a sense of suspicion. Yet they remained silent. After she compensated them, they forgave her. As she watched the victims depart with their compensation, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her once more. Ultimately, only Fang Xiao and Lin Xian remained in the police station. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Fang Xiao was consumed with disdain. Lin Xian, you truly repulse me. I treated you with kindness, yet you chose to betray me, Fang Xiao said bitterly. Lin Xian gazed at Fang Xiao with an expressionless face. Kindness? Fang Xiao, can you name a single instance of kindness you have shown me? Her earnings were the result of her own capabilities, not a mere handout from Fang Xiao. Aside from that, Fang Xiao had never offered her any further assistance. Fang Xiao, perhaps you should contemplate how to address the situation at hand. This matter has escalated significantly, and it is clear that you will be unable to continue operating your beauty salon. Even if you manage to reopen, who would dare visit your establishment for treatments? Are they not afraid of facial disfigurement? With a scoff, Lin Xian turned to leave. Meanwhile, Fang Xiao faced a staggering loss of several million, compounded by the need to cooperate with investigations and rectify the situation, not to mention the impending fines. The thought of the fortune she was about to lose caused Fang Xiao great anguish. Upon returning home, she changed her phone number and called Shun Xingze, hoping he could assist her in recovering her financial losses. When Shun Xingze heard Fang Xiao's pleas, he was instantly incensed. Fang Xiao, why on earth would I help you recoup your losses? Am I a fool? Fang Xiao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his words, but remained patient, saying, What if I could help you reclaim your status as an heir? Upon hearing this, Shun Xingze reacted as if he had heard a joke. I do not believe you. With that, he hung up, and when Fang Xiao attempted to call again, she found the line was dead. Frustration led her to hurl her phone against the wall. After venting her anger by smashing several items, she finally calmed down. She understood that Shun Xingze's disbelief stemmed from her past actions. Suppressing her fury, Fang Xiao began to list the projects they had previously invested in that had yielded profits. If she succeeded, she believed Shun Xingze would come to trust her. After returning from the police station, Lin Xian received a text from the same number, inviting her to meet the following afternoon. Upon reading the message, Lin Xian instinctively clenched her fists, taking a long time to arrive at a decision. The next day, Sumu arrived at the designated location and found Lin Xian already there. Upon seeing Sumu, even Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback by his striking appearance. You sought me out? She inquired. Indeed, Sumu replied, producing a laptop to show her the design plans. Are you interested in becoming the manager of my store? Lin Xian stared at Sumu in astonishment, her eyes brimming with confusion. Why me? Because you are exceptionally talented, and thus I have chosen you. The base salary is 10,000, along with a 3% commission on sales, in addition to social insurance and housing funds. Sumu offered a salary that left Lin Xian utterly enchanted. As my shop was about to undergo renovation before its grand opening, I would like you to oversee the construction during this period. I will provide you with a monthly salary of 20,000, and the profit sharing will commence once the store opens. Is this agreeable to you? Sumu inquired, observing Lin Xian intently. Lin Xian nodded eagerly. I can accept that. Satisfied, Sumu handed her a contract, saying, Take a look, and if everything seems in order, please sign. Lin Xian accepted the document and scrutinized its contents. Upon reading, she gazed at Sumu in astonishment, Are you truly assisting me solely because of my capabilities? Despite everything, Lin Xin found it hard to believe such generosity was genuine. For opportunities like this rarely fall from the sky. Sumu arched an eyebrow at Lin Xin's evident skepticism and asked, half smirking, "What do you possess that I would wish to scheme against?" Lin Xin stared blankly at Sumu, who was adorned in luxurious attire, with accessories that Lin Xin could hardly fathom owning. Yet, she was correct. There was no need for Sumu to plot against her. Contemplating this, Lin Xin swiftly signed a contract. Holding the document, Sumu remarked, "In a couple of days, I will visit the store with my husband. Once we finalize the location, I will inform you. In the meantime, spend some quality time with your family." "Understood, boss," Lin Xin replied. In a cheerful mood, Sumu handed the contract to her bodyguard and set off for a shopping spree. While shopping, Sumu noticed Fang Xiao alone, appearing somewhat distressed after seemingly concluding a phone call. With a smile, Sumu turned to purchase some items for Huan Nanfeng before preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, as she was exiting, she encountered Fang Xiao, who obstructed her path, glaring intently and accusing. "Sumu, something has happened to my shop. Did you have a hand in it?" Fang Xiao raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "You claim it was me. Where is your evidence?" "Evidence?" Fang Xiao had none, and her inquiries had yielded no information. "Why would your shop encounter issues?" Sumu asked, arms crossed, her expression a blend of amusement and curiosity. Fang Xiao stubbornly refused to answer. As Sumu took a few steps closer, she noticed Fang Xiao instinctively retreating, her eyes filled with wariness. Observing this, Sumu chuckled softly, still so timid. Just as Fang Xiao was about to respond, Sumu turned to leave, not even casting a glance back. Watching Sumu depart, Fang Xiao realized that the earlier encounter had been deliberate. "Sumu, do you think that by denying it, I would remain oblivious? You're responsible for this." Fang Xiao knew Sumu all too well. With Hua Nanfeng backing her, any action against her would be effortlessly executed. Sumu paused briefly in her stride before continuing to walk away nonchalantly. "Damn, Sumu, you've caused me such losses. I will ensure you pay for this in due time." Sumu feigned ignorance and departed from the doorway. She found it perplexing that Sumu displayed no reaction. Could it be that she had truly misjudged the situation? That seemed unlikely. As they drove back, the bodyguard in the front seat remarked, "Madam, Fang Xiao is rather astute. Yet, what could be her purpose for appearing here today? With her shop in distress and her assets significantly diminished, even Shun Xingze has chosen to distance himself. What business does she have lingering here?" Fang Xiao must have arranged a meeting, though her counterpart likely failed to appear or perhaps played her for a fool. Given Fang Xiao's earlier fury, it was implausible that all was well. Sumu propped her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Fang Xiao's affairs could rest for now. It was time for her to return home. Upon arriving, she discovered that Huan Nanfeng had yet to return. Sumu began to pack her belongings, intending to inform him before booking her ticket upon his arrival. However, when Huan Nanfeng returned that evening, he informed her of his imminent business trip abroad. "Is there an issue with the business over there? Why the sudden departure?" He chuckled, affectionately ruffling Sumu's hair. "Do not worry, it's nothing serious. Merely a bit of a hassle. Would you care to accompany me?" Nanfeng wished to bring Sumu along this time. Sumu gently declined. "I shall refrain from joining you this time. Perhaps next time. I wish to visit my friends." "The place where you grew up?" "Yes, she passed away many years ago. I visit her grave annually, but it has been over a year since my last visit." Sumu fell silent for a moment, sharing this with Hua Nanfeng. Accompanied by bodyguards, Hua Nanfeng understood that the friend Sumu referred to was the child who had succumbed to the pressures of school bullying. Very well. Sumu purchased her plane ticket and set off with Hua Nanfeng the following morning. Their flight was scheduled earlier, and as they departed, Hua Nanfeng embraced Sumu, cautioning, "Be careful on your return. Do not let anyone bully you." "I have bodyguards," she replied. He leaned down and kissed her softly on the cheek, saying, "I shall be off now. Take good care of yourself, and I will bring you a gift upon my return." After bidding farewell to Huan Nanfeng, Sumu returned to the lounge to rest. When the time was right, she proceeded to the boarding gate with her bodyguards. Upon arriving in a small town in Bashu, Sumu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her as she took in the familiar surroundings. It became evident that she had been away for quite some time. Sumu and her bodyguard spent the night at a hotel, and the next day, she purchased flowers and offerings for her visit to the cemetery. Upon reaching the graveyard, Sumu observed that the graves of others were well maintained, while her friend's site was overrun with weeds, indicating a long absence of visitors. Witnessing this scene, Sumu realized that her friend's family had not visited since her passing. She placed the flowers down and silently began to tidy the area. The bodyguard promptly interjected, "Madam, allow us to assist." "It is fine," she replied. Seeing her determination, the bodyguard could only lend a hand. With many hands at work, the grave was soon restored to order. Gazing upon the photograph of a girl with a radiant smile, Sumu reached out to touch the figure captured in the image. A bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Mujin, why did you not confide in me?" Chapter 055. Captivating the Madame Sumu's inquiries about Mujin were met with silence, and with a bittersweet smile, she wiped away her tears and said, "Mujin, let us depart. I shall not return henceforth." Mujin had longed to escape her original family during her lifetime. Now, as she took Mujin away, would she not find joy in that? Please investigate and consult an expert. Let us choose an auspicious day for the relocation of the grave, Sumu instructed. Understood. One of the bodyguards promptly set off to gather information. Look into Mujin's family. I wish to know how they are faring, Sumu spoke calmly, eager to gauge the depths of their cold-heartedness. Sumu lingered at the cemetery for an extended period, recounting her experiences in the capital over the past year. It was only in the afternoon that she departed with the remaining members of her party, returning to the hotel. Upon arrival, the bodyguard tasked with the grave relocation returned. "Madam, we have located the individual. We can visit the cemetery tomorrow." Good. The following day, prior to their intended visit, the bodyguard investigating Mu Jin's family reported back. "Madam, the Mu family received the compensation for Miss Mu Jin's death and purchased a house in the city. They have not returned since." The bodyguard, during the investigation, felt a twinge of sympathy for the young girl, realizing that her family had not sought justice for her, but was solely driven by monetary gain. The thought was both tragic and absurd. Sumu remained silent, her thoughts swirling. She had anticipated their ruthlessness, yet the extent of their callousness shocked her. With such indifference, there was no need for further communication with them. That day, Sumu conferred with those assisting in the grave relocation, selecting a propitious date to carry away Mujin's ashes. From that moment on, Mujin would bear no ties to her family. Upon returning to the capital, Sumu arranged for Mujin to be interred in a site of favorable feng shui, choosing an auspicious date for the burial. "From now on, we shall be close. I will be able to visit you often," she gently caressed the gravestone. "In due time, I shall begin preparations for the bookstore we discussed. Once it is decorated, I will bring you to see it, to bring you some joy." It was not until noon that Sumu resolved to return home. Upon arriving, she collapsed onto the sofa, weary, and rubbed her temples. "Madam, the gentleman requested that I take you to the shop. If all is well, we can commence renovations. Let's go tomorrow." Sumu acknowledged that she had delayed matters these past few days, sending a message to Lin Xin and granting her a few days off. When Lin Xin received the message, she exhaled with relief, having feared that the bookstore project might fall through. Putting away her phone, Lin Xin smiled at her daughter. "Returning from school, how about we go out this weekend, dear? After these few days, I shall be back to work." "All right." After a restful night, Sumu and Tang Lin ventured to the pedestrian street to inspect potential shops. Several locations boasted excellent visibility. If a bookstore were to be established here, foot traffic would undoubtedly be sufficient. Ultimately, Sumu selected a 3-story establishment. The third floor is designated for a reading room, while the second floor will offer a selection of beverages and snacks. As for the first floor, it can serve as a restaurant. This arrangement resolves numerous issues. After finalizing the plans, Sumu took out his phone to record the items he needed in his notes, simultaneously capturing photographs of various corners of the space. Having surveyed every area, Sumu finally returned home. Upon arriving, he opened his computer and began drafting the design plans, working diligently until the day before Huan Nanfeng's return. When he completed the drawings, Closing his laptop, Sumu rubbed his temples to alleviate the throbbing pain in his head. He went downstairs to grab a quick bite, then ascended to wash up before collapsing into bed, falling into a deep slumber, oblivious to Huan Nanfeng's arrival. Huan Nanfeng searched through the downstairs but could not locate Sumu. Upon going upstairs, he found Sumu cocooned in the blankets, sleeping like a little pig. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Huan Nanfeng leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on Sumu's forehead before heading to the bathroom to change, returning to keep Sumu company as he continued to adjust to the time difference. When Sumu awoke, he felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Turning to gaze at the still sleeping Huan Nanfeng, he found himself momentarily entranced. He caressed Huan Nanfeng's face and murmured, "What is the point of being so handsome? It could easily charm my husband." With a playful glare at Huan Nanfeng, Sumu pushed him away and sat up, exclaiming, "I'm so hungry." "Then let us get up for breakfast. I had the chef prepare something when I went upstairs," Huan Nanfeng replied. Sumu climbed out of bed, noticing Huan Nanfeng still lounging on a mattress, and walked over to pull him up, insisting, "Get up now." Huan Nanfeng complied, sitting up and accompanying Sumu downstairs for breakfast. As they dined together, Sumu shared her recent endeavors with Huan Nanfeng. "I'm quite disappointed with Mu Jin's parents. Since her passing, they haven't visited her grave, seemingly forgetting they once had a daughter." Speaking of the Mu family brought a twinge of discomfort to Sumu's heart, yet she felt powerless to change their indifference. "Don't be disheartened. Karma has its way, and they will eventually face the consequences of their actions," Huan Nanfeng gently reassured her, stroking her hair. He had already been informed of the situation by the bodyguard, who had conducted a thorough investigation into the Mu family. "Let us hope for the best," Huan Nanfeng said, observing Sumu's diminished appetite due to the distressing news, and he shook his head in resignation. He picked up a nearby tablet, opened a document, and handed it to Sumu. "Take a look at this." Sumu accepted the tablet, glancing at it casually at first. However, as she continued reading, her astonishment grew. She eventually stared at Huan Nanfeng, asking, "Is this for real?" Indeed, he confirmed. Since receiving compensation from Mu Jin's passing, her family had purchased a house and retained a considerable sum of money. Not only that, but they had also experienced a stroke of good fortune in their business dealings. While this seemed like a positive turn of events, Mu Jin's brother had become excessively spoiled. With newfound wealth, whatever he desired was readily acquired by them. If they do not make a purchase, Mu Jin's brother will throw a tantrum, occasionally resorting to breaking things. Their little daughter has transformed from a well-behaved child into one marked by selfishness, her thoughts consumed solely by her own desires. Observing their family seemingly basking in happiness, one cannot help but ponder that once their finances dwindle, none of these two children will offer them any care in their old age. All they can do now is await the inevitable outcome. Sumu's mood has finally brightened. What is the current state of Mu Jin's brother? Indulging in revelry, spending money frivolously, while their family's business begins its decline. With such a spendthrift second-generation heir, it appears their days are about to become quite challenging. Furthermore, Sumu discovered that Mu Jin's brother has been led into a pitfall and has become enamored with gambling. Recently, he has been winning, but it is only a matter of time before losses ensue. This knowledge brings Sumu relief. Understanding that this family is not faring well elevates her spirits, making her meals more enjoyable. No one will come to their financial rescue now. They must start anew. This is indeed for the best, as everything they have extracted from their daughter will be squandered by their children. Having raised their son in such a manner, they will face repercussions once their funds run dry. With an awareness of their impending fate, Sumu finally feels elated. She chooses not to dwell on this family any longer, merely waiting for them to self-destruct. Huan Nanfeng rests his chin on his hand, observing the momentary joy of Sumu. "You are truly easy to please." Sumu nods in agreement. "I call this contentment. Shall I share another piece of news with you?" Seeing Sumu so cheerful, Huan Nanfeng believes he can further brighten her day. Mu Jin's father's business has encountered difficulties. His partner has deceived him, and it will only take a week for him to uncover the truth. Huan Nanfeng states with a smile. Upon hearing this news, Sumu indeed feels even more delighted, smiling as she replies, "Is this not poetic justice?" Once the Mu family's business falters, the troubles surrounding Mu Jin's brother will also come to light. When all these issues converge, it seems unlikely that a family once considered moderately well off will find their way out. Over the years, they have lived relatively well. Forcing them back to the days before Mu Jin's passing will surely lead to their collapse. Even if Mu Jin's parents remain resilient, her younger siblings will likely crumble first, especially the brother. That will be the perfect time for them to witness the unfolding drama. Sumu nods vigorously. At that time, I shall go to witness the spectacle, allowing me to return and inform Mu Jin of their fate. I will have someone keep watch, and as soon as there's good news, I will tell you, all right? Good. Sumu joyfully kisses Huan Nanfeng, leaving a smudge of grease on his face. Observing the oily mark left by Sumu's lips, he wipes his face with a tissue, realizing it too is smeared with grease. Noticing Huan Nanfeng's actions, Sumu quietly bows her head to eat, feigning detachment from the situation. Huan Nanfeng, amused by Sumu's timid demeanor, shakes his head but refrains from saying anything further. After dinner, the two casually strolled about to aid digestion. "How is work on your end?" Sumu inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. "Everything is perfectly fine, no need for concern. I have already submitted your script to the director, and preparations have commenced," Huan Nanfeng responded as they leisurely wandered together. As Sumu walked backwards, facing Huan Nanfeng, she asked, "Really?" "I instructed them before my business trip," he replied, taking a few steps forward, placing his hand on her shoulder to redirect her, cautioning, "It's uneven here. Be careful not to fall." He took her hand and led her onward. In the garden, members of the Guan family witnessed this scene and promptly took out their phones, capturing several photos from various angles. Observing the breathtaking photographs on his phone, Tang Lin sent them to Huan Nanfeng. Upon returning to his room, Huan Nanfeng discovered the images sent by Tang Lin, raising an eyebrow as he saved them and rewarded Tang Lin with a bonus. Consequently, the servants and bodyguards in the villa learned to discreetly photograph the couple during their interactions. Occasionally, when Sumu was home alone, she would also send Huan Nanfeng pictures of herself. This inadvertently provided the household staff with an additional source of income, of which Sumu remained blissfully unaware. Back in the room, while Huan Nanfeng took a shower, Sumu sat on the edge of the bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon opening it, she noticed a notification in a group chat. Curiously, she entered and found that her classmates were organizing a reunion, specifically inviting her to attend. While waiting for Huan Nanfeng, Sumu leaned against the headboard, her expression contemplative. Emerging from the bathroom, Huan Nanfeng noticed Sumu's demeanor and casually tossed the towel aside. He sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her, and softly inquired, "What is the matter?" "This," Sumu replied, handing her phone to him. He took it and began to read, his brows furrowing slightly upon seeing the messages from her classmates. "They're inviting you to a reunion?" Sumu nodded. "Since leaving school, I have not been in touch with them or spoken in the group. I would have forgotten I was still in the middle school class group if they hadn't reached out." Her gaze suddenly turned icy as she recalled the individual who had tagged her. "And this person is one of those responsible for Mu Jin's demise. What do you plan to do?" Huan Nanfeng asked. "Another person will be attending as well. I intend to confront them and see what schemes they are plotting." Sumu replied, "Head is hardening." Since they were minors at the time, the Mu family chose to resolve the matter with money, allowing these individuals to escape punishment. One of the bullies has even become a public school teacher. It's quite ironic when you think about it. Pointing to one of the profile pictures, she added, "This person was also one of the instigators of the bullying, and now she is a teacher." Huan Nanfeng turned to her in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "A teacher?" "Yes, she is now a teacher at a prestigious school in the city." Sumu presented the chat record to Huan Nanfeng, who furrowed his brow slightly as he perused the content. "Such a person is undeserving," he remarked. Sumu replied in the group chat, confirming her timely attendance. Before tossing her phone aside, "It's rather absurd that our school is considering granting him the title of senior teacher, don't you think?" She scoffed. "It's one thing for a bully to be a teacher, but to elevate him to a senior position is ludicrous. Mumu, if you wish to confront them, your husband is your strongest ally. Pursue whatever you desire. I stand by you. I won't allow them to have it easy," he assured her. "I'll have my class investigate these individuals, especially that particular teacher, to see if there have been any instances of bullying during her tenure. If there are, it will certainly be intriguing." Sumu, filled with excitement, wrapped her arms around Huan Nanfeng's neck. Her spirits lifted. Thank you, dear. Meanwhile, as Sumu and Huan Nanfeng enjoyed their time together, the members of the class group were taken aback by her announcement of attending the reunion. The gathered boys and girls exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't Sumu supposed to have been reclaimed by her biological parents in the capital? Why would she still attend the reunion? Could it be a deliberate act? Chapter 056. A class reunion? A gentle-looking girl nearby expressed her concerns. Could she be coming for us? In the past, Sumu was someone they could easily handle, but now she had transformed into the esteemed daughter of a prominent family in the capital. A single misstep could lead them to an irrevocable fate. The first girl to speak furrowed her brow. We have no grievances with Sumu. Why would she seek us out? One of them reminded, let us not forget about Mu Jin. She was the closest to Sumu back then. The group fell silent. For Mu Jin's story was a secret they all shared. Everyone knew the truth, but due to their familial circumstances, they dared not speak of it. The girl who first spoke forced a smile. It has been so long. Surely it cannot be that serious? Cannot be. One person shot her a peculiar glance. Suyu. Just a few days ago, Sumu returned and relocated Mu Jin's grave. Suyu's expression changed drastically as she turned to the speaker. What did you just say? The reason Sumu agreed to attend the reunion. The man who spoke adjusted his clothes, stood, and approached Suyu, leaning down to meet her anxious gaze. His voice low, pray that she isn't returning to exact revenge on you. Suyu's face paled. The family of Mu Jin had ceased their inquiries. What would Sumu possibly be entangled in? You all can stay. I'm leaving. Ignoring their protests, he departed first. Once outside the private room, the man's eyes were filled with malice. Mu Jin, it will be soon. These people will soon join you. He glanced back at the room, particularly at Suyu, who was conversing with others, before leaving with a cold demeanor. After exiting the establishment, the man made a phone call. It's me. The voice on the other end was inaudible, but a smile crept across his face. All right, I'll come by later. Hanging up, he cast one last look at the venue. I await your retribution. He exited slowly, leaving behind an enraged Suyu and her companions in the private room. Suyu, her expression dark, declared, let her dare to come. This is not the capital. The others hastily gripped her arm. Do not speak recklessly. The Su family holds significant power in the capital. Even if your family has some influence here, it pales in comparison, and facing the Su family, the only ones who will suffer will be you and yours. Suyu glared at the speaker. Do you dare to underestimate my family? The speaker sighed. Suyu, I do not underestimate your family. It's just that the total liquid assets of your family might not even match the value of their villa. Moreover, they possess various industries. With what little your family has, you dare to threaten them. Does Suyu have a misunderstanding about her family's standing in the capital? Realizing something, a woman took out her phone, searched online, and found information about the Su family, handing it to Suyu. Take a good look for yourself. Their assets are in the billions. What does your family have to compare? Moreover, are you truly convinced that your father and his associates would choose to assist you in dealing with them? Suyu gazed intently at the content above, her complexion darkening to an extreme. With her brows tightly knitted together, an abundance of unwillingness filled her eyes. What qualifications does someone who has been perpetually bullied possess to lead such a fortunate life? What right does Sumu have? Suyu, at this upcoming class reunion, do not provoke Sumu. Otherwise, our fate will not be favorable. They could only pray that Sumu had forgotten about them. If Sumu truly intended to take action against them, their situation would be utterly hopeless. Suyu scoffed and remarked, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. The individuals nearby, witnessing Suyu's demeanor, realized that their words were falling on deaf ears, and they could only shake their heads in resignation. Suyu, we have already advised you as much as we could. Suyu remained silent, her thoughts drifting to another individual. This person was the wealthiest in their vicinity and was, in fact, the true culprit behind Mu Jin's death. With his assistance, dealing with Sumu should become rather straightforward, wouldn't it? I will handle this matter. You need not concern yourselves with it. Seeing Suyu's unwavering confidence, the others grew even more anxious. You cannot possibly be serious about confronting Sumu, can you? If she misses Mu Jin so dearly, let her go and join Mu Jin. Suyu said ominously. The others stared at her in shock, fearing she had lost her sanity. Swallowing hard, A woman exclaimed angrily. Suyu, are you out of your mind? That person is not one you can contend with. Suyu let out a disdainful huff. The woman was so exasperated that she laughed. Suyu, you are truly mad. Whatever you intend to do is of no concern to us. I am leaving. With that, she rose to depart. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, then hastily excused themselves as well. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. We should also be going. Suyu has truly lost her mind. After all these years, she actually desires Sumu's life. Suyu observed as one after another departed, her eyes filled with derision. A bunch of worthless fools. They surely do not believe that by refraining from acting against Sumu, she would let them off the hook, do they? If Sumu seeks to avenge Mujin, none of them will escape unscathed. After all, when they bullied Mujin, they also tormented Sumu. At that time, Sumu excelled academically and had the protection of her teachers. Most importantly, Sumu was capable of resistance. But Mujin was different. Whenever she dared to rebel, she would bully Sumu without hesitation, for Mujin was far easier to intimidate. Yet, she never anticipated that after that individual approached Mujin, she would choose to leap from the building. As if her own suicide wasn't enough, she nearly dragged them down with her. Thankfully, Mujin's parents were greedy. Otherwise, if this incident escalated, their futures would be ruined. To speak candidly, in Mujin's death, they were merely accomplices, while that individual was the mastermind. Suyu rose from the establishment and ventured into an affluent neighborhood. Upon arriving at one of the villas, she entered to find a somewhat familiar figure. With a slight furrow of her brow, Suyu regarded the man seated there and couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you out of your mind? It's you. What brings you here?" Hearing a sound, the man casually reached out to embrace the person beside him and inquired nonchalantly. Suyu took a seat opposite the man, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Do you not find it bothersome to have such a person around you?" Qinwei, let's not forget how Mujin met her demise. So you could not resist a reminder. This individual had once been the notorious school bully, who had desired Mujin as his girlfriend, only to be rejected. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Mujin had incited Qinwei's wrath, leading to her tragic fate. Now, the very person responsible for Mujin's death had chosen to find a substitute resembling her by 4 or 5 parts. Suyu's words caused Qinwei's expression to turn icy, as he shot a warning glance at Suyu. "My affairs are not for you to meddle in." Suyu scoffed. "Do you think I wish to interfere? I approached you for a reason." He cast a glance at the woman beside him, the implication unmistakable. Qinwei patted the woman's shoulder. "Darling, please head upstairs. I will be with you shortly." The woman affectionately planted a kiss on Qinwei's cheek before reluctantly departing. Observing their overly intimate demeanor, Suyu furrowed his brow slightly. "You cannot be serious." This woman bore some resemblance to Mujin, but what was it that appealed to him? "That is of no concern to you. State your purpose for seeking me directly." Suyu raised his eyes to meet Qinwei's disdainful gaze. "Sumu is returning." Qinwei looked up at Suyu. "Sumu? The one who was found and brought back to the capital by her biological parents 2 years ago?" Suyu nodded. "You are correct. Why has she suddenly returned? After so long, what would prompt her to come back?" At this, Suyu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Qinwei, noticing his demeanor, quickly deduced the situation. "Have you provoked Sumu?" Suyu, feeling awkward, replied, "I invited Sumu to our class reunion in the group chat, thinking she would decline, but to my surprise, she accepted." He continued, his expression darkening. "I suspect that her purpose for coming back might be to seek vengeance for Mujin." Qinwei raised an eyebrow at Suyu. "Isn't that a matter for you all?" Suyu's countenance shifted instantly, staring intently at Qinwei. "What do you mean?" "Qinwei, in Sumu's eyes, you are among those truly responsible for Mujin's death." Suyu was both amused and infuriated by Qinwei's audacity. A faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded him mockingly, glancing upstairs. "Qinwei, what do you think will happen if Sumu discovers you have found a stand-in who resembles Mujin? Furthermore, if we find ourselves in trouble, do you believe we would not implicate you?" Suyu had anticipated that Qinwei would never admit to such things. Thus, she resolved to employ another strategy to ensure Qinwei would acquiesce to their demands. Qinwei narrowed his eyes, coolly regarding Suyu. "Are you threatening me?" Suyu waved his finger lightly, a smile gracing his face. "Not a threat, merely a proposition to collaborate in dealing with Sumu, to keep her here. Qin Wei's expression suddenly changed as he scrutinized the malevolent figure before him. If I recall correctly, you have no enmity with Sumu, do you? There is animosity. In the past, Sumu overshadowed all her brilliance, and the person she cherished secretly admired Sumu as well. Even when she confessed her feelings, she was belittled by comparisons to Sumu. Now that the opportunity has finally presented itself, she will not let it slip away easily. Qin Wei couldn't help but recall the events from middle school. You were envious of Sumu. Back then, Suyu was inferior to Sumu in every regard except for her family background. Perhaps that was the reason Suyu harbored resentment towards Sumu, even going so far as to bully Mujin. You bullied Mujin so harshly because of Sumu? And what of it? This was a secret she held close to her heart, yet she never anticipated it would be uncovered. Suyu, what gives you the audacity to threaten me? Qin Wei replied with a cold smirk. Indeed, I did bully Mujin, but the true perpetrator of her demise is you. Suyu articulated each word with precision as she gazed intently at Qin Wei. If Sumu were to discover that you were responsible for Mujin's death, and then replaced her with a woman who bears a striking resemblance to her, wouldn't she go mad with rage and seek retribution? Suyu felt no fear from Qin Wei's threat. Rather, she was resolute in her determination. Qin Wei's face darkened. He was not foolish and understood Suyu's implication. Once Sumu learned of his role in Mujin's death, she would undoubtedly lose her composure, making it difficult for him to contend with her, especially with the Su family backing her. He would be at a disadvantage against them. What do you intend to do? The question conveyed Qin Wei's decision to Suyu. I want to ensure Sumu cannot return. Qin Wei cast a glance at Suyu. Do you not regret this? He was all too aware of the Su family's standing. Should anything happen to Sumu, the Su family would go to any lengths to find her murderer. They would all be doomed. Suyu's gaze remained fixed on Qin Wei, who, noticing her intensity, felt his expression shift. You want me to resolve this matter? Precisely. Your family's influence here is substantial. Dealing with this issue should be straightforward for you, much like it was with Mujin. To this day, Sumu remained oblivious to the connection between Qin Wei and Mujin's death. Qin Wei, his face darkened, leaned languidly against the sofa, seemingly losing interest in the matter. Suyu, did you ever consider that your family's fortune is largely due to my involvement? Furthermore, how many unsavory deeds have you committed over the years that need not be spoken aloud? Suyu's face contorted with resentment at Qin Wei's words. Are you truly intent on severing ties with me? Her voice dipped, her countenance darkening further. In response to Suyu's inquiry, Qin Wei rose from the sofa. Suyu, before you threaten me, perhaps you should assess whether you possess the capability to do so. After all, your issues far exceed mine. The only wrong he had committed was Mujin's death. Thereafter, he had never engaged in bullying his classmates again. However, Suyu was different. After resolving the matter concerning Mujin, she remained silent for a time, yet continued to torment her classmates, particularly those who were overlooked by their families or were financially disadvantaged. Now that she has matured and become a teacher, aside from her blatant bullying of students, what has Suyu accomplished? She has become as chaotic as a hornet's nest. How dare she threaten others? Suyu, tell me, in comparison to your sins, whose are more severe? Suyu glared at Qin Wei, her anger morphing into laughter. Have you been toying with me all this time? Qin Wei, with a hint of a smile, responded, Suyu, it's not quite as simple as that. I'm not toying with you. I merely cannot abide your current demeanor. Cannot abide? Suyu was momentarily amused by her anger. Why did you not express your disdain for me back then? You may leave. Whatever you choose to do is of no concern to me, and you need not threaten me. If it comes to it, we may as well perish together. Qin Wei replied nonchalantly. He was now merely a forsaken soul, cast aside by his family, and aside from a modicum of wealth, life held little meaning for him. Should Suyu choose to report him, he might even express gratitude toward her. Chapter 057. The Quest for Revenge confronted by Qin Wei's nonchalant demeanor. Suyu felt a mix of anger and amusement. Qin Wei, I never imagined you would end up like this, she remarked. In response, Qin Wei shrugged indifferently, stating, Suyu, I am quite easygoing. However, I do not succumb to threats. Do you really think I am afraid of you? At this point, I possess nothing but money. So what else could I possibly care about? He gazed intently at Su Yu, unreservedly questioning her. Su Yu's expression darkened slightly. There was a kernel of truth in Qin Wei's words. Indeed, he had lost everything that mattered to him, which explained his reckless abandon over the years. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized Qin Wei, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. Qin Wei, is she truly that significant to you? Is she worth sacrificing everything you have? Su Yu, Qin Wei replied, we all must bear the consequences of our actions. Our retribution is upon us now. I'm indifferent to it, but I wonder if you can maintain such indifference. He regarded her with a half-smile. Observing the change in Su Yu's demeanor, Qin Wei could not help but chuckle. He then turned to leave, saying, if you wish to deal with Sumu, do it yourself. Do not involve me, for I will not assist you. It was only after Mu Jin's passing that he truly grasped the fragility of life. He realized that their everyday words and actions could unwittingly lead to the loss of a life. Unfortunately, he understood this truth far too late. Had he comprehended it sooner, perhaps Mu Jin would still be alive. Yet, to reflect on such matters now seemed utterly pointless. With a soft sigh, Qin Wei acknowledged that his self-imposed exile had served as a form of punishment. Su Yu, have you ever felt regret? Regret? Su Yu scoffed. Why should I regret? Those foolish individuals deserve to be mistreated. Their demise is of no concern to me. It is their own weakness that led them to crumble under a few simple words. Seeing Su Yu's dismissive attitude, Qin Wei understood that she would not feel remorse. With a slight smile, he said, Su Yu, I await the day when you do feel regret. Su Yu glanced at Qin Wei, who had reached the staircase, and contemptuously replied, Qin Wei, I am not like you. Your choices are your own. They do not concern me. Qin Wei's refusal to assist would not alter her resolve. She was determined not to let Su Mu escape unscathed. Qin Wei shook his head, pondering her stubbornness. He had always been perplexed by Su Yu's penchant for bullying others, particularly those who were ordinary. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Wei harbored doubts about her intentions. After departing from Qin Wei's residence, Su Yu reached out to a few others. Upon receiving their unanimous refusals to participate, she coldly inquired, are you truly unconcerned about the consequences you might face because of this? The responses remained consistent. They were unwilling to engage. Upon receiving the news, Su Yu hung up the phone, vowing that this group of miscreants would come to regret their actions. Did they not desire reconciliation? She was eager to ascertain whether the evidence in her possession would compel them to comply. With this thought in mind, Su Yu distributed the contents of her findings to others. Upon seeing her revelations, those accompanying Su Yu inundated her with phone calls. Yet this time she chose to ignore them, rejecting each call without hesitation. Upon returning home, she gazed at the various accolades adorning her study, succumbing to a fit of manic laughter. She had ultimately succeeded. What if she had committed numerous vile deeds? These individuals had nonetheless facilitated her ascent to this moment. As a thought struck her, Su Yu approached her bookshelf, pulling it open to reveal a concealed chamber. Maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, she descended step by step into the hidden room, ultimately arriving at one of its chambers. Inside, a woman with a haggard appearance and filthy attire was confined. Su Yu approached her, scrutinizing the repugnant visage before her. Do you truly believe that in such a state he would still hold affection for you? After all these years, he remains unyielding. What give you the right? The bound woman slowly raised her gaze to Su Yu. Su Yu, what does it matter if you confine me? Your father still does not love you. You are just like your mother, which is why he abandoned you. He is still searching for me. And if he finds this place, what do you think will become of you? The woman reveled in Su Yu's increasingly enraged expression, laughing maniacally. She was unaware of how long she had been imprisoned, nor whether Su Yu's father still remembered her. However, hearing Su Yu's words brought her a sense of satisfaction. In a fit of anger, Su Yu slapped the woman across the face. What are you being so arrogant about? The woman had grown accustomed to physical punishment. Yet it had been a long time since she had witnessed Su Yu in such a state. Leaning closer, the woman's foul odor caused Su Yu to recoil slightly, to which the woman responded with a hearty laugh. You have manipulated Qin Wei into believing that Mu Jin was his undoing. Do you think that if he discovered your schemes, he would spare your life? Su Yu, who had managed to maintain her composure until now, finally lost her temper upon hearing the woman's taunts. What do you know? The woman closed her eyes, leaning against the wall, choosing silence. Regardless of Su Yu's attempts to torment her, it proved futile. You wretched creature, I will extract the truth from you, Su Yu declared with a cold scoff. After Su Yu departed, the woman slowly opened her eyes, watching her retreating figure, resolved to survive and witness Su Yu's eventual comeuppance. After agreeing to Su Yu's invitation, Sumu enlisted the help of Huan Nanfeng's associates to investigate the circumstances surrounding Mu Jin's demise. Concurrently, they delved into Qin Wei's situation. As Su Mu examined the evidence presented by her subordinates, an unsettling feeling lingered. Huan Nanfeng, seated beside Sumu, glanced at the evidence in her hands. Is there an issue? It seems overly contrived. Upon finishing her observation, Su Mu handed the evidence to Huan Nanfeng. He casually examined it and quickly identified the discrepancies. You are indeed correct. It appears rather contrived. You have only a few days left before returning for class reunion, and during this time, I have instructed others to continue the investigation. All evidence suggests that Qin Wei is the one responsible for Mu Jin's demise. Yet this evidence seems overly deliberate, so much so, in fact, that it raises suspicions about its authenticity. Fear not. I have ensured that the investigation will persist, and the truth shall eventually emerge. However, the actions of Su Yu are indeed numerous and troubling. Huan Nanfeng furrowed his brow as he contemplated Su Yu's conduct. How could such an individual still hold the position of a senior teacher? Has the school never conducted any inquiries into Su Yu's background? Is there truly no due diligence being performed? Chapter 058. Refusing to yield to threats. You are right, Su Mu remarked as she took the dossier from Huan Nanfeng's hand, scrutinizing the actions of Su Yu. Such a person is unworthy of being a teacher, let alone earning the affection of children. Inviting me to the class reunion, Su Yu. You better not regret it. Huan Nanfeng, attuned to Su Mu's ominous thoughts, began to anticipate the unfolding events. He was eager to witness how Su Mu would confront Su Yu, yet regrettably, he had prior commitments that would prevent him from witnessing it firsthand. What do you intend to do? Huan Nanfeng inquired with keen interest. Wasn't Su Yu particularly concerned about her father's opinion? Then let Su Yu's reputation be utterly tarnished before her father's eyes. Within the documents, Su Mu discovered that Su Yu was indeed preoccupied with her father's judgment, conducting herself with utmost caution, primarily aspiring to become her father's pride. Alas, everything transformed drastically once her father became enamored with another woman. Following her emergence, Su Yu's father neglected her for an extended period. Momentarily taken aback, Su Mu turned to Huan Nanfeng beside her and said, "Darling, please assist me in investigating a certain individual." Huan Nanfeng, intrigued, gazed at Su Mu, eager to learn the identity of the person she referenced. Su Mu disclosed the identity of the woman her father favored. Years ago, the woman whom Su Yu's father cherished passed away, and the last person she encountered was Su Yu. Do you suspect Su Yu was involved in her departure? Huan Nanfeng questioned. That is indeed my suspicion, although I am more inclined to believe she either imprisoned her or caused her demise, Su Mu replied, her expression contemplative. Huan Nanfeng nodded in understanding. No wonder Su Mu sought to investigate this individual. If they unearthed the truth, regardless of the reason, Su Mu's task of dealing with Su Yu would become significantly more manageable. Huan Nanfeng assigned the matter for investigation and, glancing at Su Mu, gently reassured her, Mu, do not worry. All that you desire will come to fruition. Su Mu smiled at Huan Nanfeng. I am not concerned. Should it not be Su Yu who should be worried? Huan Nanfeng chuckled in agreement. You are absolutely correct. Before long, the eve of the class reunion arrived. As Su Mu prepared to attend, Huan Nanfeng insisted that she be accompanied by bodyguards, given the uncertainty surrounding Su Yu's potential actions. All right. By the way, darling, let us invest in some equipment for Su Yu's school. Before departing, Su Mu had a sudden thought and conveyed it to Huan Nanfeng. Huan Nanfeng, amused, affectionately rubbed Su Mu's cheek and replied, Very well, I shall do as you wish. Satisfied, Su Mu nodded and departed with her bodyguards. Once Su Mu left, Huan Nanfeng summoned Tang Lin. What progress has been made regarding the investigation you were conducting? Tang Lin presented the newly acquired information to Huan Nanfeng. Sir, this is the latest intel we have gathered. Hua Nanfeng perused the documents, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. This individual has not been seen since leaving with Suyu. That is the information our team has uncovered, Tang Lin confirmed. Hua Nanfeng pondered. Investigate Suyu's residence. If she is still alive, she is likely to be there. Understood. After Tang Lin departed, he notified those investigating on Suyu's behalf via his mobile phone. By the time Sumu arrived at the hotel, it was already past 8 in the evening. Upon checking in, she chose not to venture elsewhere, but instead awaited the following day's reunion. She was eager to observe what Suyu might orchestrate at the gathering. As soon as Sumu arrived at the airport, Suyu took notice, her brow slightly furrowed and her expression rather displeased as she remarked to those nearby. Sumu has arrived. Is it you who invited her? Isn't it rather ordinary for her to come? While she had indeed come, she had done so accompanied by a bodyguard. Judging by the photographs, this bodyguard was no ordinary individual. Should she attempt to harm Sumu, it would undoubtedly be intercepted by Sumu's protector. Suyu, are you still contemplating an attack on Sumu? I suggest you reconsider. One of the bystanders hesitantly interjected. Sumu is merely here for the reunion. Such actions seem rather excessive. Suyu shot a fierce glare at the speaker. If you wish to avoid imprisonment, I suggest you remain silent. The reprimanded individual's expression soured, their gaze fixed intently on Suyu. Had it not been for Suyu's threats backed by evidence of bullying, they would not be present at this moment. With their eyes cast downwards, the bystanders exchanged glances, their thoughts unspoken. The few individuals who had been coerced into accompanying Suyu also bore discontented expressions. One among them turned to Suyu and could not restrain themselves. Suyu, it is time to relent. Suyu had already committed numerous wrongs. Persisting in this manner would garner no sympathy. Why could she not heed their counsel? Silence. This is my affair, and it concerns none of you. If you wish to avoid having your own transgressions exposed, it would be prudent to refrain from speaking. Suyu coldly warned. The individual who had issued the warning suddenly paled, rising abruptly from the sofa. Suyu, we were wrong in the past. We will not follow your lead any longer. Wu Jin, do you truly believe that such a stance will spare you from Sumu's wrath? Remember how fervently you bullied Mu Jin back then. Suyu scoffed, though her smile appeared grotesque. Wu Jin regarded Suyu with calm composure. What we did to Wu Yu was wrong. We should not have tormented our classmates. Whatever punishment we face now, we accept. With that, Wu Jin stood, towering over Suyu. What you choose to do is your concern, but do not involve us any further. Will you remain here, or will you depart with me? Wu Jin inquired of those seated beside Suyu. They exchanged uncertain glances, but ultimately chose to follow Wu Jin in leaving. Suyu, we genuinely regret our actions. We no longer wish to partake in such deeds. Please, cease this behavior, they implored before departing. Suyu watched as her acquaintances betrayed her one by one, erupting into laughter, trembling as she pointed at them. You wretches, what right do you have to utter such words? Suyu, when it comes down to it, Mu Jin had not wronged you at that time. Why then did you seek her demise? Was it merely an aversion to her presence? In retrospect, Mu Jin was indeed a remarkably kind individual, yet you persistently inflicted harm upon her. It was their folly back then to heed your words and cause her distress. Now, they must bear the consequences of their actions. Furthermore, they possess means to resolve this matter. Begone, all of you, depart from my sight. So you had anticipated that threatening these individuals would render them compliant, just as before, transforming them into mere pawns in her game. Chapter 059. The Truth of Suicide, however. It seemed they were not inclined to listen. Furrowing her brow slightly, Suyu observed Wu Jin and the others departing. After Wu Jin left with the group, one of her companions turned to her and inquired, what shall we do now? Should we truly allow Suyu to expose our actions? We were indeed in the wrong at that time. Perhaps we should seek out Sumu. For years, the mere thought of Mu Jin's death had plagued her with unease, prompting her to assist orphans under Mu Jin's name, hoping these children would not endure the same suffering. Since entering the workforce, her salary had been substantial, and she consistently donated half of her earnings to charity in Mu Jin's name, striving to alleviate the burden of her childhood transgressions. Though she was not intimately acquainted with everyone around her, she was aware they were also supporting children in impoverished regions to pursue their education. Are we really going to find Sumu? She asked, You all feel the same way I do. You regret having collaborated with Suyu in causing harm to others. Do you not? Wu Jin gazed at them. Although their apologies might never be forgiven, they undeniably owed Mu Jin an apology. It was not shameful to apologize to those they had wronged. Looking at her companions, Wu Jin remarked, "We acted wrongly back then, and the guilt remains within us. However, since she is no longer here, our remorse serves little purpose. We can only apologize as best as we can." Wu Jin then retrieved her phone to add Sumu's contact information. As Sumu was chatting with Huan Nanfeng, she was somewhat taken aback to see someone adding her, particularly when she noticed the name, which caused her brow to furrow slightly. Having added the contact, Sumu was curious about the intentions of this person. Wu Jin had steeled herself for the possibility of being rejected by Sumu, but to her surprise, Sumu accepted her friend request. This left Wu Jin momentarily stunned. Seeing her reaction, her companions hurriedly approached her and asked, "Did Sumu reject you?" Wu Jin instinctively shook her head. "No, Sumu did not reject me. She accepted my friend request." The group exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that Sumu had indeed agreed. They huddled together to deliberate on how to approach Sumu regarding the matter. Ultimately, Wu Jin resolved to ask Sumu for her address so they could meet in person to discuss the issue. This plan was met with agreement from the others, and Wu Jin communicated her desire to meet Sumu. When Sumu received Wu Jin's message, she felt a tinge of surprise. These individuals were rather intriguing. Sumu provided her address to Wu Jin, eager to discover what Wu Jin intended to discuss. Wu Jin, accompanied by her companions, arrived at Sumu's residence. Upon seeing Sumu, they were momentarily taken aback. During their school days, they had known Sumu to be quite beautiful, but they were unprepared for how much more striking she had become. Dressed in simple loungewear, her long hair was casually gathered at the back, with a few strands framing her face, exuding an air of relaxed elegance. "Please, come in," Sumu said, stepping aside to allow Wu Jin and the others to enter. Sitting in the living room of the suite, Wu Jin and her companions appeared somewhat apprehensive. The mere presence of the hotel room served as a stark reminder that they were no longer of the same social standing as Sumu. At that moment, Wu Jin clearly realized that her decision not to confront Sumu alongside Su Yu was indeed the correct one. Not only Wu Jin, but also the others nearby, shared the same sentiment. Silence enveloped them, with Sumu refraining from speaking, each of them curious to see who would break the silence first. Ultimately, it was Wu Jin who could no longer contain herself, saying, "Sumu, I'm sorry." "Sorry?" Sumu sukofut, asardonik simile grajink herdips. "Are you apologizing to me?" Wu Jin quickly shook her head. "No, we wish to apologize to Mu Jin, but Mu Jin had already passed away. Even if they knelt in apology, it would be futile, for Mu Jin would not return to life. They all knew Mu Jin could not survive. What purpose did their apologies serve now? Had Wu Jin and the others shown her a modicum of kindness, perhaps Mu Jin would have found the will to live. Yet, they did not. They only followed Su Yu in causing her harm. Aware that words held no weight now, Wu Jin and the others sat awkwardly, uncertain of how to proceed. Why did Su Yu target Mu Jin? This was a conundrum Sumu could not fathom. Though Su Yu and Mu Jin were from different classes and only later came together, Su Yu had begun bullying Mu Jin even before they were in the same class. What could be the reason for such animosity? Moreover, Mu Jin had promised to live well. Why then did she suddenly leap to her death? Sumu cast a cold gaze at Wu Jin and the others, eager to discern their true motives. "Part of the reason Su Yu bullied Mu Jin was because of you," Wu Jin spoke after a brief silence. Sumu stared at Wu Jin, instinctively questioning. "Because of me?" "Indeed. Originally, Su Yu was the representative for new students who was to present on stage, but when you received an award, she lost that opportunity to you. From that moment, Su Yu harbored a deep-seated hatred for you. At that time, Sumu excelled academically, regarded as a prized student by the teachers, which deterred Su Yu from confronting her directly. Later, upon discovering the close bond between Sumu and Mu Jin, Su Yu approached Mu Jin, knowing her family favored sons over daughters, and that Mu Jin was timid and easily bullied. Thus, she began to torment Mu Jin. Initially, Su Yu merely tested the waters of bullying, Had Mu Jin reported her to the teachers or resisted, it would not have escalated to this point. Gradually, Suyu devised methods to threaten Mu Jin and to spare Sumu from repercussions. Mu Jin silently endured the abuse. As Sumu listened to Wu Jin's revelations, her eyes reddened. It dawned on her that Mu Jin's unjust suffering stemmed from her own existence. And what about you? Why did you join Suyu in bullying Mu Jin? Sumu, at that time, our family relied on the Su family. My parents urged us to ingratiate ourselves with Suyu. Wu Jin bitterly confessed. Because of this, even knowing their actions were wrong, they felt compelled to comply. It was only after Mu Jin's death that their families learned of their misdeeds. They endured a severe beating, fully aware of their wrongdoing. Yet by then, regret came too late. Why did Mu Jin jump from the building? It seems to be related to Qin Wei, but our knowledge of the matter is limited. I only recall that one day prior, Mu Jin was laughing joyfully, as if she had found a reason to keep living. Yet the very next day, she took her own life. At that moment, only the scent and Suyu were aware of what transpired. If you wish to know more about that time, you might inquire with Qin Wei. However, he shares a close relationship with Suyu and may not divulge the details. Qin Wei? That name sounds somewhat familiar. She remembers that he seemed to have pursued Mu Jin, treating her kindly at first, but later for reasons unknown, Mu Jin grew to despise Qin Wei. Do you know why Mu Jin suddenly came to loathe Qin Wei? It was Suyu's doing. At that time, she observed Mu Jin getting close to Qin Wei, and fearing that he would assist her, she contrived a plan to make Mu Jin see her with Qin Wei. During that encounter, she witnessed Suyu deliberately kiss Qin Wei. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Jin fled, unaware that Qin Wei had pushed Suyu away and scolded her harshly before rushing out to find Mu Jin, but he could not locate her. Later, it was said that Qin Wei nearly caused his own face to peel from scrubbing it so hard. Sumu frowned as she listened to Wu Jin recount these events. If this were true, after Qin Wei explained himself to Mu Jin, she should have understood. Why then did the situation escalate? Beyond this, our knowledge is scant. You must consult Qin Wei. Can you reach Qin Wei? Wu Jin nodded. I can. Have him come over. I need to understand what truly transpired and why Mu Jin abruptly chose to end her life. After Mu Jin's death, her parents received a substantial compensation. Thus, they did not involve the police for an autopsy and hastily cremated her. Perhaps aside from Qin Wei, only Mu Jin's parents were privy to the details. However, unless absolutely necessary, she would not seek out that couple, for they are undeserving. When Wu Jin contacted Qin Wei, he was drinking alone in a wine cellar. Upon hearing that Su Mu wished to meet him, he went to the bathroom to shower and change before heading to the address provided by Wu Jin. When Su Mu saw Qin Wei arrive, she was reminded of the times he chased after Mu Jin. In retrospect, it seemed that at that time, Qin Wei had genuine feelings for Mu Jin. Come in, Su Mu said, stepping aside to let Qin Wei enter. He sat across from her, his head bowed, lost in thought, and a faint scent of alcohol lingered about him. Su Mu turned to Wu Jin and the others, saying, You may leave now. She still aims to target you. Be cautious. Tomorrow at the class reunion, she will undoubtedly try to make things difficult for you. Before departing, Wu Jin could not resist giving Su Mu a warning. Su Mu smiled and nodded. I understand. Once Wu Jin and the others had left, Su Mu returned to face Qin Wei, gazing at him intently. What happened on the rooftop when only you and Mu Jin were present? Why did she choose to jump? Qin Wei bitterly smiled and shook his head. I do not know. You do not know? Qin Wei nodded. You are correct. I truly do not know. At that moment, Suyu unexpectedly kissed him, using him to provoke Mu Jin. Initially, he was unable to pursue Mu Jin, and later returned home, his face nearly peeling from washing. The following day, he found Mu Jin in the classroom, took her aside to explain the situation, and also confessed his feelings. At that time, Mu Jin accepted his confession and even encouraged him to focus on his studies, promising that they would attend the same school in the future. He readily agreed, and Mu Jin mentioned wanting Su Mu to tutor them both. That day, Mu Jin was filled with joy. However, by the following evening, Mu Jin's demeanor had changed drastically. Resembling a doll bereft of its soul, she summoned her to the rooftop and spoke many incomprehensible words. Su Mu caught the crucial part. What did Mu Jin say to you then? Qin Wei produced a letter. This is what I found while packing Mu Jin's belongings. Take a look. Sumu accepted the letter and began to read. The writing was chaotic and utterly incomprehensible. She retrieved a nearby computer and employed some tricks she had shared with Mu Jin to organize the letter. After roughly an hour, she had finally formatted the lengthy missive of 1,000 words correctly. Upon reading its contents, Sumu's eyes welled with tears. "You should see this. This is what Mu Jin truly wanted to convey. She thought you had found the will to live." Sumu spoke, her voice trembling. Even through the written word, Sumu could sense the joy Mu Jin expressed when mentioning Qin Wei. As Qin Wei perused the letter, the initial parts seemed normal, filled with Mu Jin's happiness during their time together. However, the latter sections nearly shattered him. He stared blankly at the words. He had merely missed school that day due to family matters, and yet his beloved had been assaulted by multiple individuals. No wonder, when he saw Mu Jin the next day, she appeared like a soulless doll. No wonder, once the incident occurred, the Mu family received compensation. No wonder they were adamant about not allowing the police to take Mu Jin's body for an autopsy. They must have known about the indignities she suffered in life, and thus feared the revelations that an autopsy would unveil. Qin Wei chuckled softly, having always known that Mu Jin was not favored at home, yet he had not anticipated the extent of her neglect. They were even willing to deny her justice for the sake of money. "You need not concern yourself with the Mu family. Their time is limited," Qin Wei said, his voice laced with venom. "This was Su Yu's doing," he asserted with unwavering certainty. "How can you be so sure?" Sumu inquired. "When Mu Jin jumped, I lunged to catch her, but Su Yu captured that moment in a photograph. It appears as though I pushed Mu Jin down," Qin Wei explained after a brief silence. Sumu instantly comprehended the implications. Should such a photograph be released, not only would Qin Wei suffer, but the entire Qin family would be thrown into turmoil. It was no wonder Qin Wei had remained silent all these years, silently threatened by Su Yu. Qin Wei added Su Mu's contact information and entrusted him with the evidence he had gathered over the years regarding Su Yu. "I am aware that your return is driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Mu Jin. I hand all of this over to you. I was too cowardly at that time to protect Mu Jin, and for these years, I have remained silent, doing nothing. Sumu, I do not deserve your assistance." As for Wu Jin and the others, following Mu Jin's death, their families inflicted severe injuries upon them, leaving them hospitalized for over a month before their release. Upon returning to work, they devoted half of their salaries to charitable donations in Mu Jin's name, aiding children unable to attend school. If possible, I implore you to spare them. Should you feel the need to take action, I hope it is a minor reprimand. Qin Wei understood that he had no right to express such sentiments, yet he wished to assist Wu Jin and the others. After all, since that time, they have lived burdened by guilt. I understand. There is no reason for Qin Wei to deceive her regarding these matters, as they can be verified through investigation. I will not let Su Yu escape justice. And as for you, given the passage of time, you cannot be held entirely accountable for the past. Chapter 060. The dilemma of Qin Wei. From her perspective, Qin Wei was indeed in the wrong. Yet, from Qin Wei's standpoint, he had committed no fault. He merely chose silence for the sake of his family. However, over the years, he had secretly gathered evidence against Su Yu, which could be seen as a prelude to taking action against her. A bitter smile crossed Qin Wei's lips as he rose to depart. "Since I have learned all that I needed to know and given you what was due, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I will also be attending the class reunion tomorrow." Initially, he had no intention of going, but now he was curious to witness Su Yu's fate and how it would ultimately unfold. After Qin Wei's departure, Sumu instructed her bodyguard to investigate Wu Jin and her companions. By the following morning, Sumu received word. Just as Qin Wei had been informed, it was confirmed that Wu Jin and the others had indeed been hospitalized due to the altercation. Subsequently, they began to focus earnestly on their studies, gradually distancing themselves from Su Yu and no longer participating in bullying others. They had also contributed significantly to numerous individuals under the name of Mu Jin. This development left Su Mu in a quandary. "Madam, if you are uncertain about how to proceed, you might consider having them kneel before Mu Jin's grave to offer their apologies. While it may seem somewhat harsh for individuals, if they are genuinely remorseful and earnest in their apology to Mu Jin, the details should not matter to them." Sumu nodded contemplatively. Her bodyguard's words held merit. Such an act could indeed serve as a form of atonement. Upon returning home, Qin Wei found a figure waiting in the living room. He approached her suddenly, enveloping her in an embrace, burying his face in her shoulder. "Mu Jin, I miss you dearly." Despite the passage of many years, he had yet to relinquish his feelings for Mu Jin. The woman beside him gently lifted her hand to pat his back, offering silent comfort. She would hear him. Qin Wei remained silent, simply holding her. After an indeterminate period, he finally released her, his expression reverting to its usual indifferent calm, as if nothing had transpired. "Get some rest early." All right. She had been by Qin Wei's side for so long. Materially, he could provide her with many things, yet apart from his embraces, he offered nothing else. This made her somewhat envious of the girl named Mu Jin. That girl had perished in the very year that Qin Wei had loved her most, leaving him incapable of loving again. With a soft sigh, she reflected that from the beginning, their relationship had been one of mutual benefit. She sought financial gain, while Qin Wei was driven by an overwhelming longing for Mu Jin. She should harbor no other thoughts. In the afternoon of the following day, Sumu arrived at the private room Suyu had reserved. The venue was bustling with guests, some of whom were familiar to Sumu. However, one individual caused Sumu's steps to falter momentarily. After finding a seat, she was approached by someone, but before she could speak, a nearby voice interrupted with a mocking tone. "Now she is a distinguished young lady from a prestigious family in the capital. She looks down on us common folk." The expression on Sumu's face suddenly turned cold, prompting the class monitor to cast an irritated glance at the speaker. If Sumu truly despised conversing with individuals like us, he wouldn't have traveled all the way back from the capital to attend this reunion. "Qin Yu, if you lack the ability to articulate your thoughts, it would be best to remain silent." The individual speaking to Sumu nodded in agreement. "Sumu hasn't even spoken yet. Yet you proclaim that he doesn't wish to engage with us. What are your intentions? Are you attempting to sway our opinions against him?" Qin Yu was taken aback by the unexpected defense of Sumu. She glanced at him, who merely smiled faintly before addressing her. "Qin Yu, I am genuinely curious as to why you harbor such animosity towards me. When my parents brought me back home, did I not express a desire to take you along? Yet, how did you treat me thereafter? You perceived my intentions as charity and ultimately insulted me, claiming that my words were mere attempts to show off. Little did you know, I have already purchased a house in the capital with my own funds. I sincerely wish to assist you in completing your unfinished education and escaping your familial constraints, but you were the one who pushed me away, severing our connection. Qin Yu, I do not believe I have wronged you in any way, so why you treat me this way, after such a long time apart? Is it reasonable for you to say such things?" Qin Yu stared at Sumu in shock, unable to fathom the truth of his words. "Qin Yu, you incessantly claim to desire education and a break from your original family. I have devised a way to help you. My parents are even willing to finance your studies there, yet I have inexplicably become the villain in your narrative." The classmates exchanged glances, surprised by the unfolding drama between Qin Yu and Sumu. Was Qin Yu truly being ungrateful? Instinctively, Qin Yu shook her head. "That's impossible. You're talking nonsense." In response, Sumu merely smiled, offering no further explanation. "Believe it or not, it matters not to me. However, Qin Yu, allow me to remind you, since we have severed ties and you are aware of my identity, you should consider carefully before provoking me further." Sumu's icy words caused Qin Yu's face to flush with embarrassment. All right, everyone, it's rare for us to gather. Let's not waste time on unpleasant matters," the class monitor interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Sumu simply smiled silently, refraining from further comment. Qin Yu instinctively looked towards Sumu, yet he no longer regarded her. Before long, Suyu arrived, spotting Sumu engaging animatedly with classmates. She paused for a moment before stepping forward, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, who do we have here?" "It's our esteemed Miss Su." The classmates were not particularly fond of Suyu, but her local influence compelled them to tolerate her presence. "This is a class reunion, not your home," the class monitor said, casting an annoyed look at Suyu. Upon hearing those words, Suyu chuckled softly. "Do you really think you're significant just because I called you class monitor?" He pushed the class monitor aside and approached Sumu, attempting to seize her. only to be repelled by her grasp. Suyu stumbled back a few steps before regaining his balance. Sumu, this is neither the capital nor your family's territory. I advise you to maintain a low profile. Standing at 170 centimeters and wearing high heels, Sumu towered over Suyu by half a head. She approached him, arms crossed, and scrutinized him. Suyu, although my family's influence is not felt here, I regret to inform you that we possess a company in this region, which surpasses yours, albeit slightly. The class monitor suddenly recalled something. Could it be the Su Corporation that established itself here 3 years ago? Sumu smiled and nodded. You are correct. It is indeed the Su Corporation. What you did not mention was that Huan Nanfeng's business in this area was even more substantial. Suyu's attempt to intimidate her had clearly backfired. What is the purpose of inviting someone who bullies classmates to our gathering? Don't you consider it ill-fated? Since Suyu had instigated trouble upon his arrival, Sumu naturally had no intention of showing him any courtesy. The classmates exchanged glances, wondering if such words could truly be uttered. A student whose family's circumstances were better than Suyu's casually remarked from his seat. What can we say if someone has the audacity to come here? Besides, ordinary classmates wouldn't dare provoke someone like him. After all, we all have to make a living. The classmates nodded in silent agreement. If it weren't for their need to work and earn, fearing Suyu might sabotage them, they would not wish to share the same space with such a despicable individual. Suyu shot a fierce glare at the speaker, who looked back at him with a smirk, taunting. You needn't look at me like that. Your family holds no threat over me. Moreover, if I wish to deal with you, I am confident Sumu would assist me, under the combined efforts of our families. How long do you think yours could withstand? Sumu nodded in agreement. Feel free to contact me if needed. Regarded Sumu coldly, chuckling softly. Sumu, do you believe this will resolve the matter? Mu Jin is dead, and in such a gruesome manner. The expressions of the classmates instantly shifted, brows furrowing as they stared at Suyu, with the class monitor warning him sternly. Suyu, silence yourself. How could such heart-wrenching words escape his lips? Sumu intervened, preventing the class monitor from speaking further. Monitor, this is a matter between Suyu and me. I shall handle it, so as not to implicate you. Sumu's method of resolution was straightforward. She stepped up to Suyu and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. Suyu's meticulously made-up visage instantly became swollen and red. Covering his face, he glared at Sumu with fury. How dare you hit me? Sumu shook her hand dismissively. Hit you? Should I consult the calendar for an auspicious day? Just as Suyu contemplated his next move, a light, teasing voice echoed from the entrance. Oh, what's the commotion? It seems quite lively in here. The crowd turned to look, and to their surprise, Qin Wei had arrived. Qin Wei, help me deal with Sumu, Suyu commanded. Qin Wei approached Suyu, sizing him up and glancing at the table where no dishes had yet been served. Oh, you're already drunk before even tasting the wine? Do you really think you can command me? Suyu frowned at Qin Wei, perplexed by his sudden transformation within a single day. Do not forget what I hold in my hand, Suyu warned. Suyu, it was you who caused Mu Jin's death, wasn't he it? Qin Wei suddenly spoke, causing the classmates around them to change color, their gazes instinctively shifting toward Suyu, uncertain of the truth. Swallowing hard, their voices trembled. This can't be true, can it? What nonsense are you spouting? When I was absent from school that day, due to family matters, what did you do to Mu Jin? Qin Wei advanced toward Suyu, his eyes piercing. Suyu stiffened slightly, disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Qin Wei. Did he somehow uncover the truth? Later, when Mu Jin met with her unfortunate incident, your family promptly compensated the Mu family with a substantial sum, even insisting on her immediate cremation. What was the reason behind that? Or were you simply afraid? Qin Wei's words were aggressive, forcing the once arrogant Suyu to retreat in distress, colliding against the wall. I don't know what you're talking about, Suyu stammered. At that moment, Suyu was certain that Qin Wei must know what had transpired. Yet, how could it be that her meticulously crafted plan had been uncovered? What was really happening? Suyu, if one wishes to keep a secret, they must first refrain from wrongdoing. If it wasn't you, how could you have been so fortuitous as to capture that photo at the right moment? You must have been on the rooftop from the very beginning. Otherwise, how could you conveniently arrive at the scene? I was indeed there. But do you have any evidence to support your claim that I caused Mu Jin's death? Suyu regained her composure, recalling that Mu Jin had long since passed, and all evidence had vanished. The only other person aware of the incident had been silenced. As long as she did not confess, what could they possibly do to her? Suyu's confidence was rooted in something that Sumu understood. While Sumu was deep in thought, a call came in from Huanan phone. Mumu, the person has been rescued, and she has provided us with the evidence. I will send it to you now. Additionally, Suyu's school plans to announce her promotion to senior teacher on Monday. Sumu couldn't help but smile. It seemed that fate was on her side. Evidence had surfaced so swiftly. However, Sumu had no intention of revealing it just yet. She wanted Suyu to face public disgrace when all eyes were upon her. Wasn't she the one seeking fame? This was a gift, and she hoped Suyu could grasp it firmly. Furthermore, the individuals involved had also been located, and tomorrow she would arrange for their arrival, enabling her to better deal with Suyu. Last night, Huanan Feng had already uncovered the reasons behind Mu Jin's tragic leap. He found it hard to fathom how, at merely a teenager, Suyu could possess such malevolence. Thank you, my dear husband. Wait for me to finish here before I call you. All right, please take care and contact them if anything arises. Understood. As Sumu hung up the phone, he regarded Suyu with an intensity akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Suyu felt a twinge of discomfort under Sumu's gaze. Turning away, he retorted fiercely, "What are you staring at?" At that moment, the class monitor intervened, stating, "Suyu, you should leave." "What did you say?" "This is a gathering of our classmates, and you are not welcome here." The class monitor discerned that Sumu had returned to confront Suyu as a means of avenging Mu Jin. With the addition of Qin Wei, they had no reason to fear the situation. Suyu, infuriated yet amused, replied, "Monitor, don't forget your responsibilities. I possess the capability to secure employment anywhere. Do you truly believe you can hinder my job prospects here or elsewhere?" Noticing the hostile glares from her classmates, Suyu promptly turned and exited, casting one last glance at the group in the private room, declaring, "You all better watch yourselves." After her departure, the class monitor turned to Sumu with concern, saying, "Sumu, given Suyu's demeanor, she is unlikely to let this go easily. Please be cautious." Chapter 061. Illegal detention upon my arrival. My husband had arranged for several bodyguards, all of whom are retired veterans, so there is no need for concern, Sumu briefly explained. Qin Wei looked at Sumu in astonishment. "You are already married?" "We have only registered our marriage. The wedding is yet to be held, but preparations are underway." "Congratulations." "Thank you." With Suyu no longer in the picture, the bonds among everyone gradually deepened, and Sumu truly enjoyed the class reunion. After the gathering concluded, Sumu left with Qin Wei, who inquired, "What are your plans?" "The day after tomorrow, Suyu's school will bestow upon her the honor of a senior teacher, and I will take action that day. My husband has already gathered evidence of her instigating the humiliation of Mu Jin, and the individuals involved are en route. Furthermore, Suyu has illegally detained another for a prolonged 5 years. My husband's team has already rescued that person, and we are merely awaiting the appointed day." "Illegal detention? After all these years, you must know that Suyu's father has a cherished individual, right?" Qin Wei nodded gently, acknowledging the truth in this matter. That individual. 5 years ago. Qin Wei suddenly froze, staring at Sumu in disbelief. "Suyu has been detaining that person?" "Indeed. Suyu values her father's judgment immensely. Do you think that on that day, when her actions are fully revealed, her father will still care for her?" Sumu scoffed. "Moreover, Suyu has imprisoned her father's beloved for so many years. I wonder, when her father learns of this, whom will he choose? The one he has sought for 5 years, or his own blood?" Qin Wei gazed at Sumu in shock. "You truly are ruthless. Shall I accompany you the day after tomorrow?" He wished to witness Suyu's downfall firsthand, so he could later discuss the consequences with Mu Jin. "Are you certain you wish to go?" Sumu asked, glancing at Suyu nearby. Qin Wei nodded resolutely. "I must go. Regardless of what transpires, I will be there." Faced with Qin Wei's determination, Sumu shook her head helplessly. "If you are set on going, then so be it. I will take you with me. I will come to find you then. But are you certain that school will allow you entry?" Qin Wei raised an eyebrow in query. "My husband invested 10 million in that school. If I am barred from entering, then who could possibly gain entry?" Qin Wei stared at Sumu in astonishment. struggling to find the words. Is spending 10 million truly worth it to deal with Suyu? Sumu tilted her head, contemplating before replying earnestly, in my husband's words. That amount is merely a fraction of my monthly allowance. Qin Wei felt an immense relief that he was not currently eating or drinking, or he would surely have choked. Your allowance? Is that substantial? Sumu nodded as if it were the most natural thing. According to my husband, if I do not spend money, he lacks the motivation to earn. He can make 10 million in mere minutes, or even less. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Wei asked, Who is your husband? Huan Anfeng, Sumu replied with a beaming smile. Upon hearing that name, Qin Wei felt a profound sense of relief. Fortunately, he had not allied with Su Yu against Sumu. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to his own demise. Who is Huan Anfeng? He's a person who, at around 20 years of age, could dominate Wall Street, thriving abroad with remarkable success. Upon returning home, he swiftly took control of the Hua family, elevating the Hua company to new heights. The enterprises under Hua Nanfeng's leadership contribute over 100 billion in taxes to the nation annually. Such an individual would undoubtedly regard a mere 10 million with disdain. Qin Wei swallowed hard and said, Previously, Su sought my assistance to deal with you, intending to confine you here indefinitely. Thankfully, I did not acquiesce to his demands. Otherwise, I would have met a similar fate. Sumu placed a reassuring hand on Qin Wei's shoulder, acknowledging his discernment. We've said all that needs to be said. Let us part ways now, Sumu suggested, gazing at Qin Wei. Agreed. When Qin Wei returned home, he remained in a daze. Rubbing his face, he murmured, The feeling of being alive is truly wonderful. I am grateful I did not conspire with Su Yu, and I harbor resentment towards him. It was fortuitous that he thought of Mu Jin, which led him to reject Su Yu's threats. Now, with the threat lifted, I can even assist Mu Jin in seeking vengeance and watch Su Yu meet his misfortunes. I must be the chosen one. Su Yu, seething with anger, exited the hotel and immediately began investigating the situation regarding the class monitor and others, intent on teaching them a lesson. Meanwhile, Qin Yu returned home in a daze. Upon seeing her 2 children, her gaze appeared somewhat vacant. At merely 23, she had already borne 2 children. Her aspirations for higher education were dashed due to her parents' circumstances, forcing her to abandon her studies after high school to marry and have children. Sumu had once offered to lend her money for her education, suggesting she could repay it when she began working. However, she had doubted Sumu's intentions, considering him just a high school graduate without substantial means. When Sumu was eventually found and taken back by his biological parents, she had also claimed she would assist him. Yet at that time, she thought he was merely boasting. Little did she realize that his words held sincerity. He genuinely wished to extricate her from her original family. Her narrow-mindedness led her to forfeit everything. Regret is now the only thought occupying Qin Yu's mind. If she had believed Sumu back then, would her life have unfolded differently? Would she be in school, forging diverse connections instead of enduring the grueling and filthy work she currently does? Returning home to care for children while frequently enduring her husband's insults? Upon her return, Qin Yu's husband scowled and reprimanded her. Who are you making faces at? I told you not to go, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're suffering? You deserve it, he sneered. Qin Yu fixed her gaze firmly on her husband. They had been married for 4 years and had 2 children, yet he seemed perpetually unable to learn how to communicate with her respectfully. What are you staring at? Am I wrong? Which of your classmates isn't a college graduate? Their current circumstances are so favorable, and what about you? Just take a look at yourself now. I truly regret having squandered so much money to marry such a worthless individual as you. Faced with her husband's oppressive remarks, Qin Yu finally erupted in anger, striding into the kitchen to retrieve a knife. Her husband, frightened, swallowed nervously, eyeing Qin Yu with caution. What do you intend to do? Did you not say you regretted it? Then let us perish together. I no longer wish to endure this life. If it weren't for you, why could I not pursue my studies? Qin Yu bitterly retorted. It is precisely because of you, with your meager wealth, that my parents, who value sons over daughters, forced me into this marriage. As she reflected on how her future had been ravaged by these people, her eyes brimmed with tears. filled with resentment towards the man before her. The man felt a wave of panic. He sensed something had triggered Qin Yu. To prevent her from taking action, he cleared his throat and awkwardly chuckled. Why are you being so ungrateful? I was merely speaking casually. Why are you so agitated? If it weren't for you, I would still be in university, never having become what I am today. You have never understood how to communicate with your own wife. Shifting the blame onto me when it is clearly your fault. Let me make this clear. From now on, do not attempt to coerce me into anything. Qin Yu stated coldly. I no longer care about anything. Dare to provoke me and see what happens. If pushed to the limit, I will not hesitate to end it all. The man was taken aback by Qin Yu's fervent demeanor and quickly responded, But we have 2 children. Why say such things? I care not for the children. If it comes to it, I will take them with me. Qin Yu's voice was frigid, devoid of any maternal tenderness. This left the man in disbelief as he gazed at her. Qin Yu, have you lost your mind? Such words should not be uttered lightly. Qianjin, this is my final warning. You had better speak to me with respect from now on, or I will carry through with my threats. The barefoot have no fear of the shod. I have but one life to lose, but what about you? Qianjin stared at Qin Yu, astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed her gentle demeanor transform into fury. Furrowing his brow, he implored, Qin Yu, you've lost your mind. You have a good life, yet you insist on causing trouble. A good life? Is being beaten and berated daily a good life? Is being scolded by your mother for being a barren hen a good life? My inability to bear a son has nothing to do with my worthiness. It is your inadequacy that is to blame. Qin Yu replied with a cold laugh. Qianjin, humiliated and furious, shot back. What nonsense are you spouting? An illiterate like you should educate yourself. The gender of a child is determined by the father, not the mother. Why do you blame me for your own shortcomings? From this moment forward, I will not give you a single cent of my salary, nor will I contribute to our household expenses. With that, Qin Yu forcefully plunged the knife into the nearby table, as if she were striking the very people who had brought her to this point. As she gazed at the deeply embedded kitchen knife, Qianjin silently admonished herself to inform her parents not to provoke Qin Yu any further. The current Qin Yu was no longer so easily bullied. Upon returning to her room, Qin Yu hesitated for a long time with her phone before finally dialing Sumu's number. Anticipating a response, she was met with the disheartening message that the number she dialed was temporarily unreachable. Staring blankly at her phone, she could hardly believe it and tried calling several more times, each yielding a different outcome. In a state of panic, Qin Yu opened the green bubble and sent a message to Sumu, only to be met with a red exclamation mark, indicating that they were no longer friends. How could this be? They had been able to communicate before. Why was it impossible now? A quick online search revealed the harsh truth. Sumu had blocked her. Why would Sumu do such a thing? Furious, Qin Yu snatched Qianjin's phone, and it was only when she left in a huff that Qianjin realized her phone had been taken. Using Qianjin's phone, Qin Yu called Sumu, and the call surprisingly connected. Recognizing the unfamiliar number, Sumu initially hesitated to answer, but decided that some matters needed clarification. As soon as the call connected, Qin Yu's angry voice filled the line. Sumu, on what grounds did you block me? Sumu was not taken aback. Listening to Qin Yu's furious tone, she replied coolly, Wasn't it you who didn't want to be friends with me? Am I such a pathetic person? After you treated me that way, why should I be the one to reach out and be kind to you? Qin Yu retorted, momentarily at a loss for words, yet still stammered. Even so, you can't block me. You need to add me back immediately. Qin Yu, I know what you're trying to do, Sumu said. Now, Qin Yu understood that her initial offer of help had been genuine, and since her own circumstances had worsened, she clung to this lifeline. She sought to escape her current predicament, but Sumu was no longer willing to assist. Sumu, Qin Yu, when you sought to use me to escape your current life, did you ever consider whether I was willing to help you? Sumu's voice was cold. Qin Yu had not contemplated this question at all. To her, since Sumu had been willing to help initially, she must surely be willing now. Qin Yu, when I was ready to help you, you misunderstood my intentions, thinking I was mocking you or showing off. Now you come to me, seeking assistance. On what basis? Faced with Sumu's pointed inquiry, Qin Yu's brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with Sumu's attitude. What do you mean, Sumu? You become so formidable. Why are you unwilling to lend a small favor? My prowess is my own concern. What does it have to do with you? How can you be so heartless? We were friends. Yu avoided mentioning the hurt she had caused Sumu, focusing solely on Sumu's apparent indifference towards her. Sumu couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Heartless? If I were truly cold-hearted, Yu, I would never have entertained the thought of aiding you. I sought to extricate you from your predicament, yet you perceived my intentions as a threat to your very existence. Do you recall our recent conversation when I reached out to you? You have not forgotten, have you? It was you, Yu, who proclaimed from the outset that we should not remain friends, not I. Sumu's tone was incisive, piercing through Yu's facade of tranquility. Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had initially believed that Sumu's call was merely an exhibition of her newfound life. And in a fit of anger, she uttered words she ought not to have spoken. Sumu, this situation is my fault, and I apologize, Yu said in a subdued voice. Her deliberate display of weakness elicited no response from Sumu, who replied with a chilling indifference. Yu, the only reason you are apologizing is that you recognize the authenticity of what I have provided you. Had I not spoken these words today, would you still acknowledge the efforts I have made on your behalf? Sumu casually inquired. Yu hastily responded, of course, I would still apologize. Chapter 062. No one will help you for a lifetime, Sumu chuckled sarcastically. Yu, if you truly realize that what you said to me was inappropriate and wish to apologize, you should have called me shortly after hanging up. Yet you did not. Nearly 2 months have passed, and today, you only now acknowledge that I have blocked you. Is this what you refer to as an apology? Sumu posed this question merely to convey her point to Yu. Yu pouted, mumbling something that Sumu could not quite discern. Nevertheless, it was evident to Sumu that Yu was speaking ill of her, indeed calling her petty. How could anyone be so meticulous over such trifles? She thought. Had it not been for financial considerations, who would take such care in conversing with Sumu? Over the years, Yu had transformed from the person she once was, becoming somewhat mercenary. Aware that Sumu was genuinely trying to assist her, she was not about to squander this opportunity. Both Yu and Sumu understood this dynamic well. Thus, before Yu could utter another word, Sumu preemptively declared, Yu, do not waste your efforts. I will no longer assist you, and I shall not part with a single cent of my money. You are being unreasonable, Sumu. I merely made a minor mistake. Must you be so meticulous? Yu could no longer contain herself, launching into a tirade against Sumu. With your demeanor, how can you consider yourself a lady of high standing? You are simply petty and devoid of any compassion. Yu's words incensed Sumu, who shook her head in disbelief before disconnecting the call. After hanging up, she promptly blocked Yu's number. When Yu attempted to unleash her frustrations once more, she discovered that the call had already ended. Upon trying again, she found the line unreachable, realizing that Sumu had indeed blocked her once more. Feeling a surge of frustration, Yu lamented that had she known Sumu was so sensitive, she would have handled the situation with more care. Even if she were to be angry, it should have been after securing the resources in Sumu's possession. Now, Sumu had completely disregarded her. Desperate to locate Sumu, Yu reached out to her classmates in their group chat, inquiring if anyone knew Sumu's address. However, after a lengthy silence, not a single person responded, further aggravating her. Have you all gone mute? Not one of you has the decency to speak. Her outburst alienated her classmates. The first to respond was Wu Jin. Yu, do you truly not understand why we are ignoring you? Indeed, we have no desire to share in your misfortune like Sumu. Another chimed in. People like you, regardless of your circumstances, have brought this upon yourselves. Although displeased, Yu's primary concern now was to find Sumu's residence and clarify the matter. I do not wish to discuss this with you. If anyone knows Sumu's address, please inform me promptly. With her haughty demeanor, one might mistakenly believe her to possess a prestigious status. At that moment, Sumu also saw the messages in the group chat and decided to speak up. Yu, there is no need for you to seek my address. I shall not meet you, nor will I extend any assistance. When you harmed me not long ago, our connection was irrevocably severed. Yu's eyes brimmed with fury. This Sumu truly exhibited a lack of awareness. Sumu, if you dare to disregard me, I will unveil your true nature to the world. Such affluent young ladies dread nothing more than this, do they? As Qin Yu dispatched her message, a smug smile adorned her face. Sumu, upon seeing it, merely chuckled and chose not to engage further in the group chat. As Qin Yu awaited a response from Sumu in vain, her anger flared, leading her to unleash a torrent of insults directed at Sumu within the chat. These were promptly captured in screenshots by Wu Jin and sent to Sumu. In conclusion, Wu Jin remarked in the group, Qin Yu, spreading rumors and slander against others is indeed a crime. If you dare to treat Sumu in such a manner, you might want to test just how formidable the Su family's legal team truly is. Qin Wei, observing the messages on his phone, felt a deep concern for Qin Yu's state of mind. Qin Yu, when Sumu offered you kindness, you rebuffed it. Now that she seeks to sever ties, you come scurrying back, assuming she is a fool? Qin Yu's relentless pursuit of Sumu now stemmed from a desire to extract benefits from her. Should Sumu truly disengage, Qin Yu would face an unending series of troubles. The Qin Yu of today was no longer the innocent girl Sumu had once wished to assist. Now, she was insatiable, akin to a leech, clinging on with no intention of letting go. However, Qin Wei was not overly concerned. After all, Sumu was not a fool. In the wake of Qin Yu's treatment, it was unlikely she would respond to malice with kindness. Frustrated by the lack of support in the group, Qin Yu shouted, "You bunch of bastards, I will not let this slide." Outside, Qian Jin listened to Qin Yu's rants and realized that this situation required careful deliberation. Presently, Qin Yu resembled a madwoman. Who could predict her next move? Though eager to gain favor from Sumu, Qin Yu refrained from being overly brazen at this juncture. After all, Sumu now occupied a different station in life. Even Su Yu dared not confront her directly. How could someone from the lower rungs of society like Qin Yu presume to challenge her? Furthermore, the words of Wu Jin and the others weighed heavily on her mind. If the matter escalated, what if Sumu truly sought legal action against her? This was Qin Yu's greatest source of anxiety. Yet, it appeared that Sumu was genuinely angered, a development Qin Yu had not anticipated. With Sumu unwilling to converse and her inability to locate Sumu's residence, she found herself powerless to address the situation in person. Sitting on her bed, phone in hand, Qin Yu surveyed her surroundings and reflected on Sumu's glamorous existence. Her heart swelling with jealousy and resentment. She had once possessed similar opportunities, blaming Qianjin and her parents for her current predicament. At this moment, Qin Yu failed to recognize that the fault lay not with her family, but rather with her own lack of faith in Sumu's willingness to assist her from the outset, leading to her present troubles. Sumu, having ended the call, stood by the window, gazing outside, her expression cold and inscrutable, lost in her own thoughts. Regarding the individual known as Qin Yu, one could argue that she has demonstrated considerable benevolence, though it is understandable that she remains reluctant to accept this reality. Currently, Qin Yu seeks to extract benefits from her, aiming to enhance her own circumstances, which borders on naivety. Sumu stood by the window for a while, gathering her thoughts before initiating a video call with Huan Nanfeng. "Are you feeling unwell?" Huan Nanfeng inquired, noting Sumu through the brow. Sumu was taken aback. How could he discern her inner turmoil? "Your expression seems off. Has something troubled you? Have you been wronged by someone?" Huan Nanfeng asked with a serious demeanor. "No. It's just that the person I mentioned to you before has begun to pester me now that she knows I genuinely intended to assist her. She seems to think she can manipulate me into leaving her current family to pursue a better life." Sumu recounted the situation regarding Qin Yu to Huan Nanfeng. Huan Nanfeng had not anticipated such a development. Such a person is not worthy of your concern. If she dares to act in such a manner, she must face the consequences with no room for negotiation. Now that she realizes the truth and acknowledges her unfortunate circumstances, she seeks you out. Does she expect your assistance? The world does not operate in such a manner. I have already conveyed this to her. Sumu was no fool. Despite the way Qin Yu had treated her, she would not be so eager to offer kindness in return. As long as you are aware, the person will arrive tomorrow. Whatever she intends to do, I will be here. Very well. The presence of Huan Nanfeng significantly uplifted Sumu's spirits. She lay on the bed, conversing with Huan Nanfeng for an extended period, eventually drifting off to sleep. Huan Anfeng ended the video call only after ensuring Sumu was asleep. No sooner had he hung up than a cheeky voice chimed in from the side. So gentle. Huan Anfeng shot a glance at the source of the interruption. If you cannot speak properly, then silence yourself. I must ask, Nanfeng, when will you introduce us to your wife? You have been married for quite some time now, and only Zhen Yu has met her, albeit under the pretext of illness, which prompted Huan Anfeng to summon him to the villa for Sumu's treatment. Since Gu Zhenyu returned from Hua Nanfeng's residence, he had dramatically recounted Hua Nanfeng's transformation. He spoke of how his room had taken on an air of youthful exuberance, and how he had appeared at work sporting kiss marks and bite marks, which were indeed true. From that moment, curiosity burgeoned regarding the enchantment Sumu possessed that could evoke such a change in Huan Nanfeng. Only those who spent considerable time with him understood that Huan Nanfeng was quite rigid in his everyday life. His habits were not easily altered, as doing so would cause him discomfort. However, Sumu's presence had transformed his bedroom. They had also observed the photos Gu Zhenyu sent them, and indeed, the changes were striking. Yet, it must be said that compared to Huan Nanfeng's previously monochromatic room, the new decor was infinitely cozier. The color scheme had shifted to warmer tones, with fresh flowers adorning the dresser, and even the balcony had been arranged for comfort. One could tell that the room's decorator had invested considerable thought into the design. When Mu returns, Hua Nanfeng mused, recalling his earlier intention to introduce Sumu to friends, yet unforeseen circumstances had thwarted those plans. Well, we shall await your invitation. By the way, Nanfeng, how does it feel to suddenly be married? A curious friend inquired. Quite intriguing, Huan Nanfeng replied. Reflecting on his life, Huan Nanfeng's lips curled into a faint smile, unmistakably indicating his delightful mood. Life alongside Sumu has indeed been quite entertaining. During idle moments, he enjoys teasing her and occasionally listens to her inner musings about Shun Xingze and others. One need only glance at the smile on his face to discern that he is leading a contented life. Gu Zhenyu gazed at Hua Nanfeng with a hint of disdain. Yet after his moment of judgment, he remarked, seeing Nanfeng so cheerful is rather pleasing. Ever since when Nanfeng's mother passed away, he seemed to have lost that lightness in his spirit. His sole means of relaxation has been gathering with friends for drinks since returning to the country. Though more often than not, he finds himself alone. Since obtaining his marriage certificate with Sumu, they have all sensed a transformation in Huan Nanfeng. He appears more human, infused with a sense of warmth and vitality. He has become more jovial, and during their drinking sessions, they can perceive the subtle happiness radiating from him. Jinyu was right. Nanfeng is in a good place now. However, when will you bless us with a child to play with? Hua Nanfeng chuckled in exasperation and shot a reproachful glance at the speaker. Am I to have a child for your amusement? At that moment, Gu Jinyu interjected. As for the matter of children, you need not concern yourselves for now. Sumu has endured considerable hardship at the orphanage and is not in the best of health. She requires a year of recuperation before considering having children. Then let her recuperate well. Nanfeng is not lacking in funds. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let us know. Understood. Huan Nanfeng stayed with them until midnight before returning home. Upon entering the empty room, he let out a sigh, realizing it would be another 2 or 3 days before he returned. Did Sumu feel a similar sense of loss when he was away on business? He shook his head and muttered, that girl is unlikely to feel disheartened. She will only be pleased. After all, no one is there to bother her. Asleep, Sumu remained unaware of Hua Nanfeng's musings about her. The following morning, she sent him a message before washing up and heading downstairs for breakfast. After spending the day shopping, she procured some local specialties. While out, a bodyguard approached and informed her, Madam, someone is following us. It was likely someone sent by Su Yu. We need not concern ourselves, but should observe Su Yu's intentions. Upon hearing that someone was trailing them, Sumu immediately deduced it was indeed someone dispatched by Su Yu. The individuals sent by her husband have arrived. As for the woman Su Yu has imprisoned, she remains within our surveillance. She is resting and will accompany us to school tomorrow. The bodyguard relayed all the arrangements to Sumu. Ensure everything is prepared accordingly. She must make Su Yu experience a descent from paradise into hell tomorrow. The individuals sent by Su Yu followed Sumu for quite some time, one of them complaining, What on earth is she doing? There's nothing worth browsing. Miss Su instructed us. Hurry up and keep pace. While shopping, Sumu unexpectedly encountered Chinyu, who was out purchasing items with her 2 children. Noticing the items carried by Sumu's bodyguard and comparing them with what she held, Chinyu suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. The scene of cursing Sumu yesterday remains vividly etched in memory. Chinyu gulkwardly approached Sumu, saying, I apologize for what transpired yesterday. Sumu offered a nonchalant smile, replying, What happened yesterday? Your affairs are your own concern. Chinyu, how you choose to live your life is entirely up to you. Do not place all your hopes upon others. Chinyu stared blankly at Sumu, and just as she was about to speak, Sumu remarked coolly, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Sumu departed. She cast a glance at the 2 children. Their timid eyes elicited a resigned shake of her head. If Chinyu remains oblivious to the underlying issues, she shall never rise again. Yet what does that concern her? The bodyguard observed the 2 children and spoke. Those children bear scars. They must frequently endure violence. I am aware that Chinyu was once a formidable and courageous individual. Now that she is a mother, if she cannot even protect her own children, she has truly become a failure. Chinyu is unable to stand. The lives of the 3 women will not be easy. No one can assist her for a lifetime. Chapter 063. Standing on one's own, you should purchase some items for the 2 children and deliver them to her, conveying the message that life is a choice one must make for oneself. To lead a good life, one must stand on their own. Acknowledging this, the bodyguard nodded and departed with his phone in hand. Meanwhile, Sumu transferred 10,000 yuan to the bodyguard, a gesture made for the children's sake rather than for Chinyu. The bodyguard procured several sets of clothing and 2 boxes of milk for the children before delivering them to Chinyu. Our Lady wishes to inform you that life is yours to shape. If you do not stand up for yourself, your children will suffer alongside you. This is a gift from Our Lady for the 2 children. The bodyguard handed the cash to Chinyu while placing the purchased items at her feet. After she accepted the money, he turned to leave. As she gazed at the money in her hands, Chinyu felt an unprecedented wave of regret. Looking down at her 2 children, their cautious demeanor and the timidity in their eyes pierced her heart. In that moment, a thought took root in her mind, to leave that oppressive household with her children. Even if it meant living outside, sending them to kindergarten while she worked would be far better than enduring the abuse at home. Resolute, Chinyu took her children and the belongings to view a potential home. She found a 1-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of only 500 yuan. The bed, measuring 1 meter 80, could comfortably accommodate the 3 of them. Just across the street was a kindergarten. Without hesitation, Chinyu decided to secure the apartment, paying 3 months' rent up front and moving their items inside before heading to the kindergarten to inquire about enrollment. The tuition for both children amounted to over 1,000 yuan per month, but after calculating, she deemed it manageable. She registered the children, and with the 10,000 yuan from Sumu, she still had nearly 20,000 yuan remaining. With funds in hand, Chinyu purchased essential household items for the rented space, spending just over 1,000 yuan. As she observed the growing collection of belongings within the apartment, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. Her eldest daughter looked at her and asked, Mom, will we live here from now on? Yes, we will live here. You and your sister will go to school, and Mommy will work to provide for you. Is that all right? Chinyu gently replied. Okay, her eldest daughter exclaimed, her eyes shining with hope. Will my sister and I be able to eat well and not be hurt anymore? She cautiously inquired, grasping Chinyu's hand. Tears welled in Chinyu's eyes as she began to reflect on her past, regretting that she had not awakened sooner to seize control of her earnings. Had she done so, her children would not have been clad in such worn garments. Kneeling down, she embraced her 2 children, her voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry. It's all Mommy's fault. I promise I will never let anyone bully you again. After arranging the rented apartment, Chinyu contemplated and decided to change her phone number before calling Sumu. When the call connected, Sumu remained silent, and Chinyu did not speak either. Just as Sumu was about to hang up, Chinyu finally broke the silence, saying, Sumu, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I was wrong yesterday as well. I had always believed that as long as I did not acknowledge it, I was living a life superior to yours. However, Upon witnessing my daughter timidly inquire whether she could have enough to eat without suffering abuse, I realized just how foolish I truly was. Qin Yu remarked with a bitter smile. In response, Sumu refrained from offering any commentary, choosing instead to listen quietly as Qin Yu spoke. Thank you, Sumu. You are absolutely correct. I can only rely on myself. If I continue down this path, my two daughters will have no better life ahead of them. Sumu remained non-committal regarding Qin Yu's words. If she had genuinely come to this realization, it would indeed be wonderful. Yet if she merely spoke without intent, no one could save them. I have rented a place and intend to move out with my two daughters. I will strive to do better in the future. I apologize for bothering you. Qin Yu rambled on for a considerable time before earnestly apologizing to Sumu and ending the call. As she looked at the number, Qin Yu thought that perhaps this number would never be used again. After tidying up her home, she returned with her two children, who clung tightly to her clothing. Particularly, her eldest daughter's eyes were filled with fear for their family. Do not be afraid, Qin Yu reassured her daughters as she led them back to their room, where she turned on a cartoon for them. Stay inside when I tell you not to come out. To leave with her children, she needed to have a fierce argument with her family, even to the point of losing her composure. Just as Qin Yu closed the door and emerged from the room, Qianjin's mother approached, pointing at Qin Yu and launching into a tirade. You useless creature, why aren't you cooking? Do you wish to starve your mother? Qin Yu remained silent, merely walking toward the kitchen, while Qianjin's mother smirked with satisfaction. My son said something was off with her. Look, she is obediently going to cook now. However, Qianjin's mother had not basked in her triumph for long when she saw Qin Yu emerge from the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife, rushing straight at her without uttering a word. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's frenzied demeanor, Qianjin's mother screamed and dashed outside. Qianjin and his father, hearing the commotion, rushed in only to find Qin Yu pursuing Qianjin's mother with a knife in hand, her expression remaining eerily calm. Qianjin's mother cowered behind her son, trembling as she exclaimed, Son, this wretched Qin Yu intends to kill me. What are you doing, Qin Yu? If you do not allow me to live, then let us all perish together. Qianjin, I warned you yesterday not to provoke me. Qin Yu replied coldly. You are property bought into my household. What is wrong with expecting you to do your duties? Qianjin's mother retorted angrily. Qin Yu, unperturbed, produced a ledger. In that case, let us settle this account properly. The betrothal gift your family provided was 100,000, and my family did not supply a dowry. This is precisely why I have been at a disadvantage since arriving at your household. You are aware. Qin Yu cast a chilling glance at Qianjin's mother, who was rendered speechless by fear. It has been 4 years since I married into your family. Aside from the 4 months I took off to give birth to our 2 children, I have been tirelessly working to earn money, bringing home a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, all of which you have taken for yourselves. Am I mistaken? Qin Yu gazed at the Qian family with an expressionless countenance. Instantly, Qian's mother felt a pang of guilt, for she had indeed been the one to collect the money. There are records of Qin Yu's employment, a fact she could not falsify. Qin Yu's total salary amounted to 4,500 yuan. Yet she only allocated 500 yuan to Qin Yu each month, continuously exploiting the 3 of us. You cannot deny these facts, as we possess your signed records in our store. You have collectively withdrawn salaries for a total of 44 months at 4,000 yuan per month, summing up to a staggering 176,000 yuan over the years. Chapter 064. Disgraceful means add over 70,000 to the betrothal gift given by your family to mine. I do not require more than 50,000 back. Qin Yu stated expressionlessly as she regarded Mother Qian. Upon hearing that Qin Yu dared to demand money from them, Mother Qian was infuriated. You little wretch. Just as Mother Qian launched in her tirade, Qin Yu seized a nearby baseball bat and swung it toward her. Subsequently, brandishing a kitchen knife, she rushed at them, her frenzy instilling fear in Qianjin and the others. I'll pay, Qianjin hurriedly interjected. He was all too aware of the hardships Qin Yu and her mother had endured over the years at home. It was his mother who had driven Qin Yu to this point. No, I want to agree to this. Qin Yu, unfazed, retorted, if you refuse, then we shall perish together. With that, she lunged again toward Mother Qian, who cried out in terror, Son, save me. I will give you the money. Let us terminate this marriage. The children will stay with me. Of course, you may choose not to divorce, but when you sleep, it would be wise to remain vigilant and not fall into a deep slumber. Be cautious during meals as well. You never know when I might accidentally slip in some poison. Qin Yu's tone was laced with threats aimed directly at Qian Jin. Stunned, Qian Jin gazed at Qin Yu. You wish to divorce me? Indeed, divorce, she confirmed. Son, leave her. I will find you someone better, someone who can bear sons, Mother Qian interjected, retreating behind her husband after uttering those words. Qian Jin attempted to voice his thoughts, yet upon witnessing the reckless determination in Qin Yu's eyes, he faltered. He transferred the 50,000 she demanded, and after receiving the funds, Qin Yu returned to her room to bring out their 2 children. She then addressed Qian Jin. We shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to finalize the divorce. If you fail to appear in the morning, do not blame me for severing ties with your family. Qian Jin nodded silently. All right. The following morning, the 2 arrived early at the Civil Affairs Bureau, swiftly obtaining their divorce certificate. For the first time, Qian Jin looked closely at his 2 daughters, but as he reached out to embrace them, they instinctively retreated behind Qin Yu. Qin Yu eyed Qian Jin warily. What do you intend to do? If you require anything in the future, come to me. After all, Qian Jin glanced at the 2 children, his own flesh and blood, yet they regarded him as if he were a venomous serpent. That won't be necessary. It would be best if your family pretended not to know us. Should you dare to harm my children, I assure you, your family will face dire consequences, Qin Yu warned, shielding her children. Now, no one could deprive her of her earnings, and with 50 to 60,000 in savings, she had no trouble supporting her 2 children. What she had not disclosed to them was that her sales at the shop were substantial, yielding a generous commission, and her salary had surpassed 6,000 for over a year. She had kept this from them because the store manager advised her to save some money to care for her children properly. This was how she managed to accumulate a modest savings. After the divorce, Qin Yu returned to their rented accommodation with her 2 children. From now on, you will live here with your mother. Hooray! Qin Yu's eldest daughter does not comprehend the concept of divorce. Yet she is aware that they need not return to their former home and that she and her sister can continue their education. This is sufficient for her. At the time of Qin Yu's divorce, Sumu also ventured to Su Yu's school. En route, the bodyguard in the passenger seat remarked, Madam, Qin Yu had a tumultuous confrontation with her husband's family yesterday, securing 50,000 yuan, and this morning, she divorced him. She has since rented a 1-bedroom apartment on the street with her daughter. I understand, Sumu replied, initially anticipating that Qin Yu would be entangled with her in-laws for some time before extricating herself. It was unexpected that Qin Yu would sever ties with the Qian family so promptly. Was the Qian family so easily persuaded to part with money? Qin Yu had pursued Mother Qian with a kitchen knife, threatening them should they refuse to agree to the divorce, uttering warnings to be cautious while eating and not to sleep too soundly. Sumu found this somewhat incredulous. However, the most incorrigible are often most terrified when confronted by someone as desperate as Qin Yu, especially one willing to face mutual destruction. Sumu nodded in understanding. Given Qin Yu's past demeanor, such actions were hardly surprising. Employed at a clothing store in the commercial sector, her monthly earnings were commendable, amounting to 6 or 7,000 yuan, and with the recently acquired funds, sustaining herself and her 2 children would not pose a significant challenge. Henceforth, her matters need not concern me. Qin Yu's well-being is irrelevant. My only concern lies with those 2 children. With their living conditions secured, there is no necessity for me to continue my involvement. Understood, Sumu affirmed. Upon arriving at the school alongside her bodyguard, Qin Wei was already awaiting their presence. As Sumu approached, Qin Wei greeted her. You're here? They are preparing for the awards ceremony. Your timing is impeccable. What about the witnesses? Both the accomplices and the detained individual are at the police station, and the officers are likely on their way, Sumu responded. Then let us proceed. As a stakeholder in the school, Sumu was promptly greeted by the school leadership upon her arrival. The leader smiled and said, Madam Hua, we are fortunate to have an awards ceremony today. Would you care to attend? Certainly. I wish to observe how the teachers are performing and ascertain whether the funds invested by my husband are being utilized effectively for the students or the school's facilities. Sumu replied, Agent le simile grudging, headaches. That is only natural, the leader responded, leading Sumu to the prearranged playground where the school officials and students had already gathered. As they arrived, the students began to murmur among themselves, intrigued by Sumu's identity and why their vice principal was so obsequious towards her. The vice principal escorted Sumu to the front row, positioning her squarely in the center. The awards ceremony commenced swiftly, honoring students with outstanding academic achievements, replete with cash prizes and gifts, which pleased Sumu immensely. Soon thereafter, the recognition of senior teachers was upon them, when Suyu stood on stage alongside other teachers who had been promoted to senior status. His gaze immediately fell upon Sumu, who occupied a prime position at the center of the audience. Observing Suyu's expression, Sumu lounged lazily in his chair, wearing a half-smile as he regarded him. A sudden jolt coursed through Suyu's heart. What was Sumu doing here? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce several teachers from our school who have been elevated to senior status this year, Sumu remarked, pointing at Suyu. This teacher appears quite youthful. One must wonder how he achieved such a promotion. Several teachers in the know could not suppress their laughter. How did this senior title come to be? It was, of course, acquired by Suyu through rather dubious means. Chapter 065. The scene is more dreadful than capture the leaders beside her felt a palpable awkwardness. Yet one mustered the courage to speak. Teacher Su's pedagogical methods are commendable. Thus, while I have no objections regarding other senior educators, I cannot endorse Suyu as a qualified senior teacher. The principal and the school administrators were taken aback, the principal inquiring with a look of bewilderment. Why? Someone who began bullying classmates in middle school, leading to a tragic death, surely does not merit the title of teacher, Sumu retorted. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even the students at the back began to murmur about the revelation. Upon seeing Sumu, Suyu sensed an ill omen. Yet she never anticipated that Sumu would openly voice such accusations before so many, clearly intending to ruin her. Suyu stepped forward, her voice rising in indignation. Sumu, you speak nonsense. This is nothing but revenge. Principal, is this large screen operational? Sumu ignored Suyu's outburst and directed his inquiry towards the principal. Of course it is. This USB drive contains the materials you seek. Apart from her bullying classmates during her middle school years, in her tenure at your school, she has facilitated the oppression of less affluent students by wealthier classmates, accepted bribes, and repressed children, resulting in several of her students developing depressive tendencies. Principal, is this what you consider quality teaching from Suyu? Sumu's expression was icy as he admonished. The principal's countenance shifted dramatically as he turned to the director of student affairs beside him. I believe you owe me an explanation. There is no need for explanations. This director has colluded with Suyu, secretly accepting bribes totaling over $1 million during his decade in office. Furthermore, he has suppressed genuinely competent teachers while promoting the likes of Suyu. Principal, if you are unwilling to manage your school, we can find someone else to take charge. The principal glared at the director of student affairs, who attempted to speak, but Sumu interjected, handing a document to the principal. Here is the evidence of the director's corruption. The director sank into his chair, his eyes clouded with confusion. How did it come to this? As Sumu conveyed this to the principal, the bodyguards had set up the equipment and began to showcase Suyu's misdeeds. When her students witnessed her wrongdoings being unveiled, those who had suffered at her hands felt a surge of vindication. Suyu's voice was sharp as she commanded, "Do not release that." However, the ordeal was far from over. The sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Suyu turned sharply to Sumu, her voice trembling with fear. What do you intend to do?" Sumu smiled faintly. "You will know soon enough." The police vehicle soon arrived at the edge of the playground, and the individuals who emerged caused Suyu's eyes to widen in disbelief. Her body trembled slightly as she instinctively turned to flee, only to be intercepted. "Teacher Su, where do you think you're going? It's none of your business. Let me go." Suyu protested, trembling as she attempted to push past her captors, but to no avail. As Suyu contemplated her escape, the police approached, immediately recognizing her and making a beeline in her direction. "Are you Ms. Suyu?" they inquired. Indeed, she was Suyu. A teacher, obstructing her path, pushed her toward the officers. The policeman presented an arrest warrant, stating, "Suyu, You are accused of unlawful confinement and of using improper means to humiliate another, resulting in their tragic leap from a building. Please accompany us." Suyu vehemently shook her head, insisting, "I did not. Sumu has wronged me." "Moet, Su, any matters you wish to discuss can be addressed at the police station. We do not wrong the innocent, yet we shall not overlook the guilty. Kindly come with us." The officer replied with a stern demeanor. They had already reviewed all the evidence, and it was truly unfathomable to them that a mere teenager could harbor such malevolence. It was indeed hard to comprehend. Regardless of Suyu's struggles, she was escorted away in front of her teachers and fellow students. Sumu turned to the principal nearby and remarked, "While academic achievement is undoubtedly important, it is equally essential to heed the voices of the students. We must not allow children to be perpetually bullied while those in leadership positions remain inactive. Particularly, the complicity of teachers in bullying or ostracizing students is absolutely intolerable. We must enhance our efforts in this regard. I will be allocating an additional 10 million for the installation of surveillance in the school's neglected corners to prevent bullying. Furthermore, I do not wish for you to sweep incidents of bullying under the rug. Do you understand?" Sumu fixed the principal with a gaze. "Rest assured we understand." The principal replied. "Which class does Suyu teach?" Sumu inquired. Just as the principal was about to lead Sumu, he interjected. "Let us first conduct the awards ceremony for the senior teachers." Very well. Due to the incident involving Suyu, the ceremony took on a different tone. However, for the commendable educators, the departure of such a detrimental influence was a welcome change. After the ceremony concluded, Sumu instructed his bodyguards to prepare gifts for all the teachers as an apology for the day's events. Once this was accomplished, Sumu, guided by the principal, proceeded to the class taught by Suyu. Thanks to the bodyguard's investigation, Sumu was aware of which children had suffered the most at Suyu's hands and who the bullies were. Upon seeing Sumu approach, the bullies averted their gazes. Unable to meet his eyes, he simply regarded them and asked, "Did you find joy in bullying your classmates?" The perpetrators instinctively lower their heads. Indeed, these classmates may not have as privileged a background as you, yet the money they possess is earned through their parents' hard work, and their scholarships are the fruits of their own academic diligence. What about you? You enjoy favorable circumstances, yet your grades are poor. Is that a justification for bullying? Why do you not reflect on the disparity between your fortunate upbringing and the accomplishments of those you have tormented? The individual who succumbed to the relentless torment of Suyu was my dear friend. We grew up together, sharing dreams of what we would become in the future. Yet, due to the incessant bullying by Suyu, a life, much like yours, was extinguished. You may perceive your actions as mere words, trivial jests at the expense of a child. However, what would transpire if one of your classmates were to perish before your very eyes, a victim of your cruelty? Sumu gazed at the group of children, posing the question. One from the organization of bullies stepped forward, proclaiming, "My family is wealthy. I can merely compensate for the damage." Such a nonchalant attitude left Sumu feeling disheartened. He then turned to the other children and inquired, "Do you share the same sentiment?" Chapter 066. Wealth can leave you with nothing. A group of children exchanged glances, realizing that bullying their classmates was not as enjoyable as they had imagined. Rather, it led to their peers avoiding them. Eventually, these children approached those they had frequently tormented and bowed deeply, saying, "We apologize. We should not have bullied you because of your family's financial situation." The classmates stared in astonishment at their apologizers, uncertain whether the apology stemmed from genuine remorse or was merely a fleeting whim, fearing that once this lady departed, they would revert to their former selves. "We sincerely apologize. We truly recognize our wrongdoing," they insisted. Cowardice. Sumu observed the child who believed wealth could solve everything and suddenly burst into laughter. "You are indeed correct. Wealth can resolve all matters. So, since my family possesses greater wealth than yours, might I not render you utterly destitute?" Sumu's voice was soft, yet it sent chills down the spines of those nearby. He dialed a number on his phone, instructing Yuhang to attend to the affairs of this young bully's family business. Without further inquiry, Yuhang set about fulfilling the task. In merely half an hour, the boy's parents hurriedly arrived at the school, and upon arrival, the father forcefully shoved him, exclaiming, You wretched child, whom have you offended? The boy stared at Sumu in disbelief. I haven't offended anyone, Mom and Dad. If you truly haven't, then why has the whole family taken action against us? Now, our company is on the brink of collapse. The father fumed, nearly beside himself with rage. At that moment, Sumu stepped forward, stating, "Your child has been bullying classmates who are less fortunate." He repeatedly claimed that if he lost someone, only compensation would suffice. Therefore, since I possess wealth, I shall teach you a lesson, and you must endure the consequences. Sumu spoke coolly. The boy's mother flushed with anger. She knew her son had been tormenting others at school, as several teachers had already brought it to her attention. Yet, her son had boldly asserted that their family was wealthy. Observing the mother's reaction, Sumu deduced the truth. These notions were surely instilled in your child by you, weren't they? You believe that because your family is affluent, you can bully others without consequence? And when trouble arises, you can simply settle it with money. Is it your intention? Sumu's voice was gentle, yet it drained the color from the mother's face. Madam, here are the details of your family, a bodyguard approached. Kending Sumu avod. Sumu opened it, and, upon reading its contents, couldn't help but smirk. Is this all? Merely a few tens of millions in assets? You believe your wealth can compensate for a child's life? The woman trembled, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew this time. This is our fault. We beg you to spare us this once. We promise to keep a close watch on our child and prevent him from bullying others. The boy watched as his parents appeared so weak before this individual, his eyes filled with confusion. In his mind, his parents were formidable. They had built their fortune from scratch, accumulating tens of millions. In this small town, they owned a house, a car, and a villa. Life was exceedingly pleasant, but now, with just one phone call, this woman has turned her family's entire world to ashes. Sumu, observing the incessant apologies from the young man, gently shook her head and remarked, "It is not that you recognize your wrongs. Rather, you are merely fearful of losing everything you currently possess. Every child is nurtured by their parents, so why should your affluent family disregard their humanity? If I were to render your family destitute, would you also permit others to treat your child as less than human?" Sumu's voice was soft, yet the boy's complexion paled as he shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I do not wish to be bullied. If you do not desire to be mistreated, then why do you choose to bully others?" The boy found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he finally grasped the gravity of his misdeeds. It was wrong to leverage his family's wealth to torment his classmates. Acknowledging his mistake, he approached the classmate he had bullied the most and apologized. "I am sorry. I should not have taken advantage of my family's wealth to mistreat you. I recognize my error." Sumu regarded the anxious children and stated, "Whether to forgive rests with you." The group exchanged glances. "We do not wish to forgive you, but if you are genuinely remorseful, we hope you will refrain from bullying your classmates in the future." The children nodded earnestly. "We will never do so again. You may hold us accountable, and we will heed your guidance." The mother of the boy approached, attempting to appease. "My child has apologized. Could you not show us mercy? His wrongdoing stems from your failure as parents to instill proper values. When he bullied others, you neither corrected him nor dissuaded him from erroneous beliefs. I will ensure your company faces bankruptcy, leaving you with only your home and car. As for what follows, you should consider your options wisely. If I learn that you take out your frustrations on your child due to this incident, prepare to find yourselves on the streets," Sumu warned. The principal promptly interjected, "Rest assured, Mrs. Hua, I will ensure that the homeroom teacher supervises this child and addresses any misconduct immediately." Sumu nodded. "Let us establish a special fund for underprivileged students at the school, providing a monthly stipend of 1,000 yuan to those who qualify. I will cover this expense. 1,000 yuan is sufficient for a child's monthly living and educational costs. Neither too much nor too little." "Understood, madam. These children should remain vigilant and seek help from a psychologist if needed." With the school matters resolved, Sumu accompanied Qin Wei to the police station. Upon arrival, they found Suyu detained inside. Seeing Sumu, he struggled to stand, exclaiming, "You vile woman, was this your intention all along?" Sumu smiled and nodded. "Indeed, you are correct. I orchestrated this from the moment you invited me to the reunion. To present you with a grand gift today, I arranged for my husband to invest in the very school where you teach, all to see you fall from grace when you were at your most triumphant. The individual you have imprisoned has now returned to your father's side, and your father is aware that it was you who initially confined the one he cherishes. Sitting across from Suyu, Sumu remarked with a sardonic smile. Suyu glared at Sumu with disdain. Sumu, I will not let you escape unscathed. To escape unscathed, you must possess the ability to emerge from this predicament, and I shall not grant you such an opportunity, Sumu replied, leisurely adjusting his attire while observing Suyu's frantic demeanor, a slight smirk playing upon his lips. Suyu, you may as well atone for your misdeeds in here. I shall ensure you remain confined. Chapter 67. An apology owed to her. Suyu struggled to rise from her chair, disregarding the furious gaze of the police behind her as she called out to Sumu, who was preparing to depart in the distance. Sumu, come back. You cannot treat me this way. Suyu was acutely aware that once her father discovered her actions, trouble would inevitably ensue. She could not allow such a fate to befall her. Sumu, without casting a glance at Suyu, turned and walked away. The repercussions of Suyu's actions would ultimately demand a price from her. That seemed only just, did it not? While Suyu was in turmoil, her father had initially contemplated assisting her. Yet upon learning that she had imprisoned the person she claimed to love and had orchestrated the humiliation of a classmate leading to their demise, his disappointment in her was irrevocable. Not only did he feel let down, but he also chose to abandon the notion of Suyu as his daughter. Suyu incessantly attempted to contact her father, hoping for his aid, but her calls went unanswered, only to be met by her father's secretary. Upon seeing the secretary, Suyu's emotions surged. Secretary Song, I knew my father would not forsake me. Secretary Song regarded Suyu with a calm demeanor, shaking her head in resignation. Miss, the boss has stated that your matters are of no concern to him. Since you have committed a wrongdoing, you must reflect on your actions while you are here. He will no longer intervene. The joy on Suyu's face instantly faded as disbelief washed over her. She stared at Secretary Song, her voice trembling. What do you mean? This is impossible. My father would never treat me this way. Did that wretched woman say something to him? She has said nothing. Rather, she distanced herself from the boss. Miss, the reason the boss has chosen to disengage is that you have crossed a line. Someone lost their life, while those involved were merely children. Secretary Song found Suyu's cruelty to be utterly unfathomable. They simply wished to study diligently. What was their fault? Why should they suffer the humiliation instigated by their own teacher? They brought this upon themselves. Had they complied and followed my instructions, there would have been no issue. Suyu remained oblivious to her own faults, firmly believing that the blame lay solely with those children. They were unwilling to attend supplementary classes or offer gifts. Yet their academic performance was commendable. If not them, who else should I target? Secretary Song frowned at Suyu, her gaze filled with disappointment. Miss, it is disheartening that you still fail to recognize your errors. They are simply children from ordinary families. If they can excel on their own, why should they feel compelled to offer you gifts? You have been mistaken from the outset. As Suyu attempted to retort, Secretary Song, weary of the conversation, turned to leave. Before departing, she added, Miss, cease your struggles. Miss Su will not allow you to emerge from this predicament. Whether it was Su's father's disillusionment or Sumu's vengeance, both ensured that Suyu's release from this situation was an impossibility. This cannot be true. My father would never treat me this way. Suyu continued to resist, restrained by the police as they commanded, do not move. Seated against the chair, Suyu's eyes, now swollen and red, remained fixed on the departing figure of Secretary Song. Suyu shook her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with despair. My dad wouldn't abandon me. I need to call him. Amidst Suyu's incessant outcry, the police handed her a phone to contact her father. Upon answering, Suyu's father, his demeanor cold, replied, Suyu, do not call me again. I have no wish to involve myself in your affairs. Suyu stared blankly at the phone in her hand. Disbelief etched across her face. Dad, I realize my mistakes. Please help me, she pleaded. Hearing her desperate entreaty, her father responded with a bitter self-mockery. Suyu, when you're begging me for help, have you considered that your students are also pleading for your assistance? You are now an adult, while your students remain children. Have you ever thought about the pain you inflicted upon them? When you sought to humiliate your classmates, leading to one taking their life. Did you feel even a moment of regret? His voice remained stern. He was convinced that Suyu had never felt remorse. Had she done so, she would not have chosen to bully her students after becoming a teacher, merely because they lacked the means to offer her gifts. He could not fathom this reality. Suyu, over the years, I have provided you with substantial financial support, at least 200,000 to 300,000 each month. Where exactly do you find yourself in need? Your house, your car, your jewelry, all acquired by me. What could possibly be lacking that necessitates you to solicit gifts from your students? If it weren't for this incident escalating, I would have remained oblivious to how wealthy you are, yet still you seek trifling gifts from your students. Suyu retorted defiantly, everyone else does it. Why can't I? Her father, his voice laced with anger, demanded, name just one teacher at your school who behaves as you do, and I will inquire. If what you say is true, that your teachers act similarly, then I shall assist you. Suyu fell silent. Many of her teachers were commendable, dedicated to educating their students. Always the first to intervene when someone was bullied. They never caused trouble for students who did not give gifts. Moreover, those teachers only accepted a simple card on Teacher's Day, refusing anything more, living on their modest salaries and bonuses. Noticing Suyu's silence, her father spoke solemnly. Just because you act this way does not mean others do as well. Suyu, you have greatly disappointed me. It is my failure for not guiding you properly. That is my fault. Now that everyone else is stepping in, focus on learning how to respect others and sincerely repent during your time there. Do not contact me again. With that, he hung up. From that moment on, Suyu's calls went unanswered, leaving her to sit awkwardly in a chair, her eyes silently gazing ahead. Then, she began to laugh. So this is what it feels like to be forsaken. Why is this happening to me? Suyu's abandonment by her father did not surprise Sumu. Rather, it seemed a natural outcome. Many of Suyu's actions were unknown to her father, as she had lived independently since university, seldom returning home or sharing her life with him. This matter can only be attributed to the fact that Father Su did not adequately guide his daughter. As for how Father Su's business will fare thereafter, it will depend on his own capabilities. With the situation regarding Suyu resolved, Sumu was prepared to return. Before his departure, however, Wu Jin and a few others approached him. Sumu regarded Wu Jin and the others blocking his path and inquired, "Do you have something to discuss?" Wu Jin, blushing, asked, "May we accompany you to see Mu Jin?" Sumu, taken aback, looked at them with surprise. "Do you all wish to join me?" Wu Jin silently nodded. "We owe her an apology." Chapter 068. Kneeling with tears, although we understood that this apology would hold no significance for Mu Jin. We felt compelled to express our contrition nonetheless. This decision was reached after much deliberation among them the previous day. With Mu Jin gone, our apologies would never reach her. Yet Wu Jin believed it was essential for us to sincerely apologize. In the end, Sumu acquiesced to their request, regardless of whether Mu Jin could hear us. Perhaps she still yearned for the acknowledgement of her assailant's remorse. Sumu led Wu Jin and the others to the capital, accompanied by Qin Wei. Throughout the journey, Qin Wei remained silent. For years, he had refrained from visiting Mu Jin, and this was the first time in many years since her passing that he ventured to see her. Upon returning to the capital, Wu Jin and her companions found a place to rest, while Sumu returned home first. As soon as she stepped inside, she spotted Hua Nanfeng seated on the sofa, engrossed in his computer. Sumu gestured for the butler to be quiet before stealthily approaching Hua Nanfeng from behind and covering his eyes with her hands, playfully asking, "Guess who I am?" Hua Nanfeng recognized her presence the moment he heard her footsteps. Initially, he intended to observe her antics, but he was taken aback by her childlike playfulness. Closing his laptop and setting it aside, Hua Nanfeng pulled Sumu onto his lap and lowered his head to kiss her, murmuring, "My darling has returned." As Sumu became lost in the haze of the kiss, the various branch managers on the other end of the now blacked-out screen began to converse amongst themselves. Realizing that the president was temporarily preoccupied, "What shall we do now? Shall we wait?" They pondered. Amidst their chatter, Sumu finally regained her composure from the dizzying kiss and, wrapping her arms around Hua Nanfeng's neck, curiously inquired, "What were you doing just now?" "I was in a video conference with the branch managers," Hua Nanfeng replied, a playful smile dancing in his eyes. Sumu's expression froze in disbelief as she turned to Huanan Feng, instinctively asking, "Did they see us?" Huanan Feng, suppressing a chuckle, nodded in affirmation. "Yes." With a resigned thump of her head against Hua Nanfeng's shoulder, Sumu lamented, "How embarrassing." "Not at all. They all know we share a strong bond." He reassured her, "I'm going upstairs to take a shower. You can continue with your meeting." With a huff, Sumu did not contest Hua Nanfeng's statement and ascended the stairs. Watching her depart, Hua Nanfeng resumed his meeting on the computer. The atmosphere shifted to one of seriousness among the branch managers upon his return. After approximately an hour, Hua Nanfeng ended the video call and carried his laptop upstairs. Upon entering their room, he found Sumu sitting on the balcony chair, her damp hair cascading around her. He approached, lifted her into his arms, and settled into a chair himself, placing her on his lap, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. "What is on your mind?" he asked, resting his chin on her shoulder, noting her lack of energy. "You seem as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Is everything all right?" Sumu offered a bittersweet smile and shook her head. "Everything is going smoothly. Suyu's been apprehended. We will see how the court decides." In the aftermath of Mu Jin's misfortune, the individuals who had once conspired with Suyu to torment her found themselves hospitalized, courtesy of Mu Jin's family. For years, these very individuals have been engaging in charitable acts under the guise of Mu Jin's name. Now, they have taken the initiative to visit Mu Jin and offer their apologies. "Their actions leave me bereft of any justification for retaliation," Sumu lamented, leaning against Hua Nanfeng's shoulder, her voice muffled with frustration. Had they exhibited remorse like Suyu, she could have acted without a twinge of conscience. Yet, their parents had already taken matters into their own hands. At that time, she was only aware that Wu Jin and her friends had taken a hiatus from school, lacking the full context. Should she retaliate now? Would she not be akin to those very bullies? Rubbing her temples, Sumu felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Was her discontent rooted in this predicament? Indeed, she found herself in a quandary. To act or not to act felt equally stifling. Hua Nanfeng chuckled at Sumu's turmoil. What is there to feel stifled about? Just wait and see how they behave at Mu Jin's grave. Very well, Sumu acquiesced. During my absence, how has Feng Xiao fared? She inquired with curiosity. She has been preoccupied with dealing with Suyu, diligently investigating matters concerning her, leaving little time to attend to Feng Xiao and Shun Xingze. Lin Xinkai is about to emerge from the laboratory, and Feng Xiao has already gathered some information. Does that mean she intends to confront Lin Xinkai? Sumue's interest piqued. Feng Xiao has become quite the pariah due to the beauty salon incident. It is imperative that Lin Xinkai learns of her true character before their meeting. But how to accomplish this? Sumu pondered internally, head intrigue deepening. Hua Nanfeng casually remarked, in her current predicament, only the Lin family can assist her in turning the tide, though they are unlikely to be foolish, considering the magnitude of Feng Xiao's troubles. This matter has garnered considerable attention in our circles, to the extent that even Shun Xingze is reluctant to intervene. At this juncture, Feng Xiao's only ally is Lin Xinkai. How can we ensure that Lin Xinkai becomes aware of Feng Xiao's true nature? Sumu asked, torn by her thoughts. Perhaps we could have one of Lin Xinkai's colleagues inadvertently reveal it to him? Sumu mused, entertained by the idea, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Hua Nanfeng lightly tapped Sumu's forehead. Leave this matter to me. You, my dear, should focus on deciding what to have for dinner tonight. What do you plan to do? Sumu inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Feigning contemplation, Hua Nanfeng finally tapped her forehead again. It's a secret. Sumu, who had been listening intently, felt her face darken at his reticence. Hua Nanfeng, how unfair of you. I won't tell you just yet. But rest assured the outcome will align with your desires, he assured her. Sumu wrapped her arms around Hua Nanfeng's neck. Then I want hot pot. Very well. Let us descend and instruct the chef to prepare it. Hua Nanfeng lifted her effortlessly, carrying her until they reached the staircase, where she finally dismounted, resembling a koala clinging to him. Hand in hand, they made their way to the kitchen to request a meal from the chef. While waiting for the hot pot, Sumu shared some matters regarding the situation over there with Hua Nanfeng. Now, all that remains is the court hearing for Suyu's case. Should I go then? I have yet to decide whether I will attend. However, if time permits, I would still like to witness it, as seeing Suyu enter prison is my greatest desire. Sumu spoke in a low voice, his gaze cast downward and his tone dry. Huan Nanfeng reached out to tousle Sumu's hair gently and replied softly, "Then you should go." After a night of rest, Sumu felt rejuvenated as he accompanied Wu Jin and others to the cemetery. Upon arriving at Mu Jin's grave, Wu Jin and the others suddenly knelt on the ground, saying, "Mu Jin, I am truly sorry." Chapter 069. The foolish younger brother arrives. Sumu's lips twitched as she observed Wu Jin and the others before her, although their actions aligned with her wishes. Witnessing them kneeling before the tomb of Mu Jin left her at a loss for words. Qin Wei, too, was somewhat speechless. He had anticipated their visit would merely involve an apology, yet their method of contrition was unexpectedly unconventional. Despite feeling a sense of incredulity, both Sumu and Qin Wei remained silent, quietly watching as they prostrated themselves before the grave, offering their apologies to Mu Jin. Not only did Wu Jin and her companions kneel in apology, but they also bowed their heads repeatedly against the ground. By the time they lifted their heads, their foreheads bore deep crimson imprints, testament to the fervor with which they had performed their penance. Gazing at Mu Jin's gravestone, Wu Jin felt a sharp pain in her head, yet it paled in comparison to the suffering Mu Jin had once endured. "Mu Yin, I'm sorry for the harm I caused you," she murmured. Sumu stood quietly to the side, observing Wu Jin and her friends. At this juncture, the question of forgiveness seemed to lose its significance. "You may all rise," Sumu finally spoke. Wu Jin and the others stood up, addressing Sumu. "We must return to work now, but we will come to visit Mu Jin regularly." "Very well," Sumu replied. After they departed, only Sumu and Qin Wei remained at the cemetery. Qin Wei's voice was dry as he said, "Sumu, you should head back. I wish to stay here and keep Mu Jin company." "All right," Sumu responded, choosing not to linger any longer. Once she left the cemetery, Sumu received a phone call that further soured her already fragile mood. After hanging up, she approached her bodyguard. "Take me to Yun Shangtian." The bodyguard escorted Sumu to Yun Shangtian, where chaos reigned upon their arrival. In the midst of the turmoil stood two boys, shielding a girl who clutched her shoulders, her head bowed and her body trembling slightly. She evoked a sense of pity, yet Sumu discerned a facade in her demeanor. Particularly, the way the girl regarded the two boys filled Sumu with discontent. Approaching the boys, just as they were about to take further action, Sumu raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to both their faces. The sound echoed, startling them. While it wasn't a severe blow, it was enough to leave them stunned. Upon seeing Sumu, the boys instinctively turned to flee. "Dare to run, and I'll call Uncle," Sumu warned. The two boys were twins from her uncle's family, Su Chun and Su Lai. Su Chun hurriedly approached Sumu, grasping her arm in a bid for favor. "Please, sister, we realize our mistake. Why are you causing a ruckus here?" Sumu asked, her expression icy, unimpressed by Su Chen's antics. "She's a classmate of ours, being held captive by the people of Yun Shangtian," Su Chen replied, his face flushed with indignation. "Who informed you of this?" Sumu felt exasperated by Su Chen's foolishness. Su Chen paused briefly, glancing at the girl behind him. "One of our classmates told us." Sumu found it tedious to engage with such ignorance. Holding the phone, Sumu called Huan Nanfeng. "Darling, do you know the owner of Yunshangshan?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" Sumu recounted the matters concerning Su Chen to Huan Nanfeng, who pondered for a moment before replying, "I will send someone over." "All right." Approximately 15 minutes later, a man in his 30s descended from the upper floors. "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Qin Yi, a brother of Nanfeng." "Greetings, Brother Qin. May I retrieve the surveillance footage from here?" Sumu glanced at the girl beside her as she spoke. "Of course." Upon hearing Sumu's request for the footage, the girl's complexion paled, and she stammered, "Su Chun, I'm scared." Su Chun, oblivious to the girl's unease, comforted her, saying, "My sister is here. She will ensure you receive justice, so do not be afraid." "Right, sister?" Sumu cast a meaningful glance at the girl. "Su Chun is correct. If it is indeed Yun Shangshan's fault, I will have their owner apologize to you." "What do you think, dear classmate?" The girl's face whitened further, her gaze avoiding Sumu's eyes in trepidation. As the girl contemplated how to escape this situation, Sumu continued, "However, if you attempt to stir trouble using my two foolish brothers at Yunshangshan, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Is that acceptable?" Suchen looked at Sumu in confusion. "What are you saying, sister? Be quiet until the footage is retrieved. I do not wish to hear another word from either of you fools." Sumu had no desire to engage with them. Were it not for the kindness shown to her by her uncle and aunt, she would have ignored them entirely. Meanwhile, Su Lai, who had been silent, seemed to realize something and turned his gaze toward the visibly flustered girl. Upon noticing her state, he understood the situation. "Lin Yuruo, well done." Lin Yuruo? The name sounded vaguely familiar to Sumu. As she contemplated this name, Huan Nanfeng approached. He walked up to Sumu, scrutinizing her from head to toe, ensuring she was unharmed before relaxing. "You're here," Qin Yi greeted Huan Nanfeng. Sumu, however, stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. As Huan Nanfeng intended to speak with Sumu, he suddenly heard her inner thoughts. "Lin Yuruo, why does that name seem so familiar?" She is Shun Xingza's mistress. Years later, Shun Xingza, after an argument with Fang Xiao, got drunk at a bar and ended up with Lin Yuruo, resulting in a child. To prevent the child from being discovered by Fang Xiao, Su Chun became their unwitting pawn, joyfully playing the role of a father and dutifully raising the child. Ultimately, upon discovering the child was not his, he sought revenge but was preemptively killed by Shun Xingza. Nearby, Su Chun, feeling somewhat aggrieved, unexpectedly heard Sumu's voice. However, as he processed this information, confusion filled his gaze. Joyfully playing the role of father? Who is joyfully playing the role of father? Me, Su Chun? Even Su Lai's eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. How could this be possible? Instinctively, he cast a glance at Sumu, who, with furrowed brows, remained silent. Was this the unspoken turmoil within Sumu? Lin Yuruo realized that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. As she contemplated stepping forward to apologize to Su Chun, Qin Ye's associates had already retrieved the surveillance footage. Panic flickered in Lin Yuruo's gaze. Her successful tenure at school was entirely due to Su Chen's influence. If Su Ling were to uncover the truth, given Su Chen's temperament, he would undoubtedly retaliate against her, possibly even severing their ties forever. No, she absolutely could not allow such a scenario to unfold. With reddened eyes, Lin Yuruo approached Su Chun, but before she could utter a word, Su Mu interjected. "Fool, come and look at the surveillance." Su Chun cast a pitiful look at Su Mu, feeling wronged as he joined Su Lai to approach her. Lin Yuruo immediately panicked, attempting to obstruct Su Chun from viewing the footage. Su Mu regarded the agitated Lin Yuruo with a bemused expression. "Classmate, did you not claim that the people from Yunshang Tian were bullying you? Now that the boss and surveillance are here, why the sudden reluctance to watch?" At this juncture, Qin Yi spoke up. "If this student has any objections, we will not hesitate to contact the authorities." Although this establishment served as a venue for leisure, it would never engage in any form of bullying against minors. Even their recreational activities adhered strictly to legal standards. Lin Yuruo's accusations against Su Chun and others were mere slanders. Should Qin Yi choose, he could easily escalate the matter to law enforcement. Su Chun instinctively wished to defend Lin Yuruo, but guilt washed over him as he caught Su Mu's gaze, prompting him to look away. "Come here," Su Mu said, irritation evident in her tone as she regarded the two who stood frozen at the side. Su Chun and Su Lai approached her, watching the surveillance on the computer together. Lin Yuruo understood that at this moment, words would be futile, thus she contemplated a discreet exit. "This classmate, if you attempt to leave now, I will request that Boss Qin file a report against you. You are still a student, are you not?" Su Mu's sudden intervention halted Lin Yuruo in her tracks, her complexion paling. Her hands trembled slightly as she cast a pleading glance at Su Chun. At that moment, Su Lai coldly assessed Lin Yuruo, his tone indifferent. "Lin Yuruo, did you not claim that the people from Yunshang Tian were bullying you? Now that the footage has arrived, what are you so anxious about? Or were you deceiving us all along?" Su Lai's tone sharpened, causing Lin Yuruo's face to flush crimson as she frantically shook her head, insisting, "I am not. Su Chun, you must believe me." Su Chun, having grasped the situation, pointed at the surveillance footage and said, "I wish to believe you. But it seems this footage is more convincing, don't you think?" After that, he disregarded Lin Yuruo's protests and focused on the screen. The truth soon revealed that Lin Yuruo had indeed been lying. The so-called bullying stemmed from her betting with another man, merely seeking to amuse herself at their expense. Upon viewing the footage, Lin Yuruo's complexion turned ashen, her hands trembling. "Su-chun, please let me explain." Yet, Su-chen's expression remained impassive. Upon witnessing Su-chen's demeanor, Lin Yuru felt a surge of anxiety. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp Su-chen's arm, only to have him evade her touch. Staring at Su-chan with a stiff expression, her eyes were filled with confusion. "Su-chen, I empathize with your struggles, but do not expect me to be a fool. From this moment forth, the financial aid I procured for you from the school is no longer available, and how you fare henceforth is your own concern." Su-chan felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself, regretting the foolishness of his actions. Lin Yuru, her eyes wide with disbelief, gazed at Su-chan. The financial assistance he had secured for her had significantly improved her circumstances. Without that aid, her education would have been unattainable. "You cannot treat me this way, Su-chan." At that moment, Lin Yuru finally realized the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Su-chun disregarded Lin Yuru and addressed Qin Yi, who stood nearby, saying, "Boss Qin, I apologize, but could I trouble you to send me that segment of the surveillance footage?" Su-chen's request was driven by concern that Lin Yuru might later malign him in front of their classmates, even shifting all blame onto him. However, with the existence of the footage, the situation would be different. If Lin Yuru dared to speak ill of him, he would ensure her disgrace. "Lin Yuru, consider your actions carefully. If you dare to tarnish my reputation at school, I will make the footage public," Su-chan stated coldly. Sumu, observing that Su-chan was showing some sense, nodded in satisfaction. Approaching Su-chan, he patted him on the shoulder. "If you wish to assist your classmates with their studies, we have no objections, as it is indeed a noble endeavor. However, you must discern who is worthy of such aid and who is not. If my memory serves me correctly, Su-chan has a female classmate who genuinely faces hardship. She will forever remember Su-chan for a single act of kindness he once rendered her. When Su-chan was wronged by Lin Yuru, she sought to confront Lin Yuru, leading to their mutual downfall. Let me recall that young lady's name." Su-chen's breath quickened. Who would be so fearless as to seek vengeance for him? "Ah, I remember now. That young girl is named Jiang Tian. Orphaned at a young age, she lives with her elderly grandmother in dire circumstances, yet she excels academically. She is truly deserving of the financial aid." Su-chen was taken aback. It was indeed Jiang Tian. "Sister, I am deeply sorry. I failed to recognize the true character of those around me," Su-chan expressed, filled with remorse. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is commendable. However, aren't you both supposed to be attending class today? Why are you here? Sumu squinted at the two brothers, a realization dawning upon him. Su-chen's expression changed drastically, and he stammered, unable to articulate a response. Nevertheless, Sumu discerned the truth and replied irritably, "We shall escort you back to school. Should I discover that you two have skipped class for the sake of irrelevant matters again, I shall inform Uncle." "Sister, we understand," came the timely interjection from Hua Nanfeng. "Let's go. I'll take you both to buy some food before we return you to school." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Su-chun and Su-lai followed Hua Nanfeng, leaving Lin Yuru standing alone in their wake. "Su-chen, Miss Lin, do you intend for me to reclaim all the financial support Su-chan has extended to you?" Sumu cast a frosty glance at Lin Yuro. Aware of the truth, Su-chan would no longer be swayed by Lin Yuro's pitiful demeanor. "Lin Yuro, since you dared to act, you must bear the consequences. Do not seek me out in the future. We are not acquainted." He had no desire to be a fool, nor to unexpectedly assume the role of a father in the future. Moreover, if he were to seek a romantic partner, how could he overlook Jiang Tian, the adorable girl who would go to great lengths for his vengeance? Why would he choose someone as duplicitous as Lin Yuro? Regret washed over Lin Yuro. Had she foreseen the situation unfolding in this manner, she would have never acquiesced to their demands. Now, it was a case of losing more than she gained. The monthly stipend of 5,000 was gone. Clenching her fists subconsciously, Lin Yuero turned to leave, but was halted by Qin Yi. Miss Lin, you can't possibly believe that slandering our establishment requires no apology, can you? Without the backing of Su Chun, Lin Yuero was rendered powerless. Glancing at the bodyguard beside her, Lin Yuero, her face pale and filled with indignation, spoke softly. I apologize, it was not my intention. Your naive tactics may deceive the children in school, but bringing them before me is quite another matter. Chapter 070. Blocking someone's path. As a member of the Qin family, Qin Yi had encountered countless individuals throughout his life. He had met many people like Lin Yuero, and he found it incomprehensible how she could feign innocence before him. Such delicate flowers had long lost their allure in his teenage years. Lin Yuero's expression abruptly solidified. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, attempting to articulate a response, but ultimately only managed an awkward, subdued apology. Without waiting for Qin Ye's forgiveness, she departed. One of Qin Ye's associates approached him and inquired, Boss, are you really not going to make her compensate? They were keen to follow her. Recognizing the audacity of someone who dared to bully Nan Feng's little brother, Qin Yi was well aware of the nature of Nan Feng, and those who resorted to such underhanded tactics would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The manager trailed behind, and, upon seeing the individuals within, furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, they were from a Shen family. The boss was the young master of the Shen clan. Qin Yi replied, I understand. I will inform Nan Feng about this matter. While Nan Feng was out shopping for snacks with the Su siblings, he received a call from Qin Yi. The person behind Lin Yuero is Shun Ji. Inform Su Chun and his brother to be cautious and not fall into any traps. Understood. After hanging up, Nan Feng approached the Su brothers, who were selecting fruits and snacks, and said, Qin Yi just called. It was Shun Ji's doing. Be careful. A cold glint flickered in Su Chen's eyes. So it was him. Shun Ji, the cousin of Shun Xingze, was not to be underestimated. What do you think of Shun Ji, Mumu? Nan Feng inquired naturally. Shun Ji is quite patient. Sumu pondered before offering her assessment. His mother was indirectly killed by Shun Xingze's second aunt. His return to the Shun family was for the sake of vengeance. In the original story, Shun Ji was on the verge of success, but ultimately, due to Feng Xiao's abandonment of vengeance, he was sent abroad by Shun Xingze out of jealousy, never to return. Listening to Su Mu's thoughts, Su Chen's expression turned contemplative. If that is the case, shouldn't our common enemy be the Shen family? Why would Shin Ji target us? What does able to endure mean? Su Chen, unable to contain his curiosity, asked first. Shun Ji had known from a young age that his mother was indirectly harmed by the second madam of the Shen family. Yet he never spoke of it, maintaining a close relationship with her. He was well aware that she intended to render him ineffectual. Yet he feigned ignorance and secretly improved his own abilities, far surpassing those of the second madam's son. Su Chen gazed at Sumu in shock, unable to suppress his astonishment. Isn't that akin to a thief being raised by their own mother? That is precisely what makes Shun Ji formidable. He would go to any lengths for vengeance. Then why target us? There seems to be no conflict of interest between us and him. Su Chen asked, perplexed. Sumu glanced at Su Chen and shook her head helplessly. If I say you're foolish, would you still doubt me? In Shun Ji's perspective, you brothers obstructed his path. Huh? Su Chen appeared somewhat taken aback. What kind of response was that? Why had they ever impeded Shun Ji's progress? Your popularity at school surpasses his. Thus to him, you're mere obstacles. The crux of the matter lies in the frequent comparisons made by classmates between Su Chen and Shin Ji. Although Su Chen and his brother are not the quintessential academic overachievers, they rank within the top 100, even the top 50, among their cohort of 2,000 students. Furthermore, their amiable personalities and willingness to assist others endear them to their peers. In stark contrast, Shun Ji is perceived as a wealthy scion, notorious for his bullying tendencies. Naturally, classmates gravitate towards the more congenial Su Chen brothers. Be cautious at school in the future. Individuals like Lin Yuero and Shun Ji are not to be trifled with. Sumu admonishit, her congen palpable. Su Chen nodded vigorously. Sister, rest assured, I shall maintain my distance from them. Upon returning to school, he resolved to protect Jiang Tian from further harassment, while Lin Yuero would no longer concern him. As long as you are aware, Sumu said. After selecting their snacks, Sumu and Hua Nanfeng escorted the brothers back. Before they disembarked, Sumu issued a warning. If you dare to skip class for such individuals again, you will face the consequences. The Suchun brothers felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing Sumu's threat. Suchun, eager to appease, replied, "Sister, you can trust us. We will no longer skip class for someone like Lin Yuru. Keep your eyes open at school. Not everyone deserves your help, and you must discern who is worth your assistance." Sumu cautioned, anxious that her naive brothers might fall victim to deceit again. "Sister, we truly understand our mistake and will not commit such a foolish error again," Suchun stated resolutely. Now, devoid of any lingering affection for Lin Yuru, he was solely focused on caring for Jiang Tian and ensuring Lin Yuru faced the repercussions of her actions. Silently observing, Su Lai also vowed, "Sister, we will take care of ourselves and will not err again because of Lin Yuru." Seeing that they appeared genuinely remorseful, Sumu nodded in approval. "It is good that you recognize your mistakes. If you repeat such elementary errors, you will be irretrievably foolish." Hua Nanfeng, witnessing the unfortunate expressions of the reprimanded brothers, stifled a laugh and remarked, "All right, Moo, after this incident, they should have learned their lesson and will no longer place their trust in those so-called classmates. After all, they are from the Su family. They cannot be that naive." Suchun nodded repeatedly. "Brother-in-law is right. I will address this matter upon returning to school." Seeing that Suchun truly grasped the gravity of his error, Sumu reluctantly nodded. "That is good." After imparting a few more instructions, she departed with Hua Nanfeng. Once they left, Suchen's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Did you hear that?" Sulia responded affirmatively. Suchen's gaze turned slightly cold. "Lin Yuru is truly skilled. It cannot be that simple." Su Lai believed that Suchun was not so foolish. The only plausible scenario was that Suchun had been ensnared by Lin Yuru, forcing a marriage with her. "What do you plan to do about Jiang Tian?" "Naturally, I shall assist her. After all, someone who is willing to risk their life for my vengeance is far superior to someone like Lin Yuru. We can simply coexist for now. Who knows? Feelings might blossom in the future." It is impossible for Suchun to instantly develop affection for Jiang Tian, given their youth. Yet, knowing that Jiang Tian was willing to sacrifice everything for his revenge stirred a sense of fondness and compassion within him. Primarily, however, it was gratitude that motivated his desire to help her. As long as you are aware, that suffices. However, we must clarify things with the teacher to prevent our funds from falling into Lin Yurua's hands again. Spending even a penny on such a person is utterly revolting. Undoubtedly not. Suchun now felt that his money would be better spent on assisting other impoverished classmates at school than on Lin Yurua. As they conversed on their way back to school, once they arrived at their dormitory, their classmates approached them. "Suchun, it's fortunate you are back. It would have been troublesome had you not returned." Suchun paused, perplexed, and inquired what happened. "The teacher is coming to check in 10 minutes. Someone informed the teacher that some students had climbed over the wall." Suchun exchanged glances with Su Lai. It was clearly directed at them. "We sent you messages, but you did not reply. We thought you might not return." Su Ling pulled out his phone and, indeed, saw that their roommate had sent them messages, which they had overlooked. Waving the snacks and fruits in his hand at his roommate, Suchun said, "My sister and brother-in-law took us to the supermarket to buy these treats." While speaking, he placed the items they enjoyed on their desks. "Thank you, foster father." Seeing the snacks and fruits they loved, the eyes of the other dorm mates brightened. Suchen's brothers observed their excited roommates with mixed emotions. Occasionally, when they brought snack for their roommates, it was met with genuine gratitude. Yet, they supported Lin Yurua's education, only to find her scheming against them behind their backs. Such is the nature of human hearts, it seems. "Qiangzi, do you know which students in our school genuinely cannot afford to study?" Suchen asked his roommate while seated. "I do know. There are 2 in our class. One is Jiang Tian. She relies on her grandmother's vegetable sales to afford her education. She was exempted from tuition due to her excellent grades, but her poverty subsidy was stolen. The other is Zhang Han. Her family situation was once stable, but her father was injured at work and the foreman refused to compensate. Now, all the family's funds are spent on her father's medical treatment, and her mother earns the money for her education through labor, just like Jiang Tian. Her poverty subsidy has not been approved either. After explaining, Lin Chong then asked, "Why do you inquire about this?" Today, Lin Yueguang's claims of being bullied are nothing but deceit. She and that scoundrel Shinji are plotting against us, Su Chen replied, his face cold. If it were not for my brother-in-law's friendship with the owner of Yunshang Tian, my brother and I might have faced dire consequences. Lin Chong furrowed his brows and remarked, Lin Yueguang has gone too far. The funds for her education were provided by you all. Thus, we have resolved to withdraw our support from Lin Yueguang. The modest sum we allocated for her could be better utilized to assist others. Su Chen scoffed. I believe Jiang Tian and Zhang Han would be far more deserving than Lin Yueguang. Jiang Tian ranks first in our grade, while Zhang Han is fifth. They are genuinely eager to learn. Unlike Lin Yueguang, Lin Chong harbored no affection for Lin Yueguang, who perpetually presented herself as a fragile victim, claiming she would alter her destiny through education. Yet in truth, she had never applied herself to her studies. You are correct. When the homeroom teacher arrives, I shall address this matter, he stated. Indeed, 15 minutes later, the homeroom teacher arrived with the mathematics instructor. Upon seeing Su Chun and Su Lai in the dormitory, she felt reassured. Ms. Song, please hold on. We have something to discuss. Su Chun interjected just as Ms. Song was about to take her leave. What is it? Su Chin? Ms. Song, starting this month, we would like to cease the financial support for Lin Yueguang. Ms. Song appeared momentarily taken aback. Why? Su Chun led her to a corner and presented the surveillance footage. As Ms. Song viewed the video, her expression turned grave. Su Chen's brother had sneaked out to assist Lin Yueguang, only to discover she had conspired with Shinji. I am aware of this matter. From this month forward, the funds will no longer be allocated to Lin Yueguang, Ms. Song affirmed. Although Su Chun and his brother were affluent, they had never bullied anyone, excelled academically, and were always willing to help others. It was disheartening that their kindness had been trampled upon. Lin Yueguang's behavior was utterly unacceptable. Ms. Song, I will contribute an additional 2,000, totaling 7,000. Could you then allocate this to Jiang Tian and Zhang Han? Su Chen inquired, having learned from his roommate that the two girls were in greater need of the funds. Very well. Ms. Song had long wished to discuss this issue with the Su brothers, but hesitated due to their connection with Lin Yueguang. Now that they had seen her true character, it was fortuitous. I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Please refrain from such actions in the future. Understood? Ms. Song cautioned. Yes, Ms. Song, we understand. They replied. After Ms. Song departed, Su Chan returned to the dormitory, where Lin Chong approached him. Did you speak with Ms. Song? I have. I increased the monthly support to 7,000 and will distribute it to Jiang Tian and Zhang Han. That's good this way. Jiang Tian and Zhang Han will not have their studies interrupted due to financial issues. They are bound for great success, Lin Chong remarked. You are right. Lin Yueguang returned to school that evening and immediately reached out to the Su brothers, believing that their previous kindness would lead them to overlook this incident. Upon reaching out, Lin Yueguang discovered that the Su Chun brothers had blocked her contact information. A wave of panic washed over her. Had they truly become enraged? Her primary concern was her finances. The brothers provided her with 5,000 yuan each month, a sum that enabled her to live comfortably at school. Without their financial support, her meager monthly allowance of a few hundred yuan would be utterly insufficient. Additionally, how could she indulge in purchasing the items she adored? Resolving to appease them the following day at school, Lin Yueguang murmured to herself, I must charm them into continuing their generosity. The next day, upon entering the classroom, Lin Yueguang spotted the Su Chun brothers and swiftly approached them. Su Chun, Su Lai, I apologize. Yesterday was my fault. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive me? She implored, casting a pitiful glance at Su Chun. He regarded her with a mocking expression, his demeanor notably cold. There is no need for your theatrics here, he replied, dismissing her feigned vulnerability. Observing the stark change in Su Chen's attitude, Lin Yueguang felt a surge of fear. She hurriedly attempted to clarify, Su Chun, I did not. Chapter 071. Threat warning. Su Chun gazed at Lin Yueguang, who was once again feigning vulnerability, and began to question how he had ever perceived her as pitiable. How had he failed to notice such blatant signs of pretense? Lin Yueguang, you must be aware of your own heart. Since you did not comprehend our conversation yesterday, allow me to reiterate. From this day forth, you, Lin Yuru, are no longer associated with us brothers. Furthermore, given that you are now capable of affording visits to extravagant places like Yunshangshan, it is reasonable to conclude that you no longer require our financial support. Thus, effective immediately, our monthly contributions to you shall cease. Su Chun stated with an expression devoid of emotion. The moment Lin Yuru feared the most had arrived. She widened her eyes and pleaded with Su Chun, "No, Su Chun, you cannot treat me this way." The classmates had been observing the interaction ever since Lin Yuru sought Su Chen's brothers. The revelation of her trip to Yunshangshan had left the class in astonishment. A girl who had once been deceived by Lin Yuru spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, is this not our self-reliant Miss Lin Yuru? Why does she still require the support of Su Chun and his friends? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yuru has stated that it was Su Chun and his friends who forced her to accept their assistance." Another girl interjected. Upon hearing their remarks, Lin Yuru's expression shifted to one of panic. Su Chun and his companion furrowed their brows at the speaker. "Is this true?" The two girls eagerly chimed in, "Of course. Many from our dormitory are aware that Lin Yuru claimed you pressured her into accepting the money, which she did not want at all. She even mentioned that if she refused, you would bring others to bully her. However, we never believed it. Su Chun and his brothers are not the type to intimidate their classmates. In fact, when others are bullied, they are the first to step up and seek retribution. Such individuals could never be the bullies." Su Chun couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "So, the funds we provided were unwanted? Had she only voiced her disinterest sooner, we could have redirected those resources to someone in greater need, rather than this ungrateful wolf," he said with a sardonic tone. The two girls, upon hearing this, became even more animated, quickly suggesting, "Su Chun, why not consider Jiang Tian and Zhang Han? They're in greater need of this money." Although Jiang Tian and Zhang Han were also impoverished students, they were favored by their classmates. Whenever someone had questions, they would patiently explain, garnering affection from their peers. At one point, Jiang Tian and Zhang Han had been furious when their applications for financial aid were denied, yet they had no recourse. The girls had even contemplated approaching Su Chun on their behalf, but Jiang Tian and Zhang Han had stopped them. Now that Su Chun had discerned Lin Yuru's true nature and was unwilling to continue supporting her, the funds could be better allocated to Jiang Tian and Zhang Han, who truly deserved it. After all, it was well known that Su Chun and his brothers were not financially constrained. They had been assisting classmates from less fortunate backgrounds with their allowance since elementary school, earning them a commendable reputation throughout the school. Beyond their own class, several others were also beneficiaries of Su Chun and his brother's generosity. "Certainly, we spoke with the teacher yesterday, and starting this month, the funds will be allocated to Jiang Tian and Zhang Han," Su Chun remarked with a casual wave of his hand. This simple statement sent Lin Yuru into a spiral of despair. However, Jiang Tian, feeling somewhat awkward, interjected, "Su Chun, there's no need for that. Jiang Tian, your excellent academic performance alongside Zhang Han demonstrates your potential. This is an advance investment for my brother and me. Should you both wish to join our company after your studies, would you kindly consider us?" Su Chun approached Jiang Tian and Zhang Han with a sincere gaze. "Ah, join your company?" Zhang Han was taken aback. Su Chun nodded earnestly. "Though my father isn't in business, my uncle runs a company. I am supporting your education now, and in return, I hope you will prioritize my family's company in the future. Of course, it would be even better if you could help my brother and me with our studies during this crucial year." Su Chun added, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Jiang Tian and Zhang Han were momentarily stunned, not having anticipated Su Chun's proposition. Yet, rather than being a burden, it was a tremendous opportunity for them. Jiang Tian nodded solemnly. "I accept your offer, Su Chun. Thank you. With this financial support, perhaps my grandmother will not have to toil so hard. Are you not upset that I have ulterior motives?" Su Chun teased. Jiang Tian shook her head. "Your intentions are advantageous for both Zhang Han and me. After all, the Su family is among the most prestigious in the capital. Working for the Su family would be akin to winning the lottery." Lin Yuru watched with a sense of resentment as Su Chun openly distributed the funds meant for her. "On what grounds do you distribute the money intended for me?" she demanded angrily. In response, Su Chun remained impassive. "This money is merely our pocket money. We can give it to whomever we wish. We offer you our kindness, and yet you conspire against us. Lin Yuro, you truly disgust us. Initially, Su Chen had intended to let Teacher Song inform them of the support extended to Jiang Tian and Zhang Han. But Lin Yuro's lack of gratitude compelled him to confront her directly. As an ordinary student, how do you aspire to ascend to greatness? Did you not claim to be diligently studying? Su Chen's voice took on a sharper edge, becoming somewhat confrontational. Lin Yuro's complexion paled as she instinctively took a few steps back, her face drained of color as she stammered, I. Lin Yuro, since we are classmates, I wish to spare you from humiliation, but do not test my patience. If you persist, I will release yesterday's surveillance footage for everyone to judge. Is there anything wrong with retracting my support? Su Chen stated coldly. Lin Yuro fell silent, knowing that if Su Chen were to reveal the footage, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The thought of being the subject of ridicule among her peers left her too intimidated to confront Su Chen and the others any further, and she merely shot a furious glare at Jiang Tian and Zhang Han. It is entirely the fault of these two individuals. Were it not for them, Su Ling would not have resorted to such actions. Upon witnessing the malevolent gaze Lin Yuro cast upon Jiang Tian and Zhang Han, Su Chen coldly remarked, Jiang Tian and Zhang Han are under the protection of our brotherhood. Lin Yuro, should you dare to harm them, the surveillance footage will inevitably surface online. Faced with this threat, Lin Yuro gazed at Su Chen in disbelief. You would actually threaten me for the sake of these two? Su Chen found Lin Yuro's words to be rather perplexing, responding, What is our relationship? Why should we not threaten you on their behalf? Chapter 072. The collapse of Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro was momentarily stunned. Indeed, what was their relationship? Ultimately, it was merely a commonplace student association. Lin Yuro, you were the one who first exhibited ingratitude. After Su Chen articulated his thoughts, he returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Su Lai sat at an adjacent desk, arms crossed, wearing a sardonic smile as he regarded Lin Yuro. While you ponder how to ensnare us, we have scarcely regarded you with any disdain. You should contemplate how to navigate your forthcoming days. Lin Yuro's parents held a bias towards sons over daughters, unwilling to allow her to pursue her studies, often resorting to violence and scolding. Were it not for the two brothers, Lin Yuro would have long been dragged back by her family to negotiate a marriage dowry. Now, bereft of their support, it would be fascinating to observe how Lin Yuro would manage. Relying on Shunji would be futile, for Shunji merely toyed with Lin Yuro, exploiting her to orchestrate schemes against the brothers. The prospect of persuading Shunji to assist Lin Yuro in continuing her education seemed contingent upon her offering something of value in return. Having boarded Shunji's ship of misfortune, it would not be so simple for Lin Yuro to disembark. Lin Yuro comprehended Su Chen's implications. It was through his financial assistance that she had been able to live comfortably at home. Now that he was unwilling to provide this support, her life was poised to become arduous. The mere thought of her parents discovering that she would no longer receive this monthly allowance filled Lin Yuro with dread. As Lin Yuro contemplated seeking out Su Lai again, Teacher Song entered from outside, his displeasure evident upon seeing Lin Yuro. It was solely due to her actions that two promising students in the class had nearly faced dire consequences. Everyone, please take your seats. We shall commence the lesson. Meanwhile, Su Chen's brothers had temporarily resolved matters with Lin Yuro, while Sumu, returning with Huanan Feng, wore a grim expression. I have never encountered such foolishness. Wasn't he quite intelligent before? Huanan Feng stifled a laugh, affectionately ruffling Sumu's hair and teasing. Their kindness is precisely what renders them susceptible to manipulation. Sumu had no retort for that. Indeed, her two younger brothers were inherently benevolent, having supported classmates with their pocket money since childhood. It was profoundly unjust for such individuals to meet with misfortune. Fortunately, having awakened to the plot in advance, they could assist the two rascals in evading calamity. Huanan Feng, attuned to Sumu's thoughts, bore a smile in his eyes. Ever since marrying Sumu, his life had become vibrant and colorful. These two good-hearted individuals shall reap their rewards. Now that they are aware of each other's true natures, there is no cause for alarm, Huanan Feng reassured her. Sumu huffed. If they do not behave, I shall inform Uncle and have him deal with them. Should you involve Uncle, Su Chun and his brother might end up suffering considerably, Huan Nanfeng replied. Their father, a military man, was unwavering in his decisions. He was stern with his sons. But since their charitable actions were commendable, he had remained silent. Had he learned of Lin Yuro's machinations against them, he would undoubtedly have delivered a severe reprimand. As Sumu interjected with a few provocative remarks, it would only serve to exacerbate the brothers' plight. Fortunately, the two brothers are receptive to advice. Since they are willing to listen, there is no need to report them. Let them focus on their studies. Although Sumu remains somewhat reluctant, he decides to forgive them, considering their acknowledgement of their mistakes to be somewhat satisfactory. In light of your intercession on their behalf, I shall spare them this time. However, should they dare to repeat such behavior, I will not hesitate to break their legs. Chapter 073. The Rebound. Huan Nanfeng jested, breaking their legs will only hurt yourself. Sumu murmured something that Huan Nanfeng could not quite catch, and he chose not to press further. After several rejections from Shun Xingze, Fang Xiao decided to temporarily abandon her pursuit of him and sought Lin Xinkai for assistance in resolving her current dilemmas. Despite multiple attempts to reach Lin Xinkai by phone, she found herself unable to connect. Had she not been aware that he was in the laboratory, she might have suspected he was deliberately avoiding her. Seated on the sofa, Fang Xiao gazed at the names displayed on her computer screen. Several individuals had already aligned themselves with Huan Nanfeng, and the opportunity to reclaim them had slipped away. Thus, the remaining individuals were imperative for her to secure, particularly the young master of the Lin family, Lin Xinkai. While Fang Xiao assessed her remaining allies, Sumu was diligently sketching a character relationship chart, identifying those who would soon make their entrance and were connected to Fang Xiao. Leaning her head on her hand, Sumu wore a slight smirk as she mused. The stage is set. We merely await their return, one by one. Huan Nanfeng wrapped his arm around Sumu, glancing at the list in her hand. Mumu, who are they? Why don't you gather them in advance? This would help avert unnecessary complications later on. These individuals were indeed related to Fang Xiao, who was undoubtedly eager to locate them as well. However, her resources were insufficient to attract these illustrious talents. Sumu quietly elucidated, in the original narrative, Fang Xiao only garnered their favor after becoming Mrs. Shun. Presently, she possesses nothing and is mired in scandal, rendering it even less likely for these distinguished figures to choose her as their leader. Fang Xiao was cognizant of this reality, which is why she had not acted impulsively, but instead opted to approach Wu Yiting and Tong Yuan first, who were subsequently taken by us. Huan Nanfeng nodded in understanding. Now it was clear, upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts. Huan Nanfeng seemed to grasp Su Mu's intentions. She aimed to seize these individuals one by one when Fang Xiao believed she was on the brink of success. It was a matter of striking at the heart. While taking Tong Yuan and the others would allow Fang Xiao to console herself, the loss of the remaining individuals would undoubtedly lead to her utter collapse. This presented an intriguing scenario. Leaning down, Huan Nanfeng planted a tender kiss on Sumu's cheek. Darling, I am eagerly anticipating your performance. Sumu smiled back at Huan Nanfeng. Rest assured, I shall ensure it is utterly captivating. As Sumu reclined against Huan Nanfeng, she began to contemplate how to deal with Fang Xiao. Mumu, you seem quite lenient towards Fang Xiao. Given your nature, it is unusual for you to let her off so easily. Yet, Sumu had indeed taken a rather relaxed stance towards Fang Xiao, which left Huan Nanfeng feeling somewhat conflicted. It was better not to mention it, but once the topic arose, Sumu playfully bumped her head against Huan Nanfeng's shoulder. Her expression one of frustration, which took him by surprise. What is the matter? Fang Xiao is the protagonist of this little world, blessed with fortune. Dealing with her is not as straightforward as it seems. In her heart, Sumu fervently lamented the necessity of gradually diminishing her adversary's fortune. Only when the latter was on the brink of destitution could she ensnare her entirely, lest she provoke a backlash. Recently, when Huan Nanfeng traveled abroad on business, Sumu had contemplated taking action against Fang Xiao. However, she was met with a narrative repercussion that forced her to recuperate for several days. From that moment forth, Sumu understood that dealing with Fang Xiao required patience. Huan Nanfeng gazed at Sumu with concern, pondering whether she had suffered any backlash unbeknownst to him. Mumu, are you all right? He inquired. I am fine, she replied with conviction. I can afford to wait in dealing with Fang Xiao. Shen Xingze has already resolved to abandon her. Now, I merely await the return of these individuals, and in front of Fang Xiao, I shall reclaim them one by one. Sumu articulated her thoughts with precision, acknowledging that the repercussions she faced were, to some extent, reciprocated to Fang Xiao. If you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you. Chapter 074. Shen Xingze's departure, of course. You must assist me, but not at this moment. Sumu gently shook her head. Huan Nanfeng reached out to take the notebook from Sumu's hands, examining the names inscribed within and their current whereabouts. I wish to investigate the circumstances surrounding these individuals, he expressed. Thank you, my dear. Huan Nanfeng handed the list to Gao Jian, instructing him to commence the inquiries. As Gao Jian grasped the list, he found himself increasingly perplexed by his employer's intentions. Meanwhile, as Sumu prepared to intercept Fang Xiao, with her computer in hand, scrutinized the names displayed on the screen. Recalling her memories, she realized that it was only after becoming the young mistress of the Shen family that she garnered assistance from these individuals. Now, devoid of her identity as the Shen family's young mistress, did she still possess the opportunity to seek their support? Fang Xiao's brow furrowed slightly as she contemplated the list she had compiled. It appeared that she would need to act upon Shen Xingze. The recent changes in Shen Xingze troubled her greatly. In her recollections, he had always been obedient to her. Why had he transformed so drastically now? Was it merely due to her actions that caused him to lose his status as the heir of the Shen family? Surely, reclaiming that status was feasible. Could Shen Xingze truly be so petty? As her dissatisfaction with Shen Xingze grew, Fang Xiao began to deliberate on how to restore his previous demeanor of unwavering compliance towards her. Furthermore, she could not afford to neglect Lin Xinkai in her plans. While Fang Xiao plotted, Shen Xingze was at his residence, engrossed in corporate affairs. Recently, due to his lack of communication with Fang Xiao, Old Master Shen had entrusted him with additional responsibilities, allowing him to remain within the company rather than being expelled. After completing his tasks, Shen Xingze leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples, his expression clouded with discontent. For some time now, Fang Xiao had persistently sought him out, and each time he heard her voice, he felt an uncontrollable urge to be kind to her. This inexplicable sensation vexed him deeply. To prevent losing control, he had refrained from responding to her calls or engaging with her. When he distanced himself from Fang Xiao, the desire to treat her kindly dissipated. Faced with this predicament, Shen Xingze realized that the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. What was it about Fang Xiao that compelled him to be benevolent in her presence? Rubbing his temples, he resolved not to dwell on thoughts he could not comprehend. He made a firm decision. He would cease all contact with Fang Xiao. Unbeknownst to Fang Xiao, who planned to visit Shen Xingze at the office the next day, was the turmoil within his heart. The following day, she adorned herself in a manner she knew he favored, waiting at the entrance of his workplace. As Shen Xingze emerged from his vehicle and spotted her from afar, he intended to leave, but Fang Xiao, noticing him, hurriedly approached. As she gazed at Shen Xingze, tears welled up in Fang Xiao's eyes, and with a sense of grievance, she implored, Xingze, do you truly despise me so much? Why do you walk away whenever you see me? Just as Shen Xingze was about to respond, a wave of heartache surged within him. The uncontrollable emotion darkened his countenance, and with a scowl directed at Fang Xiao, he suppressed his pain and coldly retorted, Stay away from me. He extended his hand and pushed her away, causing Fang Xiao to stumble backwards, her gaze filled with confusion. This was not how it was meant to be. Shouldn't Shen Xingze have comforted her in her distress, forgiving her past transgressions? Why had it come to this? No, this could not be reality. Unable to fathom Shen Xingze's transformation, Fang Xiao ran to his side, tears streaming down her face as she could not resist embracing him. Xingze, you cannot treat me this way. You still love me, don't you? With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at Shen Xingze, whose expression was contorted in an effort to suppress his tumultuous emotions. Shen Xingze with a grim expression, gazed at her and pushed her away by her shoulders. Fang Xiao, have some dignity in public, he said impatiently, his face darkened with displeasure. Staring blankly at him, Fang Xiao asked, "What did you say?" "I said to have some self-respect. We're no longer connected. Do not seek me out again." With that, he shoved her aside and strode toward the company, his steps unsteady as though he might falter at any moment. Shun Xingze hurriedly made his way into the building, determined to distance himself from Fang Xiao. Just moments before, as he had pushed her away, it felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped, causing him excruciating pain. His sole desire now was to put as much distance between them as possible. Only then could he confront this situation more effectively. Indeed, once he was away from Fang Xiao, the anguish in his heart lessened, no longer feeling as though it was being mercilessly squeezed. Turning back to glance at her from a distance, it became evident that something was amiss with her. He had to sever ties with Fang Xiao. She attempted to rush toward him once more, but the moment she moved, he had already entered the company. He then instructed the receptionist to deny her entry. Fang Xiao watched helplessly as Shun Xingze vanished from her sight. Instinctively shaking her head, she murmured, "This cannot be right. Why has it come to this?" In her memories, whenever she desired something, Shun Xingze would provide it for her. Whenever she needed assistance against someone, he would be there to help. But why was reality so different? Shun Xingze not only no longer harbored affection for her, but also distanced himself, treating her as if she were a plague. Once back in his office, the discomfort he felt dissipated entirely. It seemed that he needed to leave the country for a while. With Fang Xiao seeking him out sporadically, his health would surely deteriorate. Having come to this conclusion, Shun Xingze went to see old Master Shun. "Grandfather, please allow me to transfer to the overseas branch." Upon encountering the venerable Mr. Shun, Shun Xingze's opening remark was a directive to depart from the country and assume control of the overseas branch. Mr. Shun gazed at Shun Xingze in astonishment, inquiring, "What has prompted this sudden desire to venture abroad?" "There are certain matters that require clarification," Shun Xingze replied solemnly. "Since you have made your decision, let be as you wish. You shall henceforth be responsible for the overseas branch," Mr. Shun acquiesced. A profound sense of relief washed over Shun Xingze as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather." Shun Xingze devoted the next 2 days to transferring responsibilities to others. And once the transition was complete, he promptly departed for abroad. It was not until a week later that Fang Xiao learned of Shun Xingze's departure. Listening to the receptionist's words, disbelief filled her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. What did you just say?" "Little Shun has left for the overseas branch 7 days ago," the receptionist replied, looking at Fang Xiao with confusion. "Did you not know? Everyone witnessed how well Shun Xingze treated you. He even went so far as to bully Sumu, his fiancée, for your sake. Is it possible he did not inform you of his departure?" With a somber expression, Fang Xiao exited the company premises. Once outside, she incessantly dialed Shun Xingze's number, yearning to understand his motives, why he had left without a word to her. However, her calls went unanswered from the very beginning. Frustration mounted as she saw repeated notifications indicating her inability to reach him, prompting her to slam her phone in anger. "Shun Xingze, you better not regret this," she seethed. Storming home, news of Fang Xiao's futile attempts to contact Shun Xingze soon reached Sumu. "Ganmaundid Sumuten Totengwin. Are you saying Shun Xingze has gone to the overseas branch?" "Indeed, it appears he met with Fang Xiao briefly before deciding to leave in haste," Tang Lin confirmed. Equally taken aback, Sumu was astonished. Given the nature of Shun Xingze and Fang Xiao's relationship, reconciliation seemed inevitable. Yet, it appeared Shun Xingze was deliberately avoiding her. But why? Tang Lin, holding a tablet, opened a video file. "Madam, this is the surveillance footage from outside Shun Xingze's company." Sumu took the tablet and began to watch. The scene revealed Fang Xiao weeping as she apologized to Shun Xingze, even embracing him, yet he remained unresponsive, pushing her away as he left, his steps unsteady. Noticing the anomaly, Sumu zoomed in on Shun Xingze's face, which bore a contorted expression of distress. His hurried exit, marked by a staggering gait, suggested that something troubling had transpired. After scrutinizing the footage for an extended period, Sumu discerned the pain etched upon Shun Xingza's features. What could have caused such anguish for Fang Xiao? A sudden realization struck her. Could Shun Xingza, like herself, have sensed an impending backlash from the narrative and thus chose to flee, distancing himself from Fang Xiao? If this were indeed the case, Shun Xingza's recent actions would finally make sense. However, observing Shun Xingza's demeanor, it appears his situation diverges from hers, as well as from Fang Xiao's. Had he shared Fang Xiao's predicament, he would have understood that their paths were destined to converge, thus opting to remain in the country. As for his circumstances, upon realizing the truth, Shun Xingza would undoubtedly leverage the unfolding narrative to expedite his own advancement. Therefore, Shun Xingza has merely awakened to a consciousness that proximity to Fang Xiao renders him rather peculiar, prompting his decision to maintain distance. Leaning back on the sofa, he contemplatively gazes at the video. Sumu, with a subtle smile gracing her lips and in high spirits, remarks, "It seems we are in for some captivating drama ahead." Without the best version of Shun Xingza for Fang Xiao, what will she do now? Sumu expresses her anticipation to witness the unfolding events. There is no need to concern ourselves with Shun Xingza. As for Fang Xiao, keep a vigilant watch and inform me of any developments. Additionally, please let me know when Lin Xinkai emerges from the laboratory, as I have a gift to present to him, Sumu adds with an air of significance. At that moment, Tang Lin felt an unsettling chill. With the lady's attention fixated on her, it seems Fang Xiao's fortunate days are numbered. Chapter 075, A Night of Waiting. After Shun Xingza's departure, Fang Xiao found herself compelled to place all her hopes upon Lin Xinkai. Just as Fang Xiao was growing anxious, Lin Xinkai finally emerged from the laboratory. "Senior Lin, there are certain aspects of the experiment I do not comprehend. Could you kindly enlighten me?" A girl approached Lin Xinkai with a hint of shyness. Lin Xinkai nodded in agreement, of course. The girl presented her notes to Lin Xinkai. Upon reviewing her queries, he could not help but chuckle. "These questions are quite simple. Allow me to clarify them for you." They returned to the office, where Lin Xinkai patiently addressed each of her concerns one by one. Once all her uncertainties were resolved, the girl gazed at Lin Xinkai with admiration, exclaiming, "Senior, you are truly remarkable. These questions are elementary. You merely approach them with the wrong perspective," Lin Xinkai humbly replied, shaking his head with a smile. Feeling a bit bashful, the girl looked at him and said, "Senior, I've taken up quite a bit of your time today. Let me treat you to a meal. You mustn't refuse, otherwise, I will feel too embarrassed to seek your help in the future." With a hint of resignation, Lin Xinkai regarded her and replied, "There is no need to be so formal. You are my junior. Then it is all the more reason for me to treat you to a meal," she insisted. Seeing her determination, Lin Xinkai acquiesced, and they set off to dine at a restaurant outside the campus. Meanwhile, unable to reach Lin Xinkai, Fang Xiao decided to visit his university to inquire about his whereabouts. To her dismay, she found him strolling with another girl, both laughing and conversing amiably. Fang Xiao observed them from a distance, biting her lip. Doubts began to plague her mind regarding Lin Xinkai's intentions. If he were not deliberately ignoring her, why had he not responded to her messages, instead choosing to engage in jovial conversation with another woman? With her eyes cast down, Fang Xiao managed a self-deprecating smile. After watching Lin Xinkai for an extended period, she turned to leave. It was not the right moment to confront him, and she could not afford to appear confrontational, lest he misunderstand her intentions. Upon returning home, Fang Xiao stared at her phone, yearning for a message or a call from Lin Xinkai. Meanwhile, after dining with the girl, Lin Xinkai drove home. After a brief chat with his family, he ascended to his room to take a shower, neglecting his phone, which had been charging. Fang Xiao waited in vain throughout the night for Lin Xinkai's call, frustration mounting as she smashed an item within reach. He had promised to assist her, yet now he could not even muster the courtesy of a phone call. What was the meaning of this? Biting her lip, resentment brewed in her heart. It seemed all men were alike. Shun Xingza was one, and Lin Xinkai was no different. Unbeknownst to Lin Xinkai, who was finally enjoying some well-deserved rest, Fang Xiao had begun to harbor ill feelings towards him. He lay in bed, sleeping soundly. The following morning, Lin Xinkai awoke and, upon checking his phone, was taken aback to see numerous messages from Fang Xiao. He descended the stairs, still in a daze. Lin Xinkai's sister, upon seeing him descend, was about to step outside when she inquired, "Where are you going?" "There's been an issue over at Yao Yao's place, and I intend to check on it." Lin Xinkai's sister firmly urged him to take a seat, retrieving a video from Fang Xiao's shop to show him. "You should take a good look for yourself and decide whether this person is worthy of your assistance." Lin Xinkai gazed at his sister in confusion, and, under her unwavering gaze, he reached out to take the phone and began to view the footage. Upon witnessing the content, Lin Xinkai was left speechless, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Sister, could there be some misunderstanding in this matter?" Chapter 076. Estrangement. Lin Yun gazed at Lin Xinkai, who was reluctant to accept the truth. "A misunderstanding? Lin Xinkai, where's your sense?" The evidence presented in the video was overwhelmingly conclusive, yet Lin Xinkai still clung to the notion of a misunderstanding. "Here are some findings from my investigation. The materials used in the beauty salon were indeed procured by Fang Xiao, who was fully aware of their harmful effects on the human body. Despite numerous warnings from her manager, she never considered changing them. Now, Fang Xiao's establishment has been shut down for rectification. Furthermore, after the incident involving her client, she showed no intention of compensating for the damages. Instead, she aimed to suppress the matter using her influence. Xinkai, I have shared everything regarding Fang Xiao with you. Now, how you choose to decide is entirely up to you. I do not oppose your desire to compensate her for the accident, but I hope you can see Fang Xiao for who she truly is and refrain from getting too close to her. Of course, if you insist on maintaining a relationship with her, I will not impede you. However, I will not allow you to leverage the Lin family's resources to benefit someone like her, who is unworthy." Lin Yun spoke with a firm tone. Lin Xinkai opened his mouth to defend Fang Xiao, but upon seeing the evidence in his hands, he found his words failing him and could only nod in resignation. "Sister, I understand. I will think this through carefully." Lin Yun nodded, signaling for Lin Xinkai to leave. After departing from the Lin family home, Lin Xinkai dialed Fang Xiao's number. Having spent a sleepless night, Fang Xiao's first reaction upon seeing Lin Xinkai's call was one of anger, convinced that he had acted with intention the previous night. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that she still needed Lin Xinkai to navigate her current predicament and could not afford to escalate matters. Moreover, Lin Xinkai was unaware of her visit to the school the day before. Taking a deep breath to quell her simmering rage, Fang Xiao answered the call, her voice laced with a hint of smile. "Xinkai, you're out of the lab." "Miss Fang, I apologize. I fell asleep as soon as I got home yesterday and only saw your messages this morning," Lin Xinkai replied. Fang Xiao frowned slightly. Lin Xinkai's choice of address filled her with a sense of foreboding. With a forced smile, she reminded him, "Xinkai, didn't we agree that you would call me Yao Yao?" Lin Xinkai did not respond to her comment, but instead asked, "Miss Fang, is there something urgent you wanted to discuss, given the number of messages you sent me?" His tone sent a jolt of concern through Fang Xiao. His demeanor was unsettlingly strange. "Can we meet to discuss this?" Fang Xiao inquired hesitantly. "All right, let us arrange a meeting place," Lin Xinkai replied. Fang Xiao finally exhaled in relief and agreed on a location. After changing her attire, Fang Xiao arrived at the designated spot, where she found Lin Xinkai already waiting. Upon seeing her, Lin Xinkai seemed to lack the initial warmth he had once displayed. She wondered if it was due to the evidence provided by Lin Yun. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Xinkai fixed his gaze on Fang Xiao, cutting to the chase. "Miss Fang, what was it that you wished to discuss?" Faced with Lin Xinkai's aloofness, Fang Xiao felt an unsettling discomfort in her heart. Yet she mustered the courage to inquire. "You previously mentioned that you could grant me a request. Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is," he replied. "I seek your assistance in resolving an issue concerning my shop." Ultimately, Fang Xiao confided in Lin Xinkai about her predicament. He feigned casual curiosity and asked, "What troubles your shop?" "Someone harbors jealousy towards me and has conspired against my establishment. My shop has encountered some difficulties," she murmured, casting her gaze downward. unable to meet Lin Xinkai's eyes. Lin Xinkai regarded her with disappointment, pondering that had Fang Xiao articulated her concerns clearly, he might have chosen to lend a hand. Yet now, she had not only failed to speak the truth, but also shifted all blame onto an imaginary adversary. Did she assume he was oblivious to the world due to his recent emergence from the laboratory? At that moment, Lin Xinkai comprehended why Lin Yun had opposed his using the Lin family's connections to assist Fang Xiao. It was evident that Lin Yun had been aware of this all along. Miss Fang, regarding the matters of your shop, my sister has already shared the details with me. Chapter 077. Dao Fang Xiao abruptly lifted her head to gaze at Lin Xinkai, exclaiming, "What did you just say?" "This morning, when I sought you out, my sister had already informed me of this matter. Initially, I found it hard to believe that you could stoop so low. On my way here, I was even crafting excuses for you. I thought that if you clarified the situation, I would extend my assistance once more. Yet, I never anticipated that even at this juncture, you would continue to deceive me with a litany of lies." Lin Xinkai, taken aback, had not expected that this seemingly gentle and kind girl was, in fact, a deceiver. My sister was right. Fang Xiao was not worthy of my help. Looking at her, Lin Xinkai expressed his disappointment. "Fang Xiao, you are truly disheartening. I had granted you an opportunity." He produced a card containing 1 million, sliding it toward her. With sincerity, he stated, "Fang Xiao, this is compensation for the accident. Do not contact me again." With that, he rose to leave, severing all means of communication with her. During his time in the hospital, Lin Xinkai had always thought of Fang Xiao as a good girl, but now he recognized the depths of her malevolence. Knowing the materials were problematic, she continued to procure them, and when the victims approached her, she never considered compensating them for their losses. Nor did she replace the faulty beauty products. After the incident, she even pushed her store manager forward to take the blame. The mere thought of it filled Lin Xinkai with terror regarding who Fang Xiao truly was. Fortunately, his sister had shown him these revelations today. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the deception he had endured for so long. Fang Xiao stared blankly at the car before her, unable to process the situation. The accident had only caused her minor injuries, requiring far less compensation. So why had Lin Xinkai offered so much? Did he wish to sever ties with her? No. That absolutely could not be allowed. She could not let Lin Xinkai act in this manner. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists as she attempted to send him a message of apology, only to discover that he had already blocked her. They were no longer even acquaintances. Upon receiving this news, Fang Xiao felt utterly devastated. Shaking her head incessantly, she murmured, "It shouldn't be like this." Wasn't Lin Xinkai supposed to be infatuated with her to the point of obsession? In her memories, he had often endured much for her sake, even sacrificing the Lin family's resources to support her, which ultimately led to financial troubles and the company's misfortunes. Why had he turned against her in this lifetime? Or had things gone awry? Biting her finger, Fang Xiao pondered all these events. It seemed that everything had begun to unravel after Sumu's changes. Damn Sumu, it was all her fault. After being unilaterally cut off by Lin Xinkai, Fang Xiao had no choice but to temporarily relinquish her pursuit of him, opting instead to resolve the matter through other means. Unable to gain any advantage from Lin Xinkai, she decided to withdraw. Upon returning home, Fang Xiao had completely regained her composure. She reflected on the attitudes of those around her, first Shun Xingze, then Lin Xinkai. It appeared that they had somehow managed to escape her control, continuously distancing themselves from her presence. Sumu has liberated herself from her fate, and even Su Yanqing and the others seem to have strayed from their destined paths. In my previous life, I was not cast out from the Su family. Why has this calamity suddenly befallen me in this life? Not only that, but that wretched Sumu has also wed Huanan Feng. Fang Xiao has begun to harbor doubts about Sumu. Previously, she was convinced that there were no issues on Sumu's end, yet now the situation has drastically changed. Ever since Sumu transformed, everything else has followed suit. The crux of the matter lies with Sumu. After coming to this realization, she began to ponder strategies to deal with Sumu. After contemplating several approaches, she remained uncertain about her course of action. Currently, Sumu is not only indulged by the Su family, but is also the wife of Huanan Feng, making her virtually untouchable. Unless, Chapter 078, approaching the Su family contemplating those individuals, Fang Xiao felt a surge of irritation. Each of them was a prodigy, and only someone of greater prowess could tame them. Presently, she possessed nothing and was entirely incapable of earning their esteem. She pressed her fingers to her temples, harboring resentment towards Sumu. Had it not been for Su Mu's sudden transformation, perhaps this predicament would not have been so formidable. With Shun Xing's departure and Lin Xinkai's altered demeanor, those two had now become utterly ineffective allies. The abrupt loss of these two companions left Fang Xiao's mood in disarray, rendering her somewhat irritable and disheartened. After much contemplation yielded no solutions, she ultimately turned her gaze towards Su Yanqing. Perhaps the Su family represented an opportunity. Fang Xiao, appearing somewhat disheveled, stood at the entrance of the Su residence. "Mother, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please forgive me." Just as Mrs. Su prepared to step outside, she was startled by Fang Xiao's sudden appearance. Placing a hand upon her chest, Mrs. Su furrowed her brow, regarding Fang Xiao with irritation. "What is it now, Fang Xiao? After such a long absence, you return in this manner, truly believing we are gullible?" Mrs. Su sent a message to Sumu, informing her of Fang Xiao's arrival. Upon learning that Fang Xiao was at the doorstep, Sumu instructed someone to bring her back. As Sumu hurried home, Fang Xiao clutched Mrs. Su's garment, her expression pleading. "Mother, I could genuinely realize my errors. I should not have competed with my sister. I will return everything that belongs to her." Mrs. Su regarded Fang Xiao with disdain, pushing her away and responding impatiently. "Fang Xiao, this is your own choice, and my daughter has no need for your possessions. Given how well her husband treats her, what is there that he would not procure for her?" Only Fang Xiao would believe they would accept her words. They were already aware of her actions through Sumu. Fang Xiao's sudden reappearance was merely an attempt to evade the mess she had created, now seeking their assistance. What did she think they were? "Mother, after all these years, you cannot simply abandon me. I truly recognize my mistakes," Fang Xiao implored, her voice tinged with grievance. "I cannot ascertain whether you are truly remorseful, but I do know that my family members are not Na'vi," Mrs. Su retorted, casting a disdainful glance at her. Fang Xiao shook her head vehemently. "Mother, this is entirely my fault. You will forgive me, won't you?" Mrs. Su could not suppress a roll of her eyes, wishing to avoid further discourse with Fang Xiao. Just as she prepared to leave, Fang Xiao clung to Mrs. Su's leg, refusing to let her depart. Fang Xiao understood that Mrs. Su possessed a tender heart. If she feigned vulnerability, Mrs. Su would undoubtedly come to her aid. "Mother, I know I have disappointed you, but would you forgive me this once?" Fang Xiao thought, as long as she could gain entry into the Su household, she would find a way to remain there. Once she secured her place, she could usurp the affection of the entire Su family from Sumu. As Sumu arrived at the entrance of the home, she overheard Fang Xiao's heartfelt plea. "Damn it, I have pleaded so desperately, yet she remains utterly indifferent. Once I attain everything, I shall ensure her demise is nothing short of grotesque." Sumu scoffed coldly to herself, bemused by Fang Xiao's audacity to embellish her own worth. With a stern expression, Sumu approached and forcefully pulled Fang Xiao aside. "This is my home. What are you doing here?" Chapter 79. Exiled upon hearing Sumu's voice, Fang Xiao felt a pang of regret. Why has Sumu come here? Is she going to ruin my plans? Anxiety coursed through her mind. In response to Fang Xiao's inner turmoil, Sumu wore a subtle smirk, clearly in high spirits. "Fang Xiao is right. I am indeed here to create havoc. Emerese." Su, overhearing Sumu's thoughts, briefly lifted the corners of her mouth in a smile before swiftly suppressing it. She hrid ko Sumoi side, affectionately stating, "Mumu." "You're back." Fang Xiao, watching the intimacy between Mrs. Su and Sumu, felt a surge of displeasure. "Mother, I am your daughter whom you have raised for 20 years. How could you treat me this way?" Anger ignited within her as she pointed an accusing finger at Sumu, her face a mask of resentment. "Mother, I too am your daughter. Why do you greet Sumu with warmth, while I am met with disdain upon my return?" Fang Xiao questioned, her heart unwilling to accept the unfairness of the situation. In her mind, she screamed, "Why is this so different from my memories? The Su family always treated me well. Why has that changed?" Sumu observed Fang Xiao's fragility with a bemused smile. Has she truly broken down so easily? Moving closer to Mrs. Su, Sumu linked her arm with her mother's and cheerfully remarked, "Mother, she claims to be your daughter too." Mrs. Su shot Fang Xiao a disdainful glance and retorted, "I do not recognize such an ungrateful daughter. Haven't we treated her well enough? How dare she inflict such harm on you?" If Sumu hadn't gone missing, Fang Xiao would never have appeared in our family, nor would she have been regarded as one of us. It is utterly disgusting that she dares to speak this way now. Fang Xiao turned to Mrs. Su, disbelief flooding her eyes. "Mother, why do you say such things about me? What have I done wrong?" Mrs. Su coldly replied, "Your greatest mistake was targeting her ever since my daughter returned. Now that you are in trouble, you wish to come back? Dream on." With a shaking effort, Fang Xiao managed to rise unsteadily to her feet, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Shun Xingze has abandoned me because of Su Mu's changes. I have faced such grave troubles, yet you all still refuse to relent?" She glared at Mrs. Su with bitterness. If it weren't for Mrs. Su's negligence, things would not have spiraled out of control. Had she remained the beloved daughter of the Su family, perhaps she could have rectified matters sooner. But now, she had lost everything, including the connections that once belonged to her. "Sumu, you have taken my parents from me. Why must you also seize my loved ones?" Sumu, pointing to herself as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke, looked at Fang Xiao with derision. "Fang Xiao, I believe you're mistaken. These are my parents. They adopted you out of pity, yet you have taken away my mother and father, usurping the life that rightfully belongs to me. How dare you speak such words?" In response to Su Mu's accusations, Mrs. Su felt a pang of sympathy for her. She gently wrapped her arms around Su Mu's shoulders and comforted her, saying, "Mu, you are truly our precious daughter. Fang Xiao has long ceased to be a part of our lives. Engaging in conversation with such a person is merely a waste of time." Taking Su Mu's hand, Mrs. Su softly continued, "Now that you are back, let me take you shopping to buy some clothes." Throughout the entire exchange, Mrs. Su did not cast a glance towards Fang Xiao. As they were about to leave, she shot a fleeting look at Fang Xiao and stated, "Do not come back. You are no longer a member of our family." Not only did she address Fang Xiao, but she also turned to the nearby security personnel and instructed, "If Fang Xiao returns, you are to escort her out immediately. She is not one of us." Chapter 080. Facing obstacles, yes, madam. The bodyguard approached Fang Xiao and, with a stern gaze, cautioned her, "Miss Fang, I implore you to leave." In her previous days at the Su residence, Fang Xiao had been insufferably arrogant, repeatedly causing trouble for the true young lady upon her return. Now, having been expelled, she sought to return to the Su family, hoping to cast them as the scapegoat for her misfortunes. Fortunately, Madame Su remained perceptive. Otherwise, they might have been led astray by this individual. Fang Xiao clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the person before her, bitterly exclaiming, "Mother, how can you treat me this way?" In response, Madame Su merely cast a fleeting glance at Fang Xiao and casually replied, "Miss Fang, you ought to address me as Madame Su." Damn the Su family, how dare they? Fang Xiao bit her lip, unwilling to accept that Madame Su would truly act in such a manner towards her. "I am clearly the protagonist of this world. These people should be serving me. Why has everything changed?" Su Mu's lips curled into a faint smile as he listened to Fang Xiao's inner thoughts. His mood considerably lifted. Perhaps Fang Xiao remains oblivious to the fact that the NPCs have awakened and are no longer bound by the plot. Even the male lead, Shun Xingze, is beginning to break free from the narrative, while only Fang Xiao clings to the past. How amusing. Madame Su, overhearing Su Mu's musings, felt perplexed by the notion of the male and female leads breaking free from the story. Though she concealed her confusion, she resolved to inquire further with her husband and son later. If she looks down on me, I shall entangle myself with Su Yanqing. I want to see if the Su family will still refuse me then. Su Mu, upon hearing Fang Xiao's thoughts, was both amused and exasperated. He had encountered shamelessness before, but this was a new low. The audacity to target Su Yanqing was beyond belief. It seems I must find a way to warn my elder brother. Otherwise, if he falls prey to Fang Xiao's schemes, would our family truly consider bringing her back? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine, and he grimaced at the unsettling notion. Madame Su shot a disapproving glare at Fang Xiao. It was intolerable that she sought to gain an advantage through her son after having received nothing favorable here. From Sumu's thoughts, it appeared that Fang Xiao intended to resort to unscrupulous tactics. Precautions were essential. As Madame Su pondered how to guard against Fang Xiao, the latter hurried over and knelt before Sumu, sorrowfully stating, "Sister, I realize I was wrong in this matter, and I apologize. Can you please cease your antagonism towards me? Mother, I have truly apologized." Sumu regarded Fang Xiao with an expression that conveyed his incredulity. Was there something amiss in her mind? Madame Su, unable to contain her amusement, retorted, "Fang Xiao, even at this juncture, you dare to play games with my daughter?" At Madame Su's words, Fang Xiao inexplicably felt a pang of guilt, instinctively averting her gaze from the penetrating stare of Madame Su. Madame Su, with a frosty demeanor, remarked, "My daughter has never targeted you. Rather, it is you who has consistently aimed your ire at her. How could you utter such words? Urging Mumu not to confront you?" she questioned, her voice laced with anger. Moved by Madame Su's defense, Sumu grasped her hand and said softly, "Mother, please do not be upset. It is not worth your time to be angry with someone like her." Madame Su felt Mumu skin tightly, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she continued, "Mumu, even when you were absent, I sought you tirelessly and treated her kindly. Yet, how has she treated you? During your time away in the shadows, how has she plotted against you? Now she dares to turn the tables. How audacious!" The more she spoke, the more her anger escalated. If only they had discovered the truth sooner, the situation might not have spiraled so out of control. All of this was the fault of Fang Xiao. "Mother, please calm down. I am fine now," Sumu hurriedly reassured her, fearing that Fang Xiao's actions would provoke Madame Su further. With a fierce glare directed at Fang Xiao, Madame Su declared, "If she enjoys kneeling, let her do so here. Come, Mumu, we are leaving." Fang Xiao watched helplessly on Madame Su Lud Sumuave, leaving her isolated. As she attempted to pursue them, she was intercepted. "What are you doing? Get out of my way." The audacity of those who once bowed to her, now daring to obstruct her path, infuriated Fang Xiao. The bodyguards, their expressions devoid of emotion, regarded the tantrum-throwing Fang Xiao coolly. "You are not a member of the Su family and have no authority to command us. Furthermore, our madam has instructed you to leave." Fang Xiao's eyes brimmed with rage as she glared at the bodyguards before her. It dawned on her that Madame Su had utterly disregarded her. No, she must seek out Su Yanqing. Only by leveraging Su Yanqing could she reclaim her position within the Su family and secure its wealth. Ignoring the bodyguards, Fang Xiao rose from the ground and departed. She made her way to Su Yanqing's company, striding in without a care for those around her. The receptionist, seeing Fang Xiao's bold approach, quickly stepped forward to block her path. "Excuse me, miss, whom are you looking for?" "I am here to see Su Yanqing. Step aside," she demanded. Previously, Fang Xiao had looked down upon such individuals, deeming them mere decorative figures devoid of capability. The receptionist, sensing Fang Xiao's disdain, maintained a professional smile and replied, "I'm sorry, miss, but you cannot enter without an appointment. Su Yanqing is my brother. Why should I need an appointment?" Fang Xiao retorted, though she had never previously visited Su Yanqing's office, and the staff did not recognize her. The receptionist regarded her with confusion and furrowed her brow, saying, "Miss, spreading falsehoods is against the law." "What?" Fang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Our young lady's photo was sent to us by the boss, but our young lady does not resemble you. Furthermore, our young lady's name is Sumu. What is yours?" The receptionist inquired. "I am Fang Xiao. I am also his sister. Please call him," she insisted. Upon hearing that Su Yanqing had shared Su Mu's photograph with the company's employees while never having sent her own, Fang Xiao felt a profound dissatisfaction towards Su Yanqing. The receptionist refrained from calling Su Yanqing and instead remarked, "Miss, since you are the sister of our boss, why not call him yourself?" Fang Xiao, casting an irritable glance at the individual before her, impatiently retorted. Just make the call as instructed. Why all the unnecessary chatter? The two receptionists exchanged glances, realizing that this person likely had a strained relationship with the boss. One of them proceeded to make a call to the secretary's office upstairs. The secretary's office sent someone to find Su Yanqing. Boss, there is someone downstairs claiming to be your sister who wishes to see you. Su Yanqing looked up from her documents and inquired about the visitor's name. Her name is Fong Xiao. She is not my sister. Inform the receptionist to deny her entry, and to prevent her from coming up in the future. Upon hearing Fong Xiao's name, Su Yanqing instinctively understood that the visitor's intentions were likely malevolent. Understood. The secretary left to call the receptionist, whose expression grew increasingly serious as she nodded repeatedly. All right, we understand. Observing the receptionist's demeanor, Fong Xiao scoffed mockingly. So now I can go up, can't I? In the midst of her speech, Fong Xiao had already begun ascending the stairs. The two receptionists hurriedly approached and positioned themselves in front of her, stating earnestly, Miss Fong, we apologize, but you cannot go up. Fong Xiao, displeased with the receptionists, impatiently replied, You've already made the call. What more do you want? This is truly bothersome. One of the receptionists responded, Miss Fong, our boss has stated that you are not his sister and will not see you. Additionally, we have been instructed to prevent your entry. Fong Xiao's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at the receptionists as she angrily exclaimed, How can this be possible? These are our boss's recent words. If you do not believe us, you may call him. If our boss consents to your entry, we will, of course, not hinder you further. With a scowl, Fong Xiao dialed Su Yanqing's number. Upon seeing Fong Xiao's call, Su Yanqing felt a pang of annoyance, realizing she had not blocked Fong Xiao's number. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yanqing answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, Fong Xiao's voice came through, filled with accusation. Su Yanqing, what do you mean by this? I have been your sister for 20 years. On what grounds do you claim I am not? Because you're no longer a member of the Su family. You're certainly not my sister. Su Yanqing replied with unwavering conviction. Hearing Su Yanqing's words, Fong Xiao erupted with incredulity. Do you mean to say that my 2 decades of companionship cannot compare to your 3 years with Sumu? Of course it cannot. Mumu is my biological sister. Why would I harm my own sister for you? Su Yanqing casually remarked as she reclined in her chair. Although Fong Xiao was filled with anger, she chose to endure it, remembering her purpose for seeking Su Yanqing. Brother, I have something to discuss with you. King Yu, your matters are of no concern to me, and there is no need for you to seek me out. Su Yanqing interrupted her before she could finish. How can you treat me this way? Fong Xiao cried, her tears flowing incessantly, appearing as though she had been wronged. Fong Xiao, this is all of your own making. Do not assume I am unaware of your intentions. If you wish to exploit me, you should consider whether you possess the capability to do so. Do not come to me again. You will only embarrass yourself, Su Yanqing stated coldly. Clenching her fists tightly, Fong Xiao, with a hint of desperation, pleaded, If you help me this once, I will no longer trouble you. I will not assist you, Su Yanqing replied, ending the call and completely disregarding Fong Xiao. Not only did she hang up, but she also blocked Fong Xiao's number. Listening to the beeping tone on the other end, Fong Xiao tightened her fists and attempted to call Su Yanqing several more times. But as expected, the calls were not going through. Biting her lip, she felt a sense of injustice. It was clear that Su Yanqing had once treated her well. Why had everything changed since Sumu's return? Had Su Yanqing known Fong Xiao's thoughts, she would have likely retorted, You seek to take my life, and I should treat you kindly? That would be sheer folly. Of course, Su Yanqing was unaware that Fong Xiao had been cursing her in her heart. With the receptionist and security watching, Fong Xiao had no opportunity to barge in and could only turn away in defeat. The receptionist, relieved to see Fong Xiao leave, frowned and remarked, Miss Fong was rather excessive. Questioning our boss like that. What kind of sister speaks in such a manner? The person beside her nodded in agreement. We should be vigilant and ensure such individuals do not disturb our boss's work. Unbeknownst to Fong Xiao, she had already been placed on the blacklist by Su Yanqing's company staff. At noon, while Su Yanqing was on break, she received a call from Mrs. Su. So, you must be cautious of Fong Xiao. Hearing her mother's words, Su Yanqing quickly inquired, Mom, does Mumu know something? Fang Xiao is plotting against you, seeking to use you to return to the Su family and gain access to its wealth, Mrs. Su said sternly. Su Yanqing could only laugh in disbelief. He had suspected that Fang Xiao's sudden visit to the office was not for innocent reasons, not one to be easily deceived. He understood the nature of the plot his mother spoke of. Mom, Fang Xiao came by this morning, but I did not see her. Given her demeanor, it seems she won't just let this go. Su Yanqing pondered, realizing that the matter was far from resolved. Mrs. Su's expression darkened, and she furrowed her brow, saying, "She truly has come to find you. It is utterly disgusting. You must remain vigilant. If you fall victim to such a person's schemes, we will surely be devastated." Listening to Mrs. Su's mockery, Su Yanqing felt a sense of helplessness. Is this really my mother? Mother, am I not your own son? Are you truly amused by your son's misfortunes? Su Yanqing inquired with a hint of irritation. Mrs. Su could not help but chuckle. Were it any other matter, I would certainly refrain from mocking you. However, regarding Fang Xiao, I will unabashedly jest at your expense, especially since I had forewarned you. Yet you still fell into her trap. That can only indicate your foolishness. Su Yanqing found himself at a loss for words. Mother, I am well aware of this situation, so you need not worry, he retorted helplessly. That is reassuring. I shall go shopping with your sister and leave you to your own devices. Without granting Su Yanqing a chance to respond, Mrs. Su ended the call, throwing his phone onto the desk. Su Yanqing smirked at the thought of Fang Xiao's intentions for visiting him today. What audacity she possessed to believe she could manipulate him. Did she truly think he would assist her in returning to the Su family? Leaning back in his chair, Su Yanqing's gaze turned contemplative. It seemed the lessons he had imparted to Fang Xiao had not been sufficient, allowing her the audacity to approach him once more. Grabbing the phone from the desk, Su Yanqing made a call. I need you to do me a favor. Meanwhile, Fang Xiao returned home from Su Yanqing's company, frustrated after encountering one setback after another, causing her to vent her anger by smashing objects within her home. Why does everyone conspire against me? Chapter 081. The return in 2 days. Fang Xiao lost herself in a frenzy within her room for quite some time before regaining her composure. She was uncertain whether she could derive any substantial advantage from Su Yanqing. If she intended to confront Sumu, she could not afford to wait idly. Grasping her laptop, she opened it and scrutinized the list displayed on the screen, her gaze settling on a particular name. It appeared imperative for her to summon these individuals back at once. Only in this manner could she hope to challenge Sumu. However, doubts lingered in her mind. Would these people truly return for her? Most of them resided abroad, and judging by the current circumstances, they were enjoying a rather favorable life overseas. Presently, she was devoid of resources and lacked the capability to compel them to return and wholeheartedly support her. Yet, without their return, she could not effectively contend with Sumu. During her visit to the Su residence today, Fang Xiao had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet the notion that Madame Su would treat her with disdain had never crossed her mind. In her recollection, Madame Su had always shown favor towards her alongside Sumu. What had changed now? Contemplating the fate awaiting the Su family, Fang Xiao furrowed her brows slightly. Could it be that the Su family was already aware of their impending doom? She mused. However, she quickly dismissed this thought, shaking her head. It should not be the case. After all, they had yet to take action against her in Shunxingzi, which suggested they were unaware of past events. Moreover, Sumu had met his demise rather early, making it improbable for her to be cognizant of subsequent occurrences. With this in mind, Fang Xiao felt a modicum of relief. Sitting on the sofa, she continued to examine the list. If her memory served her correctly, the individual in question had a sister residing in the country. As long as she could locate his sister, enticing him to return would be a relatively straightforward task. Fortunately, she knew precisely where the girl was. If she could manage to find her and facilitate his return, earning his unwavering loyalty would not be out of the question. With this thought, Fang Xiao began to prepare for her search for the man's sister, eager to seize the initiative. When she arrived at the designated location, Sumu had just become aware of this person's existence. Inside Hua and Nanfeng's office, Sumu struck her forehead with considerable force. Hua Nanfeng looked up, startled by the sound. What happened? He inquired. Facing Hua Nanfeng's question, Sumu appeared despondent. How could I have forgotten about this? The globally renowned genius Zhou Yi has a sister in the country, and she is currently suffering. Fang Xiao will undoubtedly seek assistance after facing obstacles within the Su family, and Zhou Yi represents the perfect ally. Huan Nanfeng had initially thought Sumu was confronting a serious issue, only to discover it was merely this. Mumu, there is something I need to inform you about, Huan Nanfeng said, setting down the documents in his hands. What is it? Sumu asked, her interest waning as she pondered how to remedy the situation. After you provided me with a list, I initiated an investigation into these individuals. They are indeed prodigies in their respective fields, yet one of them has been searching for his sister since they were separated in childhood. Upon hearing this, Sumu rose and moved to sit beside Huan Nanfeng, leaning against the table. The person Huan Nanfeng mentioned bears an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Yi. Could it be mere coincidence? Huan Nanfeng, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, cheerfully replied, when I uncovered this information, I immediately dispatched someone to rescue her, as she had sustained injuries and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. As for Zhou Yi, I have already sent him word, and he is expected to return in the next couple of days. Huan Nanfeng said with a glimmer of delight, while I was still in the dark. My husband had already seized Fang Xiao's connections. Chapter 082. Taken away, Sumu, filled with excitement, embraced Huan Nanfeng and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Fang Xiao has already made her way there. If she discovers that the person has been taken away, will she not be infuriated? Sumu inquired eagerly. When will Fang Xiao arrive at Zhou Yi's sister's place? Today, Huan Nanfeng replied. Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Huan Nanfeng. What a pity I'm not by her side to witness Fang Xiao's furious breakdown. Hearing this, Huan Nanfeng chuckled teasingly. You will see her soon enough. After all, we have once again snatched away someone she desires. She is bound to seek you out. Pointing at herself, Sumu looked at Huan Nanfeng with a hint of displeasure. Why would she come to me and not you? Because Fang Xiao would not dare approach me. Thus she will come to you. It is simply easier for her. Though Huan Nanfeng spoke the truth, Sumu felt a twinge of offense at his words. She playfully pinched his neck, warning him, I give you a chance to rephrase that. Huan Nanfeng gently grasped Sumu's hand and pulled her onto his lap. Fang Xiao likely views Zhou Yi's sister as someone of great importance. Zhou Yi's sister resides in a mountainous area, which is difficult to traverse. If not for her urgent desire to locate this person, Fang Xiao would not venture there, Huan Nanfeng asserted. After all, Fang Xiao was merely a pampered heiress. Over the years, she had been spoiled by the Su family to such an extent that she could scarcely discern her own identity. You have a point, Sumu reflected. How could Fang Xiao not be anxious? After all, with Shun Xingze and Lin Xinkai no longer of use, if these individuals do not return, it bodes poorly for her. Fang Xiao's mission to find Zhou Yi's sister is to bring Zhou Yi back, and Zhou Yi is a formidable expert in medicine. Should Fang Xiao succeed, she could gain substantial advantages from him. Sumu pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Huan Nanfeng listened intently to Sumu's musings. It seemed that Fang Xiao had indeed reached a point of desperation. Mumu, do you think Fang Xiao is truly at her wit's end? Sumu nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. She is indeed at a dead end. If her business does not return to its former glory, and the Fang family learns of it, she will be utterly finished. Currently, Fang Xiao still holds some value, which is why the Fang family grants her this leniency. Conversely, once she ceases to be profitable, she will be discarded. Sumu, seated on Huan Nanfeng's lap, draped one arm around his shoulder while playfully fiddling with his tie, spoke cheerfully. You must be cautious when dealing with Fang Xiao. That does not concern me. What I am pondering is whether Fang Xiao is aware that you have taken Zhou Yi's sister away. As Sumu discussed this matter with Huan Nanfeng, Fang Xiao finally arrived at her destination. Observing the dilapidated village before her, her gaze was filled with disdain for the place. The bodyguard approached Fang Xiao and whispered, Miss, the village chief has arrived. Upon sighting the enchanting young woman, the chief's gaze shifted unnervingly. The repugnant look in his eyes darkened Fang Xiao's expression, prompting her to glance at the bodyguard beside her. The bodyguard positioned himself protectively in front of her and warned, "Village chief, avert your gaze from what is not meant to be seen, lest you endanger your own sight." The chief curled his lips in a disdainful smirk, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Where is Zhou Ling?" Upon hearing this name, a flicker of fear passed through the chief's eyes. "Zhou Ling has been taken away." Chapter 083. Frantic Fang Xiao stared at the village chief in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. "What did you say? Zhou Ling has been taken away?" The village chief forced a smile, his lips twitching as he confirmed, "You are indeed correct. Zhou Ling has been taken." Anger simmered in Fang Xiao's eyes. How could this happen again? When had she been abducted? Gritting her teeth, she demanded an answer. "It has been several days, approximately 3 or 4, but we do not know where she has been taken," the village chief replied after a moment's contemplation, shaking his head. "Do you know who took her?" Fang Xiao suppressed her rising fury and inquired. The village chief continued to shake his head, yet the fear in his gaze was palpable. "We do not know who took her. We only know that they are formidable and terrifying. When those individuals came for Zhou Ling, her guardians were extremely reluctant. Zhou Ling had been promised to a family that had offered a substantial sum, and they were preparing for marriage. Yet, they insisted on taking her without any negotiation. And understandably, her foster parents refused. They had already used that money to purchase a home for their own son in town. If Zhou Ling were taken, the consequences for them would be dire. Thus, they could not agree. The outcome was predictable. Their family was left in shambles. Now, not only must they repay the money, but they also have to work for their livelihood. They are even still in the hospital. Were it not for the fact that the other party covered the medical expenses, Zhou Ling's guardians would likely have been unable to afford her treatment. Reflecting on the ruthlessness of those individuals and Zhou Ling's desperate departure, the village chief found it hard to comprehend. Zhou Ling had always been such a sensible child. How had she suddenly changed so drastically? Was she truly subjected to such severe oppression? The village chief pondered how Zhou Ling had fared with that family, considering they had at least allowed her to grow up. Fang Xiao, oblivious to the village chief's thoughts, was consumed by a singular notion. Someone had once again thwarted her intentions. With fury radiating from her, she seethed. "Who is it that dares to oppose me?" A nearby individual approached and inquired, "Miss, could it be that it is Hon Nanfeng and his associates once again?" As these words reached Fang Xiao's ears, her brow furrowed slightly. If these occurrences were merely coincidences, it would be one matter. But if they were deliberate, it could only suggest that Hon Nanfeng was intentionally provoking her. "Miss, the person has already been taken. Should we not remain here any longer?" The bodyguard murmured. Fang Xiao cast a glance at the village chief. "Give him a little money. We shall depart." The bodyguard handed the village chief 1,000 yuan, and together they left. The village chief, elated with the unexpected windfall, smiled widely as he turned to head home. Fang Xiao and her bodyguard exited the small mountain village, where the inhabitants were far from amiable. In her memories, when Zhou Yi returned, Zhou Ling had already been ground down by hardship. Now that Zhou Ling had been taken away, all her chances seemed lost. With her brow slightly furrowed, Fang Xiao rubbed her temples and, feeling somewhat irritable, exclaimed, "Damn it! Why does it always have to be like this?" The bodyguard beside her remained silent, merely standing quietly behind her. Casting a glance at the bodyguards, Fang Xiao felt a twinge of frustration. They were utterly useless. "Shall we return now, miss?" One of them inquired. "Let's go." With everyone taken away, what else can they do? Stay here to irritate ourselves? If it weren't for the pursuit of Zhou Yi, I wouldn't even want to lay eyes on this place. It's littered with trash and filthy children. Truly disgusting. In my opinion, Zhou Yi should not be tethered by someone like Zhou Ling from a backwater village. He ought to abandon her and allow her to fend for herself in such a desolate environment. As Fang Xiao departed with her bodyguards, she instructed them, "Investigate who took Zhou Ling." Understood. After 2 days of investigation, the bodyguards finally uncovered the truth just as Fang Xiao was preparing to return to the imperial capital. "Miss, it was someone from Huan Nanfeng's side who took her," one bodyguard hesitantly reported. Fang Xiao, who had been resting her eyes, suddenly lifted her head and fixed her gaze on the bodyguard. "What did you say? Who took her?" "It was Huan Nanfeng's people," the bodyguard repeated, perplexed. Upon hearing this news, Fang Xiao's expression darkened noticeably. It was indeed Huan Nanfeng's people. I see. The bodyguard beside her spoke up. Miss, if it involves Huan Nanfeng, it would be prudent to keep your distance. I am well aware. Let us return, Fang Xiao replied, her face cold. Upon arriving back in the imperial capital, Fang Xiao went directly to Huan Nanfeng's company without even returning home. Addressing the receptionist with an icy tone, she stated, I wish to see your President Hua. Chapter 084. Denied entry. The receptionist gazed at Fang Xiao with a look of bewilderment, inquiring, May I ask if you have an appointment? No, but you must inform Hua Nanfeng that I wish to see him. Fang Xiao replied through gritted teeth. The receptionist furrowed her brow slightly, casting an irritated glance at Fang Xiao. Miss, without an appointment, you cannot meet our president. Fang Xiao's anger flared instantly. Tell Huan Nanfeng that I am Fang Xiao, and if I do not see him today, I shall not leave. The receptionist exchanged glances with her colleague, both taken aback by Fang Xiao's sudden change in demeanor. Is this person here to cause trouble? One of them wondered aloud after scrutinizing Fang Xiao for a moment. Oh, it's you, the receptionist finally said, crossing her arms and adopting a condescending tone. I thought it was someone else. Fang Xiao's expression darkened, her annoyance palpable as she demanded, And who might you be? You are the one who previously sought an audience with our boss, only to be dismissed at his behest, with instructions for us not to allow you entry. The receptionist retorted, recognizing her. No wonder you look so familiar. Curiosity piqued. Another receptionist chimed in. You've encountered her before? Indeed, came the reply, laden with disdain. It was the day our boss came to work with a hickey, and she made a scene, trying to sow discord between him and his wife. Fang Xiao clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with indignation at their audacity to humiliate her. The first receptionist, now enlightened, remarked, So she is the one you were referring to. You are correct. She was indeed maligning the boss's wife in front of him at that time. Quite revolting. Fang Xiao glared resentfully at the receptionist, vowing to remember this affront. Observing Fang Xiao's distressed demeanor, another receptionist rolled her eyes and said, regardless, We should still inform the secretary's office. It is our duty. Having relayed their concerns to the boss, they deemed it irrelevant how he would handle the matter thereafter. With a subtle smirk, the receptionist proceeded to call the secretary's office. Upon